Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Mason Rudolph back to the Steelers, 2-year, $8 million contract. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Fan Early Morning Show with me, Nicholas Callis, that starts right now.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It's time to wake up.
It's early, and if you're up, so are we. It's the Early Morning Show. Think of it as a pre-show to the pre-show kind of thing.
Hell of a way to begin a day.
Tuck in Pittsburgh sports before the sun comes up. The Fan Early Morning Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Nicholas Callis, and this is the Fan Early Morning Show. And it's Friday. It's the end of the week. I've got nice plans this weekend for the St. Patrick's Day holiday. I know technically it's on Monday, but it's pretty much St. Patrick's Day weekend. And we got a nice little treat. Or maybe you don't think it's a nice treat. No, it just depends on your perspective. But Mason Rudolph is back to the Pittsburgh Steelers, returning for 2 years, $8 million. Something gave me a weird sensation when I saw that he was signing back with the Steelers. I don't know exactly. It was like there was some satisfaction. I'm like, oh, okay, familiar face. Makes me kind of happy. And then you think about it. The next question I then ask myself is, what in the world could have possibly incentivized him to come back to the Pittsburgh Steelers? So we can talk about that. You can join the conversation at any time, by the way, 412-928-9370. You can also talk to me on X at Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. And the phone number one more time, 412-928-9370. Pirates lost 15-3 yesterday to the Minnesota Twins in spring training. Yeah, just spring training. We're about there, though. We're about 2 weeks away. About 2 weeks away from the regular season. So I'm excited about that. Indeed. Penguins had a game yesterday against the St. Louis Blues. Penguins won that one 5-3, and now that's 3 wins in a row for the Penguins. About that. Just when you think they're out of it, they win 3 in a row. We'll see. Comeback's on. Just kidding. Probably not. But they won 3 in a row, so take that for what it's worth. Yeah, but the big news from yesterday, Mason Rudolph signs with the Steelers. So, look, I mean, it's interesting. This one's interesting. Why Mason Rudolph would want to come back to the Pittsburgh Steelers. It seems like the guy's pride was a bit hurt by how they treated him during Ben Roethlisberger's era. And even after that, when they drafted Kenny Pickett, signed Mitch Trubisky, and made him the third-string quarterback. So there's that. Sometimes money's a motivator as well, where he wants to get paid a little more. So, nobody else may have wanted him, and he may have wanted more money, so he signs a 2-year contract. Maybe he wants to to be a Steeler. Maybe he trusted the Steelers would have faith in him to be the starting quarterback. Like, if he were the starter, now there are some reports out there that say that they intend for him to still be in a backup role. If he were a starter, that would intrigue me the most this season, because what he did to end the season a couple seasons ago with the Steelers, the way he performed and the way he helped contribute to their playoff berth that year, like, I want to see more of that. Like, I want to see if he's got it. And this would be interesting because if Mason Rudolph doesn't have it, well, then the Steelers, they lose and lose and lose, and maybe they miss the playoffs, and maybe there's a chance they go under 500. And then maybe with that, they make some seriously needed changes. Well, like, if he plays well, if he continues to play like he did a couple seasons ago at the end, well, then maybe you've got your guy, because he's under a 2-year contract anyhow, so then maybe he's your guy. And you can, use him through the playoffs. Hopefully they win a playoff game. So there's a lot of reasons why I would want Mason Rudolph to start. Now, again, there are a lot of reports out there saying that the intention is for him to be the backup and that Aaron Rodgers talks are still being pursued. To me, I mean, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I mean, at this point, I don't know why you wouldn't. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you need more quarterbacks on the depth charts. I don't know why you wouldn't maybe just try to draft for depth in the later rounds. Like, I wouldn't personally consider any draft picks in the earlier rounds if you're intending on now signing Aaron Rodgers as well. But if it were up to me, I wouldn't. If it were up to me, I wouldn't sign Aaron Rodgers. I've made that pretty clear. I wouldn't do it. I don't think that it would benefit the Steelers to have him on the roster while they're in this point in their roster development. Based on the reputation they've had over the last several years as well, I don't think that he helps. But assuming that they do sign him, maybe, take a quarterback in a later round, and then you have 4, and then you have a guy who could become, a slim chance, but could become a guy, and then, So then you have the drafted quarterback, Skylar Thompson, Mason Rudolph, and Aaron Rodgers. If you don't sign Aaron Rodgers, maybe take a shot on a guy in the earlier rounds, maybe. If one's available that you like, maybe. Let Mason Rudolph start. Let that quarterback develop. I mean, again, this draft is still being criticized. The quarterbacks in this draft are still being criticized that there are better positions to choose from, and the quarterback class next season is the one that is more highly anticipated. So, I just don't know exactly. Like, I don't know. This all just comes back to the theme, though. Like, the theme is, what are the Steelers actually trying to do? Like, what are the Steelers actually trying to accomplish? What do the Steelers want? And it is really hard to figure that out. It's really hard to understand. Because signing Mason Rudolph back, like, having an interest in him and signing him back, it's just like, it seems like it's just on its face, it's an odd move. It is kind of an odd move, but, like, they did it. After not giving him a fair shot. I think over the years they finally said, "Oh, all right, here's a shot at the end of the season," and then he did. I don't think he wanted to come back, and that's why he didn't. 412-928-9370. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Family Morning Show. Get yourself a phone line. You can talk to me, and we will continue to talk about this Mason Rudolph situation when I come back. That's 412-928-9370. More talk about this. More talk about what in the world are the Steelers trying to do? What are they going to continue to do? Is Aaron Rodgers going to sign here this month or this year? Even, how long he seems to be dragging this out. 412-928-9370. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Fan Early Morning Show. More coming up next. More discussion after I come back from this break. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Selling a home doesn't have to be time-consuming or stressful. It should be fair, honest, and fast. Ryan Shalava here with the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. My team and I will buy your home with cash in its current condition and close on the day you choose. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com to get a cash offer today.
For a limited time at Verizon, you can get our best price ever. That's 4 lines on unlimited welcome for just $25 a line per month with autopay plus taxes and fees. You'll also get the new iPhone 16 Pro, 4 of them for the entire family when you trade in up to 4 phones from our top brands. That's a new phone for everyone, only on the network you can count on. Verizon. Visit a store today. 20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply for phone offer. See Verizon.com for details.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
The latest advancement for thinning hair and hair loss is now at New Image Hair Clinic. It's called laser hair therapy, and you could try it for free. Simply call today at 800-514-HAIR or visit newimagehairclinic.com to schedule your free evaluation. In as little as 1 hour, they can help determine the possible reasons for your hair loss and if the laser hair therapy is for you. Call now, and KDKA listeners can receive 2 weeks of laser treatments for free. Certain restrictions apply, so call 800-514-HAIR 4247 or go to newimagehairclinic.com.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus tax. For a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
I'm Joe George from the Western PA injury firm of LGKG.
And I'm Larry Kelly. Joe and I have built a reputation of doing what we say we'll do, always.
And because of that, we've earned the respect and trust of our peers and community alike.
If you've been injured in an accident, we want to talk to you personally. Call 724-658-8535.
Ask for Larry or ask for me. We answer our phones. We call you back. You don't get referred out by LGKG. That's 724-658-8535.
LGKG, your home team.
Just in time for spring cleaning at Zero Res 3-room special starting at $109. So now is the perfect time to take advantage of this deal. 2 days only. Go to ZeroResPGH.com. ZeroResPGH.com now.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 43rd Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show now through Sunday Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace with over 1,200 exhibits with everything for your home. Show favorite, the Farm to Table Expo, returns with dozens of small local growers and food producers. Come sample and buy the bounty of their harvests. Visit pghhome.com for details. Don't miss the largest home event in America, the Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show now through Sunday Convention Center downtown.
Get the award-winning news and analysis you crave with the Post-Gazette Sports Experience. Dulac, Fittipaldo, and Batko tackle the Steelers. Hiles and Destin cover the Pirates. Venzel has the Penguins. Carter and Thompson have all things Pitt. Plus columnists Mackey and Starkey in action from the Whitfield, Duquesne, and Penn State. Come for the behind-the-scenes exclusives. Stay for the NFL Draft and MLB coverage that's second to none. Visit postgazette.com/sports.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You'll hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Folds of Honor has been meeting sacrifice with hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. Their scholarship application process is officially open from February 1st until March 31st. Apply today at foldsofhonor.org/scholarships. Please consider a donation to help provide scholarships at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Wouldn't it be great if life came with a remote control? You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind. Like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest. Uh-oh. Or that time you forgot to roll up your windows in the car wash. Fantastic. Yeah, a remote control would have come in handy then. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, You can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Life doesn't come with a remote control. So you're on your own with the WASPs. You have the power to take control of prediabetes. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Substance use disorder and addiction is so isolating. And so, as a Black woman in recovery, hope must be loud. It grows louder when you ask for help and you're vulnerable. It is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay.
When we learn the power of hope, recovery is possible. Find out how at startwithhope.com. Brought to you by the National Council for Mental Wellbeing, Shatterproof, and the Ad Council.
Many websites selling medication may look professional and legitimate, but the vast majority of sites selling prescription drugs are doing so illegally. Have you seen websites that don't require a prescription or offer to ship medicine internationally? Then you've seen a rogue website. Often they sell fake meds with too little, too much, or no medicine at all. Criminals use websites to sell counterfeit medications that may contain life-threatening toxins. Dot Pharmacy is a website verification program that helps you identify safe and trustworthy online pharmacies. You know where .com is located in a website address, right? That's where you'll find Dot Pharmacy. And because it's part of a website address, Dot Pharmacy cannot be faked. Think that a seal on a website means safety? Only Dot Pharmacy websites are fraud-proof. Purchasing medicine online doesn't have to mean risking your health. Finding a safe online pharmacy is easy. Just look for pharmacy to the right of the dot in website addresses. A public service message from the National Association of Boards of Pharmacy.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Hi, I found a toy dinosaur over on the playground by Smith Street. It had this phone number on it, and, well, I just wanted to make sure the dinosaur made it back to its little owner.
Yeah, hi. I think I found your kid's stuffed animal near the swing set. Just want to call. I'm sure she misses it.
I know my son gets super attached to the smallest things, even a fire truck, and I'd be happy to drop it off. The toy was a little muddy, so I cleaned it up, and it's good to go whenever you're around.
When I found the little sippy cup, I just had to give you a call. It's for a kid, you know?
We'd do anything for kids. Yet 1 in 6 children in the U.S. struggle with hunger. Help end childhood hunger and give all of our kids the meals they need to grow. Learn how at feedingamerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Retirement can be scary, but only if you're not prepared. That's why AARP created thisispretirement.org. Because unless you've already retired, you're in pretirement, and you still have time to plan. Learn about retirement savings options, potential tax breaks, and how you can build savings over time. Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan and feel the retirement fear disappear. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Wouldn't it be great if life came with...
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In the city of Pittsburgh and Ross Township, an overnight accident had closed McKnight Road in both directions between Evergreen and Nelson Run Roads. Crews have just reopened that roadway after clearing that accident, but watch for some leftover delays in that area. Parkways east and west mainly steady into their respective tunnels. No problems on Route 28, the Parkway North, or I-79. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Back now to more of The Fan Early Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. I'm Nicholas Henry Callis. This is The Fan Early Morning Show. 412-928-9370. Get yourself a phone line. Reacting to Mason Rudolph signing with the Pittsburgh Steelers. He's back on a 2-year deal worth $8 million. 412-928-9370. Talk to me on X as well at Callis_33. That's CALLAS_33. Yeah, so just talking about what the Steelers could look like with him on the team. I mean, if it were me, I didn't think that he was a possibility at all until yesterday when reports were out there saying that we could have or a couple days ago, whatever it was. This week, there were some reports out there that said Mason Rudolph could come back. That's the only time that I thought, like, oh, okay, maybe this is possible. And now it's a reality. It's here. Run, run, Rudolph. You know, yeah, me singing that. Crowley brought that back up. Well, he is running back to Pittsburgh for $8 million over 2 years. So, I mean, I'm just here trying to assess, like, what that'll look like now. Because it seems like they're still pursuing Aaron Rodgers, and it seems like they're still interested in paying Aaron Rodgers the $70 to $90 million over multiple years that he wants. So, I wouldn't. Personally, would not do that. The Steelers may have other plans here, and it's just a matter of when Aaron Rodgers decides to sign, because this could also be a very long, ongoing thing. So we'll see, but at least they know they have Mason Rudolph there as an experienced quarterback. Like I said, maybe a later round, just best available quarterback in like the 6th or 7th rounds. To put on the roster and just see what happens there. It's not impossible that a quarterback can develop after being selected that late in the draft. I might consider that. And then if they don't sign Aaron Rodgers, maybe take a shot and draft one of the quarterbacks that are available in the earlier rounds. That might be the route that I would decide to go. I don't think Rodgers is worth the money. I've said that already. And I'd be interested to see how Mason Rudolph handled a starting role, especially with all of the offensive weapons that have been acquired so far. 412-928-9370. Got a caller on the line now that wants to talk. So, good morning. What's your name?
Good morning. Old German Rod.
All right. What's up?
Hey, I've been throwing you names out there, so I'm going to go a different route this time. I actually like the idea of Mason Rudolph. Let him start. Don't spend the money on Aaron Rodgers, because I do not want to spend that much money on him, and get maybe the Mississippi State quarterback or the Texas Longhorns quarterback out of the draft. And other teams develop their quarterbacks on the field. Look at Bo Nix did to Denver. Why can't the Steelers? Is it just bad coaching, or is it just Mike Tomlin in general? You have a good day, and I'll listen to you.
Thank you for the call. Always nice to hear from you. 412-928-9370. There's something in there that the Steelers have just gotten a bad reputation for developing quarterbacks. There is absolutely no doubt about that. The Steelers have had a rough time developing quarterbacks, which would make me worried. Just flat, straightforward would make me worried about them drafting a quarterback, because, how are they going to develop said quarterback? I don't know. Kenny Pickett's time here was not inspiring. Kenny Pickett had his moments. Kenny Pickett wasn't a quarterback that made you comfortable. And that is something I think Steeler fans were searching for, just, after Ben's final season. So you're searching for that comfort, and you have Kenny Pickett. And he didn't make things comfortable, but, he did well enough for many of the games to win when he was available. Now, he also dealt with some injuries, so, I mean, who knows? But the Steelers just haven't seemed to have a good reputation for developing quarterbacks. I mean, Mason Rudolph, I guess, is another one you can consider as somebody that they did develop. He didn't have as much of a sample over the years to consider when we're talking about how much he developed. But you saw that he played pretty well before he signed with the Titans. The season before he did, toward the end of the season, he played pretty well. So, I mean, I'm curious to see how Mason Rudolph does with Arthur Smith as the offensive coordinator and with all these guys on the team. Kenneth Gainwell, DK Metcalf. Well, he already played with George Pickens before, but still George Pickens complemented with, all these other players. I'm interested to see that. So, yeah, I'm not for Aaron Rodgers there, and that is part of what worries me about drafting a quarterback is if the Steelers can adequately develop one at this point, because they haven't done a really great job. They haven't done a really great job of doing that over the last, we'll say, 10 seasons. So if they're going to draft a quarterback, like I said, take a chance on one in a later round, perhaps. Just like get the best available one in the later rounds and just put that quarterback on the depth chart, see how that quarterback progresses. Because, again, I mean, if you get a quarterback there and that quarterback pans out somehow past Mason Rudolph's contract here, then you use that quarterback. If not, that quarterback's just a depth piece, and nobody has high expectations. What you really don't want to mess up is if the Steelers do decide to take a quarterback in 2026, because then fans are going to expect that quarterback to be the next franchise guy. And they're, the expectations are set even higher now because, and the demand for a quarterback and I guess the caution for getting a quarterback is high among fans too because of how how Kenny Pickett's career with the Steelers ended up. They definitely could develop better. I do believe personally that the Steelers could develop better and make better decisions to better set the quarterbacks up for success. Matt Canada's not here anymore, so hopefully that helps. But he's not here anymore, so he can't blame him for ruining any more players, ruining any more quarterbacks. You've got a team that had better plans last season than it had under Matt Canada the seasons prior. Hopefully the Steelers can build on that. And hopefully they can be a little more of a risk-taking team. I think Mason Rudolph is a good piece. I think Mason Rudolph is a good selection to play quarterback. Now it's just more of a question of, are you going to draft this season or next season for your next franchise guy? I'd lean more toward avoiding Aaron Rodgers and drafting a quarterback in an early to middle round. But who knows what the Steelers are actually going to do. We'll find out in time. It could be July before we find out where Aaron Rodgers is going to sign, but we will find out. I'm sure, one of these times, we'll obviously find out before the season starts, but it just depends how long we're going to have to wait. But Aaron Rodgers rumors still out there about him wanting anywhere between $70 and $90 million over multiple years. Steelers signed Mason Rudolph to a 2-year, $8 million deal, so he's on the team. Well, next week we'll see what develops, what continues to develop in NFL free agency, and we keep crawling closer to the draft. So that's all I got for you today. My name is Nicholas Ari Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show is next right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town.
Do you know someone in need of a full house heat? McVeigh Plumbing, Heating and Cooling is donating one full house gas heating system to a family in need. You can nominate a deserving family. Go to kdka.com now through March 16th and tell us about the person in need. Your nomination could get them a new gas furnace. Book your stay at the Landing Hotel at Rivers Casino. Enjoy free valet parking and breakfast while being right in the heart of all the action. Whether it's a weekend getaway or a staycation, they have you covered. Book today at thelandinghotelpgh.com. Steelers fans, Boyd & Blair has created 6 limited edition bottles to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the Steelers' 1974 World Championship. The legacy of the 1974 championship and their iconic defensive line are forever immortalized with the introduction of the Steel Curtain Spirits. BoydandBlair.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Is your everyday congestion preventing you from enjoying life's big moments? Try Vicks Sinex Saline today and get yourself back in the action. Vicks Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion with a gentle ultrafine mist. Sinex Saline's drug-free, no-mess formula instantly moisturizes and soothes dry, irritated nasal passages for quick and effective relief. Get back to enjoying life's big moments to the fullest without having to worry about everyday congestion holding you back. Just Sinex, breathe, use as directed.
For a limited time at Verizon, you can get our best price ever. That's 4 lines on unlimited welcome for just $25 a line per month with autopay plus taxes and fees. You'll also get the new iPhone 16 Pro, 4 of them for the entire family when you trade in up to 4 phones from our top brands. That's a new phone for everyone, only on the network you can count on. Verizon. Visit a store today. 20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply for phone offer. See Verizon.com for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In White Oak, Vernal crews checking reports of an accident. Now, this is at the intersection of Bridgeview and Senate Street, so watch for delays around that. An earlier accident had shut down McKnight Road in both directions between Evergreen and Nelson Run Roads. That accident is now clear and all lanes are open. Parkways east and west mainly steady into their respective tunnels. Route 28, the Parkway North, also up to speed. HOV lanes remain closed along the Parkway North and the Crosstown. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Crowley, Dickerson, Nicholas Harry Callis behind the glass, and we have a wonderful Friday pseudo planned for you. We kind of go with the flow on Fridays. St. Patrick's Day celebration weekend. Conference tournament games yesterday were awesome. Going to be a bunch of them on today, too. It's a tremendous time. How we doing, Dickerson?
I'm great. Fantastic. Callis, how you doing, man? You doing all right?
The exact opposite.
Why's that?
This is terrible. Life is no good.
Why, you got to be inside?
What do you mean by that?
It's going to be 75 degrees today. Why is life terrible?
Well, your fun show that you came up with is, one particular question. Even though I got 5 out of 10 right, I hit the over.
You did hit the over.
But for some reason, I'm supposed to know about Penn State as the flagship of Pitt, and people don't like that. I didn't know what conference they were in.
Callis, we don't need to do this. If you want to do this, we can do this. First of all,
I don't want to do it. I didn't say I wanted to do it. I'm just saying what I said.
It's a great segment, first of all.
Yeah, I'll take the blame there. I came up with that idea.
Okay.
So it's not Crowley's fault.
Well,
I didn't say it was his fault. I know it was your idea.
Okay,
it's all of our faults. He did look at me with with anger. I mean, there was anger behind those eyes. That was a mad Nicholas Harry Callis.
I did say he would do this.
Yes.
You should still know the answer to that.
But people are being mean to me, and they're saying I don't deserve to work here.
I know that.
And it's no fun.
I know that. And so I think there's the happy medium here. Number one, stop harassing Callis. That's our guy right there. That's our family. You should know it. You also should have your job because you're very good at your job. And people don't know all the things that you do around here. So I think both things can and are true. We're good. It's all good. It's all good. We got your back. I mean, you want us to start calling Donnie Slap-Ass? We'll call him Donnie Slap-Ass. Love Donnie, too. But if you want us, you say jump, we'll ask how high. We got your back.
We got your back.
I may have a diss track in the works for Donnie.
I figured you might.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that okay? Are we allowed to?
You can.
Am I overreacting to that?
Yeah, maybe a little bit.
But you know that Donnie's not going to diss you back with a diss track. So you're going to be on your own, and you know how they operate. Like, they will act like it's not even existing. Like, they'll just be like, oh, there's a diss track, and then move on to talking about, like, who knows what. So it's probably going to just, like, be hot air.
Yeah.
So you have to come up with another tactic that will actually get them in the fields, to get them in the bad fields.
I think you should drive past him in your van, jump out of the passenger side door, put a bag over his head, and throw him in the back.
Yeah.
Make him think he's getting kidnapped by the CIA.
Taken. A particular set of skills.
Donnie's looking
pretty good.
Donnie is looking slim, by the way. That Awaken 180's really got him.
He looks awesome. You look awesome. I saw him in the hallway yesterday, and he does look fabulous. He really does. He looks like he could play.
What was he eating in that video, though, with his mom? Some enchiladas?
What do you call it?
Enchiladas. A lot of cheese on there. Yeah. Enchilada.
Yeah. Those look kind of good.
They did look good.
They look good. I was like, and then he responds was like, you're going to sit down, have dinner with your mom, and you chose to have her film you while you're having this nice dinner. I was like, Callis is right, because that looks good. I'd have been digging in. I don't want to be caring about Callis right now. I've been grubbing. Enchiladas. Bear day.
Enjoy that time with your mom. Don't be trying to rip me. Text her. My name is Carrie. I broke my Liz Frank 6 weeks ago. Sounds bad. Yeah. Haven't been able to put weight on my foot the entire time. My birthday, St. Patrick's Day, 39 years old. Have a great day, Crowley, Doran, and Harry. You have a great day, too.
Yes. Put a boot on. It'll help. It takes the pressure off of the mid-foot sprain, basically, what a Liz Frank is.
Yeah, or just sit there, open the windows, watch college basketball, and drink 800 go out. I'm drinking on my couch. I got to watch ball.
Yeah.
I'm a freak.
Yeah.
It's almost too nice for St. Patrick's Day.
It is hit or miss. I mean, every other year I feel like it's either rainy or it's nice.
Yes.
Rainy or it's nice.
It's going to be the nicest St. Patrick's Day celebration day tomorrow that we've had in a very long time. I mean, we're talking 70s. We're talking sunny. It's going to get up to 75 today.
Wow.
So the mean streets of Southside are going to be crawling with zombie-like humans. Crawling.
Oh.
This was probably, I did my thing that you like, This was probably 13, 14 years ago. Went with a big group to the south side.
I probably ran into you, didn't
Probably did. And it's one of those deals where you're just walking on Carson Street. Like, not even the sidewalks.
Right.
It's just thousands of people. And by noon, half the people are in the bag.
Oh, yeah.
And it really looks like that first episode of The Walking Dead.
Yes. I ate a whole entire meal one year in the South Side at Nakama with a family and didn't even know. Like, I sat down like with the hibachi like in the back with a whole family and just like ate a meal and like I thought I was sitting there with like people that I knew, and I looked up and it wasn't anybody I knew. It was a family. There was kids, and I was like, oh, yeah. And it was like 5 o'clock. I thought it was like nighttime.
You guys mind? No, go right ahead, sir.
Yep. I've seen some wild things down in the South Side during my day of St. Patty's Day.
Absolutely.
I've seen two lady friends fighting, and then one just pushed one right into a puddle. Like, it was like raining, but then it got nice. So there was a huge puddle, just splashed like it was a pool. Just picked her up and tossed her right into the puddle.
That'll happen.
I was like, what?
That'll happen, yeah. Everyone be on your best behavior out there. Yeah, I passed out in a open-faced roast beef sandwich at Eaton Park that day. Came back, got the Uber, go up in there, out, right in the roast beef.
It's a long day. Start early, too. Kegs and eggs.
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of texters are saying Pony and Muller took it too far yesterday in their criticism of Callis.
Do you think they took it too far?
Did you listen to it, what they said about you?
I didn't, but I heard that they said that Craig just hired me because we're buddies, and that if I don't know that, I'm not qualified.
They didn't say that.
Oh.
They didn't say that. I was going to tell you not to listen to this segment because it might be painful, but to get full context, maybe you should. Because when this happens all the time, so-and-so said something about you, and you get it secondhand, and it's like, oh, man, it's probably actually not as bad as you've been told.
I could also have seen how they would have been maybe perhaps a little sarcastic. Just
They were. I think Pony's offended when people don't know things about sports. I think he was trying to have fun, but was legitimately offended by the Penn State thing. I think he was legitimately offended on principle.
Yeah,
is what it was.
I don't care about Penn State though. That's the honest truth. I've never cared enough to look.
I know, and this is where we're trying to defend. We're trying to be on your side, but you should know that. You should know that. Yeah. And now you do.
Big Ten.
I did not want to ask.
I know.
I was not going to ask.
I remembered.
Someone texts in it's supposed to rain and thunderstorm tomorrow. No, it ain't. No, it ain't. We ain't going to let that happen. Let me see.
What's the matter? You're going to be inside.
No, we're good. Oh, maybe a little bit in the afternoon. Maybe a little bit. Maybe for an hour. We're good. We're good. Scattered. Be fine.
Cows, you know that we're going to continue to play the game, though, every week.
Oh, yeah, for sure, 100%.
I can live with that. It's okay. Hey, I did pretty good at the last couple, too. I got the Steeler colleges right.
I think you've hit the over in the last two purely sports-related ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the movie one I did pretty good on, too.
I honestly think that at least the PM team, I think that they think that this was just like the first time that we did it, too. Like, so we've been doing this for a while.
Yeah.
So you've accrued some points.
Yeah. Blah.
I think we need to find a way to reward Callis for hitting the over so that there's a carrot there that we dangle so that it's not just our poor friend being embarrassed. It's a great segment. It's a genius thing. But we need to make him feel good at the end of it. Like, we got an ecosystem to uphold here.
See, this is what's wrong with our society, though. The one thing somebody gets wrong, they get shamed for it, and then this is why everybody wants to pretend like they know everything, because if you admit you don't know something, then you look like an idiot.
Again.
You should know that because you're a sports guy.
Right,
You know that. Yeah,
exactly.
I'm Crowley. You should know that. Yeah, I get it.
It's not like we asked you who the quarterback of the 1969 Penn State team was. You know? It's fun. It's good. It's content.
Yeah.
Now, I screw stuff up every day. That happens. Get names wrong.
Right.
Mispronunciation.
Yeah.
Like, I'm never going to be able to spell Kyle Juszczyk if the Steelers sign that guy, that fullback out of the 49ers.
Yeah.
I'm never going to be able to write that.
No.
Like, I can't even opine about that on Twitter. I don't know how to spell the name.
No.
I have to copy and paste.
No.
How do you get Juszczyk out of a J? I don't know.
Juszczyk.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't he go to Harvard?
Callis, what conference is Harvard in?
Am I supposed to know that? I don't know. Don't tell me. Big 12. No.
Yeah.
Really?
No.
Okay, great. I don't know.
Man.
Am I supposed to know that?
Yes.
They're a school for knowledge. I don't care about their football team.
Exactly.
Or sports teams.
But exactly. They're a school for knowledge. So you know, where do all the smart schools, they all are kind of piled into one conference.
Mm-hmm.
You should know that.
Ivy League.
There you go.
There we go.
There you go.
Okay, great.
Yes!
There we go. Sometimes common sense is like the easiest route, Cal. So you think SEC.
Have you met me
Southeast.
before? That's not always my strong suit, though. That's the problem.
Well, we're just trying to help you. Maybe you should start using it or trying to figure it out.
Can you guys imagine just hopping in a time machine and going back to college for this weekend? Or just going to a college campus? Like, today and tomorrow are going to be the best porch drinking days
It's great.
of the entire year.
It is very good. It's very good. Had a lot of fun.
Oh, my God. There's nothing better. There was nothing better in college than just hanging out on the porch, inviting randos onto your porch, handing them out natural lights.
The thing about, like, at least, you know, towards the beginning of your college tenure and mine, during mine, was like the whole phone thing too. Like, we were out. We were talking to each other. Like, we were hanging out with each other. Like, Well, if we went out on Saturday in the South Side, like, man, everybody's gonna be standing there on their phones and having a drink and talking and on their phones. Like my phone, I didn't look at my phone. The only time I looked at my phone was to check the time. In college, and on a day like tomorrow, I'd be like, "What time is it?" And I'd look at my phone, and then that was it.
Yeah,
but everybody I needed to see was gonna be out.
You're
I didn't
right.
need to text anybody or talk to anybody or look at a video.
No,
or
my
TikTok.
first 3 years of college, I had a flip phone, and we had to sign up for Twitter for class. Like they're like, get a Twitter, like you're gonna need these things, and I would have to set it up on the desktop to where I could actually you could text in the tweets you wanted to send.
Huh.
How about that?
What?
So I wasn't looking at that crap.
No.
You're just partying. You're just having a good time. I was smoking cigarettes like a chimney. Oh my God. Probably took a good 10, 12 years off my life those 3 years, those 5 years, those 5.5 years.
5.5 years. We got away with a lot too, though, back then, without the usage of the phone.
Because we all do. Listen, I mean, there's a sliding scale here. Like, we're not talking about being bad guys, but like, college kids gonna do some dumb stuff.
Right.
Back end, you get away with it.
Get away with that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Anymore, like if you or me go stumbling down East Carson Street, that's getting tweeted into oblivion. Look at fan morning show host Doran Dickerson could hardly stand.
Yep. Done. Absolutely done.
Texter, Harry is great. The only reason people shame him is so that they can feel better about themselves. Harry does a tremendous job. There we go.
What a nice person.
Now we got the callous fans coming out of the woodwork here.
Yay.
Texter, is Shamrock Shake the best shake ever? Incredibly overrated.
Very overrated.
Incredibly overrated.
Absolutely.
Not a huge fan of the Shamrock Shake. To each their own. If you like it, fine.
I think it's just popular because they limit it. So it's like,
Right.
Yes.
The demand's high because you can only get it one time a season.
Yes.
Totally agree with that.
But what is the best shake?
I'm not a big shake guy.
I am every once in a while.
See, I hate things that are liquids masquerading as solids. Get out of here with that. Pick a lane.
I used to
be
think,
true to yourself, milkshake, you bastard.
When I was little, I used to think a milkshake would like hydrate you because it was like a drink, and I was wrong every time.
They're like,
It was like, I'm still thirsty.
Hydrate you.
No. In fact, if you hammer a milkshake, you're gonna be real thirsty after.
Yeah.
Same thing with ice cream. What's the deal with ice cream? You eat ice cream, I'm always really thirsty after I have ice cream.
Because there's a lot of sugar in it, so.
Oh.
Yeah. Sugar dehydrates you. Yeah.
I do like pumpkin spice season. Like I'll do that with everything. Like, love a good old pumpkin spice. So like I'm not against like the seasonal stuff. I just never really got into the Shamrock Shake.
Do you like slushies?
No.
Me neither.
There's not a single element of a slushie that is naturally occurring, and so I get wigged out every time I drink one. Like I feel like it's gonna kill me.
That's another one I thought would be hydrational, but it was not.
Probably more so than the shake, though, right?
For sure. Yeah.
Snow cones.
Same deal.
It's a slushie.
It's a more frozen slushy. It feels like. Yeah.
Like whatever they're putting on that to make it blue,
it's bad.
It is real bad.
It's bad.
It's just poison. Meanwhile, I'm going to have 800 beers watching basketball this weekend. But at least there's a purpose behind that. Like, I don't drink pop because it doesn't, every now and again. But I don't get any benefits from that apart from it killing me. Alcohol, at least I feel good.
Well, I mean, you can get caffeine from pop.
Damn it. Good point by you.
Except for like a Sprite.
I love Sprite, though.
Me too.
A Sprite on a day like today? Not bad.
Ginger ale.
Oh, yeah.
Love ginger ale.
Yeah. Ginger ale is good.
Cranberry ginger ale.
Yes.
Very good.
Root beer.
Love root beer.
Yeah.
Love root beer.
You get a fountain root beer, you're having a great day.
Oh.
You're having a great day.
It's so good.
Barks.
Yep. Oh, man.
Well, root beer and a hot dog? That's a great day.
Root beer and a hot dog.
I want to grill some kibasi this weekend. Callis, you want to come over for a little kibasi?
You're inviting me over?
Yeah.
Oh, yay.
Yeah.
Except I can't. Sorry.
Why?
So
that worked out perfectly for me.
Yeah.
Yep.
Get credit for inviting him. Don't have to do it.
Yep.
My girlfriend's birthday is today, so
happy birthday.
Happy birthday to her, Jada. Very nice.
Happy birthday, Jada.
She's spending the night with her family tonight because I got a boxing match to work to Donnybrooks tonight to fight downtown.
Bang, bang.
Irish versus American. So,
my money's on the Irish.
We're going to spend the day together tomorrow, and then She's going to come over and meet my brother-in-law on Sunday and my best friend.
And you said you were down. That's a great weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a rough end of the week. It started good, got worse, then now it's going to get better, I hope.
Is your best friend like a best friend from whenever you were little?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, he lives in Maryland now, and he's got his own lady down there.
Little double date action?
No, she's not coming up. Yeah.
Texter. I love Callus, except when he does that yay.
Yay! Yay!
Texter, Fountain Dr. Pepper and a chili cheese dog.
I mean, give it to me. All day.
Oh, yeah. Texter, Squirt. America's most underrated soda.
Pretty good.
I can't say I'm familiar with Squirt.
It's just like a lemon lime soda. You know what I used to do? Talk about chili dogs. I used to grill up hot dogs. What happened?
I'm not familiar with Squirt. Yeah, I'm sure that applies.
Wow.
Woo.
You were saying something?
No, I used to grill them. I mean, it doesn't matter now. I used to grill up hot dogs and then go to Wendy's and get their chili, put it on the hot dog.
Oh, yeah. Cheat code.
Yep.
Absolute cheat code.
Yep.
For sure.
Mm-hmm.
Wendy's chili slaps. You know
So
who else's chili slaps? I'm flustered by Squirt. Permanis has good chili.
I've never had it.
Yeah.
Pretty good?
Yep.
Okay.
My brother-in-law gets it every time he goes, which I find to be very odd. But then I tried it because I made fun of him relentlessly for it, and it's good. Shall we?
Sure.
Onward and upward. What's old is new again. Mason Rudolph. Back to the Pittsburgh Steelers. What does it all mean? We tell you in 30 seconds, bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
.45 to play, counting fourth quarter, 24-10 Buffalo. Rudolph takes the snap, looks left, throws toward the goal line, pass is caught, touchdown Steelers, Calvin Austin. He has pulled the Steelers within one score with 10:32 to play. Here in the fourth quarter, it's 24-16.
Russell Wilson couldn't keep the Steelers competitive in a playoff game. Ben Roethlisberger's last few attempts, he could not keep them competitive. Nay, it was Mason Rudolph that had the Steelers within a touchdown against the Buffalo Bills 2 years ago. And now Doran Dickerson, he is back. 2 years, reported $8 million. That's more than he was making before. It's also not a lot of money. And I put it on Twitter, and it got retweeted into oblivion. The Steelers should just tell Aaron Rodgers to buzz off, ride out the year with Mason Rudolph, build up the roster around him, draft a quarterback next year. I think a lot of people agree with that. Do you agree with that, Mr. Dickerson?
Well, I mean, maybe. It depends on what the money is for Aaron Rodgers, but I think that this is the absolute best backup option. I really think that they nailed this right here. This Mason Rudolph situation reminds me of, like, whenever you graduate from high school and you finally go back. Like, I went to my son's tournament game was at West Allegheny about a month or two ago for basketball. And it's like you're going back to your high school, and it's different, but it's still the same thing. Like there's such a warmth feeling of being home. Like, oh, this is my high school.
Yeah.
But it's different, because I graduated almost 20 years ago. It's different, of course, but it's still home. Like that's kind of what I feel like with Mason Rudolph. Things are going to be different. New offensive coordinator, some new players, some familiar players. Familiar, with the organization, things of that nature. I think that this is perfect. Whether they go in the direction of Aaron Rodgers and that does get completed, I think that that's going to be a good situation. I really do. I'm starting to really come around with that. But if they don't and they get another backup quarterback option and ride with Mason, I'm fine with that too. I think Mason. You know, you're never deserved anything in the NFL. You're never deserved anything. You just always ask for an opportunity, and that's what you're deserved is an opportunity. But I think that Mason a little bit is deserved for a legit opportunity. I really do. I feel like he should have gotten more legit time and opportunity whenever he was in Pittsburgh. And I hope he gets that this time around to really just showcase like what he can. And if it fails, so be it. So be it. But let's see what Mason has. Why not? Why not? If Aaron Rodgers wants to take his time and you decide that, you know, hey, we're going to move on, just ride with Mason. You know him. Like, I can throw.
I can see the argument now if people go, okay, well, you can wait on Rodgers now knowing that you have a dude who's capable of being your day one starter, and you don't have to have your bum puckered now this entire time. Oh, my God, are we going to miss out on Russell Wilson? Oh, my God, what's going to happen here? If people have that opinion, I can totally see it. I just want a full-on ride with Mason into the season. They have still a significant amount of cap space. There are still really good free agents out there at positions of need. I would just build it up around Mason. And if Mason plays great this year, wonderful. If Mason doesn't play great this year, that's fine too, because you weren't going to win the Super Bowl, and you could still have Mason Rudolph as your backup next season when you ultimately draft a quarterback. To me, that's what I would rather do now. That is my preferred destination. Ride off with Mason Rudolph. Let him guide the sleigh tonight, Doran Dickerson. And I would tell Aaron Rodgers, scram. Because here's what Rodgers is doing, I think. He's holding out hope to see what happens with the Minnesota Vikings. Perhaps he's mulling over retirement. If he's legitimately mulling over retirement, I don't want that guy here.
No, he's already retired.
He got his foot out the door.
Yep.
You're not going to give your best effort if you are legitimately considering stepping away from the game for good. You can't be all in. Now, if it's Tom Brady and he's saying, maybe I will, maybe I won't, well, I know that Tom Brady's always going to give it 100%, 110%. He's going to bust his ass. If he's going to do something, he's going to put everything he has into it. Aaron Rodgers didn't put everything he had into being the Jets quarterback. Of course, it's impossible to argue otherwise. He didn't go to OTAs. He didn't go to minicamp. And then he's talking about his non-negotiables. Well, you need to be team first. There can be no excuses. Then he's flaming guys on Pat McAfee. Mason Rudolph, he's the American dream, Doran, from a quarterback perspective. Like, this is a guy who got drafted in the third round, was given an opportunity when Ben Roethlisberger got hurt, and then he kind of got screwed around, jerked around. Oh, it's Duck. Oh, it's Mason. Oh, it's Duck. Oh, it's Mason. And then thrown in there, he's getting hit over the head with a helmet by Myles Garrett. He's getting accused of one of the worst things you could ever be accused of, which I don't believe happened. And Mike Tomlin came to his defense. You get hit in the face by Earl Thomas like a heat-seeking missile. And not only do you get concussed and ouchie, and you're literally knocked out in midair, but it's also humiliating because they have to take off your face mask and then the whole cart situation.
Yep.
Then they draft Kenny Pickett, which that doesn't mean he got screwed. Where he got screwed and all that for me, Doran, is they went out and they paid Mitch Trubisky.
Right.
That was the mistake there. They should have allowed Mason Rudolph to compete with Kenny Pickett and let the best man win and make it a legitimate competition. And at that point, I do think Mason would have won the competition. And if he plays bad, then you go to Kenny Pickett. That's where they screwed this all up.
Well, I think that Mason probably has to know something about what the direction of the quarterback position is going to go in this year in order to sign. Now, I know he got a lot more money, I think, than initially, and that's why he signed elsewhere. That's one of the reasons why he signed with Tennessee is because I don't think the Steelers were willing to pay him last time around, but they gave him $4.5 million a year for 2 years, right?
Yeah, see, I think they wanted him to come back, but when Russ was walking through the door, he was like, I can't do this again.
Right.
I can't get screwed by you guys again.
I think that it's probably up front at this point. It would have to be for Mason to come back. Like, hey, we're going to pursue Aaron if he does come in. You will be the backup, but if he doesn't, then you'll have a legit opportunity this year.
It's the best thing you could ever ask for Mason Rudolph.
Yeah.
Who I believe to be a good guy. I really like Mason.
I've heard nothing but good things.
I had a nice conversation with him at training camp one time. I was wearing my West Virginia hat, and he's like, I walked up in that place. It was pouring down rain, and they were very, very mean. So it's one of the best atmospheres we played in the Big 12. I was like, you know what, Mason? You're in my heart now, buddy. I love that. He did not play well at Tennessee last year. They also sucked. Look at what they're doing in free agency right now. It's clear as day they're going to draft Cam Ward because they are beefing and building up this offensive line. But they don't have weapons there. So it's a terrible offensive line, 0 weapons. I don't worry about what happened last season. 9 touchdowns, 9 interceptions, 5 games started. He didn't play well. Doesn't worry me. He walks in here, and I think you're right. We had a little birdie whisper to us a couple of days ago. For Mason, it's down to 3 teams. It's the Steelers, 2 other teams. He might come here because he thinks if it's Rodgers, a 42-year-old almost, he could go down at any point, and then you're starting games.
Right.
But right now, like if the season started tomorrow, obviously he is your starting quarterback. And if it's Aaron Rodgers, there's a good shot, man, you're going to get a chance to play. And you come back in the situation's much better than it was than when you left.
Yeah.
You had Deontay Johnson and George Pickens then, and George Pickens hadn't become George Pickens, although he had a great game against the Bengals with Mason Rudolph throwing the football. Deontay was on the way out. Now you got DK Metcalf. DK Metcalf and a more finished product version of George Pickens and a legitimate chance to start. You're not going to find a better situation in the NFL than this one for Mason Rudolph. You're not. 412-928-9370. That's the phone number. Give us a ring on that fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Do you want Mason Rudolph to be the day one starter? 412-928-9370. I do. Guys like Calais Campbell are out there. Now, he's 8 million years old. He's a good player. He could be a stopgap for you in the way that Cam Hayward is. You line Calais Campbell up next to Cam Hayward, and then you go into the draft, and you get yourself a defensive lineman or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6. Those guys can learn with 2 of the really good players of this generation.
Yeah.
But you probably can't do something like that if you pay Aaron Rodgers $35 million. Cooper Kupp is still out there. I'd like to sign him to a multi-year deal. You probably can't do something like that if you pay Aaron Rodgers. You would need to do some finagling.
Do you like Cooper Kupp with George, or was George out of the fold, out of the question if Cooper Kupp is signed? Because I like them all. I like all 3 of them.
I want them all together now. Because of the comp pick situation, I'm holding on to George Pickens, and I'm giving, in my hypothetical Steelers world, if I were Omar Khan, I am giving Mason Rudolph as many weapons as possible, see what he can do this season. And then next year, a rookie quarterback steps in. I think Mason would be a wonderful resource for him.
Yeah.
$4 million for a backup quarterback is nothing. Hand the reins over to a rookie next year, and that rookie looks around, and it's Cooper Kupp, it's DK Metcalf, maybe it's George, but if not, you get another wide receiver.
Right.
You could franchise him, you could extend him, and you would be able to do that because you wouldn't be paying the quarterback a lot of money at that point. And so this is what I've been calling for a while, and, you know, when Rodgers enters the fold, and you still got Russ, and there's Justin, like, it's a complicated, nuanced situation. But for $4 million to just be the legitimate stopgap, now you can really build that roster up a la Philadelphia. And next year, a rookie can walk in here and look around and think about all those bells and whistles. For me, it's the ideal situation.
Are they telling us something that they might draft Jackson Dart and then have Mason start the season and then bring Jackson along?
Well, we did have Jeff Hathorn tell us yesterday if Shedeur Sanders is there 21st overall, they would take him. And a lot of other people seem to think if Jackson Dart's there 21, the Steelers will take him. If they swing and miss on Aaron Rodgers, and it still seems like that's the plan, I do think that they could draft a quarterback in round 1. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Do you think that would be a good decision?
No. No, I would still build this roster up and get at it next year. And I thought Pat Bostic made a lot of good points yesterday when we asked him about Jackson Dart. He said, you know, people think they know about this quarterback class next year, but the reality is that fluctuates. I mean, Kenny Pickett's draft originally wasn't Spencer Rattler supposed to be part of that. And he was like this can't-miss guy at Oklahoma. And then he winds up not even playing well at Oklahoma. He goes to South Carolina. And like, that happens all the time. Can't-miss guys wind up not playing well enough. And guys that no one even has on their radar, like Joe Burrow, for God's sakes, wind up shooting up the draft boards. So, like, we don't exactly know what it's going to look like next year.
It's deep. That's all I know.
Sure is.
Don't know, like, talent-wise, but it's a deep class. There's a lot of quarterbacks coming out. I think that's where we need to kind of settle on. There's a lot of quarterbacks coming out next year. Don't know how good they are.
And you feel like if you're the Steelers, not just the depth of quarterback, but what you have to move up in the draft, you got a lot more equity there. You have probably 4 comp picks coming back next year. You're probably not going to be all that good next season. So you're going to have an opportunity in Pittsburgh to go make that splashy move. I could see it both ways. And if you draft Jackson Dart this year, it does not preclude you from taking a quarterback next year either. You start throwing darts at the wall and see what happens. I wouldn't do it.
No pun intended.
Throwing Jackson darts at the wall. 412-928-9370. We've hit on a bunch of different angles with Mason Rudolph already. How does it make you feel? Mason Rudolph coming back. What was your initial reaction? You scroll through, you see it on Twitter, or you hear it on 93.7 The Fan, the breaking news. Your initial reaction to Mason Rudolph coming back, and do you want him to start day one? 412-928-9370. We'll take your phone calls. You can text us. Brought to you by Eggersteiner and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you right now. It's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mason Rudolph back to the Pittsburgh Steelers on a 2-year contract worth $8 million. Also, the Pirates played yesterday, lost 15-3 to the Minnesota Twins and the Penguins. They beat the St. Louis Blues 5-3. Penguins have won 3 games in a row. More fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, it's Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. It's St. Patrick's Day weekend. The weather is awesome. It's officially outdoor beer drinking season. So let me remind you, you need beer, and to help you celebrate St. Patty's Day now through Sunday, Hampton Beer Outlet has Guinness, 24-pack cans, just $39.99 a case. That's $10 off. It's the best price anywhere. That's right, Guinness, 24, 17-ounce cans, or thereabouts, $39.99. Crazy. Now through Sunday, they also have St. Patty's favorites, Smittix, Harp, Magners, Murphy's. They got it all. So get ready for a terrific party weekend. Get to Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here. Just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Kelsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. live and local, just like Mike's.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Tune in every week for TGL matches. So how important is college sports in Alabama and Georgia? It's so important that when state legislators realized that their beloved state schools were at a potential recruiting and retention disadvantage, they recently introduced bills to eliminate state income tax on all athletes' name, image, and likeness generated revenue. That is ridiculous. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Your life, your goals, your legacy. With a dedicated Fidelity advisor, it's all part of a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE, SIPC.
This week, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is bringing you a Dog of the Day Profit Boost token. One of the best parts about the tourney is when an underdog takes down a powerhouse. And right now, those upsets can get even better because if your underdog bet wins, you'll land even more winnings with a profit boost. This is your chance to ride with the long shots, the scrappy teams, the ones that just won't go quietly. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your Dog of the Day with a profit boost. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey because, after all, anything can happen in March. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Wager of at least plus 100 odds required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amounts. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Clouds and sun today, the high 77.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC part solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
From the court to the open road, performance matters. That's why Spitzer Acura has luxury that delivers. Like the fast brake style of the Integra, the athletic lines of the TLX, or the smooth moves of an MDX. Spitzer Acura has the lineup that'll take your game to the next level. And with every new Spitzer Acura, you'll score a lifetime powertrain warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a service loaner. Don't wait for the buzzer. Our friendly team is ready to assist you now. Find your drive at Spitzer Acura. Online at SpitzerAcura.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
So far, so good with the Friday Morning Rush. This report brought to you by South Hills Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Fiat. Parkways east and west, just a little heavy into their respective tunnels. No problems on Route 28 from Harmer to the north side. Same story for the Parkway north from I-79 down to and across southbound Veterans Bridge. Crosstown also looking good over toward the Boulevard of the Allies and the Liberty Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Let the madness begin. Stop into South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township for slam dunk deals. 2025 Ram 1500 Tradesman. Payment starting at $369 for 36 months. This deal ends when the final buzzer sounds. See dealer for details.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishy.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Morning Show, brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. Mason Rudolph, he's back. I want him to start the season. Why not? 412-928-9370. That's the number. The people are weighing in. They're also weighing in on that text line. We'll get to the phone calls in a second here. But here's a text that really stood out to me, Doran. And they write, guys, signing Rudolph is another great example of the Steelers becoming a complacent organization. The standard is not the standard anymore, and blah, blah, blah. It's a damn shame. They still want Rodgers. I don't think this, in their eyes, puts an end to the Rodgers sweepstakes.
No.
For me, it does, but I ain't running the team. For them, they think he's the backup quarterback. They don't think he's going to start, I don't believe, day one. They'd be okay with it. Like, they've got themselves a good backup plan here.
They've prepared for it.
Yes, and they do that at every position.
Mm-hmm.
Like, think about what they've done at corner. They had 2 corners. Now you go into the draft. If a great corner is there, you can take one, but you don't have to, and you can go into the season with what you have. That's what they're doing at the quarterback position. And even if they saw it my way and just wanted Mason Rudolph to be the starter from day one, I don't think that means it's complacent. I think that's actually with an eye on the big picture. Well, we have to understand where we actually are in the NFL ecosystem. We're probably not going to win anything significant with Rodgers or with Russ, so let's go with the legitimate bridge quarterback. That wouldn't mean complacency to me. It would be a departure from the way that they typically view things. And it would mean that they're viewing, and I say this all the time, the forest through the trees, Doran.
I think that this situation, I feel like that they are scrambling for sure. Like the Mason was like a scramble option. His name wasn't brought up until a couple days ago. Aaron Rodgers' name wasn't brought up until a couple days ago. And they're just running out of options. And I think that now they're coming to terms that if we have to go with a quarterback that's a starter on our team this year that isn't of the upper echelon, that, you know, a big name or a veteran quarterback, a Russell Wilson or an Aaron Rodgers, and we missed out on a bunch of guys, at least we're going with the familiar guy. And then we'll see how it works. And I honestly think, I've been thinking about this a lot too, like I honestly think that, like if I were the GM, if I were Omar Khan, like, man, I just need to get the ball out. No, at this point, like we've built up this receiver, at least starting receiving core, to the fact where just throw it in the area. Honestly, like that's how good I think George Pickens and DK Metcalf can be together, and that's how much talent those two have at that wide receiver spot. Like we just need somebody that can throw the ball.
And what do we know about Rudolph?
He can throw.
He can throw the ball down the field, and we saw it, man. It wasn't Matt Canada at the end calling the plays. It was Matt Canada's scheme, and they moved the ball and they scored points with Mason. Those final 3 games, the third one, not so much because it was in the monsoon, but he made enough plays to win. The 2 games before that, Cincinnati, Seattle, he played out of his mind.
Mm-hmm.
He was outstanding. He's not the franchise quarterback.
No.
Like I heard Pony say yesterday in the 2 o'clock segment, and everybody's entitled to their opinion, he said he wants to see if Mason's got more to give. I think he is what he is. But what he is a guy that, you know, if everything goes right, you could win 9 or 10 games with this roster and Mason Rudolph. Seriously. I believe that. I don't think there's a high ceiling, but I think that is the ceiling.
Yeah.
9 or 10 wins. And that's a bridge to next year. Anthony in Oakland first up today, our guy. What's up, Anthony?
Fellas, I'm going to try to be as articulate as I possibly can.
You always are.
The Steelers may have salvaged something that they created. They allowed Justin Fields, rightly or wrongly, he disappeared. Then it looked like chaos consumed this team for a while, and it cost them in free agency. Because remember, fellas, the last time we saw the Baltimore Ravens in 2 games, they almost ran 600 yards on the Pittsburgh Steelers in 2 games. That says your defensive line is not strong enough. And by dilly-dallying around with Aaron Rodgers and the price tag he was bringing out, they could have had Javon Hargrove, or that Jonathan Allen, or Leonard Floyd to help there. That may have cost them now because Minnesota grabbed 2 of them. So, and that, let's be clear, guys. That's where Aaron Rodgers wants to go. He wants to go up there with Kevin O'Connor. That's what he's doing. So he's playing around here. So bring Mason back. The last time we saw Mason, we saw a happy George Pickens.
You're right about that.
Happy George Pickens putting his arm around. You know that game in Baltimore where he didn't get the ball. Much people think, oh, boy, it's going to be an exploit. You didn't hear a peep. He was a happy camper.
Yeah, he didn't have any catches in that game. Nope. And still, there was nothing going into that playoff game. You're right about that, Anthony.
So, fellas, you can't sit around here. The franchise is teetering here. Okay, they've made some mistakes. Hopefully, they've made a correction, and you have to get a younger quarterback. Focus on that. But outside of that, develop one, because Mr. Tomlin, you inherited a fully developed Ben Roethlisberger, but you've done nothing since. So your credibility is on the line here too.
Thank you for the call, Anthony. Really appreciate it. I really don't disagree with a single thing Anthony said. I just think that they're still in on Rodgers.
Yeah. I think they're in on Rodgers, but I think that now that Minnesota, just like Anthony said, Minnesota's coming to the fold, I think that Rodgers like, wait a minute. Like, if I can go to – I mean, where would you go?
I would go to Minnesota in a heartbeat.
So I think he's trying to figure that out as well.
If I were Minnesota, man, I think I'd just roll with J.J. McCarthy.
It would really depend on how much faith I would have in J.J. Like I don't worry about injuries like the Achilles or ACLs anymore. Like, and especially at that position. So I don't think that the injury plays a factor in J.J. McCarthy. I think he'll be fine.
Not when you're young.
But like, how much faith did they really have in him? Obviously, they had a lot of faith because they drafted him in the first round. But like,
and they let Sam Darnold go when they won 14 games with the guy.
Right.
So that's where I'm leaning. I don't know that Minnesota's a legitimate option, and they have spent a lot of money already in free agency. They're loaded for bear. I mean, that's a really, really, really good roster.
Yes.
If I'm Rodgers, I'd try to take less money and go there and go out with a bang.
Mm-hmm.
But if I'm them, I'm thinking we have a great roster. We've got J.J. McCarthy. Maybe this year isn't our year, but maybe it's the year before the year. Maybe we're the Philadelphia Eagles because our roster's so damn good, and you're not going to win the Super Bowl probably with a pseudo-rookie quarterback, but could we do it next year? And can we let this guy develop with all these great weapons we've got around? And we can win with defense, too. Maybe it looks like Bo Nix early on in the season. It's not great. That's probably what I'd do if I were Minnesota.
Like, the only way, in my opinion, that Aaron Rodgers doesn't want to go to Minnesota is because he's so petty and because he doesn't want to have the same track as Brett Favre.
Yes.
That's the only thing that I think that would hold him back because he's that petty.
Yes.
And
I can't follow in Favre's footsteps.
No.
I'm my own guy.
Right.
But I agree with Anthony. You got a $4 million quarterback, $4.5, whatever it is, $1 million quarterback this year now and next year in Mason Rudolph. Go out and sign some D linemen because they have not solved that issue. And if I were a betting man, and I am, and I had to bet today, March 14th, what they're going to do in round one, I'd bet a pretty penny they're going to take a defensive lineman because they ain't addressed that at all. We can get into that more later on in the show. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I'm really happy they did this. I'm happy for Mason. I think it's a good move, even if he's the backup quarterback, but it still pisses me off. And I'll explain why when we come back. Bunch of phone calls will get to you as well. First, it's a Harry Callis headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mason Rudolph to the Pittsburgh Steelers on a 2-year deal worth $8 million. Steelers also get a pair of receivers back, Scotty Miller and Ben Skoranek. Both are here on new deals. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it is Dorn.
Who's cutting down the nets this March? Get in on all the action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. I'm still feeling a Duke Blue Devil and Cooper Flagg national championship, even though Cooper Flagg rolled his ankle yesterday. I expect him to be back for the tournament. Bet $20 on the team you think that wins it all. And if they do, you'll win a share of $2 million in bonus bets, plus receive a $10 in bonus bets for every win your team has in the tournament. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Jared Jones. Just 13 days until Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger. Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
What's the dog name again? His name is Top Dog. Tell the dog to go bite him. Tell the dog to go sick him. He got me hurt. It was all his fault. I'm in a lot of pain. Tell the dog to go bite him. It's Top Dog. It's Top Dog Law. It's Top Dog. It's Top Dog Law. You ever see a grown man cry? You ever see it in your life? I'm crying right now. Playing with my life. Went to the hospital. Doctor did something wrong. I don't know if he knew what he was doing, but he did something wrong.
Hey, it's Crowley. The madness is here. Sullivan Super Service is helping you score big this March with a free furnace when you buy an air conditioner. That's right, it's BOGO time. Save money and stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivansuperservice.com. But hurry, the madness won't stay here forever, and a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711. When you've been hurt on the job, who decides when you're better? Who decides when your treatment is over? Who decides when your benefits are over? The answer might surprise you. Insurance company doctors do. How does that make you feel? If the answer is not great, call Edgar Snyder and Associates today at 1-800-94-EDGAR. They've gotten over $2 billion for their clients, and they'll fight for the work comp rights you deserve. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. So again, that's 1-800-94-EDGAR.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Welcome to AT&T. How can I help?
Hey, I thought I could trust my twins with my phone, but they outnumber me, man.
Whoa, that's a lot of glitter paint. Let's trade
lives.
At AT&T, everyone can trade in an old or glittered iPhone any year, any condition, and save on a new iPhone. Ask how to get iPhone 16 Pro on us. New and existing customers. Savings vary by device and trade-in combinations. Restrictions apply. See att.com for details. AT&T. Connecting changes everything.
Selling your home, it's one of the biggest financial decisions you'll ever make. You could go it alone, trying to navigate market trends, determine fair pricing, and tackle tricky negotiations on your own. You could second-guess every decision, wondering if you're doing it right. Then there's the showings, the offers, and the mountain of paperwork. Or you could work with the expertise of a realtor, here to guide and help protect as you make your next big move. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
So out of one side of my mouth, Doran, I've said I want Mason Rudolph to be the starting quarterback when the season kicks off in September. Out of the other side of my mouth, I'm about to tell you why I'm pissed, if that's the case too. Because you could have done this 2 years ago. You could have done it 2 years ago, and maybe things are different now. You know, maybe he takes over the reins then. Instead of that great 4-game sample size you got at the end of last season, maybe he would have played really well that whole year. Maybe Kenny Pickett never gets put in there that season. And maybe that means that Mason Rudolph takes off maybe it means that Kenny, with a little bit of seasoning and a little bit of time, winds up being in a better position to succeed.
Yeah.
I think they flubbed the whole thing then with Mitch Trubisky. Like, you drafted Mason Rudolph, by all accounts, with a first-round grade on the dude, and then you jerked him around in the Duck Hodges season because you're so friggin' focused on competing to get to the playoffs every year instead of seeing what you had in that investment. You go with the undrafted guy because you think at times he gives you a better chance to win. Who cares?
Right.
What were you going to do? Like, seriously, man, what was the end goal of that season? You're not going to win the Super Bowl with Duck Hodges?
The goal was to have a winning season.
It's ridiculous.
Uh-huh. It is. It is. Do you think that they flub it up this time with Mason? There's still a chance.
I don't think that they're going to give Mason an opportunity to be their forever quarterback. And I'm okay with it now because of what has happened, because of how this has all transpired. I think they truncated, that's probably not the right word. I think they capped his ceiling by not having a quarterback coach in the very beginning, by jerking him around. I think he'd be a solid player, and is a solid player in the NFL. But I think the chance for him to be a true franchise guy are probably behind him.
Mm-hmm.
Now, examples like Sam Darnold, examples like Geno Smith might speak to the opposite of that, but I think those are the exception, not the rule. So I think I think if he starts this year, it's with the knowledge that he's the bridge quarterback. And I'm sure that, well, I would hope, I should say, that they've been clear with him about
I was just about that. Like,
Yeah.
Do you think that it's put out there, it's on the table, like what the direction is going to be for Mason Rudolph? I mean, I think it would have to be. I think that Mason is smart enough now. He's been in the league long enough now,
Yeah.
and, business savvy of the NFL now that it's like, all right, like, I'm coming back. I want this amount of money. I know that you're desperate too. You know me. I know you. I want this, this, this. And then we can make it happen. Sure, I'll come back. Because I even said, like, whenever we had that little birdie tell us about Mason Rudolph and it was concrete, I was like, why in the hell would he want to come back here?
And I agreed with that question when you threw it out there.
And, I mean, money, if you give me the right amount of money that I think that I deserve, and if you tell me what's honestly the direction that we're going in, yeah, okay, fine. So if they had to have done that, I would assume that Mason Rudolph is smart enough to know that, like, you need to ask those questions.
And the birdie told us that if Mason picked the Steelers, it was because he knew an oldie quarterback was coming in here.
Yeah.
Old folks home quarterback was coming in here. And you either swing and miss on signing that guy, or that dude walks through the door and breaks his hip, and you get to be the dude for a year. And then you see what happens. I mean, Mason probably hasn't given up on the idea of being a starting quarterback in the NFL, but I don't think he's got the expectation of being a starter.
No.
I think those things are different. KP in the car. Kenny?
Hey,
What
good
up,
morning,
KP?
guys. Good morning. How are you guys doing this morning?
Good. How you doing?
Good. Can't complain. Kind of wanted to touch base on the whole Mason Rudolph situation.
Sure.
I mean, I in fact do think Mason should be the starter for the complete season this season, only because like we know this is not a long-term thing, but to kind of like give us a short-term type of bridge. I mean, there's really no better of an option. But Mason, Metcalf, and Pickens will each probably catch 7-8 touchdowns apiece, probably 3 or 4 deep go balls a game. At least the offense will move and be sort of kind of exciting. Not expecting a Super Bowl anytime soon with Mason being a quarterback, but at least you could build some pieces around him and spend money in more areas of need.
KP,
drafts maybe. Yes, sir.
I'm with you on everything you said, and you kind of hit on something that Anthony in Oakland hit on earlier. Like, if Mason were to be the guy for the full season, I do think he would keep those deep threats happy.
Oh, for sure.
Like, I think DK Metcalf ain't going to be bitching, and I don't think George Pickens would be bitching. There's enough football to go around for those guys on deep shots.
Mm-hmm. He looks for those guys too. Like he knows his athletes. He knows his receivers. He's going to be like, all right, like I know DK's one-on-one. I don't care if they're even. Like, I don't care if he's double covered. I'm giving DK Metcalf a shot. I'm giving George a shot. Like, he does do that.
And they don't need to be volume guys. You don't need to pump them the football 14 times a game. If you catch 1 or 2 deep balls and you look up and it was 4 for 90, those guys will be happy and satisfied.
Heck yeah.
And I think what that means, whenever you take it into the context and the scope of the bigger picture, is you keep those guys as happy as possible for this year, and then you move into next season and, okay, maybe George signs here. Maybe they decide to do that, pay both wide receivers. Maybe he's more receptive to a franchise tag. Maybe not. But I do think as far as backups go or as far as stopgaps go, this is a guy who can keep both dudes happy and feed both mouths. To Rob in Chicago? To Rob in Chicago. Hello, Rob.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Morning.
I think that Mason Rudolph is definitely a stabilizing force in this whole thing. I think that everyone's kind of stole my thunder, but yeah, give the guy the year, focus on the defensive line, and good Lord, if they bring in Cooper Kupp, they got to keep in mind they only have one football. And I have one other point that I'd like to make. It's a little different, but I saw this on Instagram where Jim Harbaugh has a longer career rush than Najee Harris by 41 yards to 37.
Oh, my God.
That guy, if you ever take a look at highlights from the 96 playoff game after the AFC Championship game, by the fourth quarter, Jim Harbaugh was a bloody mess, and he kept coming back for more. That guy's he's got balls like bowling balls. He's something else.
Thank you, Rob.
Thanks, Rob.
You got it. Yep.
See, this is, but getting back on track,
You don't want to talk about Jim Harbaugh's testicles?
No, I love Rob in Chicago. I love whenever he calls up. He's a great caller and a great listener for us. But I honestly, I didn't hear one thing he just said there.
He talked about Jim Harbaugh's ball.
Yeah, I was thinking about how I could tie in the situation that happened about 3-4 weeks ago and why I thought that there was actual real smoke to it, and that's the Trevor Lawrence thing. I really do think that the Steelers were trying to get him because they had the plans to get somebody like DK Metcalf. I think because DK Metcalf just requested that he wanted traded, he wanted out. This is before they got rid of Geno Smith, before they got rid of Lockett. The Steelers knew that the Seahawks were going to unload. And I think that they had their eyes on DK. They're like, we are going to give him an offer that he can't refuse. I think they had that plan. So, let's get him a quarterback. Let's call on teams that may be interested of getting rid of a quarterback on their team. And what are new situations in a head coach that might want to bring in their own people? I think they did call on Trevor Lawrence. Now, you think if they did make that happen, they wouldn't have any cap money to do anything else. They'd have DK. They'd have Trevor Lawrence. But Trevor Lawrence, let's put Trevor Lawrence in the Steelers' offense right now. What it will look like. What it will look like this year. Trevor Lawrence throwing to DK and George?
He'd have a shot. I think I'm not a big Lawrence believer, especially at that price. I'd rather bridge to.
Would you rather have Aaron Rodgers this year or Trevor Lawrence?
I'd rather have Trevor Lawrence in that scenario for sure. Yeah, for sure. I don't disagree. I think they absolutely reached out.
Yeah.
Of course they did.
Yeah. Because I think their plans were to get DK Metcalf the whole entire time in this offseason.
They tried to get Ayuk last year. They just paid a wide receiver $150 million. They're checking in on everything. There's no question about that. And if you're checking in on wide receivers, you're absolutely checking in on quarterbacks. I won't disagree with that. If it came down to Lawrence or Rodgers, I'll take Lawrence 100 times out of 100. But I don't mind what could happen here if it's Mason as a bridge. I think their eyes are set on bigger things, a la Aaron Rodgers, but their backup plan isn't exactly a bad one. 412-928-9370. Fan Morning Show Twitter polls brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, TrustPJ.com. Who do you want to start day one, Aaron Rodgers or Mason Rudolph? Someone made a good point about Russ. We'll get to that coming up next, plus your Bradenton Bucko breakdown. First, a Harry headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates lost 15-3 in spring training yesterday against the Minnesota Twins. They've got a game today at 6 o'clock against the Detroit Tigers. Pittsburgh Penguins won against the St. Louis Blues yesterday to make it a 3-win streak now for the Penguins. Their next game is tomorrow at 3 o'clock against the New Jersey Devils. More headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now for the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush continues to crowd up. This report brought to you by Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today. Parkway East, your delays now at Edgewood Swissvale to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels, while the Parkway West is heavy near the top of Green Tree Hill, and then again approaching the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Earlier accident being cleared in White Oak, tying up the 900 block of Bridgeview Street near Senate Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Winter, snow, and ice wreak havoc on your home, especially if your roof, siding, or gutters aren't up to par. There's only one choice. If you think your home isn't properly protected, call The Pickle. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
Hey, basketball fans, want to boost your odds on the next college hoops wager? Just log into your BetMGM account today to receive an odds boost token. Then place a wager on any college basketball matchup and apply your token. Just make sure to bet up to the minimum stake, odds, and legs specified on the token. If your boosted wager hits, you'll score a bigger payout, no matter the showdown. BetMGM is your home for betting college basketball. Place your bets and adds Vegas excitement to every pass, every dunk, and every buzzer beater. Think you can hit that winning shot? Step onto the court for your chance to score. Claim your college basketball odds boost token today. The players are ready for tip-off, so take your shot with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New and existing customer offer. Rewards expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Carl. I'm 68 years old, and I lost 40 pounds thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss. In looking at pictures, I realized that my color wasn't good. I looked bloated, constantly tired, out of breath. It got to the point where I decided it was time to pick up the phone and call Awaken 180. The combination of the diet and the coaching really pushed me over the top. My self-confidence soared. I'm walking, I'm working out. Instead of 68, I feel like I'm 28. I just had my annual physical, and my doctor looked at my blood pressure and he said, "What did you do? What happened?" And I explained that I'm on the Awaken 180 program. I've never felt so good in my life. And as somebody that sometimes likes to take the shortcut, I didn't have to do that with this program. Awaken 180 is my solution for weight loss.
Carl's solution for weight loss? My solution for weight loss. Chris Muller here. Lower blood pressure, increased confidence, feeling years younger? Want the same results? Then do what we did and make your own 180 at awaken180weightloss.com.
All right, imagine you're just like me, looking at your house, looking at your chimney, looking at your retaining wall and saying, I need to get that done, I need to get that done, I need to get that done. Well, year after year passes, and then finally, well, it could be too late and then sometimes more costly. So get on it now. With the weather really starting to warm up, you got to call Precision Pointing. They do it all. Brick, block, mortar replacement, whole house restoration, retaining walls, free estimates, no money down, so you don't have to worry about them running away with your deposit. Precision Pointing. Do what I did. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 43rd Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, now through Sunday, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. See what's new at over 1,200 exhibits with everything for your home. Ask the experts. Discover the farm-to-table lifestyle. Homeowners, when the power goes out, your life is disrupted. Heat, air conditioning, refrigeration, phones, all gone. Be prepared for the next outage with the Generac Home Standby Generator. After sensing a power outage, a Generac generator automatically restores your home's power, whether you're home or away. Power your life with a Generac Home Standby Generator. Visit Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh, 1519 West Liberty Avenue, or call 412-947-4472. Check us out at booth number 2544. Don't miss the largest home event in America with acres of products and services in one place at one time. The Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, now through Sunday, Convention Center downtown.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Best thing on the radio! It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Texter, no matter who the quarterback is, it's going to look like every other Steelers offense, risk-averse. Maybe, maybe not, but if that's true, then you should just go with Mason, the cheapest option. Another text. Russell Wilson's way better than Rudolph. You're insane for wanting Mason as a starter. Can't believe I'm listening to this. I mean, yeah, I think over the course of a season you'd get better from Russ than you would Mason. I'm not sure by leaps and bounds. I am damn sure, though, that it's going to be $20 million-ish more dollars.
Yep.
And you're not going to win the Super Bowl either way. So again, I would go with Mason Rudolph. And we've thrown up a Twitter poll to that end. And I am being bullied online. I said, who do you want to start week 1? And I'm getting bullied. That's okay. It's part of the job.
I mean, we are making a lot about a backup quarterback, but I understand the situation. I understand that people want the Steelers to.
Oh, I know I'm getting bullied.
Why? What'd you do? What'd you misspell?
I wrote, who do you want to start week 1 for the Steelers? And option 1 was Mason, and option 2 was Rudolph. Why am I being bullied? I don't understand it. It's a reasonable question. Well, no, it's because you're a dumbass, Crowley. I was like, why is it only 51-49? Pony's poll was like 80-20 Mason. What happened here? Well, it's because I gave the humans one option. Way to go, smart ass. All right, we'll get back into the quarterbacks coming up in the next segment. But right now, it's time for a Bradenton Bucko Breakdown. Brought to you by New Flow Men's Health and Hampton Beer Outlet. Doran, panic meter on David Bednar is, if it's a scale of 1 to 10, for me it's an 11 right now. Last spring training he was hurt, so he stunk, and then he never got right all season long. ERA of 5+ last year. Yesterday in his spring training outing, he went 1/3 of an inning, gave up 3 hits, 2 walks, 5 earned runs. No strikeouts.
Oh, man.
His ERA this spring, 12.46.
Dang.
Doran, I'm not saying he shouldn't be part of the roster. I'm not saying he shouldn't be part of the bullpen. But if he's their closer day 1, I mean, they have to have an incredibly short leash.
Yeah.
One of the fastest ways the season can spiral, because we saw what happened to them last year, is you get great starting pitching. You're a team that's not great with the sticks. You start blowing 1-run leads. You're probably going to be in a bunch of 1-run, 2-run close games. If he struggles early, you can't keep throwing him out there in high leverage situations.
I know. Who would be the guy, though?
You'd probably go with Holderman.
Yep.
Holderman had a really good year, save for 5 outings. Like, his numbers didn't look great because he had 5 outings that were bad.
Really
Other than
bad.
that, he was lights out. Yeah, and they were really bad.
Really bad.
He was giving hard contact. He was giving up home runs. I believe in him. I think he's a really good reliever. But I also believed in David Bednar coming into spring training. So if he's the closer day 1, they can't let that linger. Good news from yesterday.
Please give it to me.
Jared Jones, 4 1/3, 4 strikeouts, 1 earned run, spring ERA of 2.25.
Awesome.
Let's
Love
go.
it. Love to hear it.
New Flow Men's Health and Hampton Beer Outlet bring you that wonderful Bradenton Bucko Breakdown. We got Noah Hiles a little bit later on in the show, Pirates beat writer for the Post-Gazette. He'll give us the lowdown on what might be plaguing one David Bednar. But coming up next, people are coming out of the woodwork, Doran. Like you thinking that Aaron Rodgers could work out for the Steelers. We'll react to that, and I have a question. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Morning, the record high temperature for today in Pittsburgh, 79 degrees. I think highs today is going to be close, but just shy of hitting a record. I have Pittsburgh at 78 degrees for today's high. Today will be dry, partly cloudy afternoon skies. Morning temperatures are in the 40s. Noon temperatures will be in the low 70s. Hey, Saturday's looking mostly dry also, but there is going to be a storm chance. More rain and storms will roll through on Sunday morning. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the Kid K Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Spring is in the air, and it's time to breathe new life into your home. Prepare your property for the warmer weather with 84 Lumber. As your one-stop destination for quality materials and unbeatable service, 84 Lumber is here to guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or a professional builder, 84 Lumber's knowledgeable team has you covered to transform your space into an outdoor oasis. 84 Lumber has 14 locations in the Pittsburgh area, and they are open on Saturdays. Don't wait. Spring into action and visit 84lumber.com to find the store nearest you and get a quote today.
Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 2.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive, or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Log on to BowserHyundai.com. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
Just in time for spring cleaning, it's Zero Res 3-room special starting at $109. So now is the perfect time to take advantage of this deal. 2 days only. Go to ZeroResPGH.com. ZeroResPGH.com now.
At Ashley, we're celebrating 80 years of innovation, style, and value with special offerings on stunning pieces. Get our top designer styles and pay over time with 80-month special financing on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Don't miss the Ashley 80th anniversary sale going on now, only at Ashley. Shop in-store and online. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store associate for details.
Get ready to score big during the 3-point savings event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Panda, ready to tell them how? Simply pick your vehicle, then roll home with 1, a huge Spitzer discount, 2, special low financing, or 3, more for your trade. Whatever you choose, it's a slam dunk. Plus, you'll get a lifetime warranty on new Toyotas, and fresh hybrid inventory is arriving weekly. So, make a fast break to Spitzer.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Traffic and other things building in the roadways. This report brought to you by your Western Pennsylvania injury attorney, LGKG. History, trust, results. LGKG, your home team. LGKG.com. Accident just in the West End. This is at the intersection of Woodville Avenue and Menotti Square. That's just off the Parkway West. Also, an accident reported on the McKees Rocks Bridge. Crews have arrived on the scene. And an earlier accident involving a vehicle into a building, tying up the intersection of Bridgeview and Senate Streets. Watch for delays around that. Parkway West, you are jammed just below Parkway Center at the Ford Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East heavy at Edgewood, Swissvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Dan Zangrilli, LGKG Personal Injury Lawyers. They're different from all the other firms you'll hear on the radio. Unlike the others, they grew up here, they live here, they serve their community here, and most importantly, they win here. History, trust, and results. LGKG.com, 724-658-8535. 724-658-8535.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
I think he's a fringe top 10 type of guy. I think what you saw last year was a little bit of physical ability diminished, but he's coming off the Achilles. I'm not saying that's going to get any better a year older, but could get a little bit better, not being that close to the surgery. He doesn't move around as well as he did before, but the arm, the velocity's there. He's still going to generally make good decisions. So is fringe top 10, is that okay? That's what happens when guys get into their 40s.
Steve Palazzolo of formerly of PFF. I don't want to do that to him. He left. He left Pro Football Focus, but he's one of these filmer breaker downer guys, Doran. And he says Aaron Rodgers is still a fringe top 10 quarterback. And I know you have belief, and Pat Bostic has belief, that if Rodgers comes in here, he could play well. And so here's what I'm interested in at 412-928-9370. We don't know what's going on with the draft or any of that. But how many games do we think Rodgers would win if he played all 17? How many games do we think Mason would win if he played all 17? 412-928-9370. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. I mean, I think it's a bigger conversation than that because to me this year is just, it's a year that has to be played. You're going to have 17 games on the schedule. You have to play them. And I think it all leads to heartbreak, and you're not going to win the last one you play. But how many games would each guy win, do you think?
10.
For both?
I mean, it's around the same. I think it just would look different.
It would look different.
It would look different. I tend to believe that if they got to the playoffs, which they would, I think both of them would get the Steelers to the playoffs. I think I would bank on Aaron Rodgers going farther in the playoffs.
He would give you a better shot.
Because of his experience.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I don't know. There's a part of me that feels like, all right, get a serviceable quarterback in there, and I think that you'll do well in offense because of the weapons you have on the outside. But another part of me is like, okay, what if you don't get a serviceable quarterback and they're a little bit better, like an Aaron Rodgers who could still throw? How good could you possibly be? How good would they be? I always look at things in the future and in the past, right? And then I connect it, how it will be. I do it a lot with the draft. Where will Jackson Dart go in next year's draft? So, what would Aaron Rodgers look like on last year's Steelers? What would Mason Rudolph look like with last year's Steelers? What would, and kind of base it off of that. I think that they would have did just as well as Russ and Justin did, but now you add another weapon, so I don't know. I think it'd be around the same, but it would look different. But I think Aaron Rodgers would go farther in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think
a great matchup.
I think any reasonable objective Steelers fan would think, okay, here's a one-game playoff. Who would you rather start? A playoff game, Aaron Rodgers or Mason Rudolph. I think people are idiots if they say Mason Rudolph. And that's no disrespect to Mason Rudolph, but you are going to lean on that Rodgers resume. Been there, done that before. No question about that. I still don't think it would lead to multiple playoff wins. And that's why I'm entrenched in my position now. I've dug a nice little trench here, Doran. I'm not moving off my spot. I think you're probably likely to win between 9 and 11 games.
Right.
Regardless of who their quarterback is, just by virtue of the way that Mike Tomlin wants to play football.
Yeah.
They like to chuck it deep. They like to run the ball. They want to win with defense. They don't put it over the middle of the field. And you play enough not great teams, and you might steal one or two, and you wind up 9, 10, maybe with Rodgers, if he is this top 10 kind of quarterback, maybe get upwards of 11. Here's the other thing. We said it last year, and it wound up being true. The schedule's tough.
Yeah.
Schedule's way tough. You got to take on the NFC North next year. I don't think you fare well with either quarterback. And Chicago is probably going to be much better. Minnesota's a loaded roster. Green Bay, young, getting older. Their experience is going to start showing up, I think. And they were a pretty good team last year. And then, of course, Detroit. They might have won the whole kit and caboodle if they had Aiden Hutchinson, honestly.
Yeah, if they didn't get hurt, right?
If they didn't get hurt. And really, it wasn't just him. It was the entire defense got hurt at one time. I think that all roads lead to pretty much the same place. And that's why I just want to keep building this thing up. But I'm interested in where people come down on this. How many games would they win with Mason? How many games do you think they'd win with Aaron Rodgers? Matthew in Pittsburgh, he's next up. Good morning, Matthew.
Morning, guys.
What's up?
Nothing much. Just sitting in traffic.
Do you have a Steelers opinion?
Oh, yes, I do. I honestly agree with you guys. I think that either with Mason or with Aaron, I don't think you win more than, 10. But I honestly think when it comes to the playoffs, after seeing Mason Rudolph in the playoffs against the Bills, I think I'd rather see what Aaron Rodgers can do.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. And I don't think Mason played terrible in that playoff game.
No.
He was fine.
He was fine, but he didn't play winning football.
No, he was. I don't think he was the reason they lost the game, but he also didn't help them win the game. Like, he threw a red zone interception that if he throws a touchdown there, they might be knotted up in that fourth quarter.
I just don't know what we're kind of looking at here. Like, I'm kind of like all over the place and confused.
Me
a little
too.
bit because, like, do we want Mason to do well?
Yeah.
Well, if he does well, then and then the Steelers are going to be like, oh, we're just going to ride with Mason Rudolph.
See, I would.
And not draft a quarterback next year. We have Mason Rudolph. He got us to the playoffs. He got us a playoff win. Like, is that good enough? Is that what people want? Or do they want Mason to do bad and be the starter and not go after Aaron Rodgers so they can go after a quarterback that in a draft that Pat Bostic puts out a lot of good points that you don't even know if that next guy's going to be the guy. Like, I don't know what people are looking at with this Mason Rudolph situation. I personally am just like, Mason is a good backup option. That's it. Like, if he's the starter, like, I don't know what you're trying to accomplish with him being the starter.
If we agree, though, that all roads lead somewhere between like 9 and 11 wins, I'm going with Mason. And if he gets to 9 or 10 wins, I don't know that they're going to be married to the guy. I don't think so. Now, it's hard for me to say because they've made a ton of mistakes at the quarterback position, including with this guy. And you would hope they don't feel like, oh, he gets us to the playoffs at 10 wins, that they owe it to him, right? Like, I can see where you're coming from on that.
But if they just win one playoff game, how could you expect the Steelers not to think that Mason Rudolph is going to be the guy? One game, and then they get blown out the next round.
Don't worry about that. It ain't going to happen.
It might. He did it with last year with less.
He didn't win a playoff game.
He got to the playoffs with less. So if he has more, he could win a playoff game.
He only had to play 3 games. Now, he had a quarterback rating of 118. And I think all roads lead to 9 or 11 wins, somewhere in that range. And ultimately, you're probably not even playing for the AFC Championship. So by that logic, it's not just, okay, yeah, Rodgers would give them a better chance to win a playoff game. I do think you're opening up yourselves to be a national embarrassment, even more so than they have been. Like, finally, people are starting to turn nationally on Mike Tomlin, but still, every time, oh, they haven't had a losing season since 2003. Oh, it's a stable organization. You're inviting a potential circus in here with Aaron Rodgers. And you're going to get talked about every day, even more so than you do now. And if it blows up, you're a laughingstock.
Mm-hmm.
If Mason Rudolph takes you to even 8 wins, 7 wins, I think people will go, okay, all right. Well, guess what? Now they know they need a quarterback to plug in with this roster. Like, this kind of feels like, dude, if they went with with Mason, and I think they're inclined to agree with you. Like, they're still going after Rodgers.
Yes.
Like, they're definitely doing that. But if they went with Mason, it feels an awful lot like 2003 to me. Like, they're building up this roster, building up this roster, building up this roster. All right, Tommy Maddox, let's see what you got.
Yeah. But you still don't have that guy waiting.
Right, well, then they drafted Ben the next year.
Right.
And I'm not guaranteeing there's Ben.
Didn't Tommy start that year, though, too?
That's what I'm saying. He did, and then he got hurt. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And that might be the case. Like, they could draft a guy next year, and if Mason wins 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 games, Mason's your guy week 1, and then you transition to the quarterback, which I'm fine with. I'm fine with that. I think there are parallels there between 03 and 04 and now 25 and 26.
I think it's just way more justifiable that if you sign Aaron Rodgers that you can move on from him if he does happen to play really good and win a playoff game or two. Like, you could still move on. If Aaron Rodgers takes you to the AFC Championship game and say you lose, you could still be like, okay, like, we're going to move on. But if Mason Rudolph does that, you're going to stay with Mason.
Yeah, but I don't think either of them have a snowball's chance in hell of doing that.
Yeah.
They haven't been outscored 75-0 in the first quarter of every playoff game the last 8 years.
I see what you're saying, but there's always the possibility.
I mean, if that happens, I don't think anybody's complaining about nothing, though, then, right? Like, if Mason in this hypothetical world, if Mason does show that, I say they probably wouldn't be fooled. Well, what if it's not a fool's gold thing? What if that happens? Okay. No one's going to be bitching about Mason, It's convoluted, it's complex, it's nuanced. 412-928-9370. You can weigh in on that coming up next. How many wins do you think Rodgers would lead them to? How many for Mason? And do you think if Mason led them to 10, 11 wins, that they would be tricked into thinking he's the guy? 412-928-9370. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. We've also got DK Metcalf, who spoke yesterday, had some interesting things to say about how it might work with George Pickens. That's on the way, too. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Steelers signed Mason Rudolph to a deal 2 years, $8 million. Steelers also bringing back a couple of wide receivers on new deals. Scotty Miller and Ben Skoranek both have new deals as of Thursday. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now it is Adam Gradlick.
Thank you so much, Callis. Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? Well, the obvious choice is to call the pickle, 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, including from me because they did great work on my house. They're a platinum-certified contractor with Atlas Shingles. All their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas Shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Do not wait. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551, or callthepickle.com.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Prolific sports journalist John Feinstein unexpectedly died yesterday at the age of 68. Beyond his peerless skills as a tireless reporter and graceful writer, John was an independent thinker. He once surprised me on Game Time by suggesting Tiger Woods should be PGA Tour commissioner, as he wouldn't be intimidated by Saudi money. He died way too early. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN+. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Check engine light on? Take the guesswork out of your check engine light with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
There's a new way to surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and Market District. Shop Giant Eagle's uncompromising quality at a reliable price with everyday savings. Look for signs throughout the store to find bargains on produce, meat, and more. At Giant Eagle, we combine exceptional customer service and quality foods, all at great value to make the most of your shopping trip. Visit Giant Eagle or Market District today to see how easy it is to save.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $169 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $216 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Lots of trouble on the roadways this morning. This report brought to you by 2 men and a junk truck. We have an accident in the process of being cleared on Route 65, Ohio River Boulevard at the McKees Rocks Bridge intersection with left turn lane is blocked as those crews continue to clean things up. Also an accident in the West End. Crews on the scene at the intersection of Woodville Avenue and Menotti Square. And one in White Oak Borough, an earlier accident involving a vehicle into a building, the intersection of Bridgeview and Senate Streets. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by 2 Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at 2menandajuncktruck.com.
You know what you want to say. Bad dog. You chewed up my couch. Now I gotta call the junk men to have them haul it out of here. Time to call the pros. 2 Men and a junktruck.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. A little bit of breaking news there during the commercial, Doran. From Adam Schefter, developing a sleeper team that has emerged and is now making a push to sign former Rams free agent wide receiver Cooper Kupp is the Dallas Cowboys. Kupp's decision on where to sign could come as early as today. Here's the thing with the Rodgers deal, man. Like, okay, they're pursuing him. They want him. Like, that much is obvious. Like, they view Mason Rudolph, despite my pleading, as the backup quarterback. It still needs to get done now.
Yeah.
Like, you can't keep waiting. And that's on both parties here. Like, Rodgers is dragging it out. Clearly, they're okay with it dragging out. And Kupp is just a vessel through which I will complain. But, like, this is just another example of a guy they could ultimately wind up missing out on.
Yeah.
So, agree with Rodgers being the guy, disagree with Rodgers being the guy, agree or disagree on the ceiling, what could happen with Rodgers. The longer it goes on, the more and more dudes you're going to miss out on. And I think that's been most clear on the defensive line because they had Javon Kinlaw in for a visit. Like, there were links to Javon Hargrave. Jonathan Allen was a guy rumored they could be interested in. None of those guys worked out. And now Cooper Kupp, who would make all the sense in the world for a team that could use one more wide receiver, especially when they're probably going to have to draft D-line in the first round now. Well, now they could wind up missing out on this guy.
Yeah, all because of Rodgers.
Let's light a fire, baby, under his ass. I need reports of Minnesota bowing out. I think that's the hang-up, right? Like,
that or retirement.
Could be.
That or retirement, but I don't know if Aaron Rodgers wants to go out the way that it ended last year. So
this won't surprise you at all. I have no idea what it's like to be a professional athlete, but I can imagine being retired with $1 bajillion, and that sounds pretty good to me.
It sounds nice.
Like, you don't have a 350-pound dude landing and busting your Achilles in half. Like, at that point in my career, if I'm Rodgers, I would worry about concussions and stuff, too. Like, do I want to take another head injury? There's no guarantee it happens, but, like, do I want to do that?
I would look at, like, okay, like, what's my options? And is my options going to benefit my legacy? Like, are my options going to benefit my legacy? Like, do I have a chance to win, to add to my legacy, or do I have a chance to decrease my legacy? And I feel like the options that he has right now, whether it's the Giants, Steelers, or Vikings, I don't know if any of those really will tickle him of being like, okay, like if I retire next year after going to this place, like, will that benefit my legacy? I don't think he thinks that. I think he thinks that these teams are just middling teams.
You think he thinks that about Minnesota?
Maybe. Like, I mean, because of the division, because of Philadelphia, like, what is a realistic chance, because of Washington, what is the realistic chance that I could make it to a Super Bowl? It's not, to him, it's like, okay, we win a playoff game or two. Like, that's not what I want to do. I want to have a chance to win a Super Bowl, and none of these teams really give me that option.
Man, you make a really good point there, Doran. Like, Minnesota, to me, clearly the best team. And if I'm Rodgers and I believe in myself, I think I could go there and win. But you're right. Like, where do you fit in the division? You're a third-place team? You're the fourth-place team.
Yep.
You're probably not first.
Mm-hmm.
Even if he plays really well, like, I still think Detroit is better than the way their season ended, and probably significantly so. Like, you talk about rosters, you talk about teams, them and Philly are right there. Right there. And I realize they lost to Washington, but we knew that they were going to have problems defensively in the playoffs. We called that. Pittsburgh, good weapons, would be fun. You're in the division with Lamar Jackson.
And Joe Burrow.
If you're going to retire, then just retire, man.
Maybe he was already thinking about retiring, though. This is my thing, too. It's not all Aaron Rodgers' fault. Maybe he was already thinking about, like, I'm already retiring. Oh, the Steelers. Oh, this 412 number's calling me. What is that? It's the Steelers. Hey, we're really interested in you. It's like, oh, well, maybe I'm not retired. So let me take some time to actually think about this.
Make up your mind.
Let me take some time.
What you think? You Doran, like 30 years from now, I'm me. But 30 years from now, if I'm like, I'm going to retire, like Craig Riley ain't going to be able to throw enough money my direction to make me stay. Like, ain't nobody can keep me around. Once I make my mind up to retire, I'm retired. You think Ron Cook? You think if Spack's like, hey, Ron, we'll give you $1 million? Okay, well, yeah, maybe.
Right. Well, I mean, if you were regarded as one of the best radio hosts in ever, and you're like real close to passing somebody to add to your legacy, like you probably would stay as long as possible, as long as you got that.
Well, and since this is my hypothetical, yes, in 30 years I will be considered one of the best radio hosts of all time.
I agree. He'll be, 64? Ron's age?
Is that how old Ron is?
Probably around there. I think he's my dad's age. He's like 68. Something around there.
And everybody values different things. Like Stan Savran never retired, never wanted to retire. Ron obviously wanted to retire. I have no idea what Aaron Rodgers wants to do. And it's a fool's game for people like me trying to predict that, too.
I mean, especially when it'd be different if, like, your voice box like went and you couldn't speak anymore. Like Aaron Rodgers, he still can play. So that's like messing with your head too. Like if you're middling retiring and there's teams that actually want you and you could still play, like I could see if he couldn't move, but he can still throw. I could see if his arm was like, rookie of the year whenever he lost his powers. Like, but he could still do it. So it's like you're kind of messing with yourself.
I'm still conflicted on that because the highs of the highs last year for Rodgers, particularly down the stretch, were really good. And the lows of the lows were lower than he's ever been at any point in his career because this is a guy who never turns the football over. And he did some things last year where you go, man, where'd that come from? I'm not sold that he's a significantly better option than Russell Wilson. If I were, I'd have him here in a heartbeat. I think they're fairly similar in terms of where they can get the team. Maybe not so much in skill set and what their strengths and weaknesses are. Shall we go to the phones? Renegade and Shaler. What up, Renegade?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Hey, so I heard your little piece in there. You said anybody's an idiot who doesn't want Rodgers.
No.
You said that
I'm going to give you your chance here, Renegade, if that is in fact your real name.
I want a chance.
You'll get it. You'll get a chance. I just want to clarify.
I said Renegade because I'm a true Steeler fan.
I love that for you. I'm just going to clarify my position. Anybody who thinks in a one-game playoff situation that Rudolph gives them a better chance than Rodgers, I think, is silly. I think that's dumb.
Well, 1 minute, that's all I need. So Rodgers, in his prime, won one Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
One Super Bowl. Where has the guy gone lately? Downhill. I don't want Rodgers. I don't want to pay $45 million to an old guy who's probably going to get hurt or retire next year.
I agree with you, Renegade. I was just saying if it boils down to one game, I would take Rodgers.
I would rather root for Rudolph, to be honest. As a Steeler fan, I like the underdog. He doesn't need $45 million. Just pay him his $5 million, whatever it is, and let's see where we go.
Well, and I think that's a thing here too, Doran, is right or wrong. People make up their own decisions. People don't like Aaron Rodgers. Or at the very he's incredibly polarizing, right?
Mm-hmm.
The people who like him really like him. People who don't like him really, really don't like him. Rudolph, by virtue of that miraculous 3-game run a couple of years ago, his Q rating is
huge.
Through the roof.
Right. Never seen anything like it for a guy that has been a backup his whole career.
I mean, it's insane. I mean, are we getting to Charlie Batch levels here? And I'm falling victim to it because I'm so sick of the Rodgers saga right now that I'm just like, okay, give me anybody, and the anybody's a guy that we love with a cute little name that you can make Christmas puns with.
Yeah.
And you do I think we all root for him.
Oh, yeah.
Like, if it should so happen that Rodgers retires, let's just say, and you have Mason Rudolph, I think people will be pulling like hell for this guy. They are already. 412-928-9370. Enough quarterback for now. We can come back to quarterback. We can still take some calls on it. But DK Metcalf spoke for the first time. Were you getting antsy? I wasn't really antsy, but I was a little antsy that it hadn't been announced yet. Because even the Steelers had released that all these dudes were talking yesterday, and it wasn't until like mid-afternoon that we found out that Metcalf was going to talk. I was like,
right.
What's the holdup here?
Yeah, what's going on? It's very odd. It's very quiet.
Yeah, was he thinking like, wait, maybe. I agreed to this, and the team agreed to this, but like, they don't got a quarterback.
Right.
It made me freak out for a little minute there. But he talked. How does he think it's going to work with George Pickens? That's next. But first, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Penguins, they won yesterday over the St. Louis Blues. The Penguins have now won 3 games in a row. They've got a game against the New Jersey Devils coming up this weekend. That game will be played tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Penguins are at home for that one. And the Pittsburgh Pirates lost 15-3 to the Minnesota Twins in spring training yesterday. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Jared Jones. Just 13 days until Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger. Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Cedarbrook Golf Course is the area's finest and affordable public facility. Conveniently located at the intersection of I-70 and State Route 51 in Ross Draver, this season, Cedarbrook has heavily invested in new course equipment and continues on-course construction improvements. Book your tee time today at cedarbrookgolfcourse.com or call 724-929-8300. Cedarbrook is the leader in affordable quality golf.
Why wait weeks or even months to service your vehicle? Introducing Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg. Servicing almost every make and model. No appointment necessary. Come in today. Is your check engine light on? Come in today. Oil changes, brake and tire service, filters, fans, belts, fluids, you name it. Our technicians are ready to service your vehicle today. Plus, new Hyundai owners receive complimentary maintenance. No appointment necessary. No phone call needed. Service your vehicle today with Car Care Express at Mike Hamlin Hyundai in Greensburg.
With cold weather upon us, Pittsburgh and surrounding area homeowners are calling Precision Garage Door Service for a winter-proofing tune-up. 1-844-345-4737. If your springs and hardware are over 3 years old, you need this service. Cold weather is especially hard on well-used garage door springs and hardware. The cold can make metal parts brittle, and that can be dangerous. As part of their winter-proofing tune-up, Precision technicians will check your garage doors from top to bottom. They can repair or replace anything on your garage door, regardless of manufacturer, even install a new door. Many doors use budget-quality hardware, springs, rollers, and openers. They may be ready to go. Make sure nothing happens. Precision service trucks are to roll 24/7. America's certified professional garage door experts. Precision Garage Door. Need a new door? Precision provides free estimates. Call 1-844-345-4737. Phone answers 24/7. Online, it's PittsburghGarageDoors.com.
Precision Door Service, a name you can trust.
PA 060566.
At NJM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with a foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps whose priority is you. Add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because it's just not us. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Discover sweet and exciting flavors at GetGo Cafe and Market. Count your lucky straws because the Lucky Leprechaun Mint Milkshake is now available for a limited time. Every creamy sip of minty goodness is worth its weight in gold. Don't miss out on this refreshing treat before your luck runs out. Head over to GetGo today and indulge in this magical treat. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super size laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then, go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on. Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette going to be joining us on that hotline at 8 o'clock. Before we hear from DK Metcalf, here's a text. This is how Crowley probably acts when his wife takes too long to get ready. I am a very impatient person. Am I being unreasonable about Rodgers? About wanting him to get his ass in gear?
Yeah, a little bit. Because there's 2 sides to every story. And the older you get, the more you realize that. Whenever you're growing up and you're younger, you think that it's your way or the highway. That there's only one side and that you're right most of the time. So there's 2 sides to the story. And I look at it like I look at it from Aaron Rodgers' perspective.
Yeah.
Like maybe I was trying to retire and the Steelers called me. I'm going to entertain that, but I'm going to do it on my terms. You called me. You know, you called me 4 days ago. So why didn't? And here's another angle to it. You called me 4 days ago. Why didn't you call me 3 weeks ago?
Tampering.
Why didn't you call me a week and a half ago?
Why didn't you run to me at a ski resort?
Exactly. Why am I your option now? Because you're desperate? Oh, well, if you're desperate, then I'm going to leave you hanging. That's what anybody would do.
Yeah, did you turn to me only after Justin Fields didn't work out?
Right.
Yeah.
100%. That's exactly what happened.
My problem is I can't get past knowing that Rodgers loves the drama and loves to create drama and loves to swim in those waters, and I can't give him benefit of the doubt. And purely a guess. I mean, obviously a guess. I don't know. I don't know that anybody knows but Rodgers, honestly. Like, he keeps a very tight circle.
Yeah, I don't know if even his agent or anybody knows.
Seriously. That very well might be the case, but my guess, based on what I know from Rodgers' past experiences, is that he probably knows what he's going to do and is dragging his feet just to stir it up a little bit. If he signs today, I'll change my mind on that. But I don't think we're going to know until next week. And actually, it's probably the best thing for our show for it to either break during the show or to just linger on to next week, baby.
Yep.
Because as sick as I am of this guy, the stream numbers are good. The podcast numbers are good. You're watching in droves on YouTube because, well, it's the Steelers' quarterback position. I'm open to the idea that I could be a little impatient.
Yeah, a little bit.
I'm one of the most impatient people that I've ever met.
Yes. I feel like you should have been more.
Shut up.
I feel like you should have been more impatient with Justin Fields' situation.
Well, I was really mad at them. And I still continue to be mad at them. Like, I realize that Justin Fields and Mason Rudolph don't have similar skill sets, and Art Rooney wants a starter and a backup to have similar skill sets. Ideally, if they had Justin Fields and Mason Rudolph, I'd be a happy camper right now.
Yeah, it'd be good.
It'd be very good. So I'm mad at them.
Not mad at Fields by just, ghosting them too?
No, they lowballed his ass.
I mean, at least Aaron Rodgers has picked up the phone.
Maybe. I mean, he did before. Maybe he's gone quiet. He's walking across the beaches of where, Malibu?
Man. I know, right?
That's a great life.
He earned it.
It's like 75 degrees here in Pittsburgh, and it's like, oh, my God, let's all take our clothes off and run through the streets.
St. Patty's Day in the South Side.
Yeah.
He's in Malibu.
This guy's like, why would I rush back from Malibu? 412-928-9370. DK Metcalf. He spoke yesterday for the first time officially as a Pittsburgh Steeler and was asked what it's like when there's a couple of mouths to feed, a couple of big-time dogs that want that ball.
Yes, sir. Football is the ultimate team game, first off. So, you shouldn't be on a team if, everybody doesn't want the football. I will say that. And, just to come into this organization, just to know George from the little conversations that we had in passing, great player. Watching him from afar, the receiver coach calls him Freak Show, and I think that's a fitting name for him, with the circus catches that he makes. But I'm just here to, try to instill any wisdom or, any knowledge that he allows me to, and, vice versa. I feel like it's some things that I can learn from him that he does. And like you said, I play with great receivers like Tyler Lockett, Freddie Swain, Josh Gordon was on the team my rookie year. So I've been around some very talented receivers to where, I know how to, take a backseat and learn from, guys like that. And, willing to do the same if the case may be that here.
So far, so good from DK Metcalf.
Of course.
All the right things.
Yeah.
If that's how he approaches it, I have no reason to believe he wouldn't approach it that way. A lot of wisdom that one George Pickens could take from him.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, DK wanted to get paid. He didn't get paid in Seattle. He got paid here in Pittsburgh by putting his head down and busting his ass, making plays, and super competitive on the field. Never heard a bad word about DK Metcalf off the field. The perfect example, honestly, for George, especially considering skill sets.
Yep.
And I hope that George, whether through osmosis or through legitimate conversations that these guys are having back and forth, I hope he picks up on it. Like, I want the best for that guy, and what's best for him is also best for the Steelers. If at the end of the year you're going, damn, wish we should have signed him, that's a good thing.
Really good.
Do you think he can do that, Pickens?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, you have a legit example. We always talk about bringing in veteran players for George Pickens. Can he learn from this guy? Can he learn from Russell Wilson, who's a kind of a natural leader at the quarterback position? George never had a leader at the quarterback position. You bring in Russell. Now he has a real example of what he can turn into, what he can become. And it's literally right next to him. So it's up to him. I mean, if he wants to be that $160 million receiver, you have a real example right there in the room with you of how to do it.
And from a tangible football standpoint, this should be And correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, this should be the easiest year of his career.
Oh, my gosh. Well, it's going to be great.
Yeah.
If he just puts his head down.
Instead of getting doubled every day in play, you're not going to be doubled every day in play.
He's going to be open.
Yeah.
Open.
Be nice for him not to have to contort his body backwards and break his spine in half to catch a football, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
he's going to be open.
Oh, my. Like, might we actually see him put the hand up once or twice?
Yep.
Get that ball up there. Regardless of who the quarterback is. Like, I don't think. And to break it down, not just like hypothetically, oh, my gosh, what's George going to do? What's his mindset going to be? Regardless of who the quarterback is, if it's Rodgers, if it's Rudolph, I think it's less likely it's Russ. But if it's any of those three, I don't know how good the team winds up being, but I think both wide receivers can be happy about that. Like,
yes.
All three of those guys can get them the football.
Mm-hmm.
All three of them. 412-928-9370. The phone lines are popping. We'll get to Yins coming up. We've got Chris Carter at 8 o'clock. We'll break things up with a little Bucko baseball with Noah Hiles also in the 8 o'clock hour. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Mason Rudolph signs back with the Steelers. 2 years, $8 million. Russell Wilson is still not a Pittsburgh Steeler, and that timetable is making Adam Crowley impatient. Also, the Pittsburgh Steelers signed Scotty Miller and Ben Skoranek to new contracts yesterday. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
A little bit of good news in the morning rush. This report brought to you by Pool Party Gaming. All lanes back open on Route 65, Ohio River Boulevard at the McKees Rocks Bridge after crews cleared that earlier accident. In fact, a look at the PennDOT cameras showed the last of the vehicles being towed away and traffic now moving well in all directions. Meanwhile, an earlier accident being cleared in the West End, Woodville Avenue at Menotti Square, and also in White Oak, an earlier vehicle into a building accident, tying up the intersection of Bridgeview and Senate Streets. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by Pool Party Gaming. Free to play, free to win.
Pittsburgh's college basketball tournament takeover.
Pool Party Gaming is Pittsburgh's platform for bracket pools and beyond.
Visit poolpartygaming.com to join or host.
Pool Party Gaming. Free to play,
free to win.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden, and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
What's the dog name again? His name is Top Dog. Tell the dog to go bite him. Tell the dog to go sick him. He got me hurt. It was all his fault. I'm in a lot of pain. Tell the dog to go bite him. It's Top Dog. It's Top Dog Law. It's Top Dog. It's Top Dog Law. You ever see a grown man cry? You ever see it in your life? I'm crying right now. Playing with my life. Went to the hospital. Doctor did something wrong. I don't know if he knew what he was doing, but he did something wrong. Need you to go bite him. This a medical malpractice. Any accident, big or small. Top Dog Law.
It's Nicholas Harry Callis here from the Fan Morning Show. I remember last March pretty vividly. I dropped 40 pounds with weight loss medications. The weight loss was great. Definitely thought I could lose more, but I couldn't keep taking the pills and injections. I wasn't allowed to eat more than 1,000 calories all day, because if I did, I was going to have to use the closest trash can. So I stopped taking them, and sure enough, the weight all came right back. That was my experience, and I can only speak to that. As you know, I've since started Awaken 180, and I wanted to tell you that story to demonstrate just how different Awaken 180 is. Losing weight doesn't require feeling like I did. It doesn't have to include the short or long-term health risks. This isn't to scare you from weight loss meds. It's to tell you that there's another, better option. I feel great losing weight with Awaken 180. I'm happy, I'm energetic, I'm confident, and I'm back on the baseball field. If losing weight and enjoying the process sounds good to you, then do what I did and choose the medication-free solution for weight loss. Go online for your free consultation at awaken180weightloss.com.
Join me, Jacqueline Coley, on a brand new podcast, Seen on the Screen, presented by Make It Universal and Rotten Tomatoes. Meet the innovative people at NBC Universal as they share their journeys, inspirations, and the movies that shape them. Each episode is an intimate and fun conversation about the impact of film. Seen on the Screen is available now.
You can find it on Apple, Odyssey, YouTube, or wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
It's tax time again, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half of your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. Don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%, and the attorneys whose names are on the door will be involved in your case. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. In about 10 minutes, Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette's going to join us to get into all of the Steelers' moves and perhaps moves still to come. Maybe the NFL draft. Lot to get into with one of our favorites, Chris Carter. Real quick, do you want a great meal and provide one for someone in need at the same time? You can join us for our Dine and Donate Week at various Western Pennsylvania restaurants between March 17th through the 23rd. You can dine at participating restaurants, and a portion of the sales from that day will go toward our Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon meals donation. Register your restaurant now, 937thefan.com, to become a part of this great week, supporting the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. Doran, do you think if I watched Aaron Rodgers' Enigma that I would like him?
I don't know if you would like him, but you would have a different perspective on him. You would understand him maybe a little bit more. Maybe that's exactly why they put that out there, because he's just misunderstood. Everybody's, has a right to their own opinion and a right to the way that they approach things and how they live. So, I mean, I've heard nothing but great things about him from teammates, but I watched that and I was like, oh, okay, like I understand who he is, kind of. So maybe you have a different perspective. I don't know if you'll necessarily like him.
I think I owe it to our listeners to watch it.
I think you should.
Yeah, because people have said I'm being impatient, and you're saying I'm being impatient. I'm not taking offense to it. Maybe I am. I got to see what this guy's all about.
Like, do you know his story? Like, do you know how he, from, playing football in high school to,
I saw his brother in The Bachelorette.
Yeah.
And he's got a different sort of take on Aaron.
Yeah.
I don't think they get along.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't get along with his family. I don't know why. I don't know that it's ever been published. Why?
I mean, because of their religion stance and stuff, and they're real big into. This is my take on it. And he was just like, I don't want to be a part of that. Like going to church all the time, and I don't really believe in that. So he was like, I don't believe in that. I don't want to do that anymore. And they were like, well, this is what we do. And he's like, no.
So then they don't talk to him anymore.
Basically, something like that.
That makes me sad for everybody involved. Talk to your kids. Brandon Eccles, who the Steelers brought in at corner, was saying nice things about Rodgers, said that they sort of gravitated toward one another, that they got along. And at first, not so much. And then as the season wore on, those two guys, they were peas in a pod pretty much. So that would speak to his teammates liking him. I'm trying to give him a chance while insulting him, like all in the very same show. But I'm trying to give him a chance because I do think it's probably the most likely outcome here, is that Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback. Like, I don't think Russell Wilson's going to come back. If I were Russ, I'd have a hard time coming back. You wanted Justin, now you want Rodgers, now you signed Rudolph. Like, enough's enough. And then he didn't get along with the offensive coordinator. They might not want him for that reason, too.
Yeah.
So I think Rodgers is probably the most likely outcome. When? Not sure. 412-928-9370 if you want to weigh in on all that. Troy, Mount Washington?
Yes.
Troy, Mount Washington, who we talked to at the Fan 15th anniversary party. Hello, Troy.
What's up, boys? Nice meeting you guys.
Nice to meet you, pal.
Yeah, that was a cool little shindig y'all had. That was nice. I got that Boyd and Blair. Did you get them like mixed cocktails that they were selling there? The Steel City ones?
No, we had to behave.
Yeah.
Who knew?
Oh, no,
who knows what we would have said?
Take them home. They were so good, dude. And now I'm hooked on them. But Crowley, look, dude, you're fine. You're not overreacting at all. I got to actually come back on Doran on this one. You said they called him. He had his application out. When you put your application on Indeed and the job calls you to come to work, do you say, yeah, I'll get back to you, I'll let you know? No. You put your application out there, and it ain't like you're a hot commodity. There's 2 teams that want you. So if you're just sitting there and you maybe 6 or 7 teams want to sign you, you know, you're on your high horse, yeah, you can take some time. You can do whatever you want. But just because you're Aaron Rodgers, you think because the 2 teams that are struggling most at quarterback in the NFL want you, that you're some hot commodity? No. You put your application out on Indeed, the job called. You want the job or you don't want the job? So, Crowley, I'm right with you on that one. But in the terms of wanting Aaron Rodgers, oh, yeah. At this point, I want him.
Oh, yeah.
Troy, you came all the way around.
Yep.
And thank you for the call, because we got to get to Carter here in a second, and I want to give Doran a chance to respond.
Well, I mean, what if I want to retire? Okay, I have my applications out there. I'm going to see what my best options are, and I'm still thinking about retiring because I can. And what if the job offer is not what I think that my worth is?
Well, and also, like, I don't know that it works that way in the NFL. Like, people called Ben, he got called by the 49ers a couple of years ago.
Yeah, how many times has Brady gotten called?
Exactly. So I don't know that his application's necessarily out there, Troy. Also, people use the Indeed. They use Monster, right?
Yeah.
We kind of got a different thing going on over here in radio. Like, here's our tape. Here's our resume. Kind of got to know people to get in.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
You still on LinkedIn? You do the LinkedIn thing?
Oh, yeah.
I never did LinkedIn.
I also had other jobs before.
That's true. You've done a lot.
Yeah.
I done nothing. I did bagels, and then I did radio.
Did bagels.
I was making bagels.
Is that really your only other job?
Yeah, it's where I worked in high school. I would mow lawns and stuff. And then after high school, I went to college and got an internship one summer, and then worked in radio.
Did you ever think like maybe like one day I could work for a team? Like, did you ever want to work for a team, like in sports?
I had a buddy who went into sports management because he thought that one day he could be the general manager of a football team. And I thought that was super unrealistic.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got a great job now. He ain't running the Oakland A's. You know? Like, it's tough to break into this field. You want to go be a professional general manager? You're going to go to school for it? Like, hey, everyone has goals. Take your shot.
You really have to know somebody.
Yeah.
You really have to know somebody to get your foot in the door to become like a GA at the lowest level doing bitch work. I mean, for years to like move up. And then, I mean, it takes years just for like normal people to get into
Think about Howie
football.
Roseman.
Yeah.
I mean, there's examples, but it took him forever.
Yep.
And then there's people like Paul D. Podesta who think their poop don't stink. And, you know, you're this mathematician. Like, am I going to sit there and scout, Doran? I'll answer it for you. No. Am I going to go out there and figure out the cap side of things? No, it was pretty quick. Like, yeah, ideally that would have been awesome. But I mean,
you never really even thought about it?
No. I never thought this would happen, frankly. Like, I'm doing exactly what I want to do, exactly where I want to do it. Never thought it would happen. A lot of people wish it weren't happening.
Not me.
No, we have a great thing going on.
Yeah. Callis, maybe.
If Rodgers is the Steelers quarterback, I feel an obligation now to go into his press conference, get credentialed.
I think you should watch Enigma. Enigma this weekend. Get credentialed if he does become the Steelers quarterback.
I can't poop on the guy for a full week straight here and then not go and talk to the guy.
Right.
Yeah.
That'd be great. I would love that for you.
Hey, jackass! What took you so long? I'd get fired. All right, Chris Carter coming up next. He's a real professional. He would never do something like that. He is now a full-time Steelers reporter. He's moved off the pit beat. Was this public knowledge?
Yeah, I
okay.
tweeted it.
Okay, good. Yeah. He's moved off the pit beat. It's all on the Steelers right now. What's he think about the moves they've made? What does he think they're going to do next? What does he think about Aaron Rodgers? I'm not sure his opinion on that one. That's all on the way. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the power of Bowser. Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive or lease for just $399 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. With credit approval and financing through HMFC, offer ends March 31st.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Have you ever thought about flying private? No lines, no hassle, it's a beautiful thing. Pat Bostic here from my friends at AMG Jets. Whether it's a business trip or a weekend getaway, AMG has a fleet of private jets to take you where you need to go in unparalleled comfort and style. They've been departing from Pittsburgh International Airport for over 20 years. Begin your private jet travel today. Visit AMGjets.com. That's AMGjets.com.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture, coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 43rd Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, now through Sunday, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. Stroll through the fully furnished open concept model ranch home by Buckhorn Showcase. This weekend only, see HGTV celebrity and Pittsburgh native Steve Ford from the hit show Restored by the Fords. Visit pghhome.com for details. Don't miss the largest home event in America with acres of products and services in one place at one time. The Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, now through Sunday, Convention Center downtown.
Crowley here for Zero Res. Springing forward feels better on freshly cleaned carpets and floors. Zero Res removes winter's lingering grime, preparing your home for the brighter days ahead. Spring is a time for renewal. Let Zero Res help you refresh your home with clean carpets, fresh floors, and improved air quality. Zero Res removes winter's buildup and lingering odors, giving your home a fresh, spring-ready feel. And don't forget about your air ducts. Your air ducts are like the lungs of your home. If they're dirty, your indoor air quality suffers. Just check out the 10,700 raving customer reviews online with a 4.9 Google rating and see what all the hype is about. And how about a flash deal this Monday and Tuesday? That's right, this Monday and Tuesday only. A 3-room special starting at just $109. Call Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the fan special. Spell it backwards or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Starting to see a little light at the end of the tunnel. This report brought to you by Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. Crews remain on the scene of an earlier vehicle into a building accident at the intersection of Bridgeview and Senate Streets in White Oak Borough. Meantime, we did have an earlier accident, Woodville Avenue at Menotti Square. That has been cleared, as well as one on the ramp from Route 60 Steubenville Pike to the Parkway West. Meanwhile, the Parkway West itself jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels, Parkway East stacks at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
In the city of Pittsburgh, for all your sewer and drain cleaning needs, contact Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining at 412-872-4105 or visit us online at metsplumbingandsewerlining.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. We are joined right now on the Fan Hotline by our good buddy Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette. He's gone.
That's what I was trying to tell you, but yeah.
Well, then tell me.
So I called him and he was like, "Oh yeah, I had to restart my computer. Yeah, I'll be on in a minute." And I think he might have forgot, but I'm not entirely sure.
All right, well, we are soon to be joined by our good friend Chris Carter from the Post-Gazette. This guy becomes a full-time Steelers writer, and all of a sudden he's acting like Aaron Rodgers.
Yep.
He's this big diva.
Yep.
Oh, I didn't have you marked down in my calendar. This guy. You know what? I don't even know if I want him today. That's a lie.
Yeah, we're going to take him, right?
Absolutely we are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were talking about coaches who, like, and scouts who've made it just kind of, the hard way.
Well, we're looking at Omar Khan here during the break. You know, Omar was born in New Orleans, went to Tulane, earned a degree in sports management with a minor in business administration in 3.5 years. So, like, genius level stuff. Winds up being a GA with the Tulane Green Wave football team. And then in 1997, just gets scooped up by the New Orleans Saints, hangs out there for 4 years, and then bang, he's a Pittsburgh Steeler for the rest of his life. Dang it. It's impressive as hell.
Yeah.
So you don't need to play football at a high level to get it all going, but sure helps. Or you could be a genius. I got neither of those things going for me. Chris Carter's kind of a football savant. He joins us right now. What's up, Chris?
What's up, guys? How we doing today?
Well, we're excited for you. Full-time Steelers reporter now, man. How about that?
Thanks, guys. I really appreciate that.
You're not, like, pushing Fittipaldo out to the pasture, are you?
No, not at all. In fact, I was really honored by the Post-Gazette telling me, they were like, hey, they believe in me so much that they wanted to make it a 4-man team, something they had never done before. So I really appreciate that. And, I'm really excited because I respect all of our guys. I do shows with them all the time in the North Shore Drive podcast. And now it's gets me a chance to put all my work and focusing on the Steelers, which is something I haven't been able to do for 5 years. This is pretty awesome.
Yeah, the beat got better for them for sure, but just in town because your knowledge is great. And I think you have a diverse group there because I think all 4 of you guys bring different things. All right, but enough kissing your ass here, Chris, although we mean every word of it. Aaron Rodgers, do you want him or do you not want him? We'll start there.
I don't. If I'm the Steelers, I don't. Listen, if this is 4 years ago, 3 years ago, I understand. But just looking at what he brings to the table at this stage in his career, I just do not. I don't understand why they're jumping through so many hoops to get him. If he wasn't on a beach somewhere wondering what he wants and doing all these things and taking all this time, then maybe I'd be like, okay, maybe. But when I look at what happened the past 2 years with the Jets, the injury is one thing, but like last year, if you look back at mandatory minicamp and you got Garrett Wilson wondering where's their quarterback that hasn't played with them before, and you got the dark retreat, and you got him going on Pat McAfee while he's supposed to be in camp and working with these guys and not being a leader and not setting an example and then just showing up whenever he wants. And you look at that and you're like, why would you want that when he didn't come on it? It wasn't like when he showed up and everything was great, and then he leads him to be 5-12 last year. If I'm the Steelers, why would I want that? And then you also look at how every time, like last year when something was going wrong, he would blame somebody else. He would say, "Oh, it was this guy's fault. It was that guy's fault. It was this guy's fault." And like, "Oh, and you know what? We should fire this coach over here." It's just the lack of he shook up what was a good situation in New York just 2 years ago when they were getting him. the New York Jets were an on-the-rise organization. They had a lot of young pieces. People were saying, hey, if they get a quarterback, they could be this next thing that threatens the Buffalo Bills, and they could be one of those teams that contends in the playoffs in the AFC. And now they're back in a full rebuild, basically. So I think that if I'm the Steelers, I just don't understand why I'd be chasing after him right now.
Well, Chris, they did get a quarterback. Mason Rudolph is back, a reunion with Mason Rudolph. How do you feel about Mason Rudolph, and do you think that the Steelers would actually give him an opportunity to be the starter? Is he going to be the backup? $4.5 million for one season, and then next year he'll get another $4.5 million, so 2 seasons at that price. Do you like Mason Rudolph coming back?
I actually really like it coming back. He knows your team, he knows your organization. There's not a lot of guessing there, and he's not going to bring any drama. And also, I think he's not a bad backup quarterback. And if he has to start, you know that you can win in a pinch with him in certain situations. He's not going to go out there and beat the superstar teams for you. But like when you go up against a team like say the Falcons, or a team that's kind of like hovering around the playoffs, he can give you a chance. And I think it also dispels the myth that that he hated the Steelers and he hated Mike Tomlin and he felt he was done wrong. It's just like, hey, it's a business. I get it. And so he's coming back to the Steelers. I think it's a really good thing for them. And now you have a situation where you can say, hey, if Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers don't work out, well, you at least got this guy that that you can win games with, because the last time he was in Pittsburgh, he won 3 in a row for him in the regular season.
Do you think the book is closed then on Russ? Doesn't sound like you do.
I think there's people out there that think that the Steelers will just at absolutely no cost go back to Russell Wilson. And listen, I get that there's there's some potential there for that. I just have to think there's a line where the Steelers have to be like, hey, we're all professionals. We can get over this, because if they're willing to put up with Aaron Rodgers and the stuff that they've seen and that's very public about, not and I don't care about what Aaron Rodgers says on Pat McAfee's show outside of what he says about football and the drama it causes inside the locker room. But when you see again the things that happened there, and the not showing up and the problems that it caused, and just the me, that's where I think that there could be that's where I think they're like, hey, just why would you want to put up with that? With Russell Wilson, there's the corniness, there's the part that people don't like as much. They think is, oh, that guy's fake, he's not as real. But at the end of the day, I don't think he's ever been to the level that like he's going on like on a national TV show and then banging on his teammates, banging on his coaches, and then that causing rifts within the organization. And that's where I don't know if that would be there. But hey, if the Steelers feel that way, that's up to them to decide. I think Russell Wilson wouldn't be that bad of a guy to return.
If it's neither of those guys, if it's not Aaron Rodgers, if it's not Russell Wilson, could Jackson Dart or Shedeur Sanders be in play at 21?
Ooh, I guess they could. But if I'm the Steelers, again, I don't think this is the year to do that. I think Shedeur Sanders could be fine in the NFL if he has a lot of things that work out perfectly for him. I'm not a big Jackson Dart guy. I see the potential. I see like the high ceiling there, but I feel like if you're going on those guys, you're reaching really, really far and hoping that it can work out. And I think that you'd be a lot more solid picking guys who I think are definitive first-round guys, especially at positions of need, like defensive tackle, like wide receiver, like cornerback. And I think that if you got one of those guys, you'd have a building block. I think next year, when you look at some of the quarterbacks that could be available next year, there's a much higher percentage chance that it's going to be a better quarterback class next season. So I think that if I'm the Steelers, I would punt. I would wait to go for a quarterback. But hey, if you feel like one of those rookie quarterbacks, you study their tape and you've talked to their coaches, you think that they're the guy, you talk to Prime and you think that Shedeur Sanders is the guy. Hey, take your swing. But after we've seen the fallout of they missed on Kenny Pickett, it didn't work out, and the hole that it's left them in, because that's another year of a first rounder that they don't have right now contributing to them. And at this stage where they're trying to rebuild themselves, I think that you need to be able to hit right now. I think if they hit this year, hit on a second rounder, and you see the offensive line form, I think you might have a much better foundation to be much more aggressive next year when I think it's going to be a better quarterback draft class.
Chris Carter, the Post-Gazette, joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. How about the moves they've made so far? What do you think of those?
You know, it's interesting. I think that I was really caught off guard by Darius Slay because I was like, man, I thought Charvarius Ward, Carlton Davis, Byron Murphy, and I was down for any of those names. When they signed Slay, I'm like, damn, 34 years old and 1 year, I didn't get it. But then when I was going over and looking at his history, I forgot, you know, he started off with Terrell Austin, so they have a connection. He credits Terrell Austin for making him an All-Pro cornerback in their development, but then also he does have a good tendency to work with young cornerbacks and help them get better. Look at how he helped Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean with the Eagles. And you know, he talked about it yesterday when we talked to him at the Steelers facility, saying like, you know, hey, I'm excited to work with Joey Porter Jr. He said that's my favorite part of the job. So if he can help Joey Porter Jr. become a better cornerback, I get it. And when you look at his numbers, he actually did play well last season. So if you can get him for a year, fine. And I think that could work out. But I did think that they were going to be more aggressive in going after a higher tier cornerback. And now as for DK Metcalf, I think this is a very intriguing move. You know, it does say that they don't plan on keeping George Pickens long term, but the two of them together would be a very interesting dynamic of two deep ball threats that can be on the field at the same time, which is another reason why I think that they should be looking at bringing back Russell Wilson, because now it's not just one guy he can moonball to, it's two on different sides of the field. And now if I'm a defense, I have to honor both of those at the same time. That could create problems, create mismatches, and there's something there. So I actually think that really works out in their favor. But I also think the other factor here and what they've done in free agencies, if you look at the moves that they've made, guys, they've signed a lot of guys, or they've gotten guys by trade, and they've gotten guys who've been cut. And you look at all the players they've lost: Dan Moore, Najee Harris, Dante Jackson, just player after player, and who've signed contracts in free agency, who they've naturally let go into free agency.
Comp picks, baby.
And Justin, what did you say?
Comp picks, baby.
Exactly. Those are stacking up, and that's going to give Omar Khan and this organization more opportunities to say, hey, let's be aggressive next year and trade up really high if we really think our quarterback's there.
That's right. Chris, appreciate your time. Really excited about what's going on for you now in the Post-Gazette. Thank you, and we will talk to you next week.
Thanks, fellas.
You the man.
Thank you, Chris.
Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette. A lot he said there that I want to react to. A texter writes something that I think is a little bit of a misnomer that I want to address. Noah Hiles at the bottom of the hour. David Bednar's blowing up. Is he going to be the Pirates' closer this year? Is the season spiraling down the drain, Doran, before it starts? Well, Noah will tell us. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry-Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Steelers signed Mason Rudolph to a contract. 2 years, $8 million come back to the Steelers. Steelers also made a couple of wide receiver signings and special team guys. Scotty Miller and Ben Skoranek both signed yesterday. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley.
Oh, thank you so much, Callis. Beer. You need it. It's St. Patrick's Day weekend. The weather's awesome. It's officially outdoor beer drinking season. And to help you celebrate St. Patty's Day now through Sunday, Hampton Beer Outlet has Guinness 24-pack cans, just $39.99 a case. That's $10 off. It's the best price anywhere. $39.99. That's crazy now through Sunday. And they got all your St. Patty's favorites. Smittix, Harp, Magners, Murphy's. They got it all. So get ready for a terrific party weekend. Get to Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 6 for Going Low. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and powered by Samuel Adams American Light at Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Mood Golf Club, and Shannapin Country Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wrangler. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles to kickstart your day. Wrangler for the ride of life. 14 of the 31 NCAA tournament automatic berths have already been earned via conference tournament championships. These include 4 newcomers to the Big Dance: High Point, St. Francis of Pennsylvania, the University of Nebraska Omaha, and Southern Illinois University Edwardsville. Do you know where that is? I guess Edwardsville, Illinois. I'm Boomer Esiason.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with the honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf. Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 2.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive, or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Log on to BowserHyundai.com.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for limited time is subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
Welcome to AT&T. How can I help?
Hey, I thought I could trust my twins with my phone, but they outnumber me, man.
Whoa, that's a lot of glitter paint. Let's trade
Lives?
At AT&T, everyone can trade in an old or glittered iPhone, any year, any condition, and save on a new iPhone. Ask how to get iPhone 16 Pro on us. New and existing customers. Savings vary by device and trade-in combinations. Restrictions apply. See att.com for details. AT&T. Connecting changes everything.
Selling your home, it's one of the biggest financial decisions you'll ever make. You could go it alone, trying to navigate market trends, determine fair pricing, and tackle tricky negotiations on your own. You could second-guess every decision, wondering if you're doing it right. Then there's the showings, the offers, and the mountain of paperwork. Or you could work with the expertise of a realtor, here to guide and help protect as you make your next big move. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by you.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
What if your business could see beyond what is and into what can be? What if you could create more impact in every decision? What if you had a partner as visionary as you are? With Bank of America, you get access to our trusted experts, real-time insights, and digital tools. So whether you run a local shop or a global enterprise, you're backed by business solutions to make every move matter. What would you like the power to do? Find out how at bankofamerica.com/banking for business. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Now the morning rush moving along. This report brought to you by Wet Go Go Unlimited. Crews working on I-79 southbound. Watch for restriction on the ramp to Grand Avenue on Neville Island. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, that is jammed between the top of the hill and Parkway Center down to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East jams at Wilkinsburg to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. Route 28 looking pretty good. You are seeing some heavy delays, though, coming off of the Fort Duquesne Bridge on the North Shore Expressway over toward Route 28 northbound. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
WetGo, go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today.
Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Thanks to Chris Carter of the Post-Gazette for joining us in the last segment. Stuff to react to there from Chris. But Diana Rossini has reported the Giants have offered Aaron Rodgers more money than the Steelers, Doran. That's where we are on that now.
Yep.
And they should have to.
Yes.
They don't got a great situation. You got a coach who's fighting for his job. You've got a good weapon in Neighbors. You've got a decent piece in Slayton, who I wanted here in Pittsburgh, but as a part of it. But if he's my number 2, I don't know if I'm doing somersaults in the streets. You talked about this with Justin Fields, man. Like, Justin Fields picked the Jets over Pittsburgh, and Rodgers, man, if he picks the Giants in the current state of that franchise over the Pittsburgh Steelers, man, we ain't what we were. Like, that's a bad look.
Bigger story to tell. There's a bigger story to tell than what's going on right now, if that's the case, if that happens. And say Russ even picks Cleveland. Say Russ comes back into the fold, but he ends up going to Cleveland. Say the Steelers now have turned their attention to Russell Wilson, the quarterback of last year, the Pittsburgh Steelers. And then he's like, the next day, Russell Wilson signs with the Cleveland Browns. So there's 3 teams, 3 of the worst teams in the NFL that 3 quarterbacks have chose to sign with over you. There's a bigger story to be had if that is the case.
No doubt about it, Doran. And I am on team Mason Rudolph start from day one. They're not paying him much. Build the roster up around him. Take your swings in next year's draft. Ba-ba-da-ba-da. That's what I want to see happen. But that's not what they want. They wanted Justin Fields and struck out. They want Aaron Rodgers, could strike out. And then they might not get Russell Wilson. So while that would lead to the thing I want happening, and Mason Rudolph being the day one guy, it's also a disaster for the franchise because it's not what their end goal was. If they, at the beginning of the offseason, were like, it's going to be Mason Rudolph, and like, listen, there's not a lot of good options. We don't want to spend a ton of money on any of these guys. I think people understand it. They think they can win.
Yep.
And they want to win with Russ, or they want to win with Rodgers, or they want to win with Fields. They might not get any of these guys. Which means they're doing a bad job.
And we're not talking about top-tier quarterbacks either. We're talking about the lowest of the lowest that are available right now. You can't even get them. Can't even get them.
And Pony just tweeted something I've been saying for a while. I'm sure he has too. Like, a lot of us have been saying the same thing on this. You got to give Rodgers a deadline. Like, okay, well, the Giants are offering this. Okay, like, last and best, Steelers. What's your last and best offer? I ain't been a general manager, Dorn. I have bought stuff on eBay. Last and best offer. Okay? And then that's it. You like eBay? Or do you do Mac.bid? Am I not allowed to bring me eBay up?
Mac.bid's better than eBay.
There you go. Bang, bang.
Have you ever invested millions of dollars?
I've never had millions of dollars to invest. I would need to win the lottery for that to happen.
Yeah.
We used to get Steelers tickets all the time from eBay, but they weren't allowed to sell the tickets. So it would say a Steelers terrible towel for like $400, and then you can also include it in this 4 free Steelers tickets.
Really?
Yeah.
I wouldn't trust that.
I didn't want to either, but it worked out. And actually, we went to a Steelers-Giants game in New York City.
You got tickets through eBay?
Yeah, back in the day. Yeah. Is that dumb?
I never heard of that. Wow.
That's how we used to do it all the time. My sister and mom went to a Broadway show. My dad and I, Ben's rookie year, watched Eli and Roethlisberger have a shootout there in the Meadowlands. And some guy in front of us after the Giants, I think they returned the opening kickoff like 70 yards or something. There's a bunch of Steelers fans there. And he turned around to me and my dad and goes, "Where are your yellow rags now?" It's like, jeez. My dad was like, better get out of here. So, yeah, Steelers need to give Rodgers a deadline. If they want him to, like, I don't want him. But, like, you're either going to get him or you're not. I'd rather get him or not. Like, now. instead of a month and a half from now.
You can't give a deadline if you're not prepared for Mason Rudolph to be your quarterback, and I don't think that that's where they want to be. So if you think that Aaron Rodgers is the guy, and that's going to make sure you have a successful season, you can't give a deadline.
Well, then outbid the Giants then. Like, you got to do business. Again, I just feel like I need to keep being clear on this. I don't want the guy, but, like, if you want him, act like you want him. Like, either give him a deadline and say this was our last best, or make an offer bigger than the one the Giants are giving. Like, quit screwing around. Don't get Ayuk'd again. Like, I thought when they got Metcalf, like, okay, yes, learned behavior. They've changed their way of doing business. Wonderful. Well, now and it's been 4 days, going on 5. Like, they're letting themselves get Ayuk'd when, Javon Hargraves are coming off the table. I'm annoyed again. I'm impatient. Now I'm more. But now I'm more mad at them. Now I'm more mad at them than him. I need to focus my ire on them, not Rodgers. That's the flaw. That's the flaw now in me.
What could be the selling point? I mean, outside of money, right now.
You got DK Metcalf. You haven't had a losing season in forever. You've been flirting with Mike Tomlin, winking at him, wearing Yinzer shirts, ordering Pirates hats. Like this, you want stability? Like you say, you want stability? Okay, we can offer you stability. That would be my selling point.
If you're Mike Tomlin, would you? I mean, Mike Tomlin's at pro days right now, smiling, taking pictures and everything. But if you're Mike Tomlin, would you ask Aaron Rodgers, like, hey, let me come fly out to you? Like, that's what I would do. Like, I'm flying out and we're meeting.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm Mike Tomlin. I'm like, hey, I know you're taking your time and walking the beach. I want to walk with you. Let's take a walk on the beach together. Long walks on the beach.
Can you imagine the paparazzi?
Oh,
click.
Goodness.
Those two walking on a beach together?
Be great.
Best thing that could ever happen to us.
Be great.
Someone who knows anything about Grok or Photoshop. Can somebody just tweet us? I know somebody out there listening. Huge audience.
Bananas. He's been tweeting us all morning. Phil Bananas, here, you make this grok of Mike Tomlin and Aaron Rodgers walking on a beach.
Yeah, can you grok up Rodgers and Big Ben going out on a date? Did I say Big Ben? Rodgers and fly him out too.
Yeah.
Hey, I was an old quarterback for the Steelers. It ain't that bad.
Well,
I'm on it right now. I'll do it.
You're going to grok it?
I bet you we haven't talked about this. I bet you Big Ben doesn't want Aaron Rodgers here.
Oh.
I bet you he's like, you know how he gets uneasy and people take his shadow, I don't think he would want Aaron Rodgers at all. Have we heard from Big Ben about this? I don't think he's talked at all about Aaron Rodgers being here.
No, he talked about Fields
and DK.
Yeah, I hadn't caught this week's episode, Dorn. It is relevant though.
I bet you he's probably
he ain't
really against it.
He ain't gonna want that. Of course, he's not gonna want that. Ben likes to listen. As an attention guy myself, like I'm not throwing shade at Ben here. But the DK Metcalf thing happens, which is one of the most exciting things that the Steelers have done in years. It's the biggest trade they've ever pulled off in their franchise's history. And Ben puts out the 14-second video saying, hey, let me come back and throw to that guy. Like, he needed to be part of it. So Rodgers comes here. Can you – oh, my God.
I mean, the guy that beat you in the Super Bowl, too.
All right. Let's get into that coming up next. I know we got Noah Hiles. I just really want to ask him about what's going on with David Bednar.
Yeah.
And I'm sure he's got thoughts on Rodgers and all that, too. So we'll do a little bit of both coming up next. But, I think about Ben. All right, screw it. We'll do it next. That's next. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates lost yesterday to the Minnesota Twins 15-3. Pirates got another game coming up today, 6:05 against the Detroit Tigers in spring training. Pittsburgh Penguins won 5-3 over the St. Louis Blues. Pens have won 3 games in a row now. Their next game is tomorrow at 3 against the New Jersey Devils. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
84 Lumber is building America, and they're looking for hardworking, determined individuals to join in the company's success and break ground on their lifelong career. No previous experience is required. At 84 Lumber, they provide the tools and training you need to get started. They also offer various training programs to continuously learn and follow the career path that's right for you. Climb the ladder of opportunity with a company that is founded on growth, stability, and the idea that nothing is impossible. Visit 84lumber.com/careers to apply today and build your career with 84 Lumber.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 43rd Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, now through Sunday, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. See what's new at over 1,200 exhibits with everything for your home. Ask the experts. Discover the farm-to-table lifestyle. Homeowners, when the power goes out, your life is disrupted. Heat, air conditioning, refrigeration, phones, all gone. Be prepared for the next outage with the Generac Home Standby Generator. After sensing a power outage, the Generac Generator automatically restores your home's power, whether you're home or away. Power your life with the Generac Home Standby Generator. Visit Generator Supercenter of Pittsburgh, 1519 West Liberty Avenue, or call 412-947-4472. Check us out at booth number 2544. Don't miss the largest home event in America with acres of products and services in one place at one time. The Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, now through Sunday, Convention Center downtown.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
2025 golf memberships at Rocky Gap Casino Resort and Golf are now available. This is a great way to enjoy Maryland's only Jack Nicklaus design golf course. Golfers are drawn to the challenges and uniqueness that this 18-hole mountain course provides. You'll get special pricing, plus great benefits including discounts, reduced rates, and so much more. Go to cnty.com/RockyGap to learn more, or just call 301-784-8500.
Maryland law requires an individual to be 21 years of age or older in order to enter the gaming floor or play video lottery terminals. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $359 for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $3,999 due at signing. Also, special 1.9% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Kia Sorrento. These offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit SouthHillsKia.net for details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVeigh. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVeigh's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVeigh offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVeigh, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVeigh or go to callmcveigh.com to schedule an appointment online.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
The game is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, can you just imagine a world where Aaron Rodgers is the Steelers quarterback and placing blame and throwing dudes under the bus on his podcast, or excuse me, on the Pat McAfee show, and then Ben on his podcast with Spence being critical of Aaron Rodgers, and just how that would go is incredibly amusing to me.
Oh, man.
The thought of that.
I wonder how critical Ben would be to Aaron Rodgers if Aaron Rodgers had like a 3-pick game or something. I wonder if Ben would actually flame him.
I think Ben's gone there with guys. Like, I think Ben's been critical.
You with the Hall of Fame guys that are here in Pittsburgh? Like, was he critical with Russ?
He was, what do you call it? Constructively critical?
Yeah.
Yeah. I could see him with Rodgers crushing the guy.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And maybe it could be a chance for Big Ben and Terry Bradshaw to bury a hatchet here. You know, maybe they give Rodgers number 12, get Bradshaw pissed off. Ben's like, hey, I want to be the old guy throwing the football around. They're both ticked. They could bond. Could be great for the Steelers family. All right. Noah Hiles from the Post-Gazette joining us here. We'll be back to Rodgers and all of that in a second. Noah out in Bradenton, Florida. You seen Aaron Rodgers walking around on the beach anywhere, Noah?
I have not. I'll keep an eye out, though. I'm by a beach right now. No sights of washed-up quarterbacks here.
How about a washed-up closer? I mean, I don't know that that's the case, but you look at the stat line. I didn't watch him pitch yesterday, but our guy David Bednar, a third of an inning, 3 hits, 5 earned runs, 2 walks, a spring ERA of 12.46. Noah, what's going on with David Bednar, and do you think he's playing his way out of being the Pirates' closer?
Well, I don't think he was the Pirates' closer. Derek Shelton never declared him the Pirates' closer since he lost that role in September of last year. I mean, he's been asked, and he said he's not ready to make that announcement yet, and I think we've seen why. I know there's still a good pitcher in there, but we've yet to see it. I thought he looked his best before games started. When he was pitching in live BPs, he looked confident. The stuff looked really good. It was sharp. It was in the zone, hitting locations. But since games have started, I mean, he's had some decent outings, but I don't think he's had one clean outing yet. Every outing, even if it's been scoreless, there's been a walk, there's been a hit. And then yesterday it was really bad. I mean, he wasn't hitting the zone. He wasn't hitting the spots. And when he was in the zone, it was up. It was over the middle, and guys were hitting it hard. The exit velocities were high. It was a really bad showing from him yesterday.
No, I was watching an interview the other day with Paul Skeens. Yes, Paul Skeens. I was thinking of the.
You were thinking about Aaron Rodgers.
Yes, we all are. Aaron Rodgers with Paul Skeens, and it just seems like he's more outgoing now and embracing being Paul Skeens, embracing being, one of the best athletes in sports. Do you feel like he's changed a little bit in a good way? Like, do you feel like he has a different aura to him now?
A little bit. I mean, it's something that I feel a lot of people aren't able to grasp. But 2 years ago, no one was interviewing Paul Skeens at all, right? Before he went to LSU, no one really knew who this guy was, aside from diehard college baseball fans when he was at Air Force. Then he goes to LSU, becomes this phenom in a year, and it just his popularity and celebrity take off. And for a guy who's, I would say, an introvert, that's a lot to handle. I wrote about that last year, how he kind of dealt with being a celebrity or becoming a celebrity overnight. And it was a lot for him. I think the All-Star game really took a toll on him. Just the amount of interviews he had to do during that 3-day period. And then after that, in the second half of the season, he really kind of shut it down. He wasn't very accessible to many people. I mean, here and there you might get an interview, but he really just tried to keep things low profile for the rest of the year. The off season, we saw him do some stuff here and there, but now I think that he's a little bit more comfortable in his role, not only on the team, but just in the baseball world. He's starting to embrace it a little bit more. He's still figuring it out, though. I think as time goes on, we're going to see this guy show more and more of, his true self and his personality, because there is a personality in there. There is a guy who has interests and has interesting things to say. It's just, he doesn't want to step out of turn. Last year he was a rookie. I think he felt a little uncomfortable with him being kind of the face of the team, where this year I think he's a little bit more comfortable being the guy that he knows, or that everyone knows, hey, when you think Pirates, you think of him.
Noah, real quick here, because we butchered the timing of all of this. You think it's Holderman if it's not Bednar? And if it is Bednar, you think they'll have a shorter leash, a quicker hook than last year?
I still think it's Bednar, but if it's not going to be Bednar, I would actually go with Dennis Santana. I think he's been their best reliever since the second half of last season. He's been really good this spring.
Noah, it didn't need to be that quick, but I appreciate it. Thank you for your time, and let's talk soon, buddy.
Absolutely, always here to help.
What a guy. Noah Hiles, really good on that beat. Same with Andrew Destin. Things going well for the Post-Gazette.
Yeah, it's good.
Moving Chris Carter around.
Yep.
Yeah, Dennis Santana, fine, whatever. If Holderman if Bednar keeps pitching the way he's pitched, like, you can't.
No, you can't roll him out there.
No, your season will be over before it starts if you're losing close games early, because you know what that does? It makes you feel deja vu. If you start losing a bunch of close games because you can't nail it down in the late innings, you as a team are going to have a tough time pulling out from that, because you're going to say, what's different? We're the same guys we were last year. And then you're going to be wasting good pitching performances. I don't think I would go with Bednar to start. I think I would go Holderman. I'd have Dennis Santana in the 8th inning role and let Bednar pitch in lower leverage situations and figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
And if he figures it out, it's a great option. If he doesn't, well, at least he's not blowing games in the 9th inning.
Right.
How about we say, send us Photoshops of Mike Tomlin walking on the beach with Aaron Rodgers, and we got no less than 24 sent to us immediately. We got one right now where Rodgers is signing a Pittsburgh Steelers contract.
Wow.
I am terrified. Terrified by AI.
Who are all those people in the background, though?
I know. I was looking to see how specific AI got. Like, is Omar Khan sitting there in the background? Do we have Art Rooney II? Jeez. I'll tell you this, and this is going to come off as a criticism for Art II, and that's because it is. Like, Dan Rooney would have given a damn deadline. Like, give him a deadline. You can want him, fine. I don't, whatever, but give the man a deadline.
I can't believe you don't want him. I'm shocked.
I don't need that ego up in here. This town's only got enough room for my ego, Doran. We don't need his coming up in here. Texter. Guys, nobody, and I mean nobody, cares what Roethlisberger thinks. Listen. Listen. Not true. Anytime Kenny Pickett threw a pass, people wanted to see what Ben was going to say about that, hear what Ben was going to say about it. But the most important person would care. If Ben criticized Aaron Rodgers, it would get back to Aaron Rodgers, and Aaron Rodgers would react to it.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't think that's the case, you haven't paid attention to Aaron Rodgers since the end of his Green Bay career. Like, he hears everything. He gives me Jim Boeheim vibes, Doran. Like, I've heard beat writers tell stories about they'd write something in Jim Boeheim. I think it was Starkey.
Yeah.
Jim Boeheim called Starkey for something he wrote in, like, the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. I think Rodgers hears everything. And some of it might roll off, but depending on who says and lays and levies the criticism, I think, yeah, he absolutely pays attention to that. 412-928-9370. How would Ben feel about Rodgers coming here? I think that's an interesting question. I want to pull more at that thread when we come back. What's that face?
No, I think it's
a good place to land.
Yeah, because I don't think anybody's really talked about it. And I think it's somewhat relevant because of what Ben does and who Ben is, and he's a Hall of Fame quarterback, and having another one come in here that'll beat you in a Super Bowl, that I don't know if that would jive.
Oh man.
I don't know if that's going to jive well.
Ben and Spence v. Rodgers and McAfee, and Tone Diggs and the guys. More on that when we come back. Fan Morning Show Twitter polls brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. If you missed it, you can vote on it. Who do you want to start at quarterback for the Steelers next year? Mason or Rudolph? First, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pittsburgh Steelers have signed back Mason Rudolph after 1 year that he played with the Tennessee Titans. Steelers got him on a 2-year, $8 million contract. Steelers also signed Scotty Miller and Ben Skoranek to new deals yesterday. More Fan of the Lines, go to 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, PJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West, inbound delays near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Ford Pit Tunnels. Parkway East, heavy at Edgewood Swissvale, while Route 28, the Parkway North remain up to speed. Today from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., crews will close the ramp from the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge to Fort Duquesne Boulevard. They'll be doing inspection work there, traffic to be detoured by way of the 10th Street bypass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
It's your anniversary, and she's been with you a lot of years. It's time for her to upgrade. No, not you. Upgrade her diamond ring. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. Stop in today and let our jewelry design experts guide you through the upgrade process. Whether it's a larger diamond or resetting her diamond into a sparkling new setting, we will take our time to help make this anniversary a lasting memory at a price you can afford. Stop in today for a free consultation at one of our 2 locations in Castee Village or Peters Township. Urbanowitz Jewelers, like having a jeweler in the family.
Wake up, double up on Get-Go breakfast sandwiches and save. Make it a great morning and enjoy 2 croissant breakfast sandwiches for just $6. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
DJ's Barbecue Grill and Lounge, the home of legendary ribs, invites you to watch all college hoops games and enjoy icy lake drafts for just $3. DJ's also offers party packs to go for all in-home watch parties.
I'm approaching the age where I'm going to start getting my clothes the same place I get my groceries.
Angela Johnson-Reyes, the family reunion tour.
Can't keep shopping at the same stores I used to shop at. Like Forever 21. No, you're not. Turns out that was a lie.
See Angela Johnson-Reyes
live on stage in Pittsburgh. The Event Center at Rivers Casino, Friday, April 25th. Get tickets now at riverscasino.com.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's
time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Just mentioned in passing, and it's kind of taken off. What do we think Ben Roethlisberger would think if Aaron Rodgers was QB1 for the Steelers this year? And this is a good take. I don't know that I agree with it, but I like where this texter's head is at, Dorn. Ben would rather have Rodgers than for us to draft another young quarterback, potentially take over the franchise quarterback mantle from him.
Interesting.
It's an interesting take.
Very interesting. I don't agree with it either, because I think if Aaron Rodgers does anything significant here, then it will put Ben. Nobody has passed or surpassed Ben, and Ben wants it that way for as long as possible. Any quarterback, any player doesn't want that next player to be better than them. I don't care what anybody says.
Oh, no.
I mean, Eric Dickerson didn't want Saquon Barkley to break the record.
Any relation there?
Yeah, uncle.
You, Eric, and the guy
Michael
for Robert Morris, whose name is not Michael.
Amarian.
There it
My
is.
cousin Amarian. We're all related. And Landon. Landon was like, he's my half-brother, though.
No, I think...
What? Landon's my half-brother.
Mm-hmm.
What, you think what?
Nope.
What?
No. Nope, I'm punting on third down is what is happening now. I can't believe I started the sentence. But I did.
You don't think he's my half-brother? Why?
And here I am. Nope.
Okay.
Social media's biggest loser, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. It's me. 412-928-9370. Sean in Mount Pleasant. You say things now. Hello, Sean.
Yeah, hey guys.
What's up?
So, is there a chance that Aaron Rodgers is waiting for Russell Wilson to sign somewhere so that he gets significantly increased leverage with the Steelers? And the second thing is, what are the chances that Aaron Rodgers, at his age and condition, is actually going to play a full season? What are your thoughts?
He did last year.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with that point, Sean. I think it's 50-50. I think there's a considerable risk of injury. Absolutely. Your body doesn't work the same way. He's in his 40s. And people look at Rodgers at Brady, and they think, okay, well, you could do it. Well, he's Tom Brady. I mean, he drinks like 75 ounces of water before he goes to bed at night for pliability reasons.
Well, Aaron Rodgers has ayahuasca. Maybe that's what his thing is.
He pooped out the demons.
Yes.
I mean, he did play last year.
Yeah.
All season.
I think if it's not catastrophic, he could make it through a season and be totally fine. Like, if it's not like something that's blown out.
I'd like to see him be more willing to take hits if he winds up being here, but that's easy for me to say behind a microphone at 34 years old whenever I have not been hit once in my entire life.
Yeah, why would you want him to take more hits?
Because I think while I've propped up the he gets rid of the ball thing quickly as a positive, I also think, like, upon going back and looking at some stuff, I think there's also an element of not letting plays develop, because I think he was a little bit worried about that Achilles. I think he got better as the season went on, but yeah, I have my concerns about that. 412-928-9370. What was the other thing the caller said?
Russ, waiting on Russ.
Oh, I don't think he is. I think Russ is waiting on Aaron.
Yeah.
And I do think, though, if Aaron picks whomever or retires, that's not the Steelers, I think Russ is going to have them in a difficult spot. Like, oh, you're coming crawling all the way back to me?
Mm-hmm.
You come crawling all the way back to me. And I think that they would. Like,
Russ and Mason?
Yeah. That's what they wanted last year, was Russ and Mason, I think, and Kenny, and just sort the whole thing out.
Yeah.
And then Kenny was like, no. And I don't blame Kenny for that. All right, coming up next, we'll switch gears. If something should happen with Rodgers, we will obviously bring you the breaking news on that. And there might be Rodgers-related, Steelers quarterback-related topics, but it's our award-winning segment, things you didn't know, things you don't care to know, but it's sports-related. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Do you know what time it is right now? I am going to tell you. It's Colin Dunlap for Schultz Ford. About that time right now, truck month at Schultz Ford. Oh, yeah. So, all the locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford Wheeling, too. Always online, schultzford.com. About Truck Month that's happening right now. How about that F-150? Man, are they spectacular. You drive an F-150, you're sitting inside, it's like being in your living room. Spacious, elegant, extravagant, phenomenal. Want something a little smaller? How about that Ranger? Man, are they sharp. Anyway, Truck Month. So get yourself to one of the dealers or online right now at schultzford.com because it is Truck Month. You could see yourself inside one of those trucks, right? So, schultzford.com right now. Pick that truck out that you want for Truck Month.
There's a new way to surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and Market District. Shop Giant Eagle's uncompromising quality at a reliable price with everyday savings. Look for signs throughout the store to find bargains on produce, meat, and more. Visit Giant Eagle to see how easy it is to save.
Attention parents, get your kids in the game with Pittsburgh NFL League, the #1 flag football league in Western PA. Fast-paced, non-contact football for boys and girls 4 to 17. Get NFL-style jerseys and top-notch coaching. Register now at PittsburghNFLLeague.com. Season starts in April.
Do you love hauling 20,000-pound coils? So do my friends at PGT Trucking. Pat Bostic here for PGT Trucking. They have local Pittsburgh runs for experienced flatbed truck drivers. Get home every day with PGT's Pittsburgh Local. Positions are available for company drivers, lease purchase, and owner-operators. Must have experience with steel coils. Join PGT Pittsburgh Local and become one of the proud professionals. Apply today at pgttrucking.com. That's pgttrucking.com.
Law firms come and go, but what law firm has been here in Western PA fighting for injury victims for more than 40 years? Edgar Snyder and Associates. What firm has a staff of over 130 people who live and work here? Edgar Snyder and Associates. Law firms come and go, but Edgar Snyder and Associates is a name you can always trust. So remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. If you've been hurt in an accident, call them at 1-800-94-EDGAR or visit edgarsnyder.com. They're available 24/7.
Looking to make some extra cash and make a difference? Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company has the perfect opportunity. Refer your friends and neighbors to Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company's trusted home improvement services. You'll earn $100 cash or $250 off your next project, plus a $25 donation goes directly to Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity. Every successful referral helps Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity, which helps build homes and changes lives for families in need. It's easy. Share a name and they'll handle the rest. Visit MountPleasantWindow.com.
Get ready to score big during the 3-point savings event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Panda, ready to tell them how? Simply pick your vehicle, then roll home with 1, a huge Spitzer discount, 2, special low financing, or 3, more for your trade. Whatever you choose, it's a slam dunk. Plus, you'll get a lifetime warranty on new Toyotas, and fresh hybrid inventory is arriving weekly. So, make a fast break to Spitzer.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some trouble on the roadways. This report brought to you by your local Parmar stores. If there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon. In Upper St. Clair, crews checking reports of a multi-vehicle accident on Route 19 Washington Road, the intersection with Abbeville Road, so watch for delays there. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 remains up to speed, so does the Parkway North out of the South Hills. Route 51, Sawmill Run Boulevard, with traffic light delays at the intersection with Route 88, again at Nobles Lane, and then approaching Bousman Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Parmar store. See for yourself. Download the Parmar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7, The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
things you didn't know, things you don't care to know, but it's sports-related segment coming up momentarily. You know, it's a silly season for quarterbacks, and that leads you to some hypotheticals. And here's a really good question on the text line, Doran. Text line's brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. What if KP doesn't leave last year? Would it be his team now? Would patience have paved off for his career? Whew. You retorted with, all right, let's say it's Russ and KP. They would not have traded for Justin Fields, I don't think. Because that didn't happen until they moved off of Kenny. Or had at least determined that they were moving off of Kenny. If KP goes 4-2, and he's got a quarterback rating of over 90 for each of those games, like like Justin Fields did, I think he goes longer than 6 games. Why can't I talk? Sorry. I think if he goes 4-2, he's got a quarterback rating of over 90. He's going longer than 6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's his team if he has the Justin Fields tenure.
If they went 10-7 with Kenny, and there were some Russell Wilson-like highs in the middle there, he's your quarterback this year.
Yep.
There's no question about that in my mind. People might think I'm dumb for saying that, but like if you meld sort of what Justin did with what Russ did, then he's the quarterback. And I do think that Kenny had more to offer than Matt Canada allowed.
Yeah.
Like I don't know that Kenny was ever going to be this Pro Bowl quarterback destined for greatness, but I still think he would have been better with Arthur Smith, of course, than he was with Matt Canada. People crush Arthur Smith. Matt Canada's one of the worst offensive coordinators we've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
All due respect. Can I say something that scathing and mean and then throw all due respect on the end of it?
No.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. It is now time for things you didn't know, things you don't care to know, but it's sports related. Bang! This is the way to get into the weekend, man.
It is. It's perfect.
Callis, if you could just send me this MP3, I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to open up the sunroof. I'm going to roll the windows down. I'm going to be bopping along to this on the freeway, baby.
It's actually a WAV file, sorry.
Oh.
MP3. That's old school.
We don't do MP3s anymore?
No. Well, we do. It just depends, like, what size you need.
You know what I did the other day? I don't know that I brought this up on the air, but me referring to things that are, like, not in the zeitgeist. I had my phone flashlight on in my pocket for 4+ hours the other day. And I would, like, take it out and text and, like, look, watch.
And have no clue that it was on.
No clue.
That's old.
No, my wife noticed it through my pants.
That's old.
I'm just happy her eyes were focused down in that location. You want to start this bad boy off, or you want me to start it off?
I'll start it off. Former Dallas Cowboys teammates are going back and forth. DeMarcus Lawrence and Micah Parsons. DeMarcus Lawrence just signed with Seattle, so check this out. DeMarcus Lawrence tweets, "Dallas is my home, but I know for sure I'm not going to win a Super Bowl there," with crying faces. Micah Parsons replies and says, "This is what rejection and envy look like. This is some clown bleep," with a clown emoji. DeMarcus Lawrence replies to Micah Parsons, "Calling me a clown won't change the fact that I told the truth. Maybe if you spent less time tweeting and more time winning, I wouldn't have left." So there's a nice little feud going on between some NFL players.
The more things change in Dallas, the more they stay the same.
Yes.
You've got a head coach that nobody wanted. You have the owner in the press conference to introduce the head coach, basically saying, "Oh, yeah, he's a puppet. Like, I gave this guy a shot," defending his honor while also trampling all over him in the public eye. You can't tell me that there weren't coaches that wanted to go coach the Dallas Cowboys. Oh, wait, maybe that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Maybe the pool of prospective candidates sees that it's a friggin' circus and doesn't want anything to do with it. I mean, DeMarcus Lawrence is 100% right.
Yeah.
He's 100% right. They haven't done anything of significance since the mid-1990s, when I was 5 years old, and you were like 8, and Nicholas Harry Callis was floating around in his daddy's scrotum.
I was 7.
I'm happy you cleared up.
I'm only 2
that
years older than you. You always think I'm 3 years older than you. I'm 2 years older than
I
you.
look at you like a big brother, Doran.
Mm-hmm.
I'm happy you cleared that factual error up. It would have been offensive otherwise.
Yep.
I go?
Yes.
Bill Belichick's girlfriend is to be CC'd on all of his work emails. This, a Bill Belichick request. There's a now viral email going around where Bill Belichick says, hey, any and all work emails going forward, please make sure you CC my 24-year-old smoke show girlfriend. He didn't actually say that. What he wrote was, thank you for the email. I am including Jordan on this email so she can also keep up with our postings. Can you include her on anything you send me? Thank you, Bill Belichick. This chick is operating the
God.
UNC Tar Heels from the inside, man.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
I really think we missed out in the UNC Hard Knocks not being...
Yeah, that'd have been great.
Yeah, that was going to be a thing this offseason, and now it's not. I think he's actually in love, Doran.
For sure he is. Is she?
Absolutely not. I mean, he's a Renaissance man. Like, he's in old-timey history and stuff like that. Like, I do think he's probably more interesting than people like me on the outside might give him credit for.
He definitely is, but he's not more interesting to a 22-year-old young lady.
No. If he was out, canvassing nursing homes, I think he'd be a super eligible bachelor, and the conversations could be riveting and stimulating. He ain't got nothing to talk to her about.
Zero.
Now, like me and Bill, I think we get along. Mm-hmm. Like, I recently just completed a World War II documentary series on Netflix. I think me and Bill would have a lot to chat about. You think she cares about D-Day?
Nope.
Me neither.
How about Shaquille O'Neal? He was on the TNT broadcast, as he always is, with Candace Parker and a guy named Lefko. I think he was subbing in for Ernie. Here's the little chain of the back and forth going. Shaq, I like what Chauncey Billups is doing. Those guys play hard. Candace Parker, no, I can't let this go. Who's doing it? Question mark. Shaq, Chauncey's the coach, right? Lefko, no. Vince Carter, it's J.B. Bickerstaff. Shaq, I don't watch the Detroit Pistons. Chauncey Billups is the head coach of the Portland Trailblazers. And everybody's crushing Shaq for this, by the way, which I think is stupid. It's Shaquille O'Neal. It's like, oh, he's getting paid to talk about the NBA. He should know this stuff. It's ridiculous. Like, it's Shaquille O'Neal. He's the best center, probably. Oh, arguably the best center ever. Who cares?
He totally should know that, but he didn't. And him not knowing it, that's why he's on the show.
Yes.
Is stuff like that. Like, are you really moving the needle if you're pumping the tires of the Detroit Pistons head coach? No. Nobody's watching that show on TNT, soon to probably be moved to ESPN, so that you can hear about his analysis of the Detroit Pistons. They want the laughs.
Right.
They want these moments. I'm a big fan of Chauncey Billups. That 04 Pistons team, we've talked about them on Pittsburgh airwaves more than anybody ever should talk about that team. Chauncey, it sounds like the name of like a British prime minister.
Yeah, or a nightclub in Pittsburgh in the 90s.
Chauncey's.
Yeah.
When you were 8 years old and I was 5.
Yes.
How about Cooper Flagg getting hurt yesterday?
Yeah, it was tough to watch.
Then he had the Charlotte Hornets towel on, and people are just saying, all right, that's it. They're just going to wheel him right over to the Hornets.
Yep.
That's where he's going to wind up. I think that's a massive loss for college basketball if he's unable to go. Now, he's day-to-day. They did the X-ray. They're going to play North Carolina tonight. I'm sure Cooper Flagg wants to play in the game. ACC semifinals. If you play him, you are out of your ever-loving mind.
Yes.
Which I don't like, because North Carolina is like one massive quad one win from getting into the NCAA tournament, and it should not mean as much for them if they beat Duke, who's down 2 starters. I think they're going to beat Duke without Cooper Flagg, and they're going to get into the tournament. I'm here to tell you they don't deserve to get in. One quad one win.
And they played some decent basketball down the stretch.
They played great basketball down the stretch. They played no one. I think yesterday between Clemson and Louisville, was the first matchup between ranked teams in the ACC in conference play.
Yeah.
That's absurd to me. You got one quality win, and now they're going to get 2. I'm bitter.
Yeah, I can tell. Does that have any effect on your Mountaineers?
It very well could, and that's why I'm bitter.
Yep, I knew there was something to it.
By the way, looks like West Virginia's coach could be leaving for Iowa. It's his home.
Good.
Screw you. If he does go home and they hire Bob Huggins, I am telling you right now that I am never watching a West Virginia basketball game again.
You are the biggest bleeping liar on earth.
I will not watch a West Virginia basketball game again until next November.
Yeah, there's no... Are you kidding me?
I won't watch them again until November, Dorn.
Oh, yeah, okay, there you go.
Texter, I used to think Chauncey Billups was a condition that, like, a horse would have. What happened to Mike? Oh, he's got that Chauncey Billups. Seabiscuit, man, career cut short. He got that Chauncey Billups. We got anything else?
No, we're good. I have some other ones, but they don't matter.
Another texter about Bill Belichick's wonderful girlfriend, Jordan. Crowley, I think you got it wrong. She actually loves D-Day. When Belichick's trying to storm the beaches. They probably don't have electricity in the entire house. The lights are just off all time.
I mean, they're never there.
All right. What's the latest on Aaron Rodgers? There's more information out this morning. We'll get to you. We'll get to it, I should say. And then, because of all the Rodgers stuff, because of the Rudolph stuff, because of DK Metcalf, I think we are all missing a massive Steelers story. A huge one. We'll get to that, too. First, though, it's a Nicholas Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates lost 15-3 to the Minnesota Twins in spring training yesterday. They've got a game at 6 o'clock tonight against the Detroit Tigers. Pittsburgh Penguins played, and they won their game yesterday against the St. Louis Blues, making it 3 wins in a row for the Pens. They don't play again until tomorrow at 3 o'clock against the New Jersey Devils. That'll be a home game for the Pens. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran!
It's time to call PJ Fitzpatrick for a perfect new roof. I trust PJ Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from PJ Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with PJ Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Jared Jones. Just 13 days until Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger. Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman Edge, sponsored by Empower. Invest well so you can live a little at Empower.com. The University of Texas just self-reported a series of NCAA sports betting violations involving 2 football players. Recently, stories surfaced about alleged sports wagering scandals involving 2 basketball players at Fresno State and 4 at the University of New Orleans. This is a serious problem, and it seems to be getting worse and worse. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
All power, zero compromise. Ego cordless outdoor power equipment features advanced lithium battery technology that exceeds the power and performance of gas without the noise, fuss, or fumes. From blowers and trimmers to mowers and pressure washers, one battery powers over 90 tools. No wonder it is the #1 rated brand in cordless outdoor power. Power beyond belief. Visit egopowerplus.com to learn more or to find an Ego retailer near you. That's egopowerplus.com.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
What's the dog name again? His name is Top Dog. Tell the dog to go bite him. Tell the dog to go sick him. He got me hurt. It was all his fault. I'm in a lot of pain. Tell the dog to go bite him. It's Top Dog. It's Top Dog Law. It's Top Dog. It's Top Dog Law. You ever see a grown man cry? You ever see it in your life? I'm crying right now. Playing with my life. Went to the hospital. Doctor did something wrong. I don't know if he knew what he was doing, but he did something wrong. Need you to go bite him. This a medical malpractice. Any accident, big or small. Top Dog Law.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. Here's the best part. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Not happy? They'll come back between visits to make it right. Don't wait. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Lowe's knows that your deadlines don't change, even when your job does. But with Lowe's Buy Online, Pick Up in Store, we'll help you adjust on the fly. And when you absolutely can't leave the project, we can deliver to your job site as soon as same day. Lowe's knows pros. We help, you save. Valid on eligible in-stock orders and select zip codes placed by 2 p.m. for same-day delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. More terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some rush hour delays, plus the midday ones. This report brought to you by Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels, while the Parkway East at Stacks at Wilkinsburg. Route 28, the Parkway North, pretty much up to speed. From now till 3 o'clock, watch for crews closing the ramp from the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge to Fort Duquesne Boulevard. That's for ramp inspection work. Traffic will be detoured by way of the 10th Street bypass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. We are experts in sewer clogs, repairs, and lining. Selling or buying a house? Trust our NASCO certified camera inspections for an honest assessment. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining. Sewers are our specialty.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Selection Sunday coming up this weekend. On Sunday, that's when they do it. St. Patty's Day weekend. We can smell the weekend. Now I keep being redundant. I keep using the same words over and over again.
We can smell the weekend?
Can't you smell that weekend?
What does it smell like?
Bad decisions. No, people, be careful out there in the South Side this weekend.
Out there.
Be careful out there, down there. Our guy Jake, Southside Jake, he's walking around those parts. You got to be careful. Can't be too careful. There's a big story we're missing for the Steelers, which we'll get to coming up at the bottom of the hour. People texting in other athlete names that sound like they could be diseases. Like we got Rusty Kuntz here. You know what? I don't want to play that game anymore. Yeah, I don't think we want to play that game anymore. I went right in. I just read that one. We're right there. We're good. We're good. We're fine. It's a name. Good. We're fine. It's like saying Dick LeBeau. You're okay. You're fine. Dangerous.
Yes, very.
All right, here's the latest on Rodgers as we understand it. This, according to Diana Rossini of The Athletic. The Giants have offered Rodgers more money. Here's the weird thing about all this, man. Like, all the reporting we're going to get on it is obviously team and league sourced. We're not going to get anything out of the Rodgers camp. Like, I don't think he's talking to anybody that would be leaking information. So, while and I believe Diana Rossini's reporting, she's really good at her job. Well, I believe that. I think that's gospel. Okay, they've offered him more money. We have no idea when this is going to go down. And so, any insider that goes out there and says, Rodgers, we're expecting that decision today, they don't know what the hell they're talking about. I have no idea when this thing's going to end. Easter? Is it going to end like Memorial Day? 4th of July? Labor Day? Like, when's this thing going to get done? No clue. The only way we would get any indication of that is if there's reporting that the Steelers, Giants, Vikings, whatever team's involved has given Aaron Rodgers a deadline. But until we hear reports like that, we're not going to know. And I don't think the Steelers clearly have drawn that line in the sand. How long do you let him go? I mean, clearly they want him.
Before OTAs start.
Oh, my God!
Well, that's like a month.
So you're going to have it, you got to go through the draft?
Yeah, no, never mind. I'd let it go like a week. End of March.
You can't let it go past the draft.
No.
And that to me is even extreme. Like, it goes anywhere near the draft, like, you're not in a good spot. Because then you're missing out on a bunch of guys. And there's good guys out there. Like, Cooper Kupp's still available. Apparently, the Cowboys are the leader in the clubhouse for him. Amari Cooper, Stephon Diggs. So a couple of wide receivers, right? I keep coming around on Calais Campbell. I saw our friend Alan Saunders from Pittsburgh Steelers Now. He was talking about Calais Campbell. And people get mad about that because he's a million years old. But here, let's get into it now, actually. This is a big Steelers story. They gave up 299 rushing yards in a playoff game to their most hated rival, a team that they had stifled time and time again before that. And the Steelers have done exactly nothing to improve their rushing defense. And I think it's because they're in quarterback limbo, in quarterback purgatory. You can't spend money in free agency, and I think it all points to them doing it in round one of the draft, Doran. But they've done nothing to improve that part of their defense. Like, Malik Harrison comes in, but you lose a Landon Roberts. I mean, that's not an addition. Like, he's going to help them on special teams. Is he as good as a Landon Roberts stopping the run? Maybe. He's not going to be better. So, one in, one out. They have done nothing to improve the defensive line.
Zero. All because of this.
Yes. And that's why I come back circling around on I'm more mad at on the Steelers now, at the Steelers now than I am mad at Aaron Rodgers. Like,
are you mad that they didn't pay Justin Fields? Let's start there.
Yeah, do you want to do therapy couch with this?
Yeah.
Let me put my feet up here. Let me put the feet up here. Let me do a quick read and get my feet up here. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Yes, I'm mad about that. Like, $20 million is a drop in the proverbial bucket. That's nothing to pay a quarterback. And all the reporting, and I believe it, is that he was their 1A option.
Mm-hmm.
Then you need to treat him like he is. You either pony up with the money or you make him the offer and don't start singing Russell Wilson's praises if you're Art Rooney II or Omar Khan in your media availabilities. Like, if he's your number one, come out and say, we'd like to have Justin back. Not Justin or Russell Wilson.
Right.
We want to have Justin Fields back. These are people with feelings, Doran, with egos. And Justin, like everybody else, saw how Russell Wilson's Steelers performed down the stretch, went 0-5 and averaged 14 points a game. I would take massive offense to that if I were Justin Fields. Oh, this guy? You didn't win a game. This is what, late early December? You go over? You're scoring 0 points? And you're going to say in the same sentence my name with that guy's name? Nah, screw you. I ain't coming back. Yeah, they screwed the whole thing up. So that's where it all stems from.
That's where it all stems from, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you mad that you didn't hear anything about the Steelers being in on Geno Smith?
I wouldn't have hated that. No, I think he's a good dude. I think he's probably an underrated player. I don't think he's a great player. I think he's probably middle-of-the-pack NFL quarterbacks, and I think his paycheck will reflect that.
Who would you rather have, Geno Smith or DK?
I think you could have both, right?
If you had to pick one, though.
I'd rather have DK.
Right.
Yeah.
Are you mad that they missed out on Sam Darnold?
No.
Are you mad that they missed out on what's the quarterback?
Mac Jones?
No, the other one.
Gardner Minshew?
The other one. Giants.
Daniel Jones.
Daniel Jones.
I mean, I just wish their mindset would change. I'll answer it that way. Like, kind of, yeah. Yeah, because I want them to go cheap. And cheap for me is up into $20 million, $40 million guaranteed for 2 seasons for Justin Fields. And I want them to build around them. Like, I said it to start the show. Mason Rudolph walks in here. I don't think that necessarily means you're punting on the season. You went 3-0 in his regular season games a couple of years ago. I think you can convince yourself he can get you to 9 or 10 wins. So you're not, quote-unquote, punting. You add around him, and then he's your bridge guy. And when the next guy walks in, you've got a great situation for that dude. You got a terrific situation for that guy. With DK Metcalf and whatever else it is that they could have and probably missed out on adding around him.
All right, we're playing this game. So would you rather them trade for Joe Milton or draft Jackson Dart?
Trade for Joe Milton. I think Jackson Dart, there's a better chance he's the guy, but I also think you're married to him if you draft him. Whereas Joe Milton, he comes in, and if he plays well, I still think you can draft over him next year.
Trade for Joe Milton or sign Aaron Rodgers?
Trade for Joe Milton. Absolutely. No hesitation. Did I stutter?
Who starts? Joe Milton or Mason Rudolph?
Mason Rudolph. Because I don't really think Joe Milton's going to be a guy. But you're just taking flyers on dudes at that point. Now, you answer your own questions now. You turn this around on me. I feel like I'm getting interrogated.
Oh, you're the one that's mad.
The light coming down.
You're the one that's mad. I know who I want.
You want Aaron Rodgers?
Yes. You're the one you're the one upset. So I'm trying to figure out and get in your mind why you're so upset.
And I've heard you talk about this for days, so I feel like I have a good understanding of why you want Aaron Rodgers, but are you okay with the way it's all happening here?
Yes.
What if it dragged out for 3 weeks and you still land with Rodgers? You're okay with it?
Yeah, because I think that they want to be in it.
We need to get Tomlin on a damn beach then.
Yes.
Talking to Aaron Rodgers and selling him on all the positives of signing now. Like, because they got to put the money in damn escrow right now. Like, we can't spend it because we know it's going to be on Rodgers. Like, okay, at least if it's Rodgers, then you can start working on restructuring and all that kind of stuff.
Only reason why I'm okay with the timeline right now is because of whenever it started. And it hasn't been that long.
Well, then you should be mad that they didn't reach out to Rodgers earlier.
Right.
At the ski lodge or wherever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I would be upset about. Like, why did it take this long? Mm-hmm. Obviously, I'm the last option for you.
I think there's more people than not that don't want Rodgers, but there's enough people out there that want Rodgers that are listening to you and they're going, yeah, Dorn, you're making a lot of sense. I think most of the people, though, whether you want Rodgers or you want Russ or you wanted Justin Fields or you want Mason Rudolph to start day one, I think everybody should be upset with how the Steelers have handled themselves through all of this. Like, we keep hearing they wanted Justin. They didn't show him. We keep hearing they want Rodgers. Well, then get it done. Mm-hmm. Then make it happen. And I guess, okay, he's got a decision to make, and so then the ball is in his court. Make him some kind of an offer that he can't refuse then. Like, if you really want him and you think he's the key, and their inaction here and anything else is telling us that that's what they want, then make it happen. I don't want it to happen. But if you want it to happen, push the damn thing over the finish line. 412-928-9370. I'm fed up. Yes, Harry.
What's your dad's name again?
Mark.
I think he's chatting with people on YouTube.
There is 0% chance that my dad is on YouTube arguing with people right now.
I didn't say arguing, just chatting.
Oh, Dad, put the phone down.
Why do you think that?
Because the name on there says Mark Crowley. It's not a username. It says Mark Crowley.
All right, going to give my dad a call during the break. We'll be back to do more of whatever the hell this is next. It's a Fan Morning Show. Now a Harry headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Might have had a Crowley dad sighting on YouTube. Also, the Pittsburgh Steelers, they have signed Mason Rudolph to a 2-year contract worth $8 million. Steelers made a couple other signings as well to add to wide receiver depth and special teams. Scotty Miller and Ben Skoranek both were signed to deals on Thursday. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hola, amigos! Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. The madness is only beginning here in March, and it's time to cash in on some college hoops. The Florida Gators have been dominant this year. The Gators are 5th in adjusted offense efficiency. I like the Gators to chomp down in the SEC tournament and win it all in San Antonio. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small, loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
If you're looking for the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, then it's your lucky day. They're right here with big savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Katie, every day I still meet people who have no idea all that Mitsubishi vehicles have to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety equipment, a panoramic roof.
Plus room for 7 passengers. It's the perfect choice for a big family like mine. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them up to $7,000 off. Or grab 0% financing for 60 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off. Outlander Sports as low as $23,000.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and up to 125% of KBB for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Luck is on your side here at Mitsu by the Mall. Learn more at JimShorkeyNorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Hey, basketball fans, want to boost your odds on the next college hoops wager? Just log into your BetMGM account today to receive an odds boost token. Then place a wager on any college basketball matchup and apply your token. Just make sure to bet up to the minimum stake, odds, and legs specified on the token. If your boosted wager hits, you'll score a bigger payout, no matter the showdown. BetMGM is your home for betting college basketball. Place your bets and adds Vegas excitement to every pass, every dunk, and every buzzer beater. Think you can hit that winning shot? Step onto the court for your chance to score. Claim your college basketball odds boost token today. The players are ready for tip-off, so take your shot with BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New and existing customer offer. Rewards expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
9:39. Time to make the call to the Buell Insurance Agency. Get help with those premiums, 724-443-5610. There is a guy in our YouTube comments who is using my father's name, and he is pretending to be my dad. Someone asked him, Mark, was Adam a bully growing up? And he replied, nefarious, stubborn, and a smidge arrogant, good Irish boy, all things considered.
This is an inside job.
That is this Callis doing this? I don't think Callis knows what nefarious means.
It's some sort of synonym for evil.
All right, color me surprised. Did you guys hear? Oh, man. Did you hear Bechtold try to say the word zeitgeist the other day?
No. You have it?
I'm going to see if I can find it in here somewhere.
Bostic was upset with Bechtold.
They went, he was pissed.
Real mad. Then he got mad at us. Bostic did.
Yeah, so here's what happened. Austin is convinced that next year's draft is going to be a gold mine for quarterbacks. I actually have a topic on that in a second here. Write that down. So he is convinced that next year's draft is going to be a really good quarterback draft. I think there are a lot of people who see it that see it Bechtold's way. Well, Bostic said, I wouldn't be so sure, and he listed all the reasons why. And then Bechtold, from the top rope, dude, he taps the elbow, he jumps. Yeah, well, Bostic thought Kenny Pickett was going to be good. Bang!
Crushed him.
So then, of course, you and I text Bostic, and we're like, hey, did you hear what Bechtold said? And I think he was pissed.
He was real mad. Then he got mad at us because, we didn't respond.
Well, he was like, can you guys give me Bechtold's phone number? And you and I didn't reply. You said you were napping.
Right.
Were you napping?
Yeah.
I was not napping. I was not going to be the guy who's going to be the go-between here, who gets Bostic shredding and destroying young Austin Bechtold, who I think's mind is still developing. You know how they say you can't have alcohol before you're 21 because your frontal lobe is still developing? I think Austin's frontal lobe is still developing.
Yes.
And if he gets punched in the face, metaphorically speaking, by Pat Bostic, I think his confidence is going to get nipped in the bud, and we've lost a potential talent here.
Yeah.
So I didn't want to be part of that.
Yeah, Bostic would dig deep, too. He would get him. He would make sure that Austin would never utter his name again. Bostic likes to get even.
I actually liked what Bechtold did. That's sports talk radio, man. Instead of debating the merits, he just attacks the guy. I love that. Go for it. Maybe I am nefarious. I can't find the zeitgeist thing.
I found it.
Oh, good.
So Pat responds, to be clear, Rodgers is not scheduled to be on our show today. Also, does feel like his affinity for Pittsburgh should be back in the Zygest. Is that the correct pronunciation of that word?
What?
Bob?
I think so.
What?
No, that's not the best.
That's a good use of the word.
Zeitgeist.
Zeitgeist? Yeah.
Zeitgeist.
Listen, I hate to do this, but I'm going to do this too. Bob Pompiani's been reading off a teleprompter for his entire life.
Long time.
Bob Pompiani is one of the most well-spoken, smartest guys in the industry. Forget just in Pittsburgh, but countrywide. And he saw the tweet, and Bechtold asked him, Zygest, I think that's how he said, I think you're right there.
I think you're right. Oh, man.
Zygest. Now, also, I'm going to go out on a limb here. I'll just take everyone now. We'll just get everyone out on this one. Ain't no way that was actually Pat McAfee responding to Bob Pompiani. I don't think.
I think it was. Because he called him Pomp, right?
He did call him Pomp.
Only people will call Pomp are the people in Pittsburgh that know him as Pomp.
Yeah, well, that could be Tone Diggs or any of those guys.
I don't think they run his Twitter account.
Is it more likely that one of those guys calls him Pomp, or that Pat McAfee actually understands the word zeitgeist? Like, that seems like too highbrow a word for our good friend Pat McAfee. Zygest.
I feel like Pat probably heard that word somewhere. Was like, oh yeah, I'm going to use that.
It's spelled Zeitgeist. Zygest.
I probably would get it wrong too. I ain't gonna lie.
You think whenever he was a kid, his mom was reading Reader's Digest?
Zygest. Is that the correct pronunciation of that word?
Wait, we need Bob one more time here on this. Bob's response is the one.
Word?
What?
Bob?
I think so.
What?
I think so.
I think so.
No, that's not the best.
Meanwhile, we're all waiting for Aaron Rodgers. It's like the Ayuk saga all over again. I could not, Doran, I probably for 3 weeks straight gave the same exact Ayuk take, which was, yo, give this jackass a deadline. And that's where I am here on Rodgers. Here's my draft take. We keep hearing, we keep reading that next year's class is going to be better. You know what? I'll agree with Bostic on one point of it. We don't know that. Like, you can look at the prospects available, and you can think about upside, and you can say from a purely talent standpoint, yeah, there's a deeper crop. We have no idea. Is Drew Aller going to cement himself as a top 15 pick next year? Like, if he plays the way he played against Notre Dame more than a handful of times next year, I ain't touching that guy with the 10-foot pole.
Mm-hmm.
And the same is true for a lot of those guys.
I think people are misconstruing or getting confused with the fact that it's a deep draft next year and saying that it's a good draft. Like, I feel like people are like, oh, the draft, next year there's a lot of good players. Like, that's not necessarily true. You got to see how that plays out. But it's deep. There's a lot of quarterbacks that are draft available next year. I think that's where we need to go with it. There's a lot of quarterbacks that can go into the draft next year. Now, I don't know how the pool is going to be of the big-time quarterbacks, but there's more quarterbacks that are coming out next year than there is this year.
Even if there's not, so this is where I was going to go, and you might be right. You probably are right. You are right. But here's where I was going to go. Next year's draft could be bad, too. It doesn't make me want to draft a guy this year anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I either believe in Jackson Dart or I don't believe in Jackson Dart. I either believe in Shedeur Sanders or I don't believe in Shedeur Sanders. And next year is relevant, sure, because, God, you hope there's dudes there. But I'm either going to like a quarterback or I'm not. Texter, Crowley can't talk all morning on the show, and then you slight Pat McAfee like that. That's fair.
Yep.
Texter, sorry, Crowley. Austin's comments still not as bad as your legendary downhill comments to TK. Pony had one of those the other day, too. He wound up ripping on TK by accident.
Today is Mulsey's 40th birthday. What did Tyler Kennedy do for a big 40th birthday banger?
Are you kidding me? I'm not 40 yet. I'm like a young 38, brother.
Man. Damn. Wow. Then you fell into that trap.
Yeah, well, then I texted Pony basically like, haha, now you did it. Now you guys could get off my nards about the whole downhill thing. And instead of reading that on the air to TK, he says, "Whoa, Crowley just texted in and said he has you pegged not a day over 44." To which TK replied, "Oh, well, I'm going to drown that guy.
I'm going to drown that guy, boys.
Boys, I'm going to drown
Boys,
that guy."
listen, boys. I'm going to drown that guy.
Which, that is the manliest, doodliest insult of all time.
Drowned. I just pictured him just pulling you underwater. I also heard TK said he's claustrophobic because his brother locked him in a closet whenever he was younger. He's like, I don't, boys, guys, I don't mess with that stuff. I had an older brother, and when I was younger, he locked me in a closet, and I couldn't get over the fear. I was howling.
How long?
Stanley Cup champion, getting in fights with Shen. Just getting rocked by other hockey players and rocking hockey players, and he just can't get over his claustrophobia because his brother locked him in the closet when he was 4.
Yeah, he's not afraid of Daniel Carcillo or Eric Goddard swinging lefts at him. Don't you walk him through a Macy's department store. No. Like, don't go to Bed Bath & Beyond with Tyler Kennedy. He will lose his mind. I'm going to drown that guy.
Drown that guy.
All right. We'll ask the question we've been asking for the last 4 days to end our show. Before we hand things over to Pomp and Joe, we'll ask that question once again. But first, it's a hairy headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins won against the St. Louis Blues yesterday, and that's 3 straight wins now for the Pittsburgh Penguins. They've got a game tomorrow at 3 o'clock against the New Jersey Devils. Pirates lost 15-3 in spring training to the Twins yesterday. Pirates play tonight at 6 o'clock against the Detroit Tigers. More Fan Headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley!
Oh, you want to drown your sorrows? You want some beer? It's St. Patrick's Day weekend. The weather is awesome. It's officially outdoor beer drinking season. So you need beer. And to help you celebrate St. Patty's Day now through Sunday, Hampton Beer Outlet has Guinness. 24-pack cans, just $39.99 a case. That is $10 off. It's the best price anywhere. Crazy now through Sunday. And they got all your St. Patty's favorites. Smittix, Harp, Magners, Murphy's. They got it all. Get ready for a terrific party weekend. Get to Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Just when you thought things were calming down, this report brought to you by 2 men and a junk truck. We now have an accident partially blocking the ramp from inbound Route 28 to East Ohio Street. Now, crews are on the scene, and that's causing delays back to the 31st Street Bridge, so just be aware of that. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels, and the Parkway East is solid at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by 2 Men and a Junk Truck. Visit them at 2menandajuncktruck.com.
That broken old piano that's been taking up space in your basement since who knows when. We can help with that. 2menandajuncktruck.com. 2 Men and a Junk Truck.
Hey, basketball fans, want to boost your odds on the next college hoops wager? Just log into your BetMGM account today to receive an odds boost token. Then place a wager on any college basketball matchup and apply your token. Just make sure to bet up to the minimum stake, odds, and legs specified on the token. If your boosted wager hits, you'll score a bigger payout, no matter the showdown. BetMGM is your home for betting college basketball. Place your bets and adds Vegas excitement to every pass, every dunk, and every buzzer beater. Think you can hit that winning shot? Step onto the court for your chance to score. Claim your college basketball odds boost token today. The players are ready for tip-off, so take your shot with BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New and existing customer offer. Rewards expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 43rd Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, now through Sunday, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. Stroll through the fully furnished open concept model ranch home by Buckhorn Showcase. This weekend only, see HGTV celebrity and Pittsburgh native Steve Ford from the hit show Restored by the Fords. Visit pghhome.com for details. Don't miss the largest home event in America with acres of products and services in one place at one time. The Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, now through Sunday, Convention Center downtown.
At Diamonds Direct, our experts go the extra mile to ensure you have the tools to say I do with absolute confidence. Our promise to you is a completely risk-free shopping experience rooted in transparency, education, and integrity. No pressure, no intimidation, just clarity and confidence in your purchase. But we're about more than just price. Everything is backed by our exclusive guarantees. Put our tools to the test against any competitor, and our expert staff will ensure you get the very best overall value and unforgettable experience. Learn more at diamondsdirect.com. Diamonds Direct, your love, our passion.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserve seat, game tickets, and more. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238. 800-848-1238.
Hey, it's Crowley, and you need beer. It's St. Patrick's Day weekend. The weather is awesome. It's officially outdoor beer drinking season. So let me remind you, you need beer. And to help you celebrate St. Patty's Day now through Sunday, Hampton Beer Outlet has Guinness 24-pack cans, just $39.99 a case. That's $10 off, the best price anywhere, $39.99. Crazy. Also, your other St. Patty's favorites, Smittix, Harp, Magners, Murphy's, they've got it all. Get ready for a terrific weekend. Get to Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
When something happens to your kitchen, you might say,
"This is ludicrous."
but that won't fix your home. That will only get you the rapper, Ludacris.
Having trouble? Don't panic. Don't be alarmed. You need to file a claim? Holla at State Farm. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
That's right. You can file a claim on the app or call us.
Thanks, Mr. Chris.
No matter how ludicrous the situation, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Selling your home, it's one of the biggest financial decisions you'll ever make. You could go it alone, trying to navigate market trends, determine fair pricing, and tackle tricky negotiations on your own. You could second guess every decision, wondering if you're doing it right. Then there's the showings, the offers, and the mountain of paperwork. Or you could work with the expertise of a realtor, here to guide and help protect as you make your next big move. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Right by
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Best thing on the radio! It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
All right, enough. We're still talking about Quiz Callis from yesterday because he's getting raked over the coals by everybody for not knowing what conference Penn State is in, and he should be.
Yes.
He should be.
Yes.
But we always have his back, so we will be referring to Donnie Football from henceforth, I should.
Moving forward.
Thank you. Why did I try to do that?
I don't know.
Zeitgeist.
Yep.
Well, because I put it in my tweet is that. Henceforth, he will be known as Donnie Slapass.
So therefore, we will be referring to him as Donnie Slapass, in solidarity with our friend Callis, even though we actually agree with the overarching points made by the afternoon guys yesterday. And we just asked him which college Michael Jordan went to, and he did not know. So here's what I'm going to do this weekend. And it doesn't even need to be for a bit. This is just to help a friend. This is to help you advance your career. I'm going to put together a need-to-know sheet of everything that average sports fans in this country know. I'm going to print it out. I'm going to give it to you. And you are going to memorize it, and you are going to be better for it.
What number was Tom Brady?
12.
Okay, thank you.
I don't want to play the game anymore.
So all my argument is Pony was from New York, comes to Pittsburgh. He's got to learn about Pittsburgh sports,
and
right?
he did.
But that's what I'm saying. If I had to do a show on Penn State,
it's not about Penn State. It's about the teams of the conferences in college.
If I needed to do a talk show about anything, I could prepare for it. That's my argument in all of this.
But you're wrong.
But I've never had to talk about Penn State, and aside from that, I don't care about Penn State.
He's missing the point.
Yeah, it's not about Penn State.
He's missed the point entirely, and I'm going to print him out a sheet.
All
right, we'll end the show the way we've been ending every show. Well, 50-minute mark brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. Michael Jordan.
I mean, that one out of all of them has just it's burning inside of me.
I was saying, the argument, I grew up with LeBron James. I can tell you all the teams he played for.
Callis, everybody knows where Michael Jordan went to college. Everybody. There's not one person that's listening to this show right now that doesn't know that.
Callis, remember this forever.
Okay.
Michael Jordan went to Duke. Okay?
Yes.
Duke.
Yes.
In what conference?
Was that back when they were in the Big East?
They were never in the Big East. He went to UNC. All right, we're going to end the show the way we end every show.
In the ACC. Yes.
When we start this bad boy up again on Monday at 5:40, will the Steelers have another quarterback on their roster not named Mason Rudolph or Skylar Thompson?
Well,
best guess.
Yes.
Callis?
No.
I don't think so either. So we'll talk to you on Monday at 5:40. Pomp and Joe, coming up next. The saga goes on. There's only one place you want to be. That's 93.7 The Fan. Peace.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the power of Bowser. Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive or lease for just $399 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. With credit approval and financing through HMFC, offer ends March 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. This week, FanDuel is bringing you a Dog of the Day Profit Boost token. One of the best parts about the tournament is when an underdog takes down a powerhouse. And right now, those upsets can get even better because if your underdog bet wins, you'll add even more winnings with a profit boost. This is your chance to ride with the long shots, the scrappy teams, the ones that refuse to go quietly. Robert Morris, what a Cinderella story that is. Number 1 seed in the conference tournament after being picked to finish near the bottom of its league. My pick to win that tournament. FanDuel.com/Andrew. Your dog of the day with a profit boost. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Wager of at least plus 100 odds required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture, coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture, 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Berg. Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant starts with a great celebration for halfway to Oktoberfest with this great deal. All month long, get 3 32-ounce crowlers of their flagship Bierce Lager, Dunkel, or Hefeweizen for just $20 now through March 31st. Try it with March's feature pairing, Marzen beer, along with house-made cabbage rolls. Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant in the South Side works. No matter the occasion, everyone loves it at our house.
Warmer weather means that all the brick and block issues that you've been putting off and have been haunting you are going to really start to creep up. So may I suggest precision pointing and restoration. Serving the greater Pittsburgh area for nearly 25 years. Brick, block, mortar replacement, whole house restoration, retaining walls, and a whole lot more. Free estimates. No money down, so you don't have to worry about somebody running away with your deposit. No, not at Precision Pointing. Plus, a guarantee on all of their work. I'm really glad that I use them for my home project, so visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
Join me, Jacqueline Coley, on a brand new podcast, Seen on the Screen, presented by Make It Universal and Rotten Tomatoes. Meet the innovative people at NBC Universal as they share their journeys, inspirations, and the movies that shaped them. Each episode is an intimate and fun conversation about the impact of film. Seen on the Screen is available now.
You can find it on Apple, Odyssey, YouTube, or wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Things looking a tad bit better on Route 28. This report brought to you by Credit Karma. Earlier accident cleared, reopening the ramp from inbound Route 28 to East Ohio Street. Leftover delays, though, from Shaler Waterworks to the north side. Parkway West are jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East slowing at Edgewood Swissvale. And ramp inspection crews closing the ramp from the Fort Duquesne Bridge's lower deck to Fort Duquesne Boulevard. They're doing that inspection project until 3 o'clock, and your alternate is the 10th Street bypass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where TurboTax Expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm cursing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on there.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For JD Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle, 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They're a platinum certified contractor with Atlas shingles. Plus, all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551 or callthepickle.com.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 43rd Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, now through Sunday Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. Stroll through the fully furnished open concept model ranch home by Buckhorn Showcase. This weekend only, see HGTV celebrity and Pittsburgh native Steve Ford from the hit show Restored by the Fords. Visit pghhome.com for details. Don't miss the largest home event in America with acres of products and services in one place at one time. The Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, now through Sunday Convention Center downtown.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Day 5 Aaron Rodgers watch. It continues. There's still no word on whether it'll be the Steelers or the Giants from Aaron Rodgers, but according to Diana Rossini, a decision from Rodgers is expected soon. We'll see about that. Pirates and Tigers tonight at 6:05. Andrew Heaney will start for the Buccos. Heaney has made 2 starts for the Pirates in spring training so far in his Bucco debut, and he only went 1 2/3 innings in his first start, giving up 4 runs. Also gave up 4 runs in his second start, 2 1/3 against Detroit. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, Papa Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. I like that word.
It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Rudolph with his first completion. It's Pickens in stride. There he goes. The explosion. Pickens. Goodbye. Touchdown. 86 yards.
It's the Rudolph train.
There was no doubt about it.
10:45 to play and counting, fourth quarter, 24-10 Buffalo. Rudolph takes the snap, looks left, throws toward the goal line. Pass is caught. Touchdown Steelers. Calvin Austin. He has pulled the Steelers within 1 score with 10:32 to play. Here in the fourth quarter, it's 24-16.
Yeah, I think he's a fringe top 10 type of guy. I think what you saw last year was a little bit of physical ability diminished, but he's coming off of the Achilles. I'm not saying that's going to get any better a year older, but could he get a little bit better?
Shotgun, Rodgers. Hall to his left. Jets trying to add to their lead. Fake the handoff. Rodgers to his right. Throwing. Caught. Touchdown. Terrific grab by Garrett Wilson for the score. Aaron Rodgers with a BB. And the Jets now in front 20-3.
It's 4 nights of complete darkness.
Rodgers in trouble. It's going to get there. He turned 32 yesterday. Does he have a vintage moment in him? In the end zone. It is caught for the win. Richard Rodgers with the walk-off touchdown. A game ender for the Packers.
I consulted with a now good friend of mine, Joe Rogan.
Jackson Dart.
Oh, he's on Dart, Doran.
Yeah.
You think it's a good idea?
If they don't have a quarterback.
You think it's a good...
Here's where, and I've been getting some stuff about me not liking the quarterback last year, and saw that obviously Bo Nix has been terrific. So has Jaden Daniels. Caleb Williams obviously didn't perform great, but you know the ceiling's there. Players you're going to get in this class. I personally wouldn't go with Shadur Sanders because of all the other things, but I could see the Steelers doing it if there's no other option. But if you have Aaron Rodgers here, it would make more sense to go for a Jackson Dart.
Dart forced to run to his left and then throws it deep downfield on target. What a pass to Jordan Watkins. Got a foot in bounds.
There's a lot to like
And then I get an endorsement from the likes of Jack Ham, who texts me. And then it felt like momentum with the combine and everything else just started to pick up in a big way.
Jackson Dart's been magnificent so far. Throwing this ball towards the end zone. Right on target. Pulled in by Wright. It's a touchdown.
Dave, you cannot throw it any better than this.
Dart looking downfield. He is going to take a shot towards the end zone. No one there but Gators. And it's a pick. Bryce Thornton with the interception. It is not over yet. Ole Miss has all 3 timeouts. But that is a dagger to Lane Kiffin and the Rebels' hopes.
A brilliant opening, Limits, especially with the music.
Good morning, Joe.
Good morning, Limits. I won't even tell you all the things that just happened to me. No excuse. I was a couple minutes late today. I'm George Pickens. I'm Myles Garrett. I'm everybody else who didn't show up on time to mandatory things like a radio show, and I would like to apologize to you and to every listener out there, although it wasn't my fault.
Well, I accept your apology. Time management skills. I struggle with it sometimes, too.
Yes, I know. And then in the midst of me swearing a blue streak, one of the things that happened on the way here was I had the old pedestrian directing traffic situation. So a truck that was longer than Aaron Rodgers' resume, so to speak, could be directed into the street. A truck coming out of a hardware store. It was like one of those freight trucks. It was like a freight train. So I'm sitting there like, all right, something bad has just happened before this. So I'm going to be right on the cusp, as I often am. There's a certain excitement to that. And then I've got the old pedestrian out there, not a policeman, a pedestrian, telling people to stop, directing people in a different way.
A good Samaritan.
Or a bad Samaritan. Then I exploded. I absolutely exploded. In the middle of this explosion, I call Limits to tell him the situation, and he says you should probably leave your house earlier.
Maybe you should. Maybe.
In the middle,
watch me say that, and next week I'll end up being late one way or another.
You have a way of, with your timing, of understatedly just drilling people at their worst possible moments. Take Pat Bostic, for example.
Yes, and we have an update on the Pat Bostic situation.
What happened?
I sent Pat a text because Doran texted me yesterday.
Right.
Because I know that you were communicating with Doran and Crowley, even if you won't admit it.
Won't admit it.
And Doran said, you better text Pat. He's really upset.
Okay.
The most upset I've ever seen him. But here's the thing. Doran has done this to me before where he's tried to get me and he's tried to he does this all the time, especially when I worked with the guys in the morning show a couple of days a week.
Yeah.
Where, he knows that if he says something like that I'll, jump at it and be like, oh, boy, I got to make sure I say something to Pat.
Right.
When he said the maddest he's ever been, I thought to myself, madder than, Pat playing in, a game and a throw goes wrong or somebody doesn't block for him and he gets crushed, something like that. That's not the maddest that Pat's ever been. I don't believe that. But I sent Pat a text, and he responded last night during my show and said he was listening and said that it sounded good.
I'll bet he did, and I'm wondering what you said to Pat, because I got a text from Pat last night saying, you put me in Limits crosshairs.
Yes, you did.
So you...
Yes, you did.
I did. You didn't do it. I did.
Well, I said what I said. I'm not going to ignore
back.
that.
Right, and that's really the only thing that happened that would get Bostic angry.
You added gasoline onto the fire.
Bob didn't?
Bob also did, but I'm surprised he didn't say Bob and Joe.
Right, because you didn't mention Bob to him.
Now,
yes, of course I stoked it because you took a shot at him, and I told the paddy wagon, I texted him right back. I said, Limits put you in Limits crosshairs, not me. What about Bob? Yeah, we stoked it a little bit because he took a shot at you.
Nothing, and I mean nothing, compares to the feud that is brewing between Harry Callis and Donnie Football.
Tell me about it.
Do you know anything about this?
No, I need the background and the details.
Okay, so yesterday, the morning show did a segment. They do this segment with Callis ever so often. It's called Quiz Callis.
Yes.
Where they quiz him on various things that
I've heard this, yes.
You've heard of Quiz Callis?
He hasn't distinguished himself there yet.
No. So Callis and this whole quizzing thing and phenomenon did not know what conference Penn State was in. This was Quiz Callis yesterday.
Yes.
What conference do they reside in?
Please.
ACC.
Yeah, there you go. There's one.
Baby.
There's one. Woo. All right. Penn State.
Yeah, this one I don't pay attention to Penn State. I don't care about them.
Not even in football?
Dear
no.
God.
Just say conference.
Please save
I feel
yourself,
like I should know this.
Harry.
Wow.
I don't know.
You got to throw something
throw
out there.
Well, they're not. I want to say SEC. That's the other big conference I know, but they're not there because that ain't it. So,
all right, he's wrong.
You're wrong.
The Penn State Nittany Lions, who played in the SEC championship game I drove 6 hours to watch in Indianapolis last year.
So then what happened?
SEC team Oregon. So intern Dom tweets. He tweets at Callis and also includes Pony, Muller, and Donnie in the tweet.
Yeah.
Callis needs to take a week off at the Fan for not knowing what conference Penn State is in. To which Donnie replies with a video of him at dinner. I think Sarah took the video of him on the phone with his mom. His mom's on speaker. And Donnie tweets, did my own mother just show up, Callis? Hashtag Big Ten, asking his mother, do you know what conference Penn State is in? And his mom answered and said,
correctly?
Yes, the Big Ten. To which Callis took a big shot at Donnie in response. Imagine trying to have dinner with your mom and you're like, oh, Mom, take a video of me asking you this simple question to bring shame to Callis until you demonstrate some actual creativity, like, a diss track. We'll refer to you henceforth as Donnie Slapass.
Oh, my God.
I'm allowed to say that, right?
You just did. Yes,
Yeah.
of course.
Wow.
Pony says worse every day.
Yeah, it's true.
Of course we are. All right, so where are we now? Donnie's coming in today, by the way, at noon for a Donnie football quiz show.
And Donnie responded, simple question in quotes, for everyone except for you, I guess.
Oh, man.
How about this? This is a feud. Harry's
taking shots. Well, we can get an update with Donnie football later. In the meantime, and there's nothing, this is all built out of I wanted Bob to get into a media feud yesterday, and
Yes.
the rest of us have done since then is feud. And somehow
Everyone
Bob
else.
escapes all this.
It's because he's the kindest man on the face of the earth.
He is kind. He's a philanthropist, Bob is. All right, back to as the quarterbacks turn. And I want to start with this. I do not have a direct pipeline to Art II. I don't. Some people do in this town. But even the ones who do have been all over the place with the reporting on this, which is fine. It seems to have been all over the place. The Steelers have been all over the place. The quarterbacks in question have been all over the place. Russ is out, Russ is in, Russ is out, Russ is in. Fields is in, Fields is out, Fields is gone. No interest in Rodgers, zero chance that happens. Rodgers is the leader in the clubhouse. Offer to Darnold, no offer to Darnold, offer to Darnold, Darnold's gone. Mason Rudolph, who's he? That's ridiculous. Mason Rudolph's not coming back here. Mason Rudolph's back here. Do the Steelers even know what they're doing? Did they have any plan? Publicly, which was kind of rare, if you ask me. I mean, Art and Omar and Mike, all they had to say was, let's see how the offseason plays out here. We got free agents in-house. We may have options that you or I don't know about. We're in a state of flux. Or they could have said, hey, Justin Fields is our guy. They could have made that clear to Justin. They could have made it clear to everybody. Instead, we actually got more than we bargained for from Art when he said, listen, we got two guys here. They both want to play for us. We're talking to both of them. It would be our preference and priority to have one, and I'm paraphrasing here, to have one of Russell Wilson or Justin Fields. Our preference and our priority. So what happened? What happened? I realized Justin Fields went to the Jets for what seemed like a very moderate offer. And as I've said many times, if in fact Justin Fields was the priority here, he was supposed to be the guy, man, they had a funny way of showing it. and I'm not saying I disagreed with them pulling him, but I'm in Fields' camp right now, pretending I'm his agent, pretending I'm him. He was 4-2 and they pulled him. And the head coach said he was good, not to be confused with great. Took a sort of backhanded compliment type shot at him. Okay, so he's benched at 4-2. The next time we see him, they put him in a horrible position in Cleveland when, as a frozen cadaver who hadn't thrown a pass in more than a month, he was wheeled onto the field to throw the ball down the right side on 3rd and 4. Surprisingly, it was incomplete. Russell Wilson starts to disintegrate down the stretch, looking like some combination of Johnny Unitas on the Chargers and Duck Hodges at his very worst. But they don't pull him. They get 2 first downs and 50 yards total in the first half against the Ravens. Where's Justin Fields? Oh, he's nowhere. Nowhere to be found. Okay, fair enough. You were going to go with Russell, see what you got at him. So right after the season, what do the Steelers do? Announce that it's either or. Have a public flirtation with Russell Wilson in the form of Art saying, yes, we're talking to both guys. They both want to be here. Basically, we'll take either. What are you thinking then if you're Justin Fields? Like, wait a second. You'd still go for that guy? They wouldn't assure Justin Fields a starting spot or even pole position, apparently. They wouldn't match a pretty moderate offer from the Jets. So, yeah, other than all that, Justin, man, you're our guy. Other than all that. Okay, he's gone. Then Russell Wilson. Wait, I thought he was also a priority. Like, if it wasn't going to be Fields, it was going to be Wilson. So why is he in Cleveland and then New York today, visiting people? What happened to that? Could it have been that Art was just throwing Russell Wilson's name out there at the beginning to make Justin Fields and his camp think that they were negotiating with Wilson as well to drive the price down on Fields so Fields couldn't think, yeah, I am the guy. I'm the guy here, so pay me like I'm the guy. If the Steelers really wanted Russell Wilson as an alternative, like Art said, he would be here. He'd be their quarterback right now. He wanted to come back here, period. Now would it appear that there's no chance, even if they lose out on Rodgers, that Russell comes back. And then we get to the Sam Darnold flirtation, brief as it was. Don't even know, was there an offer? I don't know. Different information on that. And now we're stuck with this guy. This guy. Who's having photo shoots of himself on the beach looking contemplative and reflectionary, if that's the word. Like it's an album cover, you know, with the earbuds in and staring out upon the ocean and walking the beach and considering his next move, almost as if he was, what is that line we have here? Limits 4 days of darkness. This was last year.
It's 4 nights of complete darkness.
Sorry, it's nights and it's complete darkness. So you remember when he was contemplating the Jets, it was, I'm going to go into a cave. And unbelievably enough, there may be footage of this cave. And I'm going to meditate on my future. Now it's on a beach. And man, does he love the attention. This, for a guy who I think was 26th in QBR last year. And if that stat is too deep for you, he was 30th in completion percentage. In his last 2 full seasons, one in Green Bay, one in New York, we're talking 1,100 attempts. He has 54 touchdowns and 23 interceptions and 72 sacks and a 13-21 record. And his yards per attempt, 2 lowest of his career, or at least 2 of the 3. And his passer rating over those 2 years, 90.7, which would be about 21st in the league, which is where Aaron Rodgers is right now. That's where he is. He was 25th in QBR his last season in Green Bay, 26th last year in New York. Again, his completion percentage is 30th. You're looking at a guy who's going to turn 42, who gets rid of the ball really quickly, just like Ben did late in his career, because neither one wants to get hit anymore, and I don't blame them. Between them, they've taken about 1,200 sacks. So he gets rid of the ball really quickly. He's turning 42. He doesn't complete a high percentage of his throws, and he doesn't drive the ball down the field, as evidenced by his career-low yards per attempt. Oh, and he gets sacked a lot. 9th most sacks in the league last year. Why are you fooling yourselves if you're in the Rodgers camp? What are you doing? He's like every other, except for Tom Brady maybe, every other old athlete. In that, there are small periods, small segments where they recapture their greatness, but they're clearly unable to maintain it consistently anymore. That couldn't be more obvious with Aaron Rodgers. Now, there's another side to all this. Well, first, let me say that I went back on Joe Flacco's last 1,000 attempts and Russell Wilson the last 2 years. Russell Wilson has a better touchdown percentage, a lower pick percentage, a higher yards per attempt, a better record. Russell Wilson, by the way, in his last 2 years, even though he's not the Russ of old, has 54 first downs rushing, 500 yards and 5 touchdowns. Aaron Rodgers has 18 first downs rushing. He can no longer move really at all. Russ can still do that a little bit compared to Rodgers, compared to Kirk Cousins. Russell Wilson's last 2 years, his passer rating is top 15 in the league. So this is just earmarked for disaster. It's just going to be a disaster if he comes here. But there is a silver lining. We all know what that is. And if I could whittle it down to 2 little words, one of them is Jackson, and the other one is Dart. And I might add, Limits, I have an email out to Ole Miss to talk to Lane Kiffin today, efforting him. Can you imagine that little bonanza? And you know who their quarterback's coach and our fallback option is?
No.
Charlie Weiss Jr.
Oh, how about that?
How about them apples, my friend?
Now, Dan Orlovsky was on the McAfee show. We have a clip from him we're going to play in a little bit, but he reached out to Lane Kiffin as well and has not heard back from Lane Kiffin. So
maybe Lane Kiffin is spending time in a cave for 4 days. I don't know. Maybe he's having photo shoots on the beach.
Maybe Lane Kiffin is listening to this type of highlight.
Dart looking downfield. He is going to take a shot towards the end zone. No one there but Gators. And it's a pick. Bryce Thornton with the interception. It is not over yet. Ole Miss has all 3 timeouts. But that is a dagger to Lane Kiffin and the Rebels' hopes.
A Dart dagger, Joe. Dart dagger.
Love that. Imagine the puns we'll have. Imagine the fun we'll have.
That didn't seem very fun for Ole Miss losing that game to Florida.
No, it didn't. No, it didn't that day. But that honestly to me is the silver lining here. But I ask about Rodgers too at 412-928-9370. This guy at this point in his career seems to be fueled by delusion and resentment. Like, is he delusional enough to think that this is some, LeBron James-like courting of a superstar? Like he's going to go off to the wilderness to pick his team, and everybody's going to be watching with bated breath, and they're going to make a television show out of it? Aaron, it's the most pathetic 2-team quarterback derby anybody's ever seen. It's the New York Giants, who have sunk to unfathomable levels and are a complete joke. And it's the Pittsburgh Steelers, who haven't been competitive in a single playoff game in almost a decade and who run a Stone Age offense where the number 1 receiver quits half the time. They have no quarterback. They just went 5 games without eclipsing 17 points for the first time since their 1-13 team in 1969. This ain't LeBron going to Miami, and it's not even you going to the Jets a couple years ago. This is the end, my friend. You're on a beach in Malibu choosing between the Giants and the Steelers. It doesn't get much lower than that. However, as a man fueled by resentment myself, I can respect that. And the Vikings may be in the mix. There could be a third team. It's very odd that Rodgers hasn't yet made a decision. On some level it is. I mean, he's dragged it out for days now. He has two teams that want him. And it's also odd that the Vikings haven't just come out and said, forget it. Or, hey, love Aaron Rodgers, we're not interested. No, they haven't done that. I was watching a little video chat between the Vikings beat writer from the Minneapolis Star-Tribune, where I once interviewed, I might add, Limits, and two guys from there, the Dulac and Fittipaldo of Minneapolis, and they're like, this could happen. And this was from this morning or last night, like, don't rule this out. And they also emphasized the fact that the Vikings haven't said no. Off the record or on the record, we've heard nothing from the Vikings. So is there a third team? It's entirely possible there is. And I don't know when we're going to get a decision, but the Steelers just look so horrible. Twisting in the wind, waiting in the green room like Rodgers did all those years ago at the NFL draft to see if the Giants or Steelers pick his name. And don't you dare think that it's a foregone conclusion that the Steelers are the better choice here for him. I'm with Colin Cowherd, which I don't often say. But on the Herd yesterday, his show, he said, and I quote, I'd take the Giants over the Steelers. I get an offensive coach. I get a great left tackle. I've got an excellent receiving weapon who doesn't appear to be as needy as Pittsburgh's two receivers. And they've got some pretty decent defensive personnel. Also, the Steelers, he says, spend too much money on defense, where it feels like the Giants would rather spend money on offense. Now, the Steelers have done that. They just threw $150 million at DK Metcalf. Hopefully he caught it without committing another penalty. But they did put serious money into the receiver position. But I hear what he's saying. You come here, Aaron Rodgers, human statue, you're going to have Broderick Jones on your blind side. You may have one receiver who, like I said, needs babysat on the sidelines all the time. The other one we'll see. I do like DK Metcalf. And you don't really have an offensive guru unless somebody out there thinks Artie Smith is one. I'm not sure I would agree with that, considering small little facts like the Steelers went the whole season without an opening drive touchdown, like they were the fourth worst red zone defense in the NFL, the worst first down defense in the NFL, the fourth worst fourth down defense in the NFL. That only leaves 2 downs last I checked, Limits, second and third. So I'm not so sure that that is as automatic a choice as other national media would like to pretend. I may go to the Giants. And the Giants, by the way, according to Diana Rossini, have offered more money. How about that? Jerry Dulac says money not a factor. Okay, but when is money not a factor? Sometimes in sports, I guess. Sometimes. But people who have hundreds of millions of dollars tend to want more. I've sort of noticed that over the years. In life, in politics, in sports, really rich people like money. So I'm not so sure money's not a factor. So I guess it's Giants, Steelers, and maybe the Vikings. That's where we sit today in the Steelers quarterback derby. Aaron Rodgers using the Steelers. It's called the Ayuk method, I believe. Only this time he appears to be using them to increase the drama level, maybe the social media views. I don't know. Is he even on social media? And I can't help but think back to the resentment factor. And I'm half joking. But I could write a book on resentments. Sometimes I sit down and have imaginary conversations with people where I crush them. And these are based on 25-year-old resentments. I go back to the person, perhaps it was a checkout clerk, and I say the right thing now, 25 years later, in my head to them 25 years ago, and I win in my head. So I'm a man who's been fueled by resentment. There may be nobody on earth who knows more about resentment than me. And I see a fellow traveler in Aaron Rodgers. I see a professional resenter. And it wouldn't surprise me, I'm being dead serious here, it wouldn't surprise me if part of his motivation was either to go back to Minnesota, like this could be a deciding factor. Man, I'd love to go back to Minnesota and stick it to the Packers twice a year. Or the fresher resentment, the fresher one. Man, I'd love to stay in New York, go across the river. Are they across the river limits? I think they are, from Manhattan to New Jersey.
Yeah, is that the Hudson?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
It's the Hudson River. Man, I'd love to stay in New York, technically New Jersey, and elevate the Giants over the Jets. Trust me on this. Trust me. All right, limits 412-928-9370. 928-9370. As the quarterbacks turn, I don't really see an argument. Forget, by the way, all the drama with Rodgers.
Like sands through the hourglass, so are the Ayuks of our lives.
Man, I'm just not seeing it as a player, which is the most important thing here. I'm just not seeing it. 928-9370. Your take on all this. Ray Fittipaldo, top of the hour. And then a quick look next at how did we get here? I think this goes back 6 years. We'll talk about all that coming up. Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And, of course, our six-pack all the time, brought to you by Bet365. And the hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Did I mention my friend JP? Oh, yeah, off the top, brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Signed yesterday during our show, Mason Rudolph back to the Steelers on a 2-year deal worth $8 million. As Rudolph, who would have thought, is back with the Steelers. We'll see what that means as potentially a starter, as a backup. It was rumored earlier this week that Rudolph could be back in Pittsburgh as a backup, but that deal is signed, and the Steelers announced DK Metcalf, Darius Slay, and other new Steelers yesterday at various news conferences. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sportsman Edge, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Sunday in Las Vegas, Christopher Bell will attempt something that hasn't been achieved in NASCAR since 2017. Win his 4th consecutive race. If Bell can pull it off, he'll join the elite circle of 8 other drivers who have done so in NASCAR's 53-year modern era. 7 of them are Hall of Famers. Go get him, Christopher. Good luck. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
I need new rotors.
When you buy 2 Duralast rotors during our spring sale, you get Duralast brake pads free.
Free?
With the rotors.
Well, that's great. What if I need extra stopping power?
You can upgrade to Duralast Gold pads for just $10.
So Duralast pads are free?
Yep.
And an upgrade is just $10?
That's right. Part of the spring sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $169 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $216 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel Rodden and Breslin attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
What's the dog name again? His name is Top Dog. Tell the dog to go bite him. Tell the dog to go sick him. He got me hurt. It was all his fault. I'm in a lot of pain. Tell the dog to go bite him. It's Top Dog. It's Top Dog Law. It's Top Dog. It's Top Dog Law. You ever see a grown man cry? You ever see it in your life? I'm crying right now. Playing with my life. Went to the hospital. Doctor did something wrong. I don't know if he knew what he was doing, but he did something wrong. Need you to go bite him. This a medical malpractice. Any accident, big or small. Top Dog Law.
Count your lucky straws. The Lucky Leprechaun Mint Milkshake is now available at GetGo for a limited time. Every creamy sip of minty goodness is worth its weight in gold. So drink up before your luck runs out.
At Pittsburgh Regional Transit, we're not going anywhere without you. We're now hiring mechanics and automotive repair persons, and we're offering great pay and benefits. You could even qualify for a starting bonus. Learn more at rideprt.org/careers. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
Who says a golf facility can't serve up the best brunch in town? At Shooters Golf, we're redefining weekends with a brunch experience like no other. Saturdays and Sundays from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Treat yourself to incredible dishes that will have your taste buds cheering. Think chicken and waffles, savory omelets, and brunch favorites you'll crave all week. Pair it with a mimosa, Bloody Mary, specialty hot chocolates, handcraft coffee creations, and you've got the ultimate weekend escape. Shooters Golf, it's brunch done right. See you this weekend.
As you know, it's tax time again, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, of course you'd choose 25%. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. So don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich, & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%. They have a 99.7% success rate over 25 years, and there's never a fee unless you win. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Limits, I'm putting $20 on the table in here before I forget. That's the final 20 for the 100 that I had to give you on a bet when you were able to pour a cup of hot water here.
Now, what you didn't know is that it went up by $1 because of the interest rates, so now it's 25.
Over a couple days. I may keep that 20. $100. The 5-point plan on how to pour a cup of hot water.
That's right.
Meanwhile, here's how you poured it. You didn't even pay attention to the instructions. And I'm going to go back there. I've been thinking about this and put the real instruction on top of the water machine. For a cup of hot water, press the hot button once and then twice and hold it the second time. Period. That's all there is to it.
You got to like double tap it.
No,
you know, like the double dip on the Jackrabbit? You got to double tap.
Yeah, right.
Double dip.
It's not that complicated. Press it once, press it a second time, and hold it in. You saw the 5-point plan back there is so horribly written and instructed. It's mind-boggling.
Well, it reads as if it's instructions that you should follow step by step.
Yeah.
But like I said in the video, it's more like suggestions.
No, and you didn't take any of them. At no point do the suggestions say hold in the hot water button. At no point. Yet you did it intuitively, and it really impressed me.
Got a double tap. Hello, Andrew Lindbergh.
You're a hell of a man. Does he have news for us?
Do you have something to share with the audience?
When he walks in, that's usually newsworthy.
No, I only figured out today how to work that water hot machine.
Okay. Yeah, it takes a while. Thank you. Yeah, man, that resentment soliloquy I gave, I'm telling you, I spot a fellow resenter in Aaron Rodgers. If he does come here, me and him are going to be going to Resenter Anonymous meetings together. My name is Aaron, and I resent people.
It's going to be absolutely incrinculant, Folsey.
Yes, and trust me, I would not be surprised if he wants to play, if the ultimate difference maker is him wanting to make the Jets look horrible in New York by elevating the sad sack Giants above them. You know, I wouldn't be surprised, though, still, if he retires. That wouldn't surprise me either. He would have gotten his last ounce of drama. He would have dragged along the media plus 2, legacy franchises in the NFL into his sphere and captured one final moment for himself, a moment that perhaps drags out for weeks. We'll see. You think we have an answer by Monday? Or by the end of today? When is the answer?
So Diana Rossini reported that there's going to be an answer soon. Now, how is soon? Like as soon as today, an hour?
Over under 8.5 hours.
8.5 hours, meaning like
that we have a decision.
So we'd have a decision today. No, I don't think we'll have a decision today.
Over under 24 hours.
Over
under 48.5 hours.
That would put us at what? Sunday afternoon?
I think so, Limits. I haven't figured it out.
I think by Monday morning we'll know.
Okay, me too. I agree with every syllable you just said. I was going to go with how we got here, but the phone lines are lit up like Mulsey at a craft beer house.
Or Pony at a Syracuse game.
Yeah, or Benzie at a Syracuse game. Let's go to them.
Here is Matt in Lancaster, because it's Lancaster. It's not Lancaster.
Funny you should mention that, Matt. That's haunted me for 30 years, 35, ever since I moved to Pittsburgh. I had a friend named Joe. And I never got the pronunciation. Lancaster.
Yeah.
What is it?
Man. I mean, apparently it's a Lancaster, but I've been out here for 15 years. I grew up in Indiana County, and I was Lancaster and was chastised for it when I moved out here. So I've adopted the Lancaster correctly after being here for over a decade.
So they're very, very protective. Limits, can you say Lancaster? Lancaster?
Lancaster.
So, Lancaster.
At RMU, we had a kid that's from there, around that area, around the Philly area, and that's how he pronounced it. And I kept calling it Lancaster, and he would get very upset.
I know.
Same. Well, I have a lot of stuff for you, Joe. And at the end, I was talking to Limits in the beginning, and I have a tasty treat to start a possible feud between Limits and Bob.
Okay. Well, you got a Rodgers take or a quarterback take?
Yeah. So the Rodgers stuff, like just in general, I feel like with this franchise, Tomlin sees quarterbacks as like a pair of socks, just so interchangeable, and that's how we've gotten in this mess. Like, why is it the quarterback position, as you always say, the most important position in professional sports? We are trying to do on the cheap and just lowball everyone with the Tomlin discount. With the way the national media talks about him, we should have like 8 quarterbacks here playing for $20 a piece. Everybody should be lining up to come play here.
Right, exactly.
Here we are. The carousel keeps spinning. And Mason got back off like in Bizarro world when he left a year ago. I just don't understand that.
Yeah, Tomlin's 0 for 5 in Ben replacements, at least 0 for 5. But since Ben actually left, he's 0 for 5. And now he brought back one of the guys that he already struck out on in Mason Rudolph when the organization took him in 2018 as Ben's potential replacement. They struck out. Now that guy's back.
Yeah, and this bridge we're building to the quarterback, what are we working on? The transatlantic bridge? Like, is this thing ever going to be finished? I don't know, man. It's just going year after year. You know, the quarterbacks come in, they get their pack of sticks and rocks and mud because that's how we want to win every game. It doesn't really matter who it's going to be unless the offensive philosophy changes.
Yeah, it doesn't look good. His hires at coordinator don't look great. Do me a favor, sir. Get off the line and go back to Limits and give him your idea because I want to get to other callers. I appreciate the call, man. Give him your idea. We'll get back to media feuds later. Who's next, Limits?
Let's go to Big Al in the car.
What's up, Big Al?
Hey, guys, enjoying the show.
Thank you.
I just look at the Steelers right now and think, man, what has happened to us? You know, we are fighting for the dregs of the quarterback derby. You know, we got a 42-year-old quarterback in Rodgers, a 37-year-old quarterback in Wilson, and a guy we've cut and couldn't make the team to start with, and that's who we're getting excited about. I just almost really wonder, like in the last year or so, where the Steelers' heads are at. You know, we knew coming into the year we had wide receiver problems. We didn't address that at all last year.
Yep.
We went into that year, you know, soulfully lacking, you know, wide receiver production. We apparently maybe addressed that this year, but a year late. And now look what we're fighting over for our quarterbacks. And if you look at Rodgers, you know, he had probably the best drama coach ever in Brett Favre. That whole, am I leaving? Am I coming back? Am I staying with Green Bay? You know, putting them through the ringer with that. Is that really what we want here?
Not me, and I appreciate the call. And, you know, I think there's a lot of people out there, notably the Steelers, who don't think this is that bad. You know, to me, them barely making the playoffs, which 44% of the teams do, which means about 64, 74 are in it right till the end. Them barely making the playoffs most of the time is masking the fact that this is actually really bad. Like they're nowhere close to contending for a Super Bowl. And it's not just the quarterback position, although that's noteworthy. It's a defense that they've absolutely mangled, making it the highest paid defense in all of football, but leaving themselves, as you mentioned, going into last season, which we could all see, woefully short on depth in the secondary and depth on the defensive line. Omar Khan, which means Tomlin, I think, threw $28 million at Larry Ogunjobi. He never made it out of that contract. They got lucky that Cam Hayward had this miracle, you know, resurgence last year. Keanu Benton, I thought, was going to be a breakout player. Now I don't know. They have no depth on the defensive line. They haven't drafted well there. They made a horrible free agent signing in Ogunjobi. Last I saw him, he and his buddies were getting ripped for 300 yards rushing in a playoff game. Okay, go to the back end. Joey Porter Jr. Omar, the con artist, was hailed as a genius for getting Broderick Jones and Joey Porter in the same draft. Porter as a de facto first-round pick via Chicago for the great Chase Claypool. Both those guys have taken a step back. Is Joey Porter Jr. going to be a good player in this league? I have serious questions. On the other side, he brought in Dante Jackson, whose interception number was fancy at 5, except he wasn't very good, and they didn't think enough of him to bring him back. Then they got desperate, as they often seem to do, note the quarterback position, and brought in Cam Sutton, who was no longer on the run from police, thankfully, but also can't play anymore. That was their corner situation last year, a regressing Joey Porter, an overrated Dante Jackson, and a useless Cam Sutton. So how did we get here? Man, a lot of different ways. And the fact that they usually make the playoffs, sneak in, become a double-digit underdog, and get their asses kicked and get accused of quitting by Kirk Herbstreit, I should say, that doesn't really mask the problem for me. Does it for you? Does it for national media types like Jay Glazer? Like, do they honestly think things are pretty okay here and that Tomlin's doing a great job? Saw Ryan Clark the other day. Because here's the other theme for a lot of people. They want to call you, Steeler fans, spoiled. Clark essentially said, you know what? I'd like to see them get rid of Mike Tomlin so they could sink to the bottom, and then everybody can see how bad it could really get. Ryan, the Steelers have gone for nearly a decade without being competitive in a single playoff game. They're essentially in a waiting room at the DMV with the New York Giants, seeing if a broken down, egomaniacal 42-year-old quarterback is going to pick their ticket next. It ain't great right now. And if you knew your Steelers' history, you'd know that it has to actually get way worse in order for them to get better. That every single one of those Lombardis over there, including the one or two you won, I can't remember which, were born of losing seasons and stinking. And the non-losing streak is Ben Roethlisberger's streak more than anybody, and he got there because they sunk to 6-10 and had a pick. And the 1970s dynasty was born of being historically bad. That's how you got Joe Green and Franco and everybody else. Terry Bradshaw, notably, as well. Limits, what were you telling me? Is there a breaking news story? You're making me nervous.
No, I have the Ryan Clark audio on Aaron Rodgers if you'd like to hear it.
You know what? I'd rather go to a call to end the segment because our faithful callers are on there. I pretty much characterized it.
Let's do it. Here's Mike in the South Hills.
Hey, Mike.
Joe, good morning. Hope you're not jealous. I just pulled into Topgolf to get some swings in.
Oh. I am jealous, but yes, go ahead.
I have a comment, a question, and a prediction. My comment is I don't understand why people get so up in arms and hate on Aaron Rodgers so bad. And I'm not talking about his on-the-field production over the last several seasons. I'm talking about just the person.
Yeah.
Most people talk about him all the time, and nobody has ever met the guy or had a conversation with him.
Why don't you go ask Mike? You should ask Mike Williams that question about how Aaron Rodgers called him out and made a fool out of him last year because he said he ran the wrong route.
Not cool. But, I mean, it just seems like people just rail on the guy constantly. The question I have is, all the data points you threw out at the beginning of the last segment about his declining production and productivity on the field, all these teams, the Giants, the Steelers, the Vikings, they all have the same data points. So why is everybody willing to throw out $30-40 million a year at this guy if he's just, pretty much predetermined to be really bad in the next couple of years? I just don't understand. Are they just trying to keep the good perspective with their players and make the other players think that they're trying to win? What is it about?
Good question. Good question. I think the answer with the Giants and the Steelers is abject desperation. Like, where else do they go? And then the Vikings are interesting to me because I trust them. Look what they did with Sam Darnold. But let's see if he winds up in Minnesota, right? If he winds up in Minnesota, then I'll maybe start to rethink this a bit. Like, hey, what is Kevin O'Connell when they have a guy that who was injured for a year, granted, but who they've been grooming to be the guy in J.J. McCarthy? Why would they bring in Aaron Rodgers? I'd be willing to rethink that a little, but let's see if it happens. The other two, just flat out desperation would be the answer to that question. All right, let's get to Ray Fittipaldo coming up at the top of the hour, 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. You can listen to Pomp and Joe every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contest run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Where does Ray see this situation going, let's say, over the next 48 hours? He's next.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, don't look now, but the Penguins have won 3 games in a row. Tristan Jarry with a pretty good night for the Penguins at PPG Paints Arena. 5-3 final score last night against the St. Louis Blues. Penguins still in the bottom of the Metropolitan Division standings, but Ryan Graves scored his first goal of the season for the Penguins, now 47 games in for him. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis Monroeville.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, PJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all the dealers, and JP Roofing and Siding has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Let the madness begin. Stop into South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township for slam dunk deals. 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport, payment starting at $249 for 24 months. This deal ends when the final buzzer sounds. See dealer for details.
I'm at the movies, asking people if they'll switch seats with me for $574.
Here, take mine.
So what about $574 if you switch your home insurance to Allstate?
Too much work.
Not if you call them. They handle the switching.
Now, that's a plot twist.
Shh. Check Allstate first, and you could save hundreds on quality home insurance today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Based on the national average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
Lowe's knows that your business is built on speed and trust. That's why the Lowe's Pro Desk is here to get you what you need the moment you need it. We'll help you plan your project, calculate your materials, and pivot when your job takes an unexpected turn. And with our pro-only checkout and dedicated pro parking, you have what you need to tackle your job and be back on the job in no time. Just visit us at the Pro Desk. Lowe's knows pros. We help. You save.
Every bottle has a story, but these bottles at Fine Wine and Good Spirits, they have herstory. Like Woodbridge by Robert Mondavi Chardonnay, crafted by a world-class female winemaker who helped shape Napa's legacy, now $2 off. Or McBride Sisters Black Girl Magic Red Blend, created by two sisters raised oceans apart who reunited to change the wine industry. Now that's herstory. Shop more women-made wines for Women's History Month, in-store or at FWGS.com. Offer ends March 30th, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Berg. Hofbrauhaus, Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant. Our house features live music all weekend long, Friday, Saturday, and Sundays. Check out the website for details. And the menu at Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh features traditional, freshly brewed beers and a fantastic menu with something for everyone, from the best burger in town to our braised pork shank, and also plenty of options for those observing Lent. Check out their menus now, HofbrauhausPittsburgh.com.
Get ready to score big during the 3-point savings event at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Panda, ready to tell them how? Simply pick your vehicle, then roll home with 1, a huge Spitzer discount, 2, special low financing, or 3, more for your trade. Whatever you choose, it's a slam dunk. Plus, you'll get a lifetime warranty on new Toyotas, and fresh hybrid inventory is arriving weekly. So, make a fast break to Spitzer.
Whack more, spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
The Fan is celebrating its 15th anniversary, Doran.
15 years is a long time, but 75 years is longer. Guardian Protection is celebrating 75 years
serving our community.
And they're a big part of our 15th year anniversary celebration as well.
Yes, I know I speak for you when I say I love my Guardian Protection System.
Darn right. Congratulations to our great friends at Guardian Protection on 75 wonderful years. And you can check them out like we have, Doran, at guardianprotection.com.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserved seat, game tickets, and more. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238. 800-848-1238.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant, Daniel, was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION. That's the power of Bowser.
Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 2.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive, or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Log on to BowserHyundai.com.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Make Mike's Beer Bar your choice on game days to catch all the sports you crave, including Pirates baseball, hockey, pro and college basketball, and exciting Premier League action. It's Pittsburgh's destination for 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 43rd Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, now through Sunday, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. See what's new at over 1,200 exhibits with everything for your home. Ask the experts. Discover the farm-to-table lifestyle. Leon's Billiards and More of Wexford is once again having huge Home and Garden Show specials at the show and in their store. These once-a-year specials are good on pool tables, game room furniture, shuffleboard, foosball, air hockey tables, dartboards, and professional billiard service. Not ready for delivery? They'll hold your products until you're ready. See why Leon's is #1 for all your game room needs. At the show, at their showroom in Wexford, or online at leonsbilliards.com. Don't miss the largest home event in America with acres of products and services in one place at one time. The Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, now through Sunday, Convention Center downtown.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Pirates spring breakout game is today. Buccos will play the Phillies at 1:05. Games on the MLB Network. Bubba Chandler will start for the Pirates. Connor Griffin, first round pick, I should say, in last year's draft for the Buccos, will bat second and play in center field. More 93.7thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Ray Fittipaldo joins us next.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey. It's powerful. The Pop and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That must mean that Ray Fittipaldo of the Post-Gazette is up next here on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Before we get to Ray, I wanted to give an RIP to John Feinstein, one of the legendary sports writers in American history is what he was, and his book, Season on the Brink. In fact, I'm going to go back and read it this weekend. Just a landmark writing where he got inside Bobby Knight's program and just let the world know how it really was, for better or worse. Might love it, might hate it, but that is one of the great sports books ever written. I had Feinstein on this show, and I'm thinking, I can't remember the exact reason why, but I'm thinking it might have been after Bobby Knight passed away that I had Feinstein on this show, but he definitely was on here once. Just a legendary figure, Ray, in the history of sports writing. Did you read Season on the Brink?
I did not read Season on the Brink, Joe, but back in the day when the PG used to cover Final Fours, and this is going back, I want to say 20, 25 years, you know, Feinstein was always there. There was this group of older sports writers, like Bob Ryan was in that group, Hoops Weiss. And Hoops, that's how I found out about his death yesterday. Hoops Weiss tweeted about it, and I saw it on my timeline. And I was lucky enough. There was one year the Final Four was in San Antonio, and Big Mike from the Boston Globe, I forget Mike's last name, but he had family down there, and he invited all of these sports writers to his parents' home, you know, for a big dinner. And I think Ryan and Feinstein and all those guys were there. So
were you there?
I never got to read. I was there. Yeah, I was there.
Did Ron get invited?
I'd have to think back, and that was back in the day when also, you know, we had 3 columnists at that time. I can't remember if that was Ron's year or not, but yeah, I mean, that was. I was in his presence, obviously, at those types of events. But right now, I feel like I got to go back and read a couple of his books because the way people are talking today, it seems like I missed out.
Ray Fittipaldo of the Post-Gazette. You can read his stuff at postgazette.com. All right, Ray. Whatever we think of these quarterback candidates at the moment, I think we all would agree that the Steelers are scraping the bottom of the barrel. And when Aaron Rodgers has you twisting in the wind, this doesn't look good. I mean, the franchise is not exactly, bathing in a positive light right now across the country. I don't think. Do you agree with that? And when are we going to see a decision?
Yeah, Joe, I mean, it's not a good look for the Steelers. And to answer your second question, I mean, I was down there yesterday. No one knows what the timeline is or if there is a timeline. They're all just waiting like we are to hear from Aaron Rodgers. So, I suppose something could happen today, but really, Joe, I think we've all been saying that for the last 3 or 4 days. At some point, it has to come to an end. I really thought, with Russell Wilson setting up these visits, I thought, okay, well, maybe the Steelers will feel pressure. But now, Wilson leaves Cleveland without a deal. If he leaves New York without a deal, it seems like their fallback option is there as well. So from the Steelers' perspective, what's their hurry? If Aaron Rodgers is their guy and there's no threat of Wilson going anywhere else, they might as well, kick back and wait.
Well,
I have a bunch of questions based on that. Give me a percent chance based on everything you know, everything you've heard. Percent chance it's going to be Aaron Rodgers.
Well, that's what they want. So, I mean, listen, I'm not privy to the conversations that they've had with the agent or anything like that, but I'll say 51%.
Okay.
It's not a great feeling right now, but I do think that's where they're focusing their efforts.
Percent chance Mason Rudolph will be your starting quarterback in the opener.
Well, that's the interesting part, Joe, because let's say Aaron Rodgers goes to the Vikings, the Giants, or retires. I mean, at this point, it seems like the last thing the Steelers want to do is bring back Russell Wilson, even though we all know that's a fallback option. It just doesn't seem like it seems like that's their last resort. So if Russell gets that feeling that he's not wanted, maybe he would go somewhere else. And then maybe the Steelers would look around and see who's left and say, okay, let's just do it with Mason. So, I don't think that's a big percentage, but I'll put it at 15% or so.
Here's what I can't figure out. Art went on the record after the season and said his preference and priority was centered on Fields and Wilson. Fields or Wilson, I should say. He had to know, like I would think differently if some surprise candidate was suddenly available. Okay, I get it, but this is not a surprise that Aaron Rodgers is out there. Why isn't Russell Wilson already here? If Art was on the record saying, hey, basically, if not Fields, then Russell. If not Russell, then Fields. Because I think if they wanted Russell Wilson, really wanted him, if he really was the alternative, he'd be here.
It's a great question, Joe, and you have to think. If you remember, Art usually does that. I think he did that last week of January or very early in February. So at some point between late January and the lead up until the legal tampering period, something changed within that building. Now we do know a couple of things. We do know that Russell Wilson and Arthur Smith had some issues last year, and they were able to work through them to get through the season, but there were underlying issues that were reported afterwards. So we know that's an issue. So did Arthur Smith go to Mike Tomlin and Omar Khan and say, listen, maybe I could work with him again, but is there a better solution? And then maybe at that point, they said, okay, let's investigate Aaron Rodgers and let's see what that's all about. That's still where we are. I'm just speculating and trying to figure it out like everyone else. But you are right. Something did change from the time Art Rooney spoke to us and what their plan was in the lead up to free agency.
Could it be that they never had any intention at all of bringing Russell Wilson back? I mean, it did seem odd based on Jerry Dulac's reporting, based on what you just said. Why bring back a guy who can't play the way he wants, can't make changes at the line, who's at odds with the coordinator? So let me ask you, could it be there was never any intention of bringing Wilson back, but Art threw the name out there, made it seem like they would be negotiating with Wilson as a way to restrict the market on Fields, to make Fields believe there was in-house competition?
I suppose. I mean, that's a lot of calculating there behind the scenes by the Steelers. But listen, I don't know is the simple answer to that question, Joe. I think it's clear. What we know at this point, I do think the Steelers were caught off guard by Fields leaving to the Jets. I think it would have been simple. That's the first guy that they wanted. And then after that, they said, okay, Aaron Rodgers is a better fit for us than Russell Wilson. Let's try to make that fit. And they even went to the lengths of investigating Sam Darnold. And Sam Darnold only signed for $33 million a year. I know only, but that's the Baker Mayfield contract. That's like the prove it contract. Baker did a great job. The Buccaneers look smart. Why didn't the Steelers get more involved with Sam Darnold? I mean, you have to think, Joe. The Seahawks are blowing it up, okay? You had to think the Steelers were a more attractive option to Sam Darnold than the Seahawks were. So obviously they didn't make a competitive offer there and didn't think he was worth $33 million. So that leads us to, what is Aaron Rodgers worth? Is he worth 20, 25, 30? What's he going to play for? I know there's an offer out there, but we don't really know what that number is at this point.
Ray Fittipaldo, brought to you by LGKG, the born and raised Western Pennsylvania injury attorneys who take your personal injury cases personally. The fan text line, which is manned by our friend City Limits. There he is waving into the camera. You can watch us on our YouTube channel, by the way. That's brought to you by the fan text line, Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. All right, Ray. So let's say Aaron Rodgers either goes to the Giants or the Vikings or retires. Doesn't want to come here. Let's say that Russell Wilson, who visited the Giants last year, by the way, there was interest there last year, who, when he went to Cleveland yesterday, Myles Garrett showed up at the facility. He was probably late, but he did show up. Let's say he goes to one of those two places. Then what? Jameis Winston? Duck Hodges? Where do they go then?
I mean, Joe, at that point, and I know Mason signed for number 2 or number 3 money. I mean, $4 million a year is not even good backup money. I mean, at that point, why wouldn't you just turn it over to Mason like a lot of people thought they should have a year ago or even 2 years ago? At that point, Jameis Winston is a turnover machine. That's not a good fit for the Steelers. I know people are going to bring up, I mean, the next thing we could probably turn to, because Jameis Winston is probably the best of the free agents, but let's forget about that. Let's say that's not a priority for them. You got to investigate a trade. And Atlanta's sitting there with Michael Penix as the starter.
Oh, no, don't even say it. Don't even say the other guy's name.
Would you try to get something done with Kirk Cousins? Would you try to get something done with another quarterback who's under contract? I mean, at this point, if you don't go with Mason Rudolph, I think those guys would be a better option than Jameis Winston. It just doesn't fit here. He throws way too many interceptions.
Kirk Cousins had 1 touchdown and 9 interceptions in his last 4 games. He's a statue. As I said the other day, he's the only active player with a statue. Unfortunately, the statue is him. He's going to get killed. There's Ron.
There's Laughing Sal again. Laughing Sal. I love it.
Ray, he would get killed. He would get killed here. How about Kyler Murray?
Yeah, but is he even on the trading block?
I don't know.
What I'm saying is,
isn't everybody?
We know Kirk Cousins. We know Kirk Cousins is on the trading block. I don't know about Kyler Murray.
How about Joe Milton? How about Milton Berle? Everybody keeps texting me about Joe Milton. Would you do that?
Well, Joe, I looked this up earlier in the week because, like you, I'm getting the same feedback from fans. You know how many NFL games he's played in 2 years?
1.
1.
Yeah. Well, I know. Believe me.
What are we doing?
How about Levis and Butthead? Will Levis.
I mean, I don't know. What is Mason Rudolph a worse option than Will Levis?
No, he's a better one. I'm not advocating for any of these. I'm just curious at this point. How about Aiden O'Connell?
No.
Is Danny DeVito
Even
out there?
Jacoby Brissett is gone, right?
I don't know.
Brissett got off the board.
I've lost track. Is Danny DeVito out there? Tommy DeVito, is he available?
Tommy Cutlets. I think Tommy Cutlets is under contract with the Giants.
I don't know what to do, Ray. I don't know what to do at this point. I think I would just ride with Mason. I would. And maybe lose and get a better draft pick. But more importantly, listen, if all this amounts to Jackson Dart in the draft, I'm on board, so to speak. I truly am. Whether or not you like Jackson Dart, do you think that bringing in Rodgers or any of these other guys, these lesser guys, means that the Steelers are going to take somebody in the 1st or 2nd round?
No, I mean, anytime you bring in a 41, 42-year-old quarterback, you should never be surprised if they draft a guy who might be, the replacement. I know there's been a lot of talk about Dart. A lot of people say no way in round 1. I'm on board for round 2 and after, and I know they don't have a 2nd round pick now. But Joe, can you really take anything off the board?
No.
If Mason Rudolph is their only quarterback 3 weeks from now, and we're a couple weeks out from the draft. There's no way you could take that off the board. I mean, they would have to consider it, knowing the circumstances. So I wouldn't do it, if I had a Rodgers under contract at that point. But, I mean, if they just have Mason Rudolph a couple of weeks from now, yeah, I think Dart or Sanders or anyone who might fall to 21, you would have to consider.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. It's almost that time for us to feed the need with the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. On March 25th, our Giant Eagle Feed the Need Radiothon will be raising money to provide meals for our neighbors in need. You can text NEED to 50155 on our Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union text line. And your donation will provide meals locally, brought to you by Rome Monument, Hampton Beer Outlet, Memorial Highway Chevrolet, and Aetna. All details at 937thefan.com. Well, I didn't ask you the obvious question, Ray, is are you in favor of Aaron Rodgers at this point? And if you had to choose between him and Russell's numbers are better, I might add, over each of these guys' last two seasons, your thoughts on that? Who would you choose, and what would you think of Rodgers coming here?
Yeah, I mean, listen, Wilson, with his previous relationship with Metcalf, is a positive, but we've already talked about the negative in the relationships in that building. So, I don't think that's a great option. With Rodgers, I mean, at this point, Joe, I do think it's the best option. He could still play. He played well down the stretch. I think over the final 8 or 9 games of the season, he had 18 touchdowns and only 4 interceptions. He was not good early. And Brandon Eccles, the new corner, actually talked about that yesterday. We asked him what it was like to play with Aaron, and he referenced how good he was at the end of the season. So, coming off an Achilles injury, I guess that maybe that's to be expected, that he was bad early and better late. So, it's not ideal if you go with Aaron Rodgers, but I do think clearly he's the best option right now.
Limits, is it okay if I engage Ray in a game of free association?
I would love you to.
All right, Ray, here we go. Quick opinions. You can even say yes or no. Would you have preferred that the Steelers keep Najee Harris?
No.
Do you think he's going to be a better player there than he was here?
No.
Did you want the Steelers to keep Larry Ogunjobi?
No.
How would you grade his tenure?
C.
Are the Steelers going to keep Cam Sutton?
I saw Cam Sutton yesterday at the facility in Steelers gear, so perhaps.
Should they have kept Landon Roberts instead of Cole Holcomb or Malik Harrison?
Yeah, that's a great question. I know you want short answers here. This Malik Harrison signing seems like a luxury. So I'm going to say yes, but I know why they did it. Landon's getting up there, and Harrison, I think, is 6 or 8 years younger.
Who's going to be the quarterback on opening day?
Educated guess, Aaron Rodgers.
Who's going to be the lead running back on opening day?
I'll go Jaylen Warren right now.
Are the Steelers going to draft a running back in the first 3 rounds?
Yes, they will. Or 4.
Will George Pickens still be here on opening day?
Ooh, that's a good one. I'll say yes for now, but that is totally up in the air.
Will T.J. Watt either equal or surpass Myles Garrett in total money, annual money, or guaranteed money? Especially the last two. That's $40 million a year, and the guarantee, don't quote me, was $123.5.
Yeah.
Is he gonna top or equal Garrett in those 2 categories?
Yeah, I keep looking. I haven't seen the full contract, so I don't know that $40 million is the right number, because if they can walk away, he'll never see some of that. The 123 guaranteed, I think he'll get close. I do. I don't know that he will exceed that, but I think they will get close. Last time they did a deal with TJ, I think the guarantee number was around $80 million. They went above and beyond what they usually do, and I don't see any reason why they wouldn't do that again.
Is that the best business at this point, to throw almost quarterback money at an edge rusher who's going to be 31, I believe, this year, Ray?
Yeah. It's debatable, but that's the way they've treated guys like Cam Hayward and others, and they view him as a legacy guy. And they don't want to see him go anywhere else. So I think it'll happen.
Well, they may not want to see him go anywhere else, but as with Troy and as with Hines Ward, two other legacy Steelers, they'll certainly be willing to push TJ out the door if he's still under contract but not productive. So that only goes so far, correct?
Correct, but not when he's 31. Maybe when he's 34 and at the end like Troy and Hines were.
Sure.
Yeah.
But they would be willing to let him play for another team if they thought his skills had diminished. That was my point there. Here's another one, Ray. If I may indulge you in city limits, I'd like you to pull up a chair.
I would love to.
Please. And here's a cup of hot cocoa for both of you.
2 marshmallows, please.
I'm wondering, Ray, how much impact an edge rusher really has in the end. And I know TJ Watts, I know their record with him and without him. Here's some playoff numbers for you. Myles Garrett in 3 playoff games has 1 sack, 1 tackle for loss, and 3 quarterback hits. 5 tackles total in 3 games, and the Browns have won 1 playoff game in his career. TJ Watt in 4 playoff games has 1 sack, 5 quarterback hits, and 6 tackles, and they're 0-4. So combined, Myles Garrett and TJ Watt have played 7 playoff games. They've combined for 2 sacks and a 1-6 record. What does Ray Fittipaldo make of that?
Well, the NFL today, it's all about the interior pass rush. Guys like Jalen Carter. I definitely think you're onto something. I think edge rushers can still be effective if you have that inside push. But if you don't have that inside push and you want to take guys like TJ out of the game with chips, with double teams, you can certainly do that.
Ray, if my quarterback is going to be Mason Rudolph or Aaron Rodgers, I'm considering trading TJ Watt, bringing in the assets. In fact, I think I'd just go with Mason at this point and start collecting assets for another day, like next year's draft in Pittsburgh. I don't think if I'm the Steelers, I'm letting the Cleveland Browns set the market for my edge rusher, and then I'm going to sign him to practically quarterback money. Hell no. I'm taking the assets. You?
It's a good debate now, and I didn't always think trading TJ was a good debate, but given where this team is right now, probably not a Super Bowl contender. I think you might hear more about it, but honestly, Joe, I don't know that that will change the mind of Art Rooney II or Omar Khan or anyone in that front office.
Ray, you're a wonderful man, and I have no further questions.
Good talking to you, Joe. We'll see you next week.
Goodbye. What a man he is on limits.
Wonderful.
I got a tweet here from Steelers apologist Fred Iridi.
I thought you were going to say Steelers apologist Mark Cavalli.
It was. This guy says, serious question, Joe, although it's not a serious question. It's one designed to bait me. How many NFL teams actually have a chance to compete for the Super Bowl? Like 6, he says. In other words, what he's really saying there is that I say that the Steelers aren't a true contender. He's saying, well, how many teams really are, Joe? How many teams really are true contenders? I love my Steelers, and they're still in it. Or maybe they're not, but that's okay. He says 6. I say at least 10. I'd say have a realistic chance at the Super Bowl next season. Chiefs, Bills, Ravens, Texans, Broncos, Eagles, Lions, Packers, Commanders, and Rams. And I didn't even include the Bengals, who I think actually do because of their quarterback. And I didn't include the Chargers, who might, the Vikings, who are 14-3, and the Niners, who still have a hell of a depth chart. So I might be up to around 12. You? Limits?
I was talking to Craig. Say that again, please.
Teams that have a serious chance at the Super Bowl next year.
Oh, I don't even think 12 is the correct answer. More like 7 or 8.
Yeah? So tell me which ones on my list don't have a chance. Chiefs?
They do.
Bills?
Yep.
Ravens?
Yep.
Texans?
Yep. No, I don't. I'm going to say Texans, no.
Texans, no.
Texans, no. After what I watched last year with the Texans, what that offense put up?
I mean, they gave the Chiefs, I thought, a really good game. They have a guy who I think might be Defensive Player of the Year, Will Anderson, next year. And they have a really good young quarterback. But if you don't want to put them on the list, okay. Broncos?
Sure, yes.
You sure about that?
No, I'm not.
Well, say your opinion.
No Broncos.
So no Bo Nix, no Patrick Surtain.
No,
the guys they've added. They're not a team that has a chance at the Super Bowl.
A chance to win the Super Bowl or go to the Super Bowl?
A chance to compete for. If you go, you have a chance to win, right?
Right, but I mean, they got to get through the Chiefs in their own division too.
Okay, you're writing off C.J. Stroud, Bo Nix. All right,
correct.
Eagles.
Yes.
Lions.
Yes.
Packers.
Yes.
Commanders.
Yes.
Rams.
Yes.
Okay, so you're already up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How about the Vikings, Chargers, or Niners?
No.
Okay. All right. So you still have 2 more than him. I have about twice as many as him. I'm up to 12. Point being, the Steelers aren't among them. I would even put the Bengals in there because of their quarterback. 412-928-9370. When is Bechtold's breakdown?
12:30.
No, it's not. It's at 11:30.
It's at 12:30.
Donnie Football's coming in at 12:30, and we're talking football. So we're going to... Oh, it has to be 12:30, doesn't it?
Yes.
All right, it's at 12:30. Coming up next, the beat writer for the Minneapolis Star-Tribune, where I once interviewed. Did you know that, Oh Limitless one?
No, did not know at all.
Yeah. Way back when the Trib was lowballing me, I said, listen, the only way to get more money out of people is to go interview somewhere else. So I went to Columbus in Minnesota. I was a hockey writer then, and they had expansion franchises. I interviewed in Columbus. I interviewed in Minnesota, and I had no intention of going to either place, but I liked both cities a lot. And if the Trib had called my bluff, I think I would have had to go, and my choice would have been Minnesota.
Wow, leverage.
I could have been the guy in Minnesota. Herb Brooks wrote me a letter of recommendation. That's pretty good. And yet somehow I didn't get the job. That's pretty bad.
That is very surprising. If Herb Brooks is writing a letter of recommendation, you don't get it?
Yeah.
Wow.
I must have been horrible, huh? So I wound up back here. But if I had gone to Minneapolis, a lot of people never would have heard of me in Pittsburgh ever again, and I'm sure they would have been glad.
Maybe 1 or 2. But I think the majority of people are very glad you're here.
I don't. 50-minute mark coming up. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 Peters Township. Anyway, these two guys talked about why haven't the Vikings shut down the Aaron Rodgers talk? Does that mean he's going there? You'll listen to part of that conversation coming up next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates prospects will play in the spring breakout game at 1 o'clock. The Pirates Major League team will play against Detroit at 6:05 tonight. Andrew Heaney will start for the Buccos, making his third outing with the Pirates and signing as a free agent. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Jared Jones. Just 13 days until Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger.
Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Tune in every week for TGL matches. The sports world held its collective breath when Duke standout Cooper Flagg went down with a sprained ankle on Thursday. While the x-rays were negative, Flagg is unlikely to play the rest of the ACC tournament, and you have to wonder if his NCAA tournament could be in jeopardy. We know March Madness makes plenty of stars, but having a less than 100% Cooper Flagg would still be a huge disappointment. I'm Maggie Gray.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, cause you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN+. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 16. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
Your life, your goals, your legacy. With a dedicated Fidelity advisor, it's all part of a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE SIPC.
It's Nicholas Harry Callis here from the Fan Morning Show. I remember last March pretty vividly. I dropped 40 pounds with weight loss medications. The weight loss was great. Definitely thought I could lose more, but I couldn't keep taking the pills and injections. I wasn't allowed to eat more than 1,000 calories all day, because if I did, I was going to have to use the closest trash can. So I stopped taking them, and sure enough, the weight all came right back. That was my experience, and I can only speak to that. As you know, I've since started Awaken 180, and I wanted to tell you that story to demonstrate just how different Awaken 180 is. Losing weight doesn't require feeling like I did. It doesn't have to include the short or long-term health risks. This isn't to scare you from weight loss meds. It's to tell you that there's another, better option. I feel great losing weight with Awaken 180. I'm happy, I'm energetic, I'm confident, and I'm back on the baseball field. If losing weight and enjoying the process sounds good to you, then do what I did and choose the medication-free solution for weight loss. Go online for your free consultation at awaken180weightloss.com.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing,
I'm
Zach?
rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply for J.D. Power 2024 award information. Visit jdpower.com/awards.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Clouds and sun this afternoon. The high 77.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals at super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Celebrate Ashley's 80th anniversary by getting a great night's sleep. Buy a Beauty Rest Black mattress and get a free adjustable base, putting the luxury of custom comfort and function at your fingertips. Plus, enjoy even more flexibility with 80-month special financing on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Don't miss the Ashley 80th anniversary sale going on now. Shop in-store and online. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $359 for 24 months with $3,999 to its signing. 2025 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $3,999 to its signing. Also, special 1.9% APR for 60 months on the 2025 Kia Sorrento. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden and Breslin, attorneys at law. Pay after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
What's the dog name again? His name is Top Dog. Tell the dog to go bite him. Tell the dog to go sick him. He got me hurt. It was all his fault. I'm in a lot of pain. Tell the dog to go bite him. It's Top Dog. It's Top Dog Law. It's Top Dog. It's Top Dog Law. You ever see a grown man cry? You ever see it in your life? I'm crying right now. Playing with my life. Went to the hospital. Doctor did something wrong. I don't know if he knew what he was doing, but he did something wrong. Need you to go bite him. This a medical malpractice. Any accident, big or small. Top Dog Law.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. This week, FanDuel is bringing you a Dog of the Day Profit Boost token. One of the best parts about the tournament is when an underdog takes down a powerhouse. And right now, those upsets can get even better because if your underdog bet wins, you'll land even more winnings with a profit boost. This is your chance to ride with the long shots, the scrappy teams, the ones that refuse to go
quietly. Robert Morris, what a Cinderella story that is. Number 1 seed in the conference tournament after being picked to finish near the bottom of its league. My pick to win that tournament. FanDuel.com/Andrew for your dog of the day with a profit boost. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Wager of at least plus 100 odds required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. Code 1-800-GAMBLER.
Get off the couch and get moving. 2 Men in a Truck Pittsburgh is hiring movers and drivers now. If problem solving and making people happy is who you are, we want you on our team. Visit careers.2men.com.
It is St. Patrick's Day weekend. The weather's awesome. It's outdoor beer drinking season. Let me remind you, you need beer. And to help you celebrate St. Patty's Day now through Sunday, Hampton Beer Outlet has Guinness 24-pack cans, $39.99 a case. That's $10 off, the best price anywhere, $39.99. That's crazy, now through Sunday. And they have all your St. Patty's favorites. Harp, Smittix, Magners, Murphy's, they have it all. Get ready for the weekend. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Let the madness begin. Stop into South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram and Peters Township for slam dunk deals. 25 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo. Payment starting at $229 for 24 months. This deal ends when the final buzzer sounds. See dealer for details.
When you buy a new house, you might say,
"Shut the front door."
Winning.
No, seriously. Shut the front door. We own this house now.
But you actually need to say,
"Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there."
That's right. The local State Farm agent is there to help you choose the coverage you need.
Welcome to my crib. No one says that anymore, but I don't care.
So just remember, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois. SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Sports. Back to Bob Papiani and Joe Stuckey, the Pomp and Joe Show.
Hey, I'll take it.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, Minnesota jumping on board here. Apparently, reportedly, according to sources, maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But here's what I do know. Several people have linked the Vikings with Rodgers, and the Vikings haven't said anything about that. And Rodgers hasn't made a decision when 2 other teams really want him. So is the delay simply about him enhancing the drama? Grabbing the spotlight? Or is there real interest on the Vikings' part? For this, I went to the Minneapolis Star-Tribune today, where I think they do an awesome job of covering the Vikings, and 2 of their reporters, including their beat writer, had a little discussion about Aaron Rodgers. Let's take a listen.
I would say there is at least enough intrigue to not close the door on it. Everybody that I've talked to about it is not willing to say there's no chance of it happening. And the hedge is, what does Rodgers want to do? Does he want to come somewhere where he's not the long-term? I mean, he can't be anybody's long-term solution at this point, but what does this mean for competition? I don't think he's going somewhere where he has to compete for a job at all. And I don't know what promises the Vikings would make him, but I will say this. What I know is there is enough willingness to talk about this in from an organizational level for the Vikings that nobody is closing the door to this happening. It's the question always with Aaron Rodgers of, is the juice worth the squeeze? And there's a fair amount of squeeze at this point with Aaron Rodgers, where you got to put up with whatever he's going to say on Pat McAfee, whatever he feels about the offseason program in terms of how much he's going to be there, how involved he's going to be, how he's going to relate to his receivers. I think all of that would be a question. Does Justin Jefferson want to play with him. I mean, maybe Justin Jefferson would be very intrigued by it. But then there's the other part of it where 4 MVPs play the position at as high of a level in every sense of the word: mobility, accuracy, arm talent, downfield arm, capabilities, the hard counts, the catching people with 12 on the field, all of that kind of stuff. Nobody has done this at this high of a level, with the possible exception, I think, of Patrick Mahomes. So there's a lot to like if you're getting that version of Aaron Rodgers. And I think the question is, would they? And how long would he want it? How long would they want to be committed to him? If it's a year, I think you can make that argument. If it's longer than that, is J.J. McCarthy going to start to say, you know what, I'm not terribly crazy about where this is lining up? So there's a lot to figure out with this. But from my understanding, he is fond of what they've done. He's fond of how Kevin O'Connell goes about things. He certainly sees the amount of talent here. I think all of those things are real. And I think they are saying, you know what, if we could make it work, let's at least talk about it. I don't know that it's going to happen. I think Pittsburgh still makes more sense, but nobody has slammed the door on this.
Is that interesting? Huh? That was Tim Moran, by the way, from the Minneapolis Star-Tribune. And again, if there was nothing to this, he would know. I think he would know. And the Vikings, as they said, have said nothing behind the scenes to say, don't even look in. This is ridiculous. Sorry. Don't even look into it. And then there's just the fact that Rodgers hasn't made a decision, that there's 2 teams. It's like Adam Schefter said, let's go here. Well, what are we doing? You got 2 teams who want you. Make your choice. Well, maybe there's 3. Maybe there's a third. In a way, it makes sense. Guys sit for a year. Patrick Mahomes sat for a year. Now, this would be 2 for J.J. McCarthy, but it would be kind of his rookie year because he was hurt. So it would be having him apprentice for another year and have Aaron Rodgers run the show. And my God, you walk in there. You said no to the Vikings as a Super Bowl contender. I'm not sure I agree with you, Limits.
Well, it's just because who's their quarterback?
Well,
J.J. McCarthy as a rookie, basically a rookie year, they're not going to the Super Bowl.
I mean, maybe. Jaden Daniels came close. Bo Nix got to the playoffs.
I thought J.J. McCarthy out of that entire crop of quarterbacks last year was the worst out of all of them. So that's where my opinion comes from.
I mean, a team that comes back with Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, T.J. Hawkinson.
Oh, their roster is great.
Aaron Jones.
They have a top 5 roster in all of football. But it comes down to, is J.J. McCarthy good enough? And sure, you can say he won a national championship at Michigan.
Right, but the question was, who has a chance to compete for the Super Bowl? I almost think no matter who their quarterback is, they have a chance. They have a chance. They just brought in Hargrave and Jonathan Allen to that defense as well. I think that's a really good team. And I think it's clearly the number one choice if indeed the choices are Pittsburgh, Giants, or Vikings. If I'm a quarterback on my last leg, there is no choice. I'm going to admit. Plus, I get to play indoors.
No doubt. I could definitely be swayed on the Vikings. That would probably be the one team if I was on the fence about any. It would be Minnesota to push them over the top. Because last year I thought they had a realistic chance to do it with Darnold before it all came crashing down in the final couple of games of the year. Especially with Kevin O'Connell as an offensive coach, and if he would work with Aaron Rodgers, there's no doubt, and it's hard for our radio audience, the Vikings would be here, very high up, and then it's the Steelers further down, and then the Giants even further down near the floor. The Vikings, there's a lot of separation there between everybody.
As far as desirable destination?
Yes.
No, I agree with Cowherd, actually, that it would go Vikings, Giants, Steelers. The Giants have a built-in star receiver and an offensive coach. And as we saw last year, some real talent on defense. So we disagree there, but we both agree that the Vikings are the choice here. Now, they also make the least amount of sense. The Giants and the Steelers obviously are desperate. The Vikings aren't. In fact, they just didn't re-sign Sam Darnold and let him go, seemingly to pave the way for the guy that they invested a really high draft pick in. So is he going to play, or are they looking at this as, okay, he's coming off a big injury. Let's ease this dude in. I mean, again, Limits, even if you bring in Rodgers, he's going to be 42. So whoever the backup is, when the starter's 42, there's a pretty good chance you're going to get in there at some point.
They could have even brought Daniel Jones back. And that was kind of some of the thoughts that a lot of insiders had when Jones signed there in the middle of the season.
I'm talking about the Vikings.
Yeah. Daniel Jones could have re-signed with the Vikings.
Signed with the Vikings. Yeah. For sure. They could have gone and done, a bridge year with somebody else, but maybe they think with the roster we have in place that we can protect this guy. Of course, they didn't do a great job protecting Darnold. Wasn't he sacked 9 times by the Rams in that late
Yeah, it was disastrous. Jared Verse earned his Rookie of the Year award in that one.
Now, Minnesota has fortified the middle of their line. They brought in a new center, Ryan Kelly, and a new guard, both from Indy. So, as the quarterbacks turn, Limits, this may go on for a while. It might. Let's bring in Donnie Football for a little Donnie Football hour, and what a treat this will be. We're going to talk about the NFL and the Steelers, of course. I believe we're going to have an Aaron Rodgers-themed quiz show.
That's correct, with one Mason Rudolph question as well.
As a bonus question.
Yes.
All right. So we're going to do all of that next. Who better to talk about all of this with than Mr. Donald Football? First, let's talk about some basketball and FanDuel and the fact that it's time for the underdog in college football. It's that month, right? FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is bringing you a Dog of the Day Profit Boost token. One of the best parts about the tourney is when an underdog takes down a powerhouse. And right now, those upsets can get even better because if your underdog bet wins, you'll land even more winnings with a profit boost. This is your chance to ride with the long shot, the scrappy team, the one that refuses to go quietly. We got a couple here in Pittsburgh who are going to be underdogs, or around Pittsburgh. One right here in Robert Morris, and then you have St. Francis. That's one you might want to jump on. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app's easy to use. When you win, you'll get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to download America's #1 sportsbook and back your Dog of the Day with a profit boost. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Wager of at least plus 100 odds required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins beat the St. Louis Blues 5-3 last night. PPG Paints Arena. Ryan Graves scores his first goal of the season early on in the game in just the first 3 minutes. Also scoring, new Penguins, Connor Timmins gets on the board, as well as Connor Dewar, both scoring for the Penguins. Brian Rust, his 22nd as well. Ricard Raquel in the empty net, his 30th. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
This afternoon, mostly sunny with highs in the upper 70s and possibly a record high. Decreasing clouds overnight with lows in the low 50s. Rain arrives Saturday afternoon, highs in the low 70s. Saturday night, rain continues with lows in the upper 50s. And Sunday, the chance for storms with highs near 70 degrees. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart enabled. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Discover uncompromising quality at a reliable price with Giant Eagle and Market District. Look for signs throughout the store highlighting lower prices. Surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle. Experience value like never before. Visit Giant Eagle today to see how easy it is to save.
It's not luck that Fine Wine and Good Spirits has top-shelf Irish whiskeys on sale this March. Take Redbreast Single Pot Still 12-year-old. It scored 95 points from the Beverage Tasting Institute. Impressive. Jameson Black Barrel, 90 points from Whiskey Advocate. Nice. It's not luck. It's generations of craft from Ireland's finest whiskey makers. Save $5 on both, in-store or online at FWGS.com. 750 milliliter bottles. Offer ends March 30th, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
Nearly 25,000 Western Pennsylvanians call Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union home. Just like I do. Hey, it's Dan Zang really letting you know that Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union is growing with their newest location in Scott Township on Cochrane Road. Find out more at AllegiantFCU.org.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Hey, it's Crowley. The madness is here. Sullivan Super Service is helping you score big this March with a free furnace when you buy an air conditioner. That's right, it's BOGO time. Save money and stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivansuperservice.com. But hurry, the madness won't stay here forever, and a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Meet Justin Wright, savvy spender. He always spends his money just right. Justin saves on gas and fills his tank far from freeway prices. He skips the overpriced coffee shops and makes it at home. He even writes his own name wrong for that authentic barista cafe feeling. And Justin backs into every spot like a getaway driver. Because time is money. And he chooses Now by Xfinity. Dependable internet, unlimited mobile, and the TV he loves. All with no annual contracts, no credit checks, no hidden fees, and no surprises. Get Now internet starting at $30 a month, all in with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. Now by Xfinity. It's just right. Go to Xfinity.com/now to learn more. Restrictions apply. Speeds up to 100 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary. Pricing subject to change.
Oh, honey, it's our favorite leaf filter trusted pro, Matt. Matt, come in, come in.
Hi, Mrs. Sparks. You wanted me to stop by? Is everything okay with your leaf filter gutter protection system?
Okay, of course, silly. We wanted you to stop by for dinner as our way of thanking you.
Yes, to thank you for that free gutter inspection, the free estimate, and what was the other thing?
That lifetime guarantee.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Sparks, those are just Leaf Filter's policies. Everyone who calls Leaf Filter gets a trusted pro to come out for a free gutter inspection and estimate. And every Leaf Filter installation comes with a lifetime guarantee.
So it's not just us?
No, sir. We don't want anyone to worry about clogged gutters ever again.
You mean everyone gets this level of service?
Everyone. They just need to visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule their free inspection.
Okay, but you must be starving. You work so hard.
Ready to love your gutter protection as much as we do? Visit leaffilter.com/deal and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Feeling lucky? Your next big jackpot is waiting for you. Visit the casino at Nemacolin in Farmington, PA for the ultimate casino experience with 26 table games, daily promotions, big-time giveaways, and 500 slots, including over 100 of the hottest new games. After, celebrate your big win with a juicy steak at the Royale Steakhouse. Or grab a bite at the bar while you watch the big game. Visit CasinoNemacolin.com for more information. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive or lease for just $399 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. With credit approval and financing through HMFC, offer ends March 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit the store for a free test walk. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown. Good Feet arch supports are proudly made in the USA.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Berg. Hofbrauhaus Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant starts with a great celebration for halfway to Oktoberfest with his great deal. All month long, get 3 32-ounce crowlers of their flagship Bierce Lager, Dunkel, or Hefeweizen for just $20 now through March 31st. Try it with March's feature pairing, Marzen beer, along with house-made cabbage rolls. Hofbrauhaus, Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant in the Southside Works. No matter the occasion, everyone loves it at our house.
Hey, basketball fans, want to boost your odds on the next college hoops wager? Just log into your BetMGM account today to receive an odds boost token. Then place a wager on any college basketball matchup and apply your token. Just make sure to bet up to the minimum stake, odds, and legs specified on the token. If your boosted wager hits, you'll score a bigger payout, no matter the showdown. BetMGM is your home for betting college basketball. Place your bets and adds Vegas excitement to every pass, every dunk, and every buzzer beater. Think you can hit that winning shot? Step onto the court for your chance to score. Claim your college basketball odds boost token today. The players are ready for tip-off, so take your shot with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New and existing customer offer. Rewards expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Serious savings at your local Parmar store. Dan Zangrili reminding you to download the Parmar Stores app and save big. Get 3 cooler beverage items with your Parmar Rewards card and get 10 cents off per gallon of gas. And remember, if there's not a Parmar store near you now, there will be soon.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroe.
Aaron Rodgers watch. Day 5 continues. Still no answer on what will happen for Rodgers, whether it will be the Steelers or the Giants. Maybe a third team, Minnesota, could be involved. The Steelers did sign Mason Rudolph to a 2-year, $8 million deal yesterday. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. It's Donnie Football Friday now.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Good talk radio.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Now, more Pomp and Joe Show.
Absolutely.
Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hello, hello, we have a new quiz show. It's time for you and Donnie and Joe to play quiz show. Hello, hello, oh limits questions below. We're glad you're here, so grab your beer. It's time for quiz show.
I think that lays it out pretty clearly there, Donnie. I don't know how anybody could mistake the fact that it's time for quiz show. Do you?
I think we need to add Harry Callis to this quiz show, Joe.
Yeah,
He's got pretty good quiz skills.
He
as
does.
Of late.
Yeah, and we hear there's a little media feud stemming from the fact that Harry yesterday didn't know what conference Penn State played in. So Donnie, and I thought this was brilliant, put on social media, you were out to dinner with your mom,
No, I just called her on the phone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And you had her, you asked her what conference Penn State is in.
Yes.
And she got it right?
Yes.
And Harry didn't take kindly to you posting that, did he?
No, and then it was funny because he said something about, oh, you're showing me up by asking your mom a simple question. And I said, simple question for everybody but you, I guess.
Oh, man. What did he say, the SEC, when they asked him that? Penn State's conference?
Yeah,
Is that right?
He had no idea. Then he just said, I think the SEC. He had another mix-up today. They asked him something, and I think this would even make you a little bit more upset than it made me.
And we just asked him which college Michael Jordan went to, and he did not know. So here's what I'm going to do Here's what I'm going to do this weekend.
Oh, my God.
And it doesn't even need to be for a bit. This is just to help a friend. This is to help you advance your career. I'm going to put together a need-to-know sheet of everything that average sports fans in this country know. I'm going to print it out. I'm going to give it to you. And you are going to memorize it, and you are going to be better for it.
What number was Tom Brady?
12.
Okay, thank you.
I don't want to play the game anymore.
So all my argument is Pony was from New York, comes to Pittsburgh. He's got to learn about Pittsburgh sports.
And
right?
he did.
But that's what I'm saying. If I had to do a show on Penn State.
It's not about Penn State. It's about the teams of the conferences in college.
If I needed to do a talk show about anything, I could prepare for it. That's my argument in all of this.
But you're wrong.
But I've never had to talk about Penn State. And aside from that, I don't care about Penn State.
I don't know, Donnie, if I can deal with this. I think my 5-month-old granddaughter knows where Michael Jordan went to college, right?
And
Isn't
I
that
thought
one of the first things you learn.
I thought that would have been a jab at our boss because Craig is a massive Jordan fan.
Yeah, that must hurt him.
And he's just loving up all of the content that this has created. But I said, well, how about him not knowing where Michael Jordan went? And he said, yeah, that was kind of a tough one.
That is incredible. Speaking of which, I was having a hallway conversation with Pony, as I often do. And he said if LeBron joined St. Francis of Loretto, which made the NCAA tournament, do they win the tournament? I said not only do they win the NCAA tournament, they win it easily with LeBron. You agree?
I think they win. I don't know how easily. Like, I don't know if they're blowing out every team.
I think they're winning comfortably, and they're raising a banner. Do you agree with that? That at least they would win the tournament?
That's where I don't think people realize, like, they'll say, well, they're just adding LeBron. He's an old man now. I don't think people realize just how good he still is.
Right. And he's just a monster. Obviously, no one-person guards.
Yeah, there's not a single college player in the country that could stop him.
I don't think there's two together that could keep him from doing what he was doing. So you'd have guys with open shots all over the place the whole game. Plus, you'd have him brutalizing people on the boards. He'd be like a center in college right now, and he's got the most, destructive locomotive-like body maybe in the history of basketball. Limits if LeBron joins. Well, let's just say Robert Morris. If LeBron joined Robert Morris right now, do they win the NCAA tournament?
Oh boy. With
I'm
Cooper
saying
Flagg
yes.
injured right now, and who knows what happens with Duke? I'm going to say yes.
Would body Cooper Flagg.
LeBron would take Cooper Flagg and twirl him on his pinky and drop him into the crowd.
He would really take down that flagpole, Donnie.
Oh, he would.
Like that one, Horse?
Yeah, I do like that one, actually. Donnie, before we get into a quiz show, which is Aaron Rodgers themed, which I'm sure you're excited about, I have 10 rapid-fire questions for me. You can answer in a sentence or two or even one word if you like, and I'll move on. Because I'm very curious about your thoughts. Where does Aaron Rodgers wind up?
The Giants.
What is the primary reason for that? Money, or as I said earlier, and nobody knows more about resentments than me, I think that he'd want to stick it to the Jets and elevate his team in New York over them. What would be the primary reason for that?
You came in the back and brought that idea up to me of why he would go to the Giants. He would stay in the same facility and try to lift up that other team. And I loved the idea of that.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, would it really be about the money for him at this point? I mean, yeah, money's nice. Money talks. People always say that. But I feel like if it's at least close, maybe he has an underlying reason to go there,
right?
Go one place or another.
Where does Russell Wilson wind up?
I want to say the Browns so bad.
I think it is the Browns.
Do you?
Yeah. I think those guys are lobbying for him right now, according to Mary Kay Cabot. She didn't say they're lobbying for him. She said the veterans would be all in on Wilson, and Myles Garrett showed up for Wilson's visit yesterday. He was late.
And we know that
probably.
there were Steelers that did that for him last year, too.
Right.
I'll say the Browns. Man, what a world.
Who's going to start week 1 for the Steelers?
Mason Rudolph.
I'm not sure. You're wrong. Myles Garrett reported in The Athletic, or it was reported on him in The Athletic, that he's been late to mandatory team events, that he's like regularly late to things, and, isn't exactly, I don't know, pick a guy, Cam Hayward when it comes to leadership. Did you see that story in The Athletic? And what do you make of this with Myles Garrett? Here it is right here. Is that Myles Garrett has been, late to mandatory events, and is just a guy who's generally regarded as, is he going to show up late for this too type guy? What do you make of that?
He got what he wants now, so the organization has to deal with it, and I guess the fans would have to deal with it too. They're probably just going to sit back and hope, well, he's late to this, he's late to that, but he'll be damn good on Sunday. It's kind of like, remember when Antonio Brown got paid, and who was it, Ryan Clark, who said, watch how this turns this dude into a monster?
Yes.
And watch how he changes.
Yes.
Now, AB, that guy worked his ass off, so I'm not going to call that out, but sometimes that changes people, and he probably has the feeling now, well, I'm untouchable to this organization.
I agree.
They bow down to me.
And that leads to the TJ Watt question. Do you think the Steelers will give TJ equal or more than what Garrett got in annual pay, $40 million, and in guaranteed pay, which was, I think, like $122.3, something like that? Do you think that they're going to give TJ as much or more than Garrett got?
I think if they come up short on one end, they will make up for it on the other, if that makes sense. But it's going to be...
Do you think that's wise on their part?
I don't. And I know that's not going to be a popular opinion for people listening. And I know folks like Kabali, who will join the guys later, that won't be popular with him. He thinks that is ludicrous to think that way. But in my eyes, they aren't all that close to winning the whole thing. And by the time they are, what kind of player will TJ Watt be? I mean, the guy is in his 30s, and in football years, you kind of age like a dog, unless you're Cam Hayward. He's going the other way, it seems, but that's kind of the exception to the rule. I think they should have looked into trades for him to, build this team's future.
I agree.
They're not in on that because he's a one-helmet guy.
With every syllable you just said, and I agree with Jason Lloyd of The Athletic, who wrote the story today. He thinks the Browns should have traded Myles Garrett. He said, and I quote, "It's well known within the Browns that Garrett is frequently late to the facility. He skipped mandatory team activities on multiple occasions. Veterans typically police the locker room on those types of things and create the culture of accountability. But here," Lloyd writes, "it's the best player breaking the rules. That has to change." I've never been a big Myles Garrett guy. I couldn't help but note how when Clowney left, there seemed to be some weird quotes about Myles Garrett. He doesn't strike me as a winner. But listen to these stats, Donnie. And here's my last question for you. How much difference in the end does a highly, highly paid edge rusher really make? And I just read these numbers to whoever our last guest was. I think it was Ray Fittipaldo. In 7 combined playoff games, 7, TJ Watt 4, Myles Garrett 3. How many combined sacks do they have in those 7 games?
Well, I know Watt has, 1? And maybe Garrett has 1 or 2. So,
yeah.
I don't know. I would say 3.
2. In 7 games, those two great players, 7 playoff games, have combined for 2 sacks, 8 quarterback hits. In 7 games, 8 quarterback hits, and 1 tackle for loss. So I ask you, Donnie.
And Watt had that scoop and score touchdown against the Chiefs. The play, though, was made more by Cam Hayward.
Yeah. I ask you, Donnie, how valuable truly to winning a Super Bowl is one great edge rusher? I think it's an open question. And yeah, they help you win. I remember what Von Miller did. I remember what other guys have done at that position. I do. But is it worth the Browns giving that guy 40 and the Steelers giving this guy 40? I'm not seeing it.
I think with where they're at in their careers, too, it's hard to give them that money and be a team in the position you're in. It would be different, I think, if the Browns or the Steelers were truly on the doorstep of like big-time contention. Like, let's say that they're close. They are legitimately close to the Bills and the Chiefs in the AFC. I think it would be looked at a little bit differently. Like, okay, yeah, you keep this guy around because he can be a difference maker in a big game. But if you just look into reality, they're a lot further away than what everybody wants to admit.
They're more than a great edge rusher away.
Yes.
The ones in-house.
I mean, if I was the Browns, I would have traded Garrett and then just drafted Abdul Carter if he was there at 2.
Me too. Imagine what they would have brought. Look at the Bills, how desperate they are for a defensive lineman. They wound up getting Joey Bosa for a reasonable price for 1 year, I think. I mean, come on.
And Larry Ogunjobi.
In Larry Ogunjobi, right. What would they have given up for Myles Garrett? I think the Browns are crazy.
I think the Bills, a team like the Bills or the Eagles, would have given up a nice sum to get Myles Garrett.
Me too. Maybe others. Maybe the Commanders. Just start naming teams. All right, Donnie, the last question very quickly. 1 to 5. 1, you want no part of him. 5, this would be one of the greatest things you've ever seen. Your interest level in the Steelers drafting Jackson Dart in the first round.
I'll give you like a 2 here.
A 2?
I'm not going to completely bash it. Well, wait, you're saying specifically first round?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to drop that down then. I thought you meant just get him at some point.
First round.
No, I don't have interest in drafting him in the first round.
Fair enough.
They also, I mean, they've pretty much left themselves to take a defensive tackle because they let all of those names pretty much fly off the board here in free agency.
Right. All right, Donnie. I'm sad to hear that. I'm hoping to change your mind over the coming weeks, but we have a quiz show to get to. It's Aaron Rodgers themed. Let's do this.
Donnie, I knew that you would not let me down, and I appreciate it as I held up a 0 in my right hand for
Thank
Jackson
you,
Dart. You're quite welcome, Joe. I did see something in the Bechtold breakdown that you'll very much like about Jackson Dart, though, Joe.
Well,
I gotta say, we'll get to that next.
Yes,
but
that's
first,
next. Here we go.
First question is to you, Don. This Green Bay Packer caught 2 touchdowns from Aaron Rodgers in Super Bowl 45 as the Packers beat the Steelers for Aaron Rodgers' first and only Super Bowl.
I'm going to go Greg Jennings.
Greg Jennings is correct.
Very good, Limits. Troy didn't have a great Super Bowl, did he, that year? And he was the Defensive Player of the Year, but I think he was hurt.
Yeah, that looked like a game where he was behind by a step.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. I'll tell you this very quickly. Troy was one of the most interesting, sort of friendly people I've ever talked to in a locker room. I remember when I tore my Achilles when I was playing pony and one-on-one and was beating him, by the way, and was a couple of victories away from sweeping him. I went over to the Steelers on crutches one day, and Troy came over and just sat down and did an unbelievable interview. The only person over there, him and Todd Haley, who said, "Hey, what happened? How you doing?" But the only time I ever saw that guy not like a question and like turn, because Polamalu had the inner animal, you know? The only time I ever saw it off the field in my personal interactions was on the 5-year anniversary, maybe. It was on they were playing the Packers, maybe 3 or 4 years later. And I pulled him aside. I said, "Hey, man, can we talk about that Green Bay Super Bowl?" Oh, my God, Donnie. He turned. He just turned into a different man. I never saw anything like it. I'm like, wow, this really, I'm sorry to bring this up. And he gave me answers, but it was the only time I saw that side of Troy. That Super Bowl lived with him, as you would expect, forever with all those guys. You get to the pinnacle like that, and you've won, and you don't win. And I think he felt like he had a bad game.
Yeah, I mean, Rodgers torched the defense
He really did. He was great.
He was on a roll in that whole playoff stretch.
But there were a couple, like the one touchdown for Jennings, where I think they got Troy on a fake.
Yeah.
Anywho, it's 1-0, and it's my turn.
Wait, wasn't there also a story, too? I might be wrong on this. Wasn't that the game where there have been Packers after the fact that have said, like, their plan was to actually go at Troy?
I haven't seen that. I wouldn't be surprised by that.
Maybe I'm thinking of another.
No, you could very well be right, because Troy was hobbled, I believe, in that whole playoff. But anywho, next question.
All right, Joe, this question is for you. Davante Adams has the most touchdown receptions from Aaron Rodgers in his career with 81. Jordy Nelson is second with 70.
Yeah.
Who has Rodgers thrown the third most touchdown passes to in his career?
Wait, I'm sorry. Who would you say was first?
I said first was Davante Adams, and second was Jordy Nelson. Who would be third?
Greg Jennings.
Greg Jennings is incorrect.
I hate you. I'm sorry. That was an insult.
Donald Driver.
Donald Driver, good poll, but incorrect.
Randall Cobb.
Randall Cobb with 50.
Yeah, baby!
Great poll, Joe.
Can you believe that?
Great poll.
Randall Cobb.
We're tied at 1.
That one slipped right by.
Yeah.
Donnie, this question is for you. Mason Rudolph's last touchdown pass with the Steelers before he will probably throw one again this year came during a 31-17 playoff loss to Joe's Buffalo Bills.
He's going to know this. This is right up Donnie's alley.
Donnie, who did Mason Rudolph throw his last Steelers touchdown to in Buffalo?
I want to say Deontay Johnson.
Is that your guess?
Yeah.
You're right. Oh,
that
my
is
God.
Incorrect. It was not Deontay Johnson.
Oh, my God. So the game's in Buffalo. The Steelers are mounting a comeback.
Deontay Johnson did have a touchdown reception
but not his
from
last
Calvin
one.
Austin.
But not his last one.
But not his last one.
Okay. So it was Deontay that year.
Yeah.
I'm going to say Freiermuth.
Freiermuth is incorrect.
I hate you. I'm sorry again.
I know it wasn't Pickens.
Who was it then?
I feel like the only other option would be Austin.
Is that your guess?
Yes.
Oh, that's a good one, Don.
Calvin Austin. And Donnie might have heard me slip and say it.
I didn't even know Calvin Austin caught a pass that year. Wait, was that the Vegas year, too, where he had a touchdown in Vegas, maybe, from Pickett early in the year?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That
Very
was the 23 season.
That was good. I commend you for that.
Great job, Donnie.
2-1, Donnie.
All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Next question is to you, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
This is my favorite question.
Thank you.
Joe.
Thank me.
You watched Enigma, the Aaron Rodgers documentary.
Absolutely,
on Aaron Rodgers going on his ayahuasca retreat.
Yes, I did.
You earlier this week, Donnie, is this in your folder? Was not able to correctly pronounce ayahuasca.
Yeah, it was ayahuasca.
Yes. Where?
Coming from a guy who said that.
Yeah,
the
zeitgeist.
Is Zygest or something?
Reader's Digest.
We've all had our moments with words, I guess we'll say it. We're not playing Scrabble anytime soon. Joe.
Yes.
Where was Aaron Rodgers' ayahuasca retreat?
Oh, that's a great blanking question. Was it Ecuador?
It was not at Ecuador.
I actually haven't watched the documentary.
Yeah.
I don't know, Dubai?
No, not Dubai.
May I ask if it was out of the United States?
It was.
Okay, it was out of the United States. Peru?
Peru is incorrect.
I like that guess.
Yeah.
Good guess.
Argentina.
No.
El Salvador.
No.
Donnie.
Cuba.
No.
Oh, that was a good guess. May I ask, was it in Europe or South America?
It was not in Europe.
Was it in South America? He doesn't know where South America
No, I know where South America
He's trying
is.
to think if this was where, if this place
It is not attached.
I know where it was.
Hey, it can get confusing.
It is not attached to South America.
I know where it was.
Where was it?
Brazil.
No.
What?
Oh.
Isn't Brazil in South America?
I don't know.
Argentina's in South America.
You just gave him a guess.
No, I said Argentina. That was my first
no,
guess.
he had a guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. Barbados.
No.
St. Thomas. Those are in the Caribbean, I know.
Yeah.
Did you say it was in South America?
I'm saying no, it's not in South America.
St. John.
St. John's? They're back, baby. Number 1 seed in the NCAA tournament.
Rick Pitino was smoking it with him.
Jamaica.
Oh, my God.
No.
What's the other place that's like around there? Jamaica. Jamaica.
We need Malsey in here. He knows every country on earth.
Jamaica. What's the country?
You're getting close.
We're getting close. Donnie.
I mean, I don't know how to read a map properly.
I'm not good with geography. Like
Dominican
without
Republic.
looking at
No.
Aruba.
Does anybody anymore in the locker room, like
Turks and
TJ or Cam, come up to him and say, "Hey, what are you doing?
What are you doing, guys? Come on."
Turks and Caicos?
I thought
Is that the name of that place? Caicos?
Turks and Caicos.
My guess was Aruba.
No.
Can you give us another clue?
Central America.
Central America.
Central America.
Central America? I give up. I quit.
Do you know that there's like land in between North America and South America? Like North America being the U.S., Canada, and Mexico, and then there's South America, which starts with like
we don't want the geography
Colombia
lesson.
and Venezuela. The answer is Costa Rica.
I knew that.
Oh man,
Costa Rica.
That's a big one we left on the board.
Yeah, we did. You're drafting those countries. Costa Rica's a top 5.
Yeah, my high school used to do like mission trips there.
Horrifying.
Same.
All right,
Yeah,
Donnie, you're up.
They did that too to go to Costa Rica.
Yeah. Did they
For a
drink
Spanish trip.
ayahuasca?
My parents didn't want me to go to Costa Rica on the trip. They were scared that something would happen to me.
Somebody.
They were scared something would happen.
Can you imagine if Limits had been captured back then?
What happened?
He was doing talk.
Help! I'm Limits! Help me! I don't want to go!
He was doing sports talk.
I want to go back to Pittsburgh!
Sports talk in Costa Rica.
I bet it's riveting there.
Yeah. It may be. I don't know.
Okay, so is it me here with a 2-1 lead?
Yeah. It's back to Donnie.
Yes. So you did not know Costa Rica. Okay. All right, here's the big question. Because, Donnie, are you going to stick around for the Bechtold breakdown?
Yes, he is.
Yeah, I'll
Wonderful.
stick around.
Yep.
All right, this question is for Donnie.
Yeah.
Donnie, Aaron Rodgers has thrown 4 career Hail Marys in his career. 4 Hail Marys. How many of the 4 Hail Marys can you name? If
Wait,
you
we're
don't
on the
get
last question already?
We're doing a 5-question one. Yes, it's shorter
All
because
right.
we're up against it.
All right.
Donnie, you do not have to correctly guess the year, but if you get the teams, I will give it to you. He has thrown 4 Hail Marys in his career. 2 of them came in the playoffs. How many of the 4 teams that Rodgers has thrown a Hail Mary against can you name?
I can name 3 of them.
Wow! 3, Joe!
Just the team they came against.
Yes.
Either he's bluffing and trying to get me to say 4, or he knows. So I'm going to say I can name 4. All
Wow,
4. Yeah.
Joe!
Let's go.
I will be stunned if Joe can name all 4
All
without
right.
getting one wrong. I'll be stunned.
Certainly one was Seattle. I watched the game.
The Hail Mary game?
Oh, shoot.
That was Russell Wilson.
Wait. What?
That was Russell Wilson that threw that.
All right, then you name
I
them.
know.
Oh, my gosh.
I know 3 of them. I know he did it against the Lions
I
on
knew
a
that.
Thursday night
Yeah.
game.
Yep.
He did it against the Cardinals in a playoff game. I forget the guy's name.
Doesn't matter.
And I know he did it against the Giants in a playoff game.
I wouldn't have gotten Giants.
And he did it this past season against the Bills. Joe, you were watching the game before halftime.
Yeah, I didn't know that.
All right, now I feel shame. I feel the feeling of shame.
And I'm pretty sure I know
Hail Mary game. Russell Wilson. Oh my gosh.
Can you blame me at this point being confused between these 2 guys, Wilson and Rodgers? They're the central characters in this drama.
And I know it was another Rodgers that caught the one against Detroit. Richard Rodgers.
Eli Rodgers? Remember him, Donnie?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a lot more to do, and like I said to you guys before, I was just trust God in the process and all that.
Who was that?
That was Russell Wilson, trusting the process.
All right. That was good, Donnie. Good game.
That was a fun one.
You played well.
Was that documentary good, by the way?
I thought it was outstanding.
It was great.
It actually
I think that it's an exciting time. I think obviously to be a Pittsburgh Steeler and the opportunity of what we can do.
That's Russell Wilson acting as if he was going to be the Steelers quarterback unquestioned after the year.
On McAfee.
Still wishing guys happy birthdays. on social media when they've excommunicated him. It's incredible, Donnie, this whole thing. But you played well, I thought. What time is it?
Oh, no. Texter, Callis would have known Central America.
He probably would have. He probably would have guessed the country before us.
Yes, he would have. I actually came away from it feeling more that Rodgers is more likable than I thought because I've done some of the things he did, not the ayahuasca.
I've slept in a hole for a few days.
I've been caving. I've been
spelunking,
which is called spelunking. I've walked on burning coals in bare feet.
You have?
I've gone to sweat lodges, sat in sweat lodges with stones burning in them.
See, I don't know if I'd mind that. Like, I like a good sauna.
You have one in your basement,
Yeah,
Donnie.
I
You
got
should
one in the
invite the Steelers over to the sauna.
Yeah, I've done some of this. I've jumped off the sides of mountains.
You have?
Yeah. Yeah, I have. Little known facts about me. I'll tell you more
I would have
about it.
never guessed that.
I know, because I'm afraid all the time, right?
Yes.
Well, these were ways to face my fears. That was the whole exercise. I'll tell you more about it coming up, Donnie.
Okay.
We have a Donnie's stunned over there.
I'm still stunned by it. And you told me earlier this week.
So as I watched Rodgers, I thought, here's a guy who's trying to live into something more than maybe what's being offered.
Yes.
And gained newfound respect for him. Just not enough for him to come to the Steelers.
I'm glad. I'm glad you did.
Thank you, Limits. Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Coming up, a Bechtold breakdown. First, the Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for Youth Baseball Softball Showcase. Parents, coaches, email us at youthsports@937thefan.com to register your 12 and under team. The Fan might make a stop to your field. Details at 937thefan.com. What do we got coming up next, Limit?
Huge milestone for your guy and mine. Steph Curry in the NBA last night. And what are the Miami Marlins proposing? A potential squad of players in reserve for them? This is odd, but I think you're going to like it. That's coming up next.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Spring breakout for the Pirates is today at 1 o'clock. Bubba Chandler will pitch for the Pirates against Philadelphia. Connor Griffin, last year's first-round pick, will bat second and play in center field. Pirates are in spring training action, the Major League team against Detroit at 6:05. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Samuel Adams American Light and Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Mood Golf Club, and Shattament Country Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi. Tune in every week for TGL matches. The Cleveland Browns hosted Russell Wilson yesterday, but even if they sign the veteran quarterback, he doesn't fix their quarterback problem. Deshaun Watson is recovering from an Achilles tear and may have played his last down as a Brown. And while the team traded for backup Kenny Pickett, he's likely just that, a backup. The Browns hold the second overall pick. Will they be so desperate for a quarterback that they reach for a signal caller? I'm Maggie Gray.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store. Start with Stable.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line, golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
When you're trying to find quality candidates, all the searching, screening, and interviewing can become a job itself. You need Indeed, the all-in-one platform that makes it easy to interview, screen, and hire quality people. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com,
an appliance and HVAC part solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Let the madness begin. Stop into Southwest Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram in Peters Township for slam dunk deals. 2025 Ram 1500 Tradesman, payment starting at $369 for 36 months. This deal ends when the final buzzer sounds. See dealer for details.
Join me, Jacqueline Coley, on a brand new podcast, Seen on the Screen, presented by Make It Universal and Rotten Tomatoes. Meet the innovative people at NBC Universal as they share their journeys, inspirations, and movies that shape them. Each episode is an intimate and fun conversation about the impact of film. Seen on the Screen is available now.
You can find it on Apple, Odyssey, YouTube, or wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
At Pittsburgh Regional Transit, we're not going anywhere without you. We're now hiring mechanics and automotive repair persons, and we're offering great pay and benefits. You could even qualify for a starting bonus. Learn more at rideprt.org/careers. PRT is an equal opportunity employer.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
The Fan is celebrating its 15th anniversary, Doran.
15 years is a long time, but 75 years is longer. Guardian Protection is celebrating 75 years serving our community.
And they're a big part of our 15th year anniversary celebration as well.
Yes, I know I speak for you when I say I love my Guardian Protection system.
Darn right. Congratulations to our great friends at Guardian Protection on 75 wonderful years. And you can check them out like we have, Doran, at GuardianProtection.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. The all-new 2025 Kia K4 LXS starting at $169 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $216 for 24 months with $3,499 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires April 30th, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Pittsburgh is home to a lot of great people and great local businesses, and we're proud to be one of them.
Hi, John Maggie and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
If you're looking to replace your old worn-out windows with new energy-efficient ones, then consider buying from a hometown business like us.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 30% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Experience the difference of buying from a locally owned, family-operated company.
Stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at
412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a Wet Go Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
Mom, I need to lay low for a few days.
Lay low? What's going on?
I only paid for this Hyundai Tucson.
Christopher Allen Lynch.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the car or SUV you want at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Right now, get 2.99% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Santa Fe, Tucson, or Elantra. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offers end March 31st. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on them.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line. Additional terms apply for JD Power 2024 award information. Visit jdpower.com/awards.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Are They Smarter Than Jake the Plumber? Was presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Donnie, you said you just saw a quote from Myles Garrett. What did it say?
Russell Wilson definitely has some juice left.
Wow. Well, when you think about it, in that snow game, Russell Wilson riddled them in the second half, which made it all the more insane to put in Justin Fields for the famous frozen cadaver throw late in the game. And then Russell also, did he not have a pretty good game at home against them?
Yes, he did.
So I can see that. I think he's better than Aaron Rodgers right now, honestly. But that's beside the point. It's time for a Bechtold breakdown. We're joined by Donnie Football here. A treat for everybody.
Donnie, I'm very happy that you're here for this collaborative effort on the Bechtold Breakdown, sponsored by our good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating.
What a wonderful man he is.
Incredible. He texted me right before the segment for March 14th, this Friday, 2025.
Tell him I haven't gotten back to him on golf yet because the weather wasn't right, but I'm ready to play, if you would.
He's listening, so he will hit you up, or
Okay.
you can hit him up. Speaking of, Myles Garrett was talking about the fans and how his message to the fans is that the fans can see my heart is in the right place. It's never about the money. It's been about winning. Brian Bacco quoted this tweet and said, lying.
I mean, it's clearly about the money.
It's clearly about the money.
Who said it's not about the money?
Myles Garrett.
It's easy to say that after you get paid $40 million a year.
I mean, there's never been a case that's more about the money than this.
Yes.
The dude took out a page in the newspaper to send fans a letter on how he was sorry, but he had to go, and he's been thinking about this, his whole life about winning, and he's just got to go. 10 seconds later, they throw $40 million a year at him, and everything's different.
Who knows, Joe? Maybe like what happened with Art Rooney changing his tune from what he said he wanted Russ back to now they don't want Russ back. Maybe that happened with Myles Garrett. Maybe he had a heel turn, a wrestling term for Donnie.
Can you
about
imagine
him being able to compete?
Can you imagine if the Browns show up? Let's say the season opener was here, Browns-Steelers, and it was Kenny Pickett and Russell Wilson as their quarterbacks. How delicious
Against
that
Mason
would be.
Rudolph.
That would be great.
I would really be interested
And
in the
Skylar
atmosphere.
Thompson. The atmosphere would be amazing, wouldn't it?
For either of the Browns quarterbacks to play. It wouldn't matter which one.
I think Russell's going to wind up in Cleveland. When you have your best player that you just sunk the whole franchise into, other than Deshaun Watson, who's an afterthought now, I think that weighs. If you're the Browns, I think that weighs on management right there. Let's go get Russ.
It probably weighs on Russ, too. Like, hey, maybe Aaron Rodgers wants to stick it to the Jets. Would Russell Wilson want to stick it to the Steelers in your own division twice a year?
Do you think that
don't
there's
know.
like a side of Russ, like a heel turn side of Russ inside that nobody ever sees, that's either like ragingly angry or resentful or anything like that? Whenever somebody
I feel like it's human nature. Like
Yeah.
there has to be that side.
And when somebody is so far the other side, I just wonder about that side of them. Where is it? You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
And eventually the good guy side will crack.
Yes.
And we may be here to see it.
In some arena, that will have to crack when you're spewing platitudes 24 hours a day. Is there a proportionate other side of you? I wonder. But I think we might see it here if it's Russ.
That would be a show.
Tell you what Russ did to the Browns. He went 36 for 54 for 3 touchdowns and no picks in 2 games. 110 passer rating over those 2 games. Then again, those were the Browns. I'm sorry, Limits. Go ahead.
Russell Wilson tweeted 13 hours ago at 11 p.m. last night, "Grateful heart. God, you are always good," is what he said. And then
taking him to Cleveland?
He followed this morning by, "Hello, Wellesley." He's saying to Good Morning Football's tweet about Peter Schrager looking at the top 10 plays of the NFL career of Russell Wilson. And Russ said, "Always fun balling, more to do."
More to do.
More
in
to do,
Cleveland,
Malsey.
baby.
He's winding up in Cleveland.
Cleveland's greatest son, Chris Muller, has entered the fold. Malsey, anything to say?
He's the first man in history who's thanking God for sending him to Cleveland.
And Miles was asking God to take him out of Cleveland. Browns.
Oh, I love this guy. Malsey, how are you today? You seem to have something on your mind.
No, I'm good. I heard you. I was enraptured, entranced by the would LeBron on St. Francis of Loretto?
Yeah,
PA?
or Robert Morris, yeah.
So on Robert Morris, definitely, because they're better than St. Francis by a significant margin. The only thing I thought of is a team smart enough to get LeBron in foul trouble? Can they get the ball to flag and they say, you got to try to get this guy with 2 quickies? Also, how many times is LeBron going to pass the ball versus shoot it? Because if he's chucking it out to some 6'4" kid who can't even hit the broadside of a barn, he might start taking matters into his own hands, and then he's going to charge somebody.
And think about this: the 3-point line is closer. He's going to do whatever he wants the whole time. He'll find other guys not just for threes, but for dunks and layups. It'll be a layup festival. I think if he goes to Robert Morris, they blow every team out.
I think there might be a dividing line though, where you might get a crummy enough team. St. Francis had a losing record.
Yes.
No offense.
They're going to be playing on the first
They
four.
played your typical Whippy boys basketball championship game score, 46-43. You might get low enough where the other 4 guys on the court are so bad.
Maybe, but anybody can make a layup or a dunk. A Division I player.
You know what would be fun to watch?
He's going to be a great facilitator.
Dead serious. Do you know what kind of a team I would love to watch him play on? Because, the average fan here does not watch the NBA. And, LeBron this, LeBron that. Can you imagine him running a Princeton offense with, the Princeton players who only know that offense and are all thinking 2 plays ahead, and he's thinking, 4 possessions ahead?
Yeah.
That would be fun to watch him playing distributor for those guys.
You know how I feel about the Ivy League?
It'd be like the layup line in Airplane when they teach him to play basketball or whatever, and there's just guys dunking all over the place.
Oh, it would be. They would blow everybody out.
I don't think they would blow out your Auburns, your Alabamas, and your Dukes, but I do love the discussion. It's the kind of discussion we made famous on Starkey and Muller once upon a time. Kick, tick, 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 tick.
Joe, do you know my philosophy with the Ivy League in the tournament?
No.
Every single year, unless they're a 16 seed, which is rare, the Ivy normally finds itself between an 11 and 14 seed.
Yeah.
I pick the Ivy League champ to win at least 1 game every single year, no matter who they're playing.
And is it working for you?
I would say it's around a 50-50 wager.
I like that theory.
And a lot of the times, even in a loss, it is a very close game. I can't think of many times where the Ivy League played in the first round and got just their doors blown off. It's almost always a close game.
That's a pretty good theory, and I like it.
Yeah, I'm going to do it again this year.
I think I'll adopt it myself. Limits, I'm sorry for this major interruption, but it was wonderful to hear from Malsey.
I thought it was great, and I think this is something that you and Malsey would both like to hear.
Where's our pizza?
I am getting concerned.
The kid at the pizza store, when I called, didn't even know what town he was in.
And the manager was behind him, basically giving him directions.
I said,
on the phone,
where are you? And then there's silence. I'm like, are you? It says, I named the street. So you're in Green Tree? He's like, oh yeah. Are you in Green Tree? Have I called the right place? Anyway, go ahead. I don't think we're getting
the pizza.
He's caught behind the Wienermobile from Oscar Mayer.
No response to that, Joe. Nothing to add, Joe.
A couple things came to mind, but I thought better of it. He may be caught behind. We're supposed to get a visit from the Wienermobile today.
It is,
Donnie.
yeah, coming up later.
I think Mulsey's blue pills may come into effect here.
Blue Chew?
The blue chews. Let's go. I'm sorry.
Steph Curry, 4,000 career threes, Joe. I know you watched the game.
Yeah, I did. I was up till 1 a.m. and was so happy to see that and so happy to see the Warriors just shred the Kings in the fourth quarter with old-school Warrior offense. You talk about layups and dunks, one after another. Anywho, what do you got for me?
DK Metcalf. Steelers made me feel like they'll make the right decision at quarterback. Now, I wonder, DK, what is that decision? Would he feel very comfortable? Was he being promised like Aaron Rodgers? Was he promised, hey, we'll get a young franchise guy that you can grow with? You're still young for the next however many years, whether it's Dart, whether it's somebody in the 26 class. DK Metcalf seems kind of more assured than others, but I guess that's what happens when you get $30 million a year,
Yeah,
Donnie.
sort of the Myles Garrett plan. And, Donnie, I ask you, is there going to be confusion in this town when we say DK between DK Metcalf and DK in Pittsburgh sports?
There may be. I thought about that.
Yeah. I think that
You're gonna
could
have
be
to
a
go
problem.
Possibly.
You're going to have to find some sort of dividing line.
Yeah, one of them needs a nickname, I guess. I don't know. It could be problematic. What did you think of DK? See, there we go. DK Metcalf saying he's high on Pickens and this guy is going to make plays here and I'm going to be encouraging toward him. Do you think Pickens will even be here, and what do you think the relationship will be?
I actually do. I'm sure that, there's reason to worry about what the relationship could turn into, but it's always pretty good off from the jump. I also think that yesterday's move...
Donnie!
What happened?
I'm getting texts on my phone from the pizza people.
Oh, the pizza guy.
It says Charles is approaching, but he is having a hard time finding your address.
Oh, no.
Limits, can you come get my phone? I don't want to lose this guy.
All right, I'll do it.
They sent me 8 texts.
I'm not surprised. That used to happen when I would order stuff on my phone, too, and
Yeah.
they'd be like, where are you? They would call. Have they called you yet?
Here, come get this phone right away and take it from me and text this guy. If it's the same guy who answered the phone, I'm not surprised he can't find the place. All right, go ahead, Donnie.
But I feel like the move that got made yesterday, in a way, makes George Pickens happy. Think about those last 3 games he had with Mason Rudolph. Now, the game in Baltimore was like a monsoon, so he didn't really do anything in that game.
Yeah.
But more so the game against Cincinnati and then the game against Seattle in the end of 2023.
Yes.
I
remember Pickens putting stuff on social media about him, complimentary.
And that was a great connection.
I
So
know,
I feel like that move, at least for the time being, it makes that guy happier.
Does it outweigh George Pickens sitting there in what should be his contract year, them giving all their receiver money to another guy and making him the number 1 receiver by virtue of that money? I think he's a very unhappy man right now.
Yeah, I mean, that part probably leans on him a pretty good deal.
Do you think
but maybe, and it would take a very political argument to kind of sway him. We have heard a few people bring up, well, if they can just talk him into focusing on this year, and he's bound to make big money wherever he goes next.
That's common sense.
Playing it that way.
Yeah, that would be sensible. Has George struck you as a sensible guy to this point in his career? Allen Robinson has been here as a veteran. Van Jefferson. Cam Hayward babysits him on the sidelines. Freiermuth has babysitting duties. Russell Wilson had babysitting duties last year. Has anybody gotten through to this guy yet with common sense?
No.
I rest my case. Thank you, Donnie. That was wonderful. Limits, this was a banner.
Thank you, Donnie.
Bechtold breakdown.
Very glad it could be, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity.
Thank you kindly.
You're welcome. Come on back for some pizza if the guy. How did that turn out there?
Well, Charles is still looking for the address here. I haven't gotten a response. It says,
call him, Limits. There's a number there.
We're connecting you directly with the person delivering your order. They may reach out with questions or updates.
How about reaching out with the pizza? How about that? Thank you, Donnie. We'll talk to you later. Have a good show today, and thank you for coming in.
Thank you, Donnie.
Coming up next, first 50-minute mark on the Fan. brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. So earlier in the show, when I was pontificating on this quarterback derby, I said, let's talk about how we actually got here to where the Steelers are twisting in the wind on Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers. How did we get here? I would argue it was a series of moves and non-moves that began all the way back in 2018 when even Ron Cook was young and foolish. Let's talk about that next. Restaurant owners, we need you. Register your restaurant now at The Fan, 937thefan.com to be specific. To become a part of our Dine and Donate Week supporting the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank starting on March 17th through the 23rd, you can join us at various local restaurants, including Bubba's Gourmet Burgers, 3 locations, Albero Verde, and more, with part of the food sales going to our Feed the Need Radiothon. All right, I'm going to tell people about FanDuel as college basketball really heats up here, and so does the NBA. But let's talk about the colleges, because FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is turning the excitement up even higher for college basketball through the first 2 rounds of the tourney. Bet on the lowest winning seed of the day. You just heard Donnie's theory on the Ivy League. Bet on the lowest winning seed of the day, and you'll win a share of $1 million in bonus bets. Now, that's an upset you won't be upset about. FanDuel is the best place to bet on the tourney. You can bet on everything from spreads to money lines and team totals, plus so much more. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your dog of the day, because in March, anything can happen. 21 plus present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Winning pre-live moneyline wager on lowest seed required. Each $1 million jackpot to be split equally among all eligible winners. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroe.
Joe, update on the pizza. It says your order was delivered, but we don't have it. So that is fascinating. Pirates will play spring training action at 6:05 later on tonight. Buccos will play against Detroit. Andrew Heaney will start. More 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Don't miss the inside all week long from Steelers insider Mark Cavalli.
Just because some nerd out there putting numbers together that says only 3 teams that went 0-2, they made the playoffs, that doesn't matter to me.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
It's tax time again, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half of your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. Don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%, and the attorneys whose names are on the door will be involved in your case. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserved seat, game tickets, and more. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238. 800-848-1238.
Suddenly it's spring.
Discover everything for your home at the 43rd Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show now through Sunday Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace with over 1,200 exhibits with everything for your home. Show favorite, the Farm to Table Expo, returns with dozens of small local growers and food producers. Come sample and buy the bounty of their harvests. Visit pghhome.com for details. Don't miss the largest home event in America, the Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show now through Sunday Convention Center downtown.
If you're looking for the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, then it's your lucky day. They're right here with big savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington.
Katie, every day I still meet people who have no idea all that Mitsubishi vehicles have to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety equipment, a panoramic roof,
plus room for 7 passengers. It's the perfect choice for a big family like mine. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them up to $7,000 off. Or grab 0% financing for 60 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off, Outlander Sports as low as $23,000.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Shop the Lucky Days event with the industry's #1 value brand, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet. And we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place.
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 2.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive, or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Log on to BowserHyundai.com. BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
2025 is here, and so is big news from Tri-State Office Furniture. Coming soon with the launch of Tri-State Office Interiors, your only premier all-steel furniture dealer in the Tri-State area. Sleek, cutting-edge, all-steel furniture. 2 great divisions in 1 great company. We can't wait to show you what's next. Stay tuned for updates on our grand opening. Visit our showroom today or give us a call, 412-771-0760 to learn more. Tri-State Office Furniture and Tri-State Office Interiors, the best in the business.
Don't keep putting it off. Ignoring home repairs won't make them go away. If it's drafty windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, or that dreaded leaking roof, PJ Fitzpatrick can take care of your home repair project right now and save you thousands of dollars before it turns into costly structural damage. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. They'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Who's cutting down the nets this year? Get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest upsets to placing bets in just a few taps, all tournament long. New customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
There are jewelry stores, and then there are jewelers. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. If you've been looking for a trusted full-service jeweler who can repair, refurbish, design, create, and appraise, give us a try. Or if you just need some advice or a second opinion on a family heirloom, we are here to help. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, our professional staff of trained experts have been helping Pittsburghers with their jewelry needs for over 40 years. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Castile Village or Peters Township. We're like having a jeweler in the family.
You know what I love about spring? It's a season of change, and that means it's time for a closet refresh. Enter Kohl's. With the extra 15% off they have going on, I saved on the latest styles for my entire family, like a cute dress for myself, linen shorts for my husband, and spring jackets for my kids. Just add sunshine and we're set. All thanks to Kohl's. Select styles, some exclusions apply. 15% offer ends March 23rd. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Looking to make some extra cash and make a difference? Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company has the perfect opportunity. Refer your friends and neighbors to Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Company's trusted home improvement services. You'll earn $100 cash or $250 off your next project, plus a $25 donation goes directly to Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity. Every successful referral helps Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity, which helps build homes and changes lives for families in need. It's easy. Share a name and they'll handle the rest. Visit MountPleasantWindow.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, Aaron Rodgers' watch continues. And as hard as it was for me to say that sentence, it seems like that's how hard it is to find out what the answer is going to be to whether Aaron Rodgers will be the Steelers quarterback or the Giants quarterback. So stay tuned. Or maybe he'll retire and stay at Malibu Beach. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
So are you ready for your show? When it comes to Pittsburgh sports, nobody's got you covered like Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey.
Oh, that's right.
It's the Pomp and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I have no idea what has happened here. I'm flabbergasted. The simple act of ordering a pizza turned into, I don't even know what it turned into. The guy at the place didn't know where he was. That was the first sign of a problem. And then it started to get late, so I got a bunch of texts on my phone saying, Charles is close. Charles is nearby. Charles can't find the place. And then I see both of us are waiting outside in the waiting room for Charles to get here, even though he hasn't gotten back to us. And Jeff Hathorn sees us, and he says there was just a guy up here from this pizza place saying, is Jose here? And Jeff and them said there's no Jose who works here. My name got, Joe is Jose in Spanish and vice versa, so it got as Jose. So he left.
Yes, and supposedly he was walking around the building looking for Jose.
No, I just went down. There's a guy smoking a cigarette outside. I'm like, was a guy from this place here? He's like, yeah, he was looking for Jose, and he said there was nobody here by that name, so he left. Then I get a phone call when I'm outside with the guy smoking. I pick it up. I'm thinking it's Charles, and it might have been. He says, is this DoorDash? I said, no, it's Joe. He says, are you the customer? I said, yes.
Yeah,
if
you're the customer.
If you're the pizza place, he said, I'm not. So I hung up. So now I think somebody's...
Wait, maybe he was the DoorDasher bringing you the pizza.
Why isn't the pizza bringing me the pizza?
I don't know. This whole thing is just insane.
I thought that when you ordered a pizza, they have drivers who drive here with the pizza. So is DoorDash a mediator, whatever the word is, to get it here? I don't know.
Yeah, I think DoorDash is probably the one that sent it here. Through Pizza Hut.
Well, you just named the place. But yes.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. Limits. I give up. I'm just going to get a sandwich on the way. I've never seen...
Would you like half of my sandwich back here?
No, I don't want that.
All right. I thought you did.
I just thought you call a number, you say, I want a plain pizza, and then somebody drives it over and you pay them. I've never seen this convoluted of a situation to order a pizza. It's unbelievable. And now I'm hangry, And you may feel the brunt of that. So I apologize in advance. Do you accept my apology?
Oh, I thought you were apologizing to the listeners. But
No.
yes, I accept your apology.
No, I apologize to you for perhaps what's about to come here.
I apologize to the pizza place.
So, I don't. So, here we go. How did we get here? I opened today with the embarrassment of sitting around waiting for Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson to call your name. And I don't even think Wilson they're waiting for. I don't think they want Wilson. If they wanted him, he'd be here. He's tweeting out Steeler players' birthdays after the season like he's still the guy here. And he clearly wasn't. So I don't know what to make of that situation, but they're reaching the bottom of the barrel here. And it's quite sad to look upon, really. But how did we get here? What events led us to the Steelers sitting around waiting for a broken down quarterback so they can pay him tens of millions of dollars if he calls their name in the waiting room? And if not him, then who? Russell, if he's not off to Cleveland? Are they going to get beat out by the Browns and Giants? Are two quarterbacks going to choose the Browns and Giants over them? And then we've reached the point in the procedure now where Jason Mackey is arguing for Jameis Winston in the Post-Gazette. Are we going to go there? And what next? I shudder to even mention where next. It actually scares me. Carson Wentz? Do they go there? The corpse of Kirk Cousins? Do we go there? How'd we get here? And here's sort of a review of how we did, where it all began in my estimation, and how it got to where it is. I think, and by the way, it's not like the Steelers should have done each one of these things differently. I know some of these, it's easy to say now type thing, but you can't say they should have or could have done or not done all these things. But some of them, or maybe it's just an explanation. It all began in 2018. A year we soon learned that the Steelers had begun to turn their attention to replacing, oh my God. Let's talk for a second. There's an emergency. Talk.
Is everything okay?
Yes. No. Go.
All right. Where and how did we get here? The way that at least I was going to interpret, I should say, as I swallow my fish sandwich, what I was about to think Joe was going to say is starting off with, first and foremost, the final year, maybe even the final 2 years, of Ben Roethlisberger. And
you're right.
Basically, I mean, those last 2 years, there's the discussion, should Ben have been around for the final year? I was okay with it as basically a send-off, farewell, whatever. But they didn't have a plan in place, whether it be the last year of Ben or even before that when Ben got hurt, to be able to answer the question in a similar way that Green Bay did with a Favre-Rodgers situation or a Rodgers-Jordan Love.
And I don't necessarily blame them for not having a certain succession plan. Not many have. Green Bay is an example of one that did. Twice they did it. Indianapolis got lucky when Peyton Manning injured his neck. That might not sound lucky, but that's what enabled them to get Andrew Luck. But anyway, everything is okay here.
Glad.
It began in 2018. Our story begins when we soon enough would learn that the Steelers went into that draft and for the first time had turned their attention to post-Ben. Who's going to replace him? Okay? So at number 28 overall, they go for a garden variety safety in Terrell Edmonds. A horrible, horrible draft pick. An okay player at a position of low impact. A terrible pick. Lamar blanking Jackson goes 4 picks later. 44 picks after that, the Steelers move up for Mason Rudolph tell the world they had a first-round grade on him, and for the first time, we have a potential Ben replacement in the building. It was like when Matt Murray got called up to the Penguins, and, man, I was in the locker room the first time he walked in when the media was there, and I thought, wow, for the first time, Marc-Andre Fleury is looking across that room saying, that guy could replace me. It had never happened before. And here, the same thing was with Ben. There was, no reason to even think about this until now. So in 18, they take a safety, they pass up Lamar, and they take what they think is Ben's future replacement, possibly in Rudolph. We all know how that story went. And now he's back. In 2019, a year later, they give up their 2020 first-round pick to bring in Minkah Fitzpatrick. I defended the move. I'll be first to admit that. I'm just trying to explain how we got here and how it could have been different, maybe. Okay, you following the story?
I got you.
They bring in Minkah in what could have been a lost season. He helps them go 8-8 with Duck Hodges. This is after the Ben injury. They beat the Chargers. They finish 8-8, the Steelers. The Chargers go 5-11 and get the 6th pick in the following draft. That could have been the Steelers, perhaps if they hadn't traded for Minkah. They take Justin Herbert. Jordan Love goes 26th. The Steelers don't even have a pick in the 20 draft until number 49, and they go with Chase Claypool, and Jalen Hurts goes 4 picks later. What's that one movie called? A series of no good, horrible, unfortunate, disastrous.
No good, horrible, bad things, something like that, yeah.
So it's one thing after another here. Maybe if they don't trade for Minkah, they certainly keep their pick, and maybe they don't go 8-8, and maybe it's them and not the Chargers with a crack at Justin Herbert, and certainly it's them with a crack at Jordan Love. Instead, they get Chase Claypool, who's most remembered for the idiotic first down call in Minnesota and for calling for more music at practices. Jalen Hurts goes 4 picks after him, and the Steelers were believed to have some interest in him. Okay, so we move along. 2022, they signed Mitch Trubisky. I was on board with that too. I'm not absolving myself of any of these things. Apparently we have receipts.
Train. There was no doubt about it.
In an incredible display of malfeasance, they bring in Trubisky. They whiff on Kenny Pickett, thinking that they're smarter than everybody else in the league. Nobody wanted Pickett. Mike Tomlin thought that he knew better because Pickett practiced and played next door. He thought he outsmarted everybody. And they bring back Mason Rudolph again. He had never left yet. So they go 0 for 3 there. Disaster, especially Pickett. You invest the 21st pick in the draft on your future franchise quarterback. Mike Tomlin did it, and it was a disaster. They could have also, by the way, traded for Baker Mayfield that offseason. They could have blown off the idea of Trubisky and Pickett and traded for Baker Mayfield, who went for a 5th rounder to Carolina that offseason. Do you see how all these events, the things they did and didn't do, are all adding up to sitting around waiting for Aaron Rodgers? Okay, 2023. You sink to 7-7. The season looks done. And Mason Rudolph, ironically, comes out of mothballs to save your season. You win the final 3 and go 10-7. If you lose those final 3, and for all the world it looked like they would, especially when they went to Mason, you go 7-10. You finish below the Broncos, who went 8-9. And guess who they got at 8-9? They drafted 12th and got Bo Nix. It's the Rudolph train.
No doubt about it.
You want to talk about irony? Our story began in 2018 with Mason as Ben's future replacement. He falls flat on his face and doesn't become Ben's future replacement. What he does is keeps the Steelers from bringing in possibly Ben's replacement or their next franchise quarterback by leading them to 3 victories at the end of a season where if they go 8-9 or 7-10, they probably get a shot at Bo Nix. Who knows if they would have taken him? They might have taken a garden variety safety again. But you can see how all these things, Limits, have brought us to the very, very sad and pathetic place we are. Yes?
It's crazy that Mason Rudolph is basically bookending it, and we don't know if the story's halfway over.
And now he's back. That's the incredible thing.
Yes.
Now he's back. So that's the story. I know there have been others. There have been other guys available. Sam Darnold was available this offseason. He's been available before that they've passed up. And I'm not saying he would have worked, but man, of all those things, if I told you could change just one of them, what would it have been? Taking Lamar, right? Taking Lamar
Him or
instead
Hurts.
of Terrell Edmonds.
Probably Terrell Edmonds, yeah.
God, Terrell Edmonds.
That was bad. I wasn't a huge Lamar guy coming out of college. I mean, just being completely honest, I did not think that he would be anything close to this. Didn't think he'd be able to develop into a pocket passer, and this is the year that he really started to change my mind on that. Probably that or Jalen Hurts, because Jalen Hurts is, I mean, a very underrated, very good quarterback that we haven't given just due to.
Yeah, I mean, he has to be in the top 5 now. He's gone into 2 Super Bowls, and I thought he outplayed Patrick Mahomes in both, obviously in the last one, but I thought 2 years ago he did too. He's just been flat out great in the most important games, whereas a lot of these other guys that are usually rated above him, take somebody like Justin Herbert, for example, they can't even barely get to a big game, let alone play well in one. Jordan Love goes 26. Do you wish that the Steelers had never gotten Minka?
Yes. I have a story to tell you.
Please.
Please pull up a chair. I'll get the hot cocoa for you this time.
All right.
When the Steelers ultimately decided that it was best to trade for Minka Fitzpatrick, I was either a freshman or sophomore at RMU. I think I was a freshman. And we just got off of doing one of our sports shows, and I'm up right in the Century Media wing. And I find the news. I see the news on my phone. There were a couple of friends surrounding me. Steelers trade a first-round pick for Minka Fitzpatrick. And I'm openly yelling in this area that maybe has a couple of people around us. I'm like, no! Why? No! Quarterback, first round, come on! I was so upset because I was such a big Justin Herbert believer that they could have picked Herbert in that draft. And I knew exactly when they traded for Minka, their chance at a quarterback is gone, and it devastated me. And I like Minka, and it was a good move it was a good move to get Minka.
Yeah.
But at the time, for what you could have got instead in a quarterback, I would change it night and day every day.
I think I probably would too, and I defended them. Believe me, I did. I thought, and he was a great player. The key phrase being was a great player. But man, maybe that was the year that you just you do with the Chargers. The Steelers went 8-8. What did they get out of that? I guess they extended the non-losing streak. I remember being at the game where they beat the Chargers in a high school soccer stadium, literally a high school soccer stadium in L.A. It was, and that was a very tight game. That was Duck's first start. That was the year. You just wish they had gone 5-11. Only 3 fewer wins. And the Chargers did go 5-11, and they get the 6th pick, and they take Herbert. But I think even more than that, Jordan Love was there. I don't know if the Steelers take him or not. And then in that same draft, they take Chase Claypool 4 picks ahead of Hurts. That's the draft, man. 2020 draft is a disaster in Steelers history. Just an absolute blanking disaster. And it all winds up with Joey Porter Jr., who took a step back this year. The whole thing is a disaster. Could have been Lamar. Could have been Herbert. Could have been Jordan Love. Could have been Jalen Hurts. Could have been Baker Mayfield. Could have been a lot of things. Instead, it's been Trubisky, Pickett, Rudolph, Fields, and Wilson. And now Rudolph again. Why didn't they just bring back Pickett? Get the band back together. Go get Trubisky out of Buffalo and reinvent 2022. What the hell is going on here, Limits? Now I'm hungry. Hangry, I should say.
I offered you half the fish sandwich. You didn't want it.
Did this guy call us back?
I don't know, but whoever this guy is, I'm sure he's very, very angry at you and probably very, very angry at me, as he should be.
Now, why would they be angry at us and not reverse? They got my name. I mean,
that is true.
I realize that Joe is Jose and Jose is Joe. Finkel is Einhorn and Einhorn is Finkel. I get it. But you can also understand how if they came up here and said, hey, we have a pizza for Jose, that people who are in this building would have said, we don't know anybody by that name.
Right. Fully understandable.
So we didn't pay for it.
Correct.
And I don't intend to.
Unless we get it. But at this point.
It's cold, Limits.
It's cold. The driver might have spit on the pizza for saying,
Don't think that hasn't crossed my mind either.
Yeah.
That's what That's what the guy downstairs who's smoking suggested might happen.
Really?
I don't think that would happen, no.
Interesting. I don't either.
That would never happen, as a matter of fact.
I think it probably
I don't even know if there was an intermediary. Was there? I don't know.
No, I don't know either.
I'm just baffled at this point as to why the pizza, and did we get chicken fingers?
We had breadsticks.
Breadsticks. Never arrived. All right, let's wrap this up. Our thanks to Donnie for coming in today. Mulsey was a surprise guest. It's been a banner show at the Bender household.
Ray Fittipaldo?
Ray Fittipaldo, boy, he was great, wasn't he? Fan Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Fan text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. We'll wrap up the whole week. And what a week it was, coming up next.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, day 5 continues for Aaron Rodgers' watch. Still no news as to what might happen. Diana Rossini, though, is suggesting that Rodgers could pick the Steelers. I mean, that the Giants could still also be in it. But at the moment, according to the reporter from The Athletic, it seems like the Steelers are the most favorable destination for Rodgers if and when he makes a decision. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, sorts on his face.
The
Donnie,
scowl.
make a
scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
Scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here, just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Drive your dreams. Beyond Lincoln. Beyond Lincoln, Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi. Golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy, just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit. Once again, that's Indeed.com/credit.
Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the Pickle, 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Don't wait. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551 or callthepickle.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Wet Go Car Wash, urging you to go unlimited. That means you can wash your car as much as you want at the 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations when you sign up at GetGoCafe.com PGADick.com/unlimited. You're getting a pass that gives you access to all those car washes for one low monthly price. You're getting an undercarriage wash, underbody protectant, sealer wax. Your car is going to look so good. So what are you waiting for? Sign up now. And for an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
My friends swim no matter the season, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now, thanks to Skyrizi and clear skin, count me in. With Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Are you ready to launch your career with one of the region's top builders? At PJ Dick, Trumbull, the Lindy Group, you can build something meaningful, your future. Our dynamic internship and co-op program will immerse you in the industry from day one. Join a complete team of companies that has become a recognized leader in innovation, safety, and quality. Keep up with us on social media and check us out at www.pjdick.com. See you soon, future builders.
Hi, it's me, your USPS Ground Advantage shipment. Just left the warehouse and hitting the road.
I know. Just got the notification.
Great. Smooth sailing so far. I'm almost there.
Yes, I know. I get all the updates.
Made it. Safe and sound.
I know.
Well, did you know I was with USPS the whole time?
Oh, yeah. I know.
Keep your business in the know with the USPS Ground Advantage service. Visit USPS.com/in-the-know.
Don't just unclog your sewer, clean it. Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining offers hydro jetting for only $299, complete with camera inspection. For details, visit us online at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
At NJM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with the foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps, whose priority is you. Add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because it's just not us. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Spring is here. Let 2 men in a junk truck help you clean out that garage. Use code FAN25 and save $25 off your clean out. Same day or next day. 2 men and a junk truck.com.
DJ's Barbecue Grill and Lounge, the home of legendary ribs, invites you to watch all college hoops games and enjoy Icy Lake drafts for just $3. DJ's also offers party packs to go for all in-home watch parties.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, basketball fans, want to boost your odds on the next college hoops wager? Just log into your BetMGM account today to receive an odds boost token. Then place a wager on any college basketball matchup and apply your token. Just make sure to bet up to the minimum stake, odds, and legs specified on the token. If your boosted wager hits, you'll score a bigger payout, no matter the showdown. BetMGM is your home for betting college basketball. Place your bets and adds Vegas excitement to every pass, every dunk, and every buzzer beater. Think you can hit that winning shot? Step onto the court for your chance to score. Claim your college basketball odds boost token today. The players are ready for tip-off, so take your shot with BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. New and existing customer offer. Rewards expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If you're looking for the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, then it's your lucky day. They're right here with big savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in the North Hills.
Katie, every day I still meet people who have no idea all that Mitsubishi vehicles have to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety equipment, a panoramic roof,
Plus room for 7 passengers. It's the perfect choice for a big family like mine. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them up to $7,000 off. Or grab 0% financing for 60 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off, Outlander Sports as low as $23,000.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and up to 125% of KBB for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Luck is on your side here at Mitsu by the Mall. Learn more at JimShorkeyNorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up.
Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
My daughter introduced me to pickleball yesterday, Limits. We went over to the park near our house, and I really enjoyed it, but I'm really sore. And I can see, I've read stories of people snapping their Achilles, which I've already done.
Oh, boy. That would not be good for you, Jose. We don't want to see that happen.
And I'm sore. And I don't know what's going to happen from here on out. It's a good way to bond with her. Have you played yet?
I have played pickleball a couple of times.
Did you like it?
I have an incredible pickleball story that I'll have to tell you off the air that I think is funny. It was supposed to be like I was trying to help out my friend on a date, and I was trying to set him up with like a friend of mine, and it went so bad. Basically because I was trying to help my friend out by, like, him and this girl being on the same team, and I would be on a different team, but he wanted to be on my team. And I intentionally hit the pickleball, like, far onto, like, the other court and said, like, oh, you should go after it. Maybe you should bring somebody with you to try to get them talking.
Yeah.
And my friend never received any of the 6 or 7 hints that I tried to get. Like, come on, man. Like,
well, you tried.
I tried.
And that's what kind of man you are. You care about other people. I realized that, and I didn't do this to her, but I realized that you could win a lot of points by just smashing it right at the other person, correct? You're so close to the net.
As long as it's in bounds, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you crank it right off their body.
Wail it off somebody.
Yeah, exactly. I'd like to play doubles, though, so I wouldn't have to move around as much, and I'd just sort of like to stand there and not have to bend down at all to try to get the ball. But I liked it. I can see why this has become a craze, can't you?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's an entertaining game. It's basically tennis for people that can't play tennis, and I'm one of those people.
I am now one of those people, too. 15-minute mark on the Fan. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. What's Cooking? Brought to you by our local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. And by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. I'm looking at a video of Bubba Chandler today, cranking it up to 99.
Oh, yeah.
He's not going to make the team, though. Is he out of spring training?
No.
But he's not far away.
They already sent him back down the minor league camp. This is the spring breakout game that they're playing today.
Oh, that's what I was watching. Okay. Man, I can't wait till he gets here. Can you?
I'm very excited. It's probably going to be at the beginning of June or so. What I was at Pirates Fest, and I was surprised the resemblance that Paul Skeens and Bubba Chandler have.
Yeah?
Like, they both have. Now, Skeens changed his appearance a little bit with the beard, not just the mustache now. But when I saw Chandler at first, I was like, is that Skeens? But it was actually Bubba Chandler. Like, the way his long, flowing hair looks a lot like Skeens, and he's also just the way he's built. He's built like Skeens. He's not as tall, but he's pretty close. So, I mean, if just based off of body type, Bubba Chandler can be close to Skeens, we're in for a real treat when he comes to the majors.
Man, I can't wait. Jeffrey Apod, I believe, texts or tweets in, my brother literally just snapped his Achilles tendon last week playing pickleball, had surgery on Tuesday. Man, I could feel it. I don't know what the dynamic is there. It's having to bend low to get shots and reach up. Yeah, I do know the dynamic now that I think about it. You're stretching forward and low, which puts a lot of stress on your Achilles. That's what happens. I can't play this anymore.
Jeff in South Park, the PM team's number 2 best friend. Number 2 fan, I should say. Jeff in South Park. But yeah,
No, this is Jeffrey Apod.
I think that is Jeff in South Park.
Oh, okay.
But he's on Twitter.
All right.
Now, I understand your hesitancy. You don't want to get hurt. You don't want to hurt your Achilles again.
I know, but it was fun, to play sports with her again. And she actually just texted me right now and said, what are you doing at 2 o'clock? I said, I'm playing golf. Why? She said, I wanted to play pickleball again.
You should go with your daughter and play pickleball.
I'm going to Valley Brook, number 1. Number 2, as I told her, I said, I'm incapable of back-to-back days here. I'm Andrew McCutcheon
Calling
at this
sick.
point. Yeah.
Calling sick. Cut your key to everything. Calling sick.
I told her I'm sore. I can't do this 2 days in a row. It would be dangerous to my well-being. So I think we're going to play tomorrow again.
Nice.
And then I'm going to play golf with Bob against Doran Dickerson and Tyler Kennedy. Did you hear about this?
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that it was this soon.
Well, no, not this weekend, but we're going to do it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and we're going to win, Bob and I. I hope.
Could I be the announcer for that?
Absolutely. Ron Cook has texted me.
Really?
From Florida, and now I'm starting to think he knows I'm going to Florida because he doesn't text me often. And he texted me a shot of a golf course and said, you ought to come down here and play. And then I'm thinking, wait a second, does he know I'm coming down there? And now am I obligated to get in touch with him? What's happening there, Limits?
I am convinced that even though Ron told us he does not listen to the show, that at some points, whether it's like big news, like I'm sure on like Aaron Rodgers' day,
yeah,
Ron was curious and wanted to chime in to the show for a little bit.
Yeah, and I think other people listen. The folks at Domenico's and places like that listen and give Ron reports, and they probably said Joe's coming down to Florida. And then Ron tweets or texts me with an indirect sort of, hey, are we going to get together when I'm down here? Am I reading too much into that?
No, I think that's great. That's Ron reaching out and extending an olive branch to you to come visit him.
I know, but then I have to decide if I want to.
You should. He's your friend.
The whole thing gets awkward.
He's
I know,
your former coworker.
I know that. Yeah, I'm aware. I'm aware of everything Ron is. Should I take him to dinner? Should we go to dinner again? What should we do?
Yeah, you can go to dinner. I mean, you might split the check, but you can go to dinner.
We picked up the check last year, I might add.
Did you?
Yeah.
Maybe it's Ron's turn.
Never been Ron's turn.
Maybe at the new place that he hangs out.
It might be, actually.
They'll take care of it.
He will. And he said I could sleep over sometime if I went there and play golf the next morning at some course near his house.
Oh, that's wonderful. You guys going to stay up and drink some wine and watch a movie and have a good time and enjoy whatever movie you watch? Maybe you could watch Draft Day with the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, talk about old times.
Yeah.
How do you wrap up this week, Limits? This has been one of the most remarkable and I would say most listened to weeks since I've been on the air here, which has been 15 weeks. Somebody just showed me the numbers. We have better ways of measuring that these days, especially with people engaging us on our YouTube channel, which you should. You can take a look at us if you dare. It don't cost nothing. Subscribe to our YouTube channel, but also online engagements where people listening at 93.7 The Fan Give me a sentence or two to describe this week. We've seen Mason Rudolph return, the Aaron Rodgers drama intensify, Russell Wilson visit with Cleveland, the Minnesota Vikings perhaps jump into this. This has been something. Sam Darnold sign elsewhere. Jameis Winston get mentioned. More people climb on the Jackson Dart bandwagon.
Don't forget about you and I going to the water cooler and figuring out how to pour hot water.
You won $100 that way.
I did. That was also memorable.
How would you sum it all up?
Probably one of the most hectic but fun and entertaining weeks in radio that I've ever had. I mean, the Rodgers news didn't necessarily come out of left field, but maybe out of the bullpen gates where it was just, a little bit surprising. I didn't think we'd get to that point. I expected Fields to be the guy.
Right.
So to see the huge turn that this has taken, I mean, it's been pure entertainment.
I feel sad, honestly, for the Steelers and their fans in a way that this is what they've been reduced to, is waiting for Aaron Rodgers while he sort of, pumps up the attention meter. But it's also been fun. I mean, there is an upside. There is an upside to constant quarterback drama. And I don't think we're going to have an answer by Monday morning. I've changed my mind. I think old AR is going to milk this for all he can get. Good night, Limits. I love you. Goodbye.
I love you, too. Good night, Joe. I will talk to you soon.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Aaron Rodgers' watch continues, and we'll see what happens over the weekend with the Steelers and the quarterback, formerly of the Jets and the Packers, and what decision he ultimately makes. Pirates will play tonight against Detroit, 6:05 first pitch. Andrew Heaney will start for the Bucks. Penguins won 5-3 yesterday against the St. Louis Blues. Ryan Graves scored his first goal. Ricard Raquel has tallied his 30th on an empty netter. Pens will play against the New Jersey Devils Saturday, 3 o'clock, PPG Paints Arena. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. PM Team next. Have a good weekend.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Michael Jenkins here to help you beat the books. That MGM Network. A classic rivalry is renewed tonight in the ACC tournament in Charlotte as North Carolina takes on Duke. Now the Heels are squarely on the bubble playing for their tournament lives, and with Cooper Flagg sidelined for the Dukies and a pure desperation spot, this is the time to grab the 7.5 points with Carolina in the tournament. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Make sure you bet smarter and beat the books, and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
From the court to the open road, performance matters. That's why Spitzer Acura has luxury that delivers. Like the fast brake style of the Integra, the athletic lines of the TLX, or the smooth moves of an MDX. Spitzer Acura has the lineup that'll take your game to the next level. And with every new Spitzer Acura, you'll score a lifetime powertrain warranty, complimentary maintenance, and a service loaner. Don't wait for the buzzer. Our friendly team is ready to assist you now. Find your drive at Spitzer Acura. Online at spitzeracura.com.
When you've been hurt on the job, who decides when you're better? Who decides when your treatment is over? Who decides when your benefits are over? The answer might surprise you. Insurance company doctors do. How does that make you feel? If the answer is not great, call Edgar Snyder and Associates today at 1-800-94-EDGAR. They've gotten over $2 billion for their clients, and they'll fight for the work comp rights you deserve. Remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. So again, that's 1-800-94-EDGAR.
Join me, Jacqueline Coley, on a brand new podcast, Seen on the Screen, presented by Make It Universal and Rotten Tomatoes. Meet the innovative people at NBC Universal as they share their journeys, inspirations, and the movies that shape them. Each episode is an intimate and fun conversation about the impact of film. Seen on the Screen is available now.
You can find it on Apple, Odyssey, YouTube, or wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Oh, Downy in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. Now through April 17th, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $30 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rate supply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
This week, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is bringing you a Dog of the Day Profit Boost token. One of the best parts about the tourney is when an underdog takes down a powerhouse. And right now, those upsets can get even better because if your underdog bet wins, you'll land even more winnings with a profit boost. This is your chance to ride with the long shots, the scrappy teams, the ones that just won't go quietly. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your Dog of the Day with a profit boost. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey because, after all, anything can happen in March. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Wager of at least plus 100 odds required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope.
TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive or lease for just $399 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. With credit approval and financing through HMFC, offer ends March 31st.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
If you're looking to take your golf game to the next level, or if you just want to join a community of nearly 40,000 other players in the region, be sure to check out the WPGA. Hey friends, Josh Roundtree here to tell you about the Western Pennsylvania Golf Association. For the last 125 years, the WPGA has been the resource for local golfers of all skill levels in Western PA. To learn more about all of the resources that the WPGA has to offer, including an affordable membership program and competitions, check out WPGA.org or find the WPGA on Twitter and Instagram at the WPGA.
Spring is in the air, and it's time to breathe new life into your home. Prepare your property for the warmer weather with 84 Lumber. As your one-stop destination for quality materials and unbeatable service, 84 Lumber is here to guide you every step of the way. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast or a professional builder, 84 Lumber's knowledgeable team has you covered to transform your space into an outdoor oasis. 84 Lumber has 14 locations in the Pittsburgh area, and they are open on Saturdays. Don't wait. Spring into action and visit 84lumber.com to find the store nearest you and get a quote today.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Austin. All right, tomorrow.
He's feeling froggy. He's feeling like he's in it right now. He is just firing from the hip off the air.
Penguins and Devils tomorrow at the Arena, St. Patrick's Day celebration matinee. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, more PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
You're on the air. Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Look at the Pittsburgh Steelers right now. Okay, they are in a horrendous position. They just signed Mason Rudolph. Fine, cool. Get it. Doesn't change anything. They still want Aaron Rodgers to come in there. They make these big moves in the offseason. They trade for DK Metcalf. They're paying him $1 gazillion to be there, which DK Metcalf going to Pittsburgh without even knowing who the quarterback is. Like, I had somebody in Pittsburgh say, like, I wish we would just put a deadline on this thing. And I'm like,
they're being
cool.
held hostage. They can't.
You have no choice.
I mean, money's got to be an issue, right? For Rodgers, he still wants a lot.
Correct. From what I understand, the New York Giants are the team right now that offered the most, but also has the least offer. So,
all right, happy Friday, everyone. Can't help but laugh. That was Chase Daniel, the highly paid backup quarterback, with Diana Rossini, who has a lot of scoops on Aaron Rodgers. No one has where Aaron Rodgers is playing, but information continues to trickle in regarding in which direction he's leaning. When this all started on Monday, free agency looked that day like Aaron Rodgers would end up a Steeler. Fast forward to the end of the week, I would say it still looks that way, but nowhere close to as strong as it was back then. and you've got Rossini in that clip, and she will join us at 3:30 today, saying that the Giants have offered more money and that Rodgers wants a lot of money. He's not doing the Tom Brady thing. He's not in the Ben Roethlisberger mindset of, it's my idea to take a pay cut because that's what's good for the team.
No, he's
all
in
for
bleep
one,
you,
one
pay
for
me.
all. We're all Americans.
Bleep you, pay me. Who said that? What movie is that? Scarface, maybe?
Debbie Does Dallas. Have you seen that one, Don?
I actually haven't. I know you guys bring that one up quite a bit.
It was like actually shot like a real film, which is kind of the thing that would probably be wild to the Gen Z crowd.
Giants have offered more, but they don't have much to offer besides money. Steelers seem to be counting on the, hey, we're the Steelers. We're the team with 6 Lombardis. We're the team that hasn't had a losing season since 2003. We're the team that's coached by the coach that everybody wants to play for, Mike Tomlin. And even with all that being said, Diana's called the Steelers a team that is in a, quote, horrendous position.
They're at his mercy. That's what makes their position horrendous.
I agree with that, and I disagree with that. Which one would you like to hear first? I agree and I disagree.
About horrendous position?
Yes.
I want to hear why you agree with it first.
I agree with her because Mike Tomlin coaches the Steelers. And as long as
no, I don't disagree. I mean,
as long as Mike Tomlin is here, I don't care who they draft or who they bring in at quarterback. I'm worried that Tomlin is not going to get the most out of that guy, especially if it's a young player, especially if it's a rookie that they draft. Here's where I disagree with her. I don't think they're in a horrendous position because of all the draft picks they have for next year, the compensatory picks, the amazing luck. Thank you so much, Tennessee, that you paid Dan Moore all that money, and the Steelers are going to get an extra third-round pick out of it. Stuff like that gives them just a bounty of picks for next year. And what do you know? The draft is in Pittsburgh. And I think, especially the owner, is going to want to make that event pop, and he's going to want that to be a huge moment in Steelers history.
I was going to say, he's got it already in his mind, I think, as the owner. We're going to have the draft with some sort of Pittsburgh-centric backdrop, and we are going to introduce the guy who will shepherd the franchise through the next 15 years.
So if they don't stink and they're just mediocre, I think it's possible next year with all the extra picks that they move up in the draft to take their quarterback because it's in Pittsburgh. And it's also something that I think Omar is definitely up for doing, moving up and down draft boards. He's skilled at that. That's one of the reasons why he's their GM. And I think Tomlin would be probably at that point in favor of it.
If it goes really badly this year and he gets his way with Rodgers and they can't win more than 8 games, 9 games, he might finally punt and say fine.
My worst case scenario is that Rodgers plays just well enough. He doesn't play bad. He doesn't play great. He plays just well enough where they bring him back for 2026 and they use their picks the way they did with Ben when they took Najee in the first round and they took Freiermuth in the second round. And it's let's give Aaron Rodgers one last shot to win.
Why would they be trying to do that for him? Because they did it for Ben because Ben was a career Steeler.
Because Tomlin has it in his head that they're always close to competing for a Super Bowl. And if he sees proof and evidence from Rodgers that he can keep them in that conversation, then I don't think Mike is going to want to give up draft picks with, okay, let's take a quarterback who's going to sit behind Rodgers for a year.
Do you think if they went 5-12 or 6-11, Mike would actually have it get through his head that they're not close to contention? Or do you think he would just chalk it up to bad luck? It's the NFL. It's hard. He would suddenly pivot to it's hard to win. Let's say it happens without any major injury that he could then ascribe it to.
I think he'd look at it as like it was bound to happen, and he'd say the volume or body of work is that I always win.
But would he say we're close to a championship if they were that far away from even being 500?
No, he'd come out after the year and he'd say we lost double-digit games, we're far away. Now, I think privately he probably would not be as hard on himself. But the bigger thing in that situation, I think, would be 5-12 would be enough for Art Rooney to say, all right, we're getting our quarterback in this draft, whether you like it or not. So get to your pro days, work the phones, and go out there and get us our next Ben Roethlisberger. That's what I think. The draft's here. That's what I think would happen in that scenario.
Does he also then get to say, get us our next Roethlisberger, and you're also not allowed to put him in handcuffs from the second we draft him?
No, I don't think he would do that.
Which is why Art is still the biggest problem, because he doesn't have the gumption to do any of these things. Rodgers, I think...
That's a tough call, though, what you just said there. Because this goes back to Harry Kalas.
Oh, boy, here
for
we
a second.
go.
Bear with me.
What's the league called? The NFL?
Whose fault is it that Harry Kalas doesn't know what conference Penn State is in? Is it Harry Kalas's fault or is it Craig Riley's fault?
Harry Kalas.
Is it Craig Riley's fault that he employs somebody who doesn't know that? Or is it Kalas's fault for being that ignorant? Is it Art Rooney's fault because he empowers a coach like Mike Tomlin who doesn't know how to coach quarterbacks? Or is it Mike Tomlin's fault for not knowing how to coach quarterbacks correctly and not being able to hire people who get the most out of quarterbacks, trusting them and getting out of their way to do their job?
I think this is actually disrespectful to Tomlin to compare his overall record and track record with Kalas not knowing what the Big Ten is. I'm going to have to – I think your comparison falls apart on basic premises. I just still think we're talking around in circles. Like, even if they drafted a guy – any of the guys. Lenora Sellers could be in that draft.
So do you think Diana's right? Are they in a horrendous position?
Yeah, I don't think they're in a good one at all. I think that it's very bad. Because I think that they're getting old on defense, and they're still trying to cater to, like, the stars of that defense, and they're going to give the biggest star on that defense a new contract almost assuredly. And I think that they don't know what they want to do with the quarterback position. I think there's a real schism in that. Not schism. That implies that these guys are at each other's throats. Excuse me. I think that there is real disagreement as to how they should proceed. And I think the guy that has the most power usually delegates that power to the head coach, who I think has the worst idea about all of this, which is to bring in the big drama queen diva, who is no longer the player he used to be when you would put up with that because he was so great, because that head coach thinks I'll A, get the most out of him, and B, turn back the clock on him as a player and will suddenly reap the benefits. If you were Aaron Rodgers, by the way, with all this, we got a private beach that he walks up and down every night and probably hires a photographer to pretend to be paparazzi so he can have these shots leak out. Would you rather play in New York again?
Also heard that he doesn't do AirPods because he's afraid of what Bluetooth could do. Like the waves.
It's sad that I think you're probably joking about that, but that you are probably in fact serious.
No, that's what McAfee said.
So that's why he does. Then why does he have a wireless headset in his helmet that transmits signals to him? Why does he want to hear the calls from the coach?
That's a great point.
What if we found out that he heard me say that? He said, good point, and they have a guy shuttling in like a high school team every play next year.
He's running to the sideline like Kenny did at Pitt to get the calls from Whipple.
Don't they do that in high school still, Donnie? They constantly have one new kid run in on every play.
How about the college teams that like hold up a picture and that tells you what the play is?
They have Tomlin holding up a picture of a slice of pizza but anyway, if you were him.
Yep.
Would you rather stay in New York? Yes, you've got to pay Jersey taxes or whatever, but you have a house you've built there.
The Montclair house, the Montclair mansion.
That's where Peter King, I think, lives. You've got
congratulations on all his success. Maybe that's why he's been saying Rodgers to the Steelers so often, because they get bagels at the same spot. But anyways, you were saying?
You've got somebody already on YouTube comments. It's radio waves, not Bluetooth. Yes, I am aware of how things are transmitted. He might be scared of those, too. Anyway, would you rather play for a team that has neighbors and at least has an offensive-minded head coach in Dable and maybe get a chance to stick it to the Jets? Or would you rather, and that team's, by the way, offering you more money reportedly, or would you rather come here? I think if I were Aaron Rodgers, the first situation sounds more appealing.
Until you said the last part, I would have said Steelers. People in general are motivated by money. People leave jobs. They leave places where they're happy. They leave neighborhoods where they have friends. They make huge life decisions motivated by money. So the Steelers are playing a dangerous game here. All things being equal, even what you said about Dable as an offensive coach and Malik Neighbors as a wide receiver, all things being equal, Aaron Rodgers, I believe, picks the Steelers over the Giants. But Rossini's saying it's not equal. The Giants have offered more, and the Steelers are banking on something that maybe used to go a long way, and that's the power of the Steelers brand. This will be a case study in that. If Aaron Rodgers picks the Giants over the Steelers, then Steelers fans will get pissed and say he's greedy and he's a has-been and he's washed, and they'll change their minds.
Will they? Because a lot of them don't seem to want him to come here.
Okay, I'm saying the ones right now who want him. The ones right now, if he picks the Giants, will say, good riddance, we didn't need him anyways.
Did you happen to watch the sports call last night? Richie had them put up the poll question that they do every night now, and it was, who do you want to be the Steelers starter next year, Mason Rudolph or Aaron Rodgers?
Well, we ran the same poll with thousands of results.
It was like 91% Rudolph.
Wow. No way.
Pony, it might have been that I didn't look back at it. Dude, can you believe this? The numbers are overwhelming.
I mean,
dude.
Donnie, do you agree with that? Most people in a situation, if the Giants are offering more and the Steelers are offering less, people would go with the team that's offering more, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I ask you this question all the time. If Robert Morris called you and said, you're replacing Chris Shevlin, you're going to get $100,000 a year, would you still be our producer?
No.
No.
We'd have to, what would we do? See if Callis wants to jump to afternoons?
I still cannot believe.
It's taken over the station in many ways. It's like that whole, his lack of knowledge has like infected the station. I listened to the morning show today, kind of go over his struggles. They got into Austin's Zygest. Yeah, the Reader's Digest. But then they went back to Callis, and then they asked him, Harry, do you know what school Michael Jordan went to? And he had no idea. Then Crowley said, to be funny, real serious, like he goes, keep this in your head. Michael Jordan went to Duke in the ACC. And then you could hear almost Crowley start to feel bad like 60 seconds later and go, by the way, he went to North Carolina. Because saying he went to Duke, remember this, Callis would have just said, okay, got it.
And our boss got an email that we were picking on Callis for not knowing what conference Penn State was in?
We pick on Starkey.
Yes.
We pick on Starkey way more than we ever would pick on Nick, just like needling Joe and giving Joe a hard time.
Here's an idea. If that
we made fun of Bechtold for half the show the other day about pronouncing a word incorrectly.
If that person has any balls, call in, please. 412-928-9370.
What if it's a woman who sent the email?
If that woman has any guts, call in. 412-928-9370. Diana Rossini, who will join us at 3:30. The Giants are offering more money than the Steelers for Aaron Rodgers, and the Steelers are in a horrendous position. Do you agree with that? 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. What she said about the odds of the Vikings swooping in and signing Rodgers, and what one local insider allegedly said. Allegedly being the key word about the Rodgers situation. All coming up. Can text us on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here's Don.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Another Penguin victory last night, 5-3 over the St. Louis Blues. Crosby with a couple of helpers. Ricard Raquel, his 30th goal of the season. Penguins welcome the Devils tomorrow. Puck drop at the arena set for 3. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thank you, Donnie. Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington. Go see them if you want to get the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market for the best price out there. They also have the best inventory when it comes to Mitsubishi in Western Pennsylvania. So there's really a lot working in your favor when it comes to Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington. If you do not know what Mitsubishi is bringing to the table, it's time to check out their offerings, like specifically the one I drive, the 2024 Outlander, which is all-wheel drive. It's got all the advanced safety features you'd want. You're toting your family around, you'd want safety features like what Mitsubishi's providing. You can get ones with things like a panoramic sunroof. You might think, oh, ultra luxury vehicle, right? No. Mitsubishi Outlander. It's got them. Plus, room for 7 passengers. You can get one of those 2024 Outlanders right now up to $7,000 off at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington, or get 0% financing for 60 months. Eclipse Crosses are up to $4,500 off. Outlander Sports as low as only $23,000. Plus, every Mitsubishi comes with that 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, plus 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of make, year, model, mileage, or payoff. Shop it right now. The Lucky Days event. Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington, online, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Jared Jones. Just 13 days until Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger.
Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Steph Curry hit his 4,000th three-pointer last night. He's the all-time leader. With NBA teams shooting more threes than ever, it's a record that might fall, but Curry will always be the three-point king. He's one of the main reasons guys shoot so much from behind the arc in the first place. Also, Curry might add a lot more threes in the coming years. He's looked incredible of late. Who knows, maybe one day he could even chase 5,000. I'm Andrew Perloff.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business? And our answer is family.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home. Like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows. And right now, you can save 30% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
Visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at 412-655-8411. PA 1565.
All right, everybody, it's here. The March to Spring Training and Opening Day is officially upon us. Hey, I'm Rob Bradford from Baseball Isn't Boring, and we'll have you covered every single day with instant reactions to late-breaking signings, determining which players are, yes, truly in the best shape for their lives, and behind-the-scenes stories from all the excitement and intrigue that spring training brings. Follow Baseball Isn't Boring in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
The Pittsburgh Steelers, the New York Giants have discussed a contract and what that would look like in terms of money structure with Aaron Rodgers' camp. Okay, so they know what's on the table. They know which team is willing to do what and pay which number. And he has told them, at least his representation has shared with both teams, that he will be making decisions soon. There are some who even say that his camp has said it's going to be the Steelers. Nobody in Pittsburgh believes that, though. Nobody has said anything official has come through at this moment. The Giants are waiting, the Pittsburgh Steelers are waiting, and then while all of this is happening, the Minnesota Vikings are having meetings and conversations about what this would look like.
Diana Rossini, she's been all over the Aaron Rodgers soap opera. She's going to join us at 3:30. Very excited for that. She's one of the best, one of the great ones. Her background on Twitter for years, I think, was just a charcuterie board or just a ton of cold cuts. She's a New Jersey girl. She loves The Sopranos.
What's the best
she loves
cold
football. This is going to shock you. For years, turkey was number one for me. It's been knocked off its top spot by roast beef.
Of the cold cut?
Yep.
Oh, that does not appeal to me at all.
Roast beef.
I'll tell you what, the cold cut chicken is making a comeback. If you got to go with the Italian meats, so your various Italian cold cuts.
Capicola?
Donnie, you got one in the Italian cold cut family?
I like capicola more than I like
Salami's a workhorse, though. You can give salami 30 carries a game, and it's going to churn out 115, 120
I've always
yards.
hated salami, too salty for me.
Soprastata?
I like capicola, too.
A little mortadella?
So Rossini's saying there, both offers are on the table. They're just waiting to hear back, the Giants and Steelers, and that a decision is expected soon. We'll ask her what she thinks soon means in this Vikings monkey wrench. They've talked about Rodgers. Will they actually jump into the fray? Where are we on that? In the meantime, Jason Mackey has written about the Steelers saying the hell with Rodgers and going with Jameis Winston. He's going to join us at 2:35. We also have this breaking news. Do we have a breaking news sounder? Like the debrief noise? Do we have anything that counts as a breaking news bulletin effect? No, that's getting something
wrong. That's like
wrong.
You screwed up on Family Feud.
Yep. I guess
like
not.
Steve Harvey's about to come in there and just slap you upside the head and ask you what you were thinking.
Here we go. I've not vetted this yet. Apparently, Tim Benz told his friend at Played Again Sports that Aaron Rodgers has a deal in Pittsburgh with the Steelers.
Now you're getting this from somebody?
That's one of the texts we got into the show. That Tim Benz
there's a very good chance
told a friend at Played Again Sports.
He has just friends at Played Again?
I didn't even know Played Again Sports was still open.
Yeah.
Tim Benz.
What's next? We find out that Tomlin eventually gets let go at a Dunham?
Tim Benz, shopping at a Played Again Sports, told the manager of the Played Again Sports that Aaron Rodgers is on his way to Pittsburgh.
Why are we throwing our guy Benzie under the bus if this doesn't happen?
Benzie's probably listening right now, so I'm hoping he sets this record straight.
Right. I mean, Benz can obviously say that never even happened. But it's now part of the zeitgeist.
Oh, and when you have a chance to read something like that into the zeitgeist of this whole situation.
That there's people out there who are citing a Tim Benz conversation with a man at Played Again Sports.
Now, when it comes
are you looking up Played Again Sports? Do we have a local Played Again Sports?
No, I was more thinking about the fact that that's not your preferred sporting goods destination. You've told us many a time that you prefer a different kind of sporting goods store.
I'm not playing that again. I'm not making myself look bad here.
I was just trying to find it, but I didn't know how you had it saved in there. But you might have it hidden somewhere. Maybe Played Again Sports.
Yeah. Are there still Played Again Sports?
I'm being told that Cranberry and Greensburg.
Greensburg's got one.
Well, because I was going to say, you guys want to take a wild guess who got everything from Played Again Sports?
Yeah, I got some stuff from there.
I don't see, Tim Benz is not a drive to Greensburg to Played Again Sports type. Right? Tim's made a lot of money. Tim's got a bunch of dough. Is he really such a stingy guy that he's buying Tim's got to be in his 50s now. He's buying used sporting goods at Played Again Sports? Something about this does not check out.
Really? It didn't pass your smell test. You don't say. I'm astonished by that.
And why would Benz, I guess he does technically work for the Steelers radio network. Why would Tim, hey, Mr. Played Again Sports guy, I'm not allowed to go on the air and say this or write it in the Trib, but hey, I want to let you know. It is a done deal with Aaron Rodgers. I'm just not at liberty to say it anywhere else. But I'll trust you, Played Again Sports guy, with this information.
That would be Johnny the Barber has texted me. I just talked to Aaron Rodgers' drug dealer. Here's Ayahuasca guy in the area. Pony, though. Yeah, Donnie. I mean, Pony.
Go ahead, just play it. Get it over with. I like the big dicks. Have you guys been to one? Yeah, I do.
I needed to hear that after.
I like the House of Sports dicks.
Are we going to go get a picture with the big wiener from Oscar Mayer? He's apparently in the parking lot.
He has been.
Seriously? The Oscar Mayer mobile's here?
I guess so, yeah.
There was an email sent out about that to us like multiple times, which is unsurprising that you are clueless about it because you don't check your email.
That would be a way for Aaron Rodgers to ride into town.
On the Wienermobile? just walks out of there like decked out in an Oscar Mayer suit.
I could see Ben's going to the Cranberry Dicks, though. I mean, the Cranberry Played Again Sports. He's up there to cover Penguins practice. He drives by one. There's a nostalgia that sets in.
A nostalgia?
He's like, you know what? Let me see what this place is all about.
Apparently you can buy new gear, according to Hoagie, at Play It Again Sports, which takes the title of the company and sort of renders it irrelevant. Play it again or play it for the first time sports. kind of tough to fit on a marquee. Little cumbersome.
Well, that's like the dollar stores now are charging you more than $1. They haven't changed their name. Family Dollar ain't Family Dollar. It's Family Dollars now. Right?
Really? Well, no, I thought they always had to factor in taxes and you'd pay like $1.07. A guy whose YouTube commenter name I cannot read out loud because I'll get in trouble said, Mitch from Chuck E. Cheese is confirming Russell Wilson back to the Steelers.
Yeah, that's one of the texts we got in.
Ton of hockey gear, as people are pointing out at Play It Again.
Tim Benz told his friend at Play It Again Sports, a deal is in place. And I would think that Tim would not be a regular customer of the Cranberry one, so why would he tell a complete stranger that?
Tim, I'm stunned
now,
if
the guy was, hooking him up, a little quid pro quo, give me a little savings on this, I'll give you a Aaron Rodgers nugget.
He needs to do quid pro quo for Rodgers dirt?
He really doesn't. I think Tim's done okay for himself.
He has.
Here is a text in from Pitt Kid. He says, the Steelers are going to tank this season and use all these comp picks to move up in the draft and go grab Arch.
If they tank this season, they won't even have to use that many of the picks. They truly tank it.
Yes, but you can tank and not tank all the way to the top. You can tank and finish in fourth, like with the fourth or fifth worst record and not, because you're going to need the number one overall pick.
For Arch?
I would think so.
But I've been told by everybody that why are we putting all the eggs in the Arch basket? He's barely played.
Yes, I've said that.
So maybe he's not the sure thing.
Dart is not the answer. Pickett 2.0.
Well, we know Joe didn't send you that.
Says Pitt Kid.
By the way, if you had gone, what did I say, 5-12 this year?
Yeah.
You would be picking, at best, with tiebreakers, 7th in this year's draft. 4 teams went 5-12, 3 went 4-13, and 3 went 3-14. So best you would have done was 7th.
Yeah, they're not going to go from 7th to 1.
No, you need to be, if you really
even
want the
with all
first
those
pick,
comp picks, even with it being here, they wouldn't go up that high.
You would need a team that's going to take, say the Giants draft Cam Ward, and the Giants are the worst team in football, even with
Donnie,
Cam
let's
Ward.
monitor this situation.
We should have a lot of situations that we monitor.
Let's monitor Ben's and Play It Again Sports.
I think we should have our
Should
monitoring
we make a
antenna
call
up.
to these Play It Again Sports?
Has Tim Benz been trading information? Have you noticed anything that looks like an illicit
Donnie,
spy
you got
deal
friends in
going down?
Greensburg. Any of them work at that Play It Again Sports? Can we get to the bottom of that?
Donnie,
I'm actually glad to find out that it's still there. I haven't been there in years.
Wait, why are you happy about this?
And it's still
because
kicking.
I liked Play It Again Sports.
Solid store.
I don't want to see the place go under.
A lot of love for it in the YouTube comments.
It's a faceless conglomerate. If it were
Is it? It's a plucky underdog who could. They told him to stop playing, and they said, play it again, pal.
It's a damn chain. Next thing Donnie's going to say, I can't believe that McDonald's closed over near my house.
I knew you were
Well,
going to
I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon.
Play It Again Sports. How many stores do you think
are left?
Yeah.
5,000.
They have, it appears, like well under 100 left.
Jason Mackey on who he's writing about in the Post-Gazette to be the next Steelers quarterback. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Headline time.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Pirates play tonight, so no day game for the Buccos today. A 6 p.m. start against the Tigers. You can hear that game on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malzy.
Thank you, Donnie. I want to tell everybody right now about Universal Windows Direct because I want your house to be a couple of different things. More comfortable than it is right now. I want it to be more energy efficient, and I want your energy bills to be lower. And Universal Windows Direct can help with all of those things thanks to their windows, which have their exclusive Super Spacer technology that keeps the edge of the glass warmer, eliminates drafts, makes your house more comfortable and more energy efficient. Right now is the time to take advantage of Universal Windows Direct's tax time sale. Save big, make your home more comfortable, make it more energy efficient. It's right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free. There is no limit. You need 20 windows, you're only going to pay for 10, and it gets even better. Pay no interest until, you sitting down, 2030. Yes, no interest until 2030. And this month only, Universal Windows Direct is going to even give you an extra $500 off your home improvement project. Now's the time to call 412-545-6003, or you can visit them, universalwindowsdirect.com. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365.
Hey, it's Crowley. The madness is here. Sullivan Super Service is helping you score big this March with a free furnace when you buy an air conditioner. That's right, it's BOGO time. Save money and stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivansuperservice.com. But hurry, the madness won't stay here forever, and a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Discover unbeatable flavor at Get-Go. Every day is Fish Fry Day because the captain is back. Dive into wild-caught, beer-battered cod with melted cheese and tangy all-American sauce on a sandwich or sub. Or satisfy your hunger with a Captain Platter featuring wild-caught cod, crispy shrimp, and craveable hush puppies. Don't let these delicious options sail away. Get-Go Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
At NJM Insurance, we like to think of ourselves as a symphony. We start with a foundation of doing the right thing. Then we layer in dedicated reps, whose priority is you. Add in excellent discount programs. And last, but certainly not least, we put our policyholders first. And the reason we don't use jingles or mascots is because it's just not us. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
If the slots are spinning, you could be winning. Head over to DraftKings Casino and reel it in. Play the classics you know and love, or try something new with DraftKings exclusive games. And with table games, live dealer, and huge jackpots in the lineup, there's something for everyone on DraftKings Casino. Plus, new players that give DraftKings Casino a spin can get 200 casino spins on a featured game. Just sign up with promo code THEFAN. That's promo code THEFAN. And wager a minimum of $5 to receive 200 casino spins on a featured game with promo code ROGAN. Only on DraftKings Casino. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. New customers only. Non-withdrawable casino spins valid for featured game only and expire in 168 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends March 16th, 2025 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time.
For all station contest rules, go to 937thefan.com/rules.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Jameis Winston. If they don't sign Rodgers, they're going to go with Jameis Winston because he can at least get the ball down the field to DK Metcalf.
Sure, it could be. Now, the one thing I questioned there was Mike Tomlin. Will he trust him? Because Mike Tomlin's going to want a quarterback that doesn't turn over and play the defense and through that. And I don't know. That'll be interesting.
Mike Florio and Chris Sims. Florio joined us on Wednesday, broke down the Aaron Rodgers situation. Diana Rossini will do the same thing with us at 3:30. Tone Diggs at 5 o'clock from the McAfee Show, a direct line to Aaron Rodgers. I'm hearing the sights and sounds of Lecom Park in the background. That's where Jason Mackey is, Post-Gazette. Music to the ears of Jason Mackey, what he just heard Florio say, that Jameis is the Steelers' plan B because he can get the ball downfield to DK Metcalf. Jason wrote today that Jameis should be their plan A as Steelers quarterback. Please expand on that, Jason.
Well, Andrew, I mean, I would set a deadline for Aaron Rodgers. If he wants to, commit by the end of business today or something like that, fine. I mean, I understand he's a better quarterback than Jameis Winston. I'm not saying he's not, but I wouldn't get dragged on. I mean, this has gone on long enough. The Steelers have to make a decision. I think they're well within their rights to do that. Sorry about the whatever is backing up continually. I thought I had a good solution here. But I think there has to come a point in time where you're either in or you're out, and it's really getting close to that for me.
When would your deadline be set? If you were in charge of setting this thing and putting a line in the sand, what would you set it at?
I mean, I think you need a little bit of context with that, Chris, like understand where he's coming from or logistics or whatever. But, I mean, today, tomorrow, like I'd have to feel very strongly that a decision is coming soon, not like Aaron Rodgers is roaming a beach in Australia and he'll get back to you when he gets back to you. Like if that's what I have, my deadline is probably I would set one. I would tell him, like, look, we need to know here because we're going to proceed accordingly. Now, I think it doesn't even impact wide receiver or quarterback. I think you can make the argument it impacts wide receiver as well. I would just set a deadline and be soon.
Why Jameis if Rodgers leaves you high and dry or doesn't get back to the Steelers in the timely manner that you want?
Well, I think Florio said it. I think maybe all three of us agree. I think he's the best passer available. I'm not intrigued by the Russ situation, guys. I don't know how you feel about it. I also question how. Yeah, I know. But I mean, I guess you could make an argument that he might be a better option than Jameis just for eliminating turnovers. But man, oh man, it's just that bridge has to be burned. It had to be burned long ago. I would prefer Jameis. I'd prefer to save the money. As I wrote, I would prefer to put George Pickens on the trading block, honestly, go buy a wide receiver, and then at that point I hope to replenish that second-round pick that I lost in the Metcalf deal.
Why do you think Mike Tomlin, or what kind of voodoo would you have to enact over Mike Tomlin to get him to be willing to coach a team quarterbacked by Jameis Winston, who does the thing that he hates the most, more than just about any other quarterback?
You'd need him to get the I'm going to butcher the sound of this, Athanasiu or whatever the concoction is that Rodgers drank.
Ayahuasca.
Ayahuasca, thank you. It wasn't coming into my brain. Man,
now, Starkey said it very differently than I just did.
You smoke ayahuasca, Bob? Do you smoke ayahuasca, Bob?
Ayahuasca is what Joe.
Ayahuasca. I'm not going to throw stones.
I bet you the Grateful Dead probably did a lot of ayahuasca.
I bet they did. I think they did some ayahuasca.
And now, along with a friend of mine, Joe Rogan.
Yes, he consulted with Joe Rogan on it. But continue, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how that's going to work, Chris. I really don't. I don't know how Tomlin's going to tolerate the turnovers that Jameis. I guess maybe you should go to church and pray for the good Lord to deliver him from the pick sixes. We're talking about drug use. I mean, maybe Christianity's the answer here above everything.
But at the end of the day, is your preference still Aaron Rodgers?
It depends on the price tag.
What's the highest price you're willing to go where you still tolerate it and say this is the best move that they could and should make?
It's about 20, Chris, maybe 25. I wouldn't do it for 30.
You ain't getting them for 20 or 25.
You might as well go beep, boop, beep, 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 and call Jameis's representation.
I'm good with that. I'm not paying 40. I'm probably not paying 30. I don't think he's that much better. I mean, you could get Jameis right now for 5, 7. No, I don't think you're getting that much better performance out of your quarterback position if you're going with Rodgers at this point. No, it's a one-year rental. I'd rather do the one-year rental, restock my team for the future, and go draft somebody next year. You're going to be drafting somebody next year anyway. Is it going to be that much of a difference in 2025? I don't think it is.
Jason Mackey on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Thank you, Jason.
All right, guys. Have a good one. Thanks.
Jameis Winston.
I mean, once upon a time, you would have been over the moon at that thought. You might still be.
I agree with this. I'd rather have Jameis Winston for 5 than Aaron Rodgers for 35.
Well, so do I. I think the relevant part here is, does Mike Tomlin or anybody else there agree with that? And I don't think Mike wants Jameis anywhere near the team.
No, I don't think so either.
I mean, if you want them to be like, if you are a fan who's sort of resigned to the idea that almost regardless of what quarterback they would bring in at this point, that they're not going to be very good, that they're not going to be a playoff threat, then if you want like a messy, sort of funny in a darkly humorous way, then you want Jameis, I think. Saying weird stuff, giving goofy interviews, being
eating
generally
W's.
odd, yeah, and then just making some of the most unconscionably bad throws you can possibly imagine.
Here is JJ on the Fan. Hello, JJ.
Hello.
Hi, JJ.
Hi, guys. I've been listening to this Aaron Rodgers stuff, and it's really driving me crazy. Why would you want to spend $30 million on somebody like him when he could go out in the first week like he did with the Jets or something? He's not the same player he was.
Because he's brittle. Because he's old.
Yeah.
Because at that age, you're supposed to be retired and not playing football. Is that what JJ's saying?
Yeah. If you could get him for a veteran minimum or something like that, yeah.
So you
but
want
I
him
think
on
they
the
really
Russell
missed it when they
Wilson
could have got Daniel Jones there.
Oh,
well,
okay.
Danny Dimes was somebody we were open to on this show, and
Thank you, JJ.
they let that one go. It's clear that I thought I think you started it, and then we all kind of piggybacked on it yesterday. I think this was probably Mike Tomlin's intention all along to go after Rodgers.
Yes.
Because it just does not make sense the way things shook out with Fields, where he wanted less than Rodgers reportedly wants, because Rodgers wants a lot, it seems. If he was your first priority and he wanted less than the guy you're now pursuing, very easy solution. Pay him a little bit more than maybe you were comfortable paying and get your first option in the fold.
Let's talk to Matt. He's on the Fan. Hello, Matt.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Hey, Matt.
We're good, Matt.
Good. So do you guys think, first of all, before I get my real take about Rodgers out of the way, that, Rooney sent Artie down to that plate again to trade in some old equipment to find extra money to pay Rodgers? And that's what we're kind of waiting on at this point?
I like that. I like that. That's a good start to a call.
Matt, do they still have played against sports where you are?
Yeah, so there's one probably about like 20 minutes from me out here in Lancaster that went to, not going to lie, a couple times to look for some baseball equipment for my 9-year-old. But
Nice. I like that
not
move.
a professional sports team finding maybe face masks too for Mason when he comes back to make sure they have extras.
You're firing off. You got any more
Anything
jokes?
else, Matt? Or do you want to get serious here? We could do either one.
No, man. I mean, I'll get serious. Like, overall, I mean, I agree kind of with what you guys are saying. Just it's coming from the top down, and I just feel like we don't. I mean, obviously, if it didn't come like the Duck year, and we didn't, tank and blow it, Tomlin does not have the stomach, as we've seen. Obviously, at this point, we're so far into it. The streak is important. And he feels that just finding these guys that are on their last legs that, they do have the experience, those are the only ones he's going to trust to get them to that 9 or 10 vaunted mark. And until something like that ever changes and we can just suck it up. I mean, we love to run the ball. What have we done? I don't like Najee. I'm not a Najee guy, but we went out. We have 2 third-down running backs now on a team that likes to run on first and second down.
Yeah, that would be more in line with Rodgers' style of play. Thanks, Matt. Appreciate it. Along these lines, the longest tenured Steelers insider said about who is really in charge of the Aaron Rodgers decision. Who's pushing for it? Who's stumping for it? Who's forcing it? You'll hear that, plus your calls. Diana Rossini joins us at 3:30. She's been all over the story. She is reporting that the Giants have offered more money than the Steelers to Rodgers and that the Steelers are in a horrendous position. Do you agree that they're in a horrendous position? 412-928-9370. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. Happy Friday. It's the PM team.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Let the madness begin. Stop into Southwest Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township for slam dunk deals. 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport, payment starting at $249 for 24 months. This deal ends when the final buzzer sounds. See dealer for details.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and a 96% customer satisfaction rating, the highest in the industry, it's no wonder. Here are real stories, real results from satisfied Window Nation customers.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Our Window Nation consultant Daniel was a 10 out of 10. They would not give up until they designed windows with safe, pure, and efficient material. Window Nation is amazing, legit, and affordable.
Window Nation's highly durable, energy-efficient, customizable windows are built to last a lifetime. Right now, get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a fast in-home free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION. 866-90-NATION.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
This week, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is bringing you a Dog of the Day Profit Boost token. One of the best parts about the tourney is when an underdog takes down a powerhouse. And right now, those upsets can get even better because if your underdog bet wins, you'll land even more winnings with a profit boost. This is your chance to ride with the long shots, the scrappy teams, the ones that just won't go quietly. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your Dog of the Day with a profit boost. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey, because after all, anything can happen in March. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Wager of at least plus 100 odds required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 43rd Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, now through Sunday, Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. Stroll through the fully furnished open concept model ranch home by Buckhorn Showcase. This weekend only, see HGTV celebrity and Pittsburgh native Steve Ford from the hit show Restored by the Fords. Visit pghhome.com for details. Don't miss the largest home event in America with acres of products and services in one place at one time. The Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, now through Sunday, Convention Center downtown.
Hey, it's Crowley, and you need beer. It's St. Patrick's Day weekend. The weather is awesome. It's officially outdoor beer drinking season. And to help you celebrate St. Patty's Day now through Sunday, Hampton Beer Outlet has Guinness 24-pack cans, just $39.99 a case. That's $10 off and is the best price anywhere. Now through Sunday, $39.99. Crazy. They have your St. Patty's favorites, Smittix, Harp, Magners, Murphy's. They've got it all. Get ready for a great weekend. Get to Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
At Ashley, we're celebrating 80 years of innovation, style, and value with special offerings on stunning pieces. Get our top designer styles and pay over time with 80-month special financing on in-store purchases made with your Ashley Advantage Synchrony credit card. Don't miss the Ashley 80th anniversary sale going on now, only at Ashley. Shop in-store and online. Subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store associate for details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Hey, it's Thor Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
As you know, it's tax time again, so if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, of course you'd choose 25%. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. So don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich & Fishman. Their fee is only 25%. They have a 99.7% success rate over 25 years, and there's never a fee unless you win. If you've been injured, call 1-888-98-TWINS or visit 98twins.com. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
As of 9 a.m. this morning, our EV trucking company is officially in operation.
Andrew's zero-emission trucks are driving the transportation category forward.
We'll make driving safer, easier, and less stressful. Now our technology needs to keep up with demand.
He needs to put pedal to the metal on hiring more software engineers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins and Devils tomorrow afternoon at the arena. Penguins looking to make it 4 in a row. For more, go to 937thevan.com. Right now, it's a Friday edition of the PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Now, I think this move is being orchestrated by Mike Tomlin. Now, Mike Tomlin's not going to tell Art Rooney II what to do, but there is no question in my mind this is something that he wants to happen. The majority of the feedback I get is pushback. I don't think he's a great fit. And here's the other thing. If Arthur Smith had problems with the way Russell Wilson wanted to play last year, what do you think he's going to have happen with Aaron Rodgers, a guy who's already had 2 head coaches fired when it came to a headbutt? And I know Arthur Smith would love to have Aaron Rodgers, but I don't know that, to use Terry Bradshaw's old expression, I don't know that he's as much of a mailman as he is a gunslinger. If the Steelers want to run the ball, Aaron Rodgers has thrown over 500 passes each of his last 6 seasons. For all those reasons, I don't think it's a great fit.
50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. On this Friday afternoon in March, a beautiful day in Pittsburgh. Does Aaron Rodgers want to walk the beaches here? I guess
Lake Erie's 2 hours away.
He could walk along the rivers.
Somebody said Aaron Rodgers would be the guy who'd come here and go, I've done my own research, and it's actually just 2 rivers that combine into one. There aren't really 3. Thoughts?
Yeah. I could see that. That's Jerry Dulac on Rich Eisen saying that it's Tomlin who's orchestrating this whole thing. And Aaron Rodgers does not fit in line with Mike Tomlin's ideal quarterback. He isn't mobile, and he isn't an asset in the run game. Mike's a defensive coach. Harder to stop 11 guys than 10. When the quarterback can run, that makes the numbers game harder on defenses. But Mike is super desperate to win. And Mike has seen Aaron Rodgers carve up his defense multiple times, including in the Super Bowl. So when that's the coach's mindset, and he has Cam Hayward in his mid to late 30s, and he has T.J. Watt at 30, that's how he's thinking.
I hope. I have no doubt Mike is the one running this, and he's the one who wants Rodgers. I would really hope, though, that the memory of getting carved up by the guy 14 years ago in the Super Bowl is not really in any tangible way influencing Mike's thought process here. Because that 14 years ago Aaron Rodgers would not be available to the Steelers right now because he would be locked up by the team he was playing for, because in no way, shape, or form would a team ever let a guy of that caliber get away.
There's no way Arthur Smith really wants to coach Aaron Rodgers.
He wanted to coach Fields. That pretty much was obvious.
Coaching Aaron Rodgers means Aaron Rodgers coaches you.
He walks in, tells you, hey, here's what we're going to do. You say, all right.
Let me see that playbook. We're not doing this. We're not
Rips
doing
it
that.
out,
Maybe
crosses
this.
it out. What
Exactly.
a dumb play.
I'm holding up a red pen. That's what he uses.
Motion before the snap? Absolutely not.
So
I just still go back to, like Jerry saying, Mike's running point on all this. So Mike knows he's courting a player that wouldn't really fit what he wants a quarterback to do, but the name is a big enough, shiny enough name that he's just going to say screw it and give it a try. That's a great battle plan if that's true.
It's Mike thinking, oh, I'm well compensated. I told the media that. I can get Aaron Rodgers, and I can massage him, and I can mold him into doing it the way that I want to do it.
He's not a piece of clay anymore. He's been fired in the kiln already. Aaron Rodgers is who he is. You try to mold him, he breaks.
Do we have an update on Tim Benz's trip to Play It Again Sports?
I know Tim is getting tweeted by our listeners, and Tim seems very confused about the vague nature of the tweets.
I think Tim is on air today, too.
He is on air.
He is.
So Tim is, I think.
Is that going to be his big scoopage?
If he got wind of what it actually was that was being said.
From a guy at Play It Again Sports. It was the other way around,
I think focusing some of his energy on Play It Again would be a smart move.
Somebody should call into Tim and ask him about the Play It Again Sports thing.
Like one of our loyal listeners.
And then report back to us on it.
I agree. I don't want you to go listen to him, but I want you to just call and try to get through and say, can you tell me more about the guy you told at Play It Again that Rodgers was coming to Pittsburgh?
Diana Rossini is on with us at 3:30. I would say she's had more reporting on the Aaron Rodgers situation than any big insider. So right now she is number 1 on my insider power rankings.
Wow.
And when I asked her to come on, she was ebullient.
Ebullient?
Yep. Donnie, tonight, 6 o'clock, ebullient hour.
Well, I think Hathorne is on.
Well, no, he actually
has
just
that
texted
more
me.
down.
He said 6 o'clock, the hour of ebullience. He's going to be ebullienting out the wazoo. Personal relationship, texting relationship with Rossini. Congratulations on all your success.
Probably knows the definition of ebullient, but he doesn't know which division the Los Angeles Rams play in.
Yeah.
Do you think he knows how many divisions are in each conference?
No.
Do you think he knows how they are named?
No.
I remember the old AFC Central with the Jacksonville Jaguars and the Houston Oilers.
Here is the proprietor of the veteran-owned website, Barber Football Focus, Johnny the Barber. Hello, Johnny.
Hello, gentlemen. I wanted to offer you, and VF would like to offer you a producer boot camp of sorts. You take your wayward producers, and we coach them up and make them good again. You know,
So the only thing they're going to know is Craig Krenzel and Andy Katzenmoyer trivia?
No, we coach up Callis so he could have at least the common knowledge of
Scooty Penn and
third
Brandon Foosh Cheatham?
Could they get a trial subscription to BFF?
No. That's only for high-powered and executives and very important people.
How many teams in the NFL are now utilizing BFF services?
31, excluding the Steelers. 31.
Is it because of BFF's low ratings given to Dino Tomlin?
Exactly. The Dino Tomlin prejudice, and as well as you're taking part in it, Chris, you're really hurting the man's draft ratings.
Yes.
You ought to be a little more conscious of other people's feelings.
Who does BFF think the Steelers should get now that Justin Fields, the Ohio State man, is no longer available to them?
Oh, you got to go with Will Howard, and we've said that before. And actually,
I
Cleveland
believe BFF
fans
projects him as the next Ben Roethlisberger. Is that right?
Ben Roethlisberger 2.0. Actually, he has a higher ceiling.
Now, let me ask you something. I feel like we have a Mason Rudolph, James Washington situation here. Quarterback is so incredibly valuable. Now, he's throwing to a projected first-round pick in Emeka Egbuka. Who should the Steelers take with the first-round pick there?
Oh, I think you take Emeka Egbuka, and then your very next pick, you're going to have to go and get Will Howard.
What kind of rating does BFF have on 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers?
Is that on or off ayahuasca?
Do you have both?
Yes. When he's stoned, it is 79, and when he is not stoned, it is 41.
Oh, anything else?
OHIO.
Is ayahuasca on the banned substance list?
I don't even think it matters, because if he gets tested, he probably is smart enough to just not have taken it.
He does it during that. He stays off it during the testing window, and then when he tests negative, he's allowed to
talk openly about, oh, yeah, I'm using a drug that technically I would not allow to be using. But they don't really want to catch anybody, which makes Martavis Bryant getting caught just an unbelievable feat of...
And Le'Veon.
Of carelessness.
Here is Andy in Burgettstown. Hello, Andy.
Hey there.
Andy, you got to be down in the dumps that your man Russell Wilson's getting thrown to the wolves by the Steelers.
Well, I don't know. I think if Rodgers don't come through, they're going to go. Wilson's going to be there because of Metcalf and the connection in Seattle.
You
but
have said for years that Russell Wilson is your favorite NFL quarterback of all time.
No, I don't think. I mean, I like him, but he ain't my favorite.
Oh, who is?
Brett Favre.
Oh, okay.
So you like the gunslinger type, so you probably would want Jameis Winston then.
Maybe, but I thought of two names.
Uh-oh.
And then your phone started breaking up in Burgettstown, Andy. You can maybe text those names back for us. Here is Luke on the fan. Hello, Luke.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hello, Luke.
Hey, you know what? So I heard a listener on here the other day compare us to the Cleveland Browns, and I wouldn't say that I would go that far, but I have a better comparison. I think we're turning into the Indianapolis Colts.
Donnie's been saying that for months.
Going from Carson Wentz to Phillip Rivers to Matt Ryan to Joe Flacco. If you're asking me, I say what we need to do. We need to bottom out for a year. 1 year, I know it'd be hard for us Yinzers out here going to the games, but have one bad year, and then you know what? You draft a quarterback next year. You build the roster up this coming year. I say draft D-line in the first round. I've heard a lot of talks about modeling what the Philadelphia Eagles are doing, building up the trenches, building up even the secondary. I think that's our best bet moving forward.
Thanks, Luke. I think they feel like they can have their cake and eat it too. That they can bring in Aaron Rodgers, take a shot with him, and regardless of how that goes, well, I won't say regardless of how that goes, take a shot with Aaron Rodgers, and then you're still not out of the running for a quarterback in the 2026 draft.
I think you've identified, you say have their cake and eat it too. I would just say live in both worlds. I think that's been their biggest problem. I wouldn't say since Ben retired, because they really did in their own heart of hearts, even though a lot of people disagree with them, think they were drafting their franchise quarterback with Kenny. But for several years now, they've been trying to definitely live in two worlds. We're the team that still can contend. It's one and done in the playoffs. Anything can happen. Skylar Thompson almost won a playoff game for Miami and Buffalo, etc. While trying, I think, kind of, to add some younger talent. Like, I think Omar understands the need to, like, start building this thing a certain way. Andy Weidel, the same deal. And yet people who ultimately outrank them in terms of say-so in the organization are committed to this idea of continuing to try to staple on little additions to compete that very next year.
We do have breaking Aaron Rodgers news, or something that might be Rodgers adjacent. Pittsburgh scanner, Frick Park. Caller has reported a naked man is laying out in a towel soaking up the sun.
Does he have earbuds in that have wires?
I could see Rodgers doing something like that. Being a minimalist, being a...
Just out there in the park,
What's the word I'm looking for when people get the rocks off being naked in public? Exhibitionist?
Yeah, I mean, exhibitionist would be one. Thrill seeker, nudist.
Now, I'm not saying that I support people doing these in public parks, because I'm not.
I can't wait for the but.
But I think back in the good old days, you could do that in the privacy of your own backyard.
We had a
that
neighbor.
was fine.
But
drones have ruined that for everyone.
Oh, definitely. Well, so the neighbor who used to live to our left of our house was it was a house that would get rented out all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And for one stretch of time when I was pretty young, there was a German guy named like Reiner who had a girlfriend who would lay out naked in the front yard. Now, I never saw this, but apparently,
How old?
I would probably, 7 or 8, that kind of range.
Mm-hmm.
Other people apparently told me this, and I never saw it happen, but that like somebody had to go and talk to Reiner because it was like he was like legitimately a German guy, not like his parents were from Germany. He was there and he had moved to the United States. In Europe, I think that was just like, well, yeah, why wouldn't she do that? In the North Hills, that was kind of a shocking thing to have happen. But that's what you're getting at here, essentially. Also, if this were, they're still in school. They're not on spring break at like Penn State, are they? This would be this whole week would have been a holiday. Student union lawn. First day it hits like 63 degrees. The sunbathing happens.
No doubt, but people at Syracuse never got ass naked.
No. I'm just saying it was like you'd walk up and it was like summer had already started. There's Frisbees, there's picnics.
A dude in my dorm, Flint 3C, when the Red Sox beat the Yankees in the 04 playoffs and went to the World Series, came back from down 0-3. He ran around campus ass naked.
Not even in shoes?
No. Barefoot.
Man, take the shoes and keep those on, man.
No, everything was out. No socks, just
That's what I mean.
giblets.
He's going to cut his feet up and is shown. Did he get in trouble? Also, Syracuse.
I don't know if he got caught, but his Wang Chung was just out there, man.
Syracuse in mid-October ain't exactly
flopping around.
I was going to say, though, it's receding into your body like a scared turtle at that point if it's cold outside. You got a full Costanza situation there.
More breaking news. Pitt's athletic director has announced that Pitt will decline the NIT if offered.
I don't think they have a leg to stand on to decline it this time. Last year, they're ticked. We're not going to a tournament that we shouldn't be in. This year, I think they should be honored to get invited.
I agree. Pitt's not better than the NIT.
No, not that. Last year, they could make the argument that they were one of the, whatever it is, 42 best at-large teams. This year, they have no such ground.
412-928-9370. Insider Jerry Dulac saying this, Tomlin is the one who wants Aaron Rodgers. Do you trust Mike Tomlin to make it work with Aaron Rodgers? 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. How do you think the Tomlin-Rodgers dynamic would work here in Pittsburgh? 412-928-9370. Diana Rossini, who's done more reporting on this story than anybody out there, joins us at 3:30. But first, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
McElroy and Morikawa, a few shots off the lead at the Players' Championship. Minwoo Lee among the leaders at 11 under following 2 rounds. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Donnie. Shorkey Mitsubishi, North Huntington, the place to go if you want to get into a brand new Mitsu that fits you. Mitsubishi doing big things, and if you are not in the know yet, you need to be. Especially if you're looking for, an all-wheel drive SUV and you don't want to break the bank. They've got the most affordable ones on the market, and they've got the best selection at Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. 2024 Outlanders come with all-wheel drive advanced safety features. You can get ones with things like a panoramic sunroof, so the bells and whistles are very much in evidence. And it can do all this while also having room for 7 passengers. So you got a couple kids, couple dogs, you got to take trips. It's going to be able to handle whatever you throw at it. That's a huge reason that I love it. Right now, Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington has those 2024 Outlanders up to $7,000 off, or you can grab 0% financing for 60 months, plus great deals on Eclipse Cross and Outlander Sports. You got to check them out. Shop the Lucky Days event. It's going on right now with the industry's #1 value auto brand at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington and online, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pids. The Panther Insider Show is presented by Voss TV and Appliance, PJ Dick Trumbull and Lindy Group, PGT Trucking, NSS Live, and Aircraft Management Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. If you've listened long enough to us, you remember John Feinstein doing these minutes. Maybe some of those minutes made you angry, but hopefully all of them made you think. I'm guessing John would have had something to say these days about Aaron Rodgers and NIL. We lost John yesterday. He was a lot of things to a lot of people, but he was unquestionably a legend, and we will dearly miss him. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Fast, fun, and easy. Beyond Lincoln. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Breaking news, and this one is almost unbelievable.
Yeah, it's all about new customers at Bet365 because they get $150 in bonus bets when they bet $5, win or lose. And even better, bonus bets can be used on the spread, totals, and player props.
There you have it. Bet $5 to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. And see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. T&Cs apply.
Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 2.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive, or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Log on to BowserHyundai.com.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
No major accidents to report, though. We're seeing congestion on the Parkway downtown heading out of the city from the Fort Pitt Bridge back to about the county jail. Also seeing slowdowns on the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough.
WetGo, go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited. For an even faster, higher quality wash, find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels. Sign up today at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Restaurant owners, we need you. Register your restaurant now at 937thefan.com to become a part of our Dine and Donate Week supporting the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank. Starting March 17th through the 23rd, you can join us at various local restaurants, including Bubba's Gourmet Burgers, 3 locations, El Barro Verde, and more, with part of food sales going to Feed the Need Radiothon.
What kind of a paisan are you? Albero Verde, right?
Well, it's spelled phonetically on here, so I was just trying to not have a Zygest moment.
Actually, a fair rebuttal.
Did Starkey ever get his pizza today?
Yeah, what the hell happened there, Donnie?
Is there a portion of those proceeds going to our Feed the Need Radiothon?
Yeah, I guess the delivery man thought the name was Jose.
Man, it sounded like Joe went on a journey for that pizza and didn't come up with anything.
Jose approached the door. I believe Jeff Hathorn let him in, and the man asked if Jose was here, and Jeff said, no, there's nobody by that name that's in this office, and the guy left.
So what happens to the pizza?
Is Joe mad at all in that situation at Jeff?
Does the pizza get thrown out? Does the pizza get repurposed? Does the delivery guy just eat the pizza?
You worked at a pizza shop, right?
Yes, AJ's Pizza.
I would take it back for the boys.
So, yeah, if somebody would have a delivery that somehow would go wrong and the pizza did not get picked up by the customer, would it get brought back and, hey, boys, have at it. You made it. You eat it.
Did that for an entire summer, was a proud pizza delivery boy.
Yeah.
It never happened to me.
Because you were just too good.
Every pizza was
under 30 minutes. Did you AJ's Pizza have a 30-minute or less kind of guaranteed thing?
Hell no.
They basically, what did they have? If
AJ's
you get your pizza,
had a coke-addled owner who had no clue what was going on.
If you get your pizza, consider yourself lucky.
AJ's Pizza had a guy who would make the pizzas there who would tell me to walk down to the liquor store in the strip mall we were in and tell me to go get a bottle of Captain Morgan's.
Now, you were how old?
I was 21.
Oh, you were? Okay.
Yeah, I was of age. Yeah.
I was just imagining like somebody telling an underage Danger Filipponi, just go for it.
Najee Harris introduces a Charger, ripped the Steelers. You'll hear that coming up. Breaking news, Nate Herbig, not Nick. Nick is the good Herbig. The bad injured Herbig, Nate, is on his way to the Commanders on a 1-year deal.
I feel like when they signed him originally, I thought
Baldy was gushing.
Well, I just thought, yeah.
Came with the Baldy stamp of approval.
Super smart guy, tough guy.
Hawaiian.
Just nothing ever really happened for him here.
Diana Rossini going to join us in about 10 minutes. She has been reporting, I think, more than anybody else on this Rodgers situation, and she is excited to come on. So we'll get her 2 cents on where things stand. Here's Ken in South Park. Hello, Ken.
Hi, thanks for taking my call.
You bet, Ken.
I've been on hold since the end of the French-American Indian War.
Who won that, by the way?
The French.
It's first and only for them.
I have, if Tomlin's built the defense that you guys have heard you say, why is he so worried about turnovers? Does Mason Rudolph think it's going to be different the next time around in here? Seeing how he did what he did last year.
That's a great point. Mason Rudolph, I think beggars can't be choosers, and Mason Rudolph is getting $4 million a year, and they don't have another quarterback on the roster right now besides Skylar Thompson, so he's taking his chances. But is he skeptical, and does he fully believe that the coach is going to support him? Hell no.
Yeah, I didn't think so either. And my last point was why don't we just solve everything and ask DK who he wants to be his quarterback?
What if he says Russell Wilson, Ken?
Well, then you do Russell Wilson. You paying the guy 130 for 50.
$130 million for 50 years. That'd be a hell of a contract.
Yeah, Metcalf said yesterday that he liked the answer they gave him on that, basically. That they had their decision and it didn't.
Which was what? We're working on it? What was that answer?
It's going to be an old guy or an older guy.
Or this guy Mason, who you at least... Maybe they thought, hey, if he has to fall back to Mason, he at least saw him come into Seattle and ball out.
I think Metcalf would hear it's the guy that set you up with your fiance and would be excited about that. But he knows it's not that because he didn't even talk business of football with Russ. And if he thought, if we take him at his word, If he thought that Russell Wilson really was going to come back here, that's where the conversation immediately goes. Can you believe reunited we're going to play together again?
I would think. I agree. Robin North for Sales tweets in, what happens to the pizza now depends. If it happens on DoorDash or Uber Eats, the driver will get the pie. Joe did seem to have major confusion about it. I think one of those deals happened where like DoorDash or one of those paid for their search results to be higher than the actual pizza joint. And so Joe ordered it through DoorDash, having no idea he was doing
There's a big DoorDash controversy where the drivers will drop off the food, take a picture, and say, look, I dropped it off, and then they'll take the food back and eat it themselves.
Bad news right there.
I've heard that.
Yeah, I've heard that too. Bad news right there. You got to make sure, I think, you're ordering from the place itself, right? I think Joe might have gotten, like, completely inadvertently, and how would he know? They just put their own little thing out there, and you don't realize you're buying from DoorDash and not the place.
I've had nothing but good luck with that situation. You know what I also love? I love the little chat with the delivery person.
What little chat?
You know, the guy comes to your door, they hand you the receipt, you sign it, or you give him the cash.
Make a little small talk?
Yeah, I love that small talk. I usually get right into the sports.
Do they know who you are usually?
Even if they don't. I just get right in there. Who do you like today? Who's your pick? Give me a winner.
Has somebody ever given you a shocking pick that would stand out in your brain?
I have too much respect for my own picks that I never actually take their advice.
So you're just making idle chatter, yeah. You don't actually believe, and if they had a pick that they were adamant about that went against you.
When we do picks, I give a pick and you don't say, "Oh, that's a great pick. I'm going to steal it now." By the way, what's happening with that? Do we have any update on the state of my shame bet having to do your job, Donnie? That seemed to die a quick and early death.
I'm sure we'll get an answer in like 2033.
At this point, Craig might be hoping that Pony can just switch with Callis for a week, and I've got to have Harry hosting this show. Mr. Mueller, we're going to talk about the Big Ten, also known as the Large Ten.
Murderers Row Yankees.
Mickey, yeah, Lou Gehrig. I don't use delivery services, really. Like, I don't even get delivery from the place itself, because here's my belief. In almost every situation, the food is going to have a note. It's just like when you drive a car off the lot, it depreciates immediately to some small extent, like that old bit.
Yeah, I know where you're going with this.
I think there's only one kind of food you can go and either have delivered or go pick it up and take it back that does not lose anything in the transit, and that's sushi.
Well, that's because you don't eat pizza.
But I think like even the best pizza, wouldn't you rather eat it right as it comes out of the oven?
Yes, but they have the insulating.
Oh, the bag technology is off the charts.
Bag technology is off the chain now,
okay,
man.
Interesting. I bet Diana Rossini's got takes about this.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township, southhillskia.net. The most plugged-in insider on the Aaron Rodgers story, Diana Rossini, updating this nonstop. She joins us next, but first a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
5-3 Penguin victory last night over the St. Louis Blues. Crosby, a couple of helpers. Ricard Raquel, goal number 30 in the win. Pens welcome the Devils tomorrow. Puck drop set for 3. Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Hold on. I'd like to point out that Pony's pick right now for the players, Ludwig Oberg, currently 11 shots off the pace.
Yeah, F you. I hate you so much. All right. Let's talk right now about the Wetco car wash. That's something I don't hate. That's something I love. I'll need that to kind of calm myself down from Chris pointing out again that one of my picks has gone terribly wrong. It is a moment of serenity. I think Mr. Rogers would like a trip through the Wetco car wash. Maybe if he comes here, I can hook him up and get him an unlimited pass. It's just a peaceful little 90-second run through the car wash. There are things in life, in my opinion, the little things that make you feel better about yourself. That could be a haircut. That could be a car wash. That could be a new, clean pair of tennis shoes that you wear. Things like that that give you a little pep in your step. And a car wash does that every time I get one. Love driving around in a clean car. And the inside, too, Wetco Pro locations have vacuums where you use them for free. So sign up today. GetGoCafe.com/unlimited. And take advantage of the great unlimited deal where you can get your car washed as much as you want with Wetco.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Chris Muller every Saturday morning at 7. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet and poured by Samuel Adams American Light and Twisted Tea. Chris will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is brought to you by Cedarbrook Golf Course, Chestnut Ridge Golf Club, Western PA Golf Association, Wood Golf Club, and Shattapet Country Club. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Duke not waving the white flag after Flag's injury. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Duke got as high as 7-1 in the odds following the Cooper Flag injury, but now they're back to the second favorite. Duke a 7-point favorite against North Carolina without Flag tonight, and the Tar Heels are one of the most popular bets of the day. Lay it or take Duke in a moneyline parlay. I'm Joe Ostrowski from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. Coming up tonight, late night in the SEC tournament, Alabama and Kentucky. Bama, a 7.5-point favorite. The total is sky high, 179.5. Makes sense with these two offenses. Bama fighting to be a potential 1 seed coming up in the big tournament next week. But no way Bama should be this big of a favorite against Kentucky. Now, Bama, of course, can win the game by double digits, but Bama's defense is terrible. Kentucky's defense is bad too. That's how you get a total this high. Not only do I think Kentucky keeps this game close, I wouldn't be shocked if Kentucky won. Give me Kentucky plus the 7.5 tonight against Bama. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and take your game to the next level with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Meet Justin Wright, savvy spender. He always spends his money just right. Justin saves on gas and fills his tank far from freeway prices. He skips the overpriced coffee shops and makes it at home. He even writes his own name wrong for that authentic barista cafe feeling. And Justin backs into every spot like a getaway driver. Because time is money. And he chooses Now by Xfinity. Dependable internet, unlimited mobile, and the TV he loves. All with no annual contracts, no credit checks, no hidden fees, and no surprises. Get Now internet starting at $30 a month, all in with unlimited data and Wi-Fi equipment included. Now by Xfinity. It's just right. Go to Xfinity.com/now to learn more. Restrictions apply. Speeds with 100 megabits per second. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 20 gigabytes of usage per line. Data thresholds may vary. Pricing subject to change.
Every bottle has a story, but these bottles of fine wine and good spirits, they have herstory. Like Woodbridge by Robert Mondavi Chardonnay, crafted by a world-class female winemaker who helped shape Napa's legacy, now $2 off. Or McBride Sisters Black Girl Magic Red Blend, created by two sisters raised oceans apart who reunited to change the wine industry. Now that's herstory. Shop more women-made wines for Women's History Month, in-store or at FWGS.com. Offer ends March 30th, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
Mark Cavalli going to join us in studio in about 15 minutes. Tone Diggs from the Pat McAfee Show at 5, our buddy. We'll see if he has new intel on Aaron Rodgers. Looking at Twitter, Diana Rossini's last tweet an hour ago. By the way, I always stop and look at the top of her Twitter account because it's just a bunch of charcuterie.
Is that how you're supposed to say that? Charcuterie? Man, it does look, it's like a nicely prepared thing. Have you ever tried
some of them look like they're like floral design.
That's what I mean. Have you ever tried to do one of those yourself? Like you're having people over? I've had Alex try to say to me, hey, can you make like a little charcuterie board for the kids? Because they like to get their little wooden boards we have and eat that stuff. Yeah. Impossible to make it look
fancy
good.
Stuff?
Oh, yeah, the boys like to eat that stuff.
Well, I'm not saying they don't like to eat it, but why would you have to, bring out the fancy for them?
No. It's just take, your little gabagool and all that.
Yeah, that's easy.
But, trying to make it look nice on the board is what I'm saying.
Are you doing it for 8-year-olds or are you doing it for your peers?
There's
a big difference.
I've tried to do it. The 8-year-olds don't care how good it looks, but I've tried to do it for a peer once, and it's damn near impossible.
Diana, an hour ago, here's what you need to know. The Vikings are having discussions about what they want to do at quarterback and if they want Rodgers. Rodgers is giving them time and waiting to hear from Minnesota. The Vikings have yet to make a decision. We all wait.
We should bring back the As the Ayuk Turns music for Rodgers. I mean, we're quickly heading in that direction here.
Except our voice guy, Steve Wilson, would get it wrong and call him Fred Rogers. He called Starkey
have
Jim
the Mr.
Starkey.
Rogers neighborhood thing play. Donnie, what's the better city, Scoop City or Suplex City?
Suplex.
I mean, Scoop City pretty good, though.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. That's where we find the person who I have number one on my insider rankings right now, Diana Rossini from The Athletic. Diana, yes.
Number one? Wow.
Yes, with a bullet right
Diana, this is like a living document, though, so these rankings can change at any time. I don't want you to rest on your laurels here.
It is a fluid situation, yes.
Well, you guys are not my number one because it's not charcuterie. It's antipasto for any Italians who know what that is out there. Something that I can't eat right now because it's Lent and I'm Catholic. So you brought that up again. I'm thinking to myself, man, I could actually go for that this afternoon, but I can't eat it.
Diana, huge upset. I have two boys, 6 and 2.5. The 6-year-old's a picky eater. My parents watch him, and they're practicing Catholic still, so they're eating fish. He requested cod for this Friday. He had a bite of fish sandwich that they all thought he was going to hate last week. He was all about it. I'm floored by this. When they told me, I could not believe what I was hearing, basically.
Oh, it's incredible because here's what it does. It gives you another option because I'm in the same boat as you. I have a 3-year-old and a 2-year-old, both boys, and my 3-year-old doesn't like anything. So to be able to discover something as healthy as cod, that's such a win, especially knowing that you guys got to get through the next few weeks here trying to figure out what to do on Fridays outside pizza. Because what else are you supposed to eat? That's
sushi, but the kids don't really want to go for raw fish, if you can believe it.
Ooh, I'm glad you threw sushi out there. I didn't think of that. I don't know why I didn't, but I never did. But I'm going to attempt to bring that on the menu for Fridays. Since isn't it so sad that it's so hard to do this? I'll speak for my house. We have steak and chicken during the week. I cook a lot, and it's like as soon as I wake up on Friday, I'm like, damn, I'm so mad I can't eat.
I feel like the source of many of my arguments with my wife is, what are we doing for dinner? Because she tries to put the ball in my court, and if I don't have a good enough answer, then she gets
Here's
pissed
another one, Diana. Crab cakes on a Lenten Friday.
Fantastic.
Boom.
My husband and I have a rule, and it's not his rule. I made it about, maybe a week after we got married. It was like we get up real early in our house, so it's like 4:45.
Jeez.
Before he even says good morning, he goes, "What do you want to do for dinner?" I'm like, "We're not going to do this. Let's have our coffee and our breakfast. Call me from the office at 10. I'm not having that. I don't want the first thing to think about is what I have to cook you later."
I am looking at this tweet you sent out an hour ago, and here's how I'm reading it. It sounds to me like Aaron Rodgers' preference. If he had his druthers, he would go play for the Minnesota Vikings this year. Is that fair?
I think that's the sense right now, is that he's taking his time. We know the Pittsburgh Steelers and the New York Giants are waiting, and they have offers out there. They know Aaron Rodgers knows what it would look like. They've had conversations and discussions. But I think for him, playing for Kevin O'Connell, playing for that Vikings team is something that interests him. But the problem is the Vikings haven't come to a decision themselves as an organization if that's the path they want to go down, knowing that they've got a lot of hoops to jump through here in order for this to go well.
What direction do you think they're leaning in on that front?
I think they're leaning towards doing it at this point. I just know that there are some people there that may not be fully on board, and it's just really going to come down to the power of those people. At the end of the day in Minnesota, it's all about Kevin O'Connell. Whatever Kevin O'Connell wants is what's going to probably happen. But he's so good at managing and communicating with his staff that I think he values the voices in his room of, all right, who wants to go where with this and why? Give me reasons. Let's, and if you go through their coaching roster, you can see who knows what, who's been with him, who's been with Aaron Rodgers before, who's played against him a lot. And I think they're really just having serious conversations because it is layered, right? So, I know you guys are in Pittsburgh, so I don't want to dive too much into the Minnesota makeup here, but you understand they've got J.J. McCarthy there. They moved up to get him. He's the future. They feel great about him. He's obviously injured, though. At least he's coming off this. So time-wise, where does he look health-wise? Will he be ready to go? They made significant moves on their line, both offensively and defensively during free agency. Purpose. They spent a lot of money. And in fact, I'd give them an A+ on what they did in terms of being built to make a deep run in the playoffs for next year, a team that already won 14 games last year. They just need a quarterback. So if you're them and you're looking at the situation, do you roll the dice on a young quarterback coming off injury, hoping that he can play at the level that maybe you think he had potential to do last year before his injury? Or do you go Aaron Rodgers, one of the greatest quarterbacks of our time, yes, soon to be 42, in December, and coming off his injury and not having exactly the best 2 years in New York, can Kevin O'Connell get the best version of Aaron Rodgers? Could the dynamic be different? Can he be a different type of leader than he was in New York? Can the culture fit here? So these are all the things that they're discussing and weighing as an organization of, do we just go for it? Because you don't get extra points when you win a Super Bowl because you won it with the guy you drafted. Nobody cares, right? Win the Super Bowl. Figure out what the best answer and what the best option is. And I think there's just a lot of pros and cons.
Diana, if he doesn't go to Minnesota, if they ultimately decide they're going to ride with McCarthy and that's going to be that, how money motivated do you think Rodgers will be as far as picking between maybe the Giants and the Steelers then? Where does that rank on his factors list versus fit and team around him, coaching staff, et cetera?
I don't think those two teams he's considering money as – he's not giving anyone discounts here. This is Aaron Rodgers. He never has, never will, right? Slightly with New York, but they had a good contractual setup there that really favored everybody. But he's not going to want to be paid less than what we saw Sam Darnold get, right? If you're him, you're looking at this, he probably wants somewhere in the 30s to join a team that he knows, both of these teams, New York and Pittsburgh, he's got all the leverage over them. Where do they go? What is Pittsburgh doing if they don't get Aaron Rodgers? I hope they have a plan that I just don't know about right now, that there's a move being made. Are they going to call Atlanta and try to shake them and see if they could trade for Kirk Cousins? Is that on the table? Are you hoping in the draft Dart will be there for when you pick and you don't have to move up and hope that he's there the way Kenny Pickett was there? I think these are obviously the things that are being discussed, in that building today as they're waiting. And, there's frustrations from both organizations for sure of they're being held hostage after we know the great Mike Tomlin once said he wants those volunteers. But unfortunately for right now, he doesn't have a lot of control over it.
Diana Rossini with us from The Athletic. She's number one on my Insider Power Rankings right now because of the fountain of knowledge she is on the Aaron Rodgers situation, and everyone in Pittsburgh is hanging on her every word. You said on your podcast with Chase Daniel that the Giants have offered more money than the Steelers. Do we know if those two numbers are close?
They're not. I wouldn't call them far apart. I would say they're more. New York knows they had to add a little sugar on it because their situation's different than Pittsburgh. I mean, it's a no-brainer to me if it has to come down to one or the other for Aaron Rodgers. If let's just say Minnesota was not involved in this and it was the Steelers or the Giants, you just look at this roster from head coach all the way down. It's like you don't even pause. But New York knows that. They're not dumb. They're aware. So paying him a little bit more money can obviously be enticing. We know money talks. Look at Cleveland, Myles Garrett, right? I want to compete. Actually, no, give me $1 gazillion. I'll stay.
Well, they did get him a Super Bowl winning quarterback in Kenny Pickett.
That's right.
Diana, don't forget about that.
I hope they win it just so I can come back on and be like, remember we made fun of that? We are the idiots together. who knows what they're doing. For whatever reason, Myles Garrett feels very firm and very confident in the plan in Cleveland. I don't know what that plan is, but he seems to feel good about it. But just bringing it back to this situation here, I don't think we're going to get a resolution soon. I'm not feeling from the Minnesota side to this, the Aaron Rodgers side to this, that anyone is in any hurry to get this done, especially Kevin O'Connell has a very good relationship with Aaron Rodgers. You have to figure there's probably some type of communication going on of, hey, this is what we're thinking. But, I can't emphasize enough. I don't think it's as clean as Minnesota would like, because how do you manage J.J. McCarthy if you're them? You have a young quarterback that is supposed to be the future. You don't want to mess with the mental side of this for a quarterback and have him sit another year, because let's say Aaron is able to play at a really high level. Then what? How does JJ continue to grow confidence and get experience? They want him to play. He just sat injured watching Sam Darnold win 14 games for them and look like one of the best quarterbacks in football last year. I think all of this stuff is being considered. And, I'm curious to see how much they're going to communicate with him, because it does remind me a little bit of, remember when the Niners, they had Brock Purdy and they were interested in Tom Brady?
Yep.
They let Brock know. They were like, hey, look, we're going to do this. Look, this is different. This is Brock Purdy. We're talking about the last pick of the draft. We're not talking about somebody that you trade up for and that you're hopefully building the future around. But, I think this can get a little ticky-tacky and can be sensitive, and you have egos and agents and a lot of people involved in decisions like this. So while I think we're all antsy, let's give them a little grace, because I don't think it's as simple as, yes, let's just go all in right now. I just don't think it's that easy for Minnesota.
Is this happening before April? Like, seriously, for my own sanity, I need to try to put a firm date on it here.
And for mapping out all of our shows until then, Diane.
Yes, exactly.
Maybe it'll just last us the whole Lenten season, and every Friday I'll just come on and we'll talk about what we're cooking for.
You want to talk about doing penance? Talking
2 weeks
about
from now,
as the Rodgers turns.
Diana, if you could compare 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers to a cold cut, what would it be?
He would be prosciutto. Prosciutto's like the best in terms of like it's timeless. You always, at the end of the day, you always want it. It just doesn't always go well with everything. That's kind of Rodgers right now, and it's a funny question, but it makes me think about what happened in New York a bit. When you talk to guys in that Jets locker room about him, there's always just this like immediate respect for him, and I'm sure you can just hear it in my voice too. As a football reporter, I have tremendous respect for the ability and the skill set that Aaron Rodgers can bring to a team. But in terms of him, it's 50-50. Some guys like him, some
He's
guys
an acquired taste.
He is, and I think he can wear on a team, and but. Just like any other situation in life, if they're going to get you to the place that you want to get, you're willing to deal with it. But I think he needs the right people around him. And, we talked about it on the Scoop City podcast of what does it look like? What works for an Aaron Rodgers? And Mike Tomlin is the type. He has to respect the head coach. Like, just there can't even be a hesitation because he will eat you alive. There has to be a bad cop. Not every person can kiss his butt and be nice because it's a future Hall of Famer. Someone's got to have to lay the hammer down. And we know in Pittsburgh that that's easy. Like, it's clearly identified of who would be that person. New York, who is it going to be? I'm not sure. Is it Brian Daboll? Obviously, things are strange for them right now. Going into the season, knowing ownership is pretty impatient about the way it's gone. Kevin O'Connell, I would think so. I think respecting the Coach of the Year and is considered one of the better ones around football would be pretty easy. But this is challenging because it is funny to think, not funny, it's interesting to think about the culture fit with him in Minnesota and New York. And I don't think nationally anyone has said, I worry if this could work in Pittsburgh. It's just, this is where Pittsburgh gets the nod, and maybe you guys are frustrated with the wins, but at least you know what you are.
Diana, at the end of the day here, I do have to ask you this question. If you had to make a hypothesis here, an educated guess, on who Aaron Rodgers signs with, who would you say at the end of the day?
Do you just want aggregators to take my word? NFL Insider predicts that Aaron Rodgers winds up with the Vikings.
No, he'll literally just tweet this, Diana.
Yes.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about ML football. He's going to tweet this to him. He's broken the algorithm without a blue check,
I
Diana.
should have said this. I'm actually Dope Kleiman. I should have said that right off the bat.
Who is that guy?
That's actually me.
Weird. He tweets the weirdest thing. Like, his taste in what he thinks is, like, pop. Like, I don't like his commentary. I don't mind that he grabs stuff. I hate when he adds things of, like, what a hero, or showing guts on the field, and like a receiver catching a pass, and you're like, what is so heroic about that? Like,
tragic.
Look,
the Jets failed to convert 3rd and 3.
Yeah, run it back. Retweet. Look, I think if I had to, it's not even a guess. My instincts on this just makes sense for Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
It makes sense from a Rod. I could see Rodgers' side to this of going, you know what, if I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do this and be able to be put in a position where I could definitely make a run and maybe win another Super Bowl.
Then
in
who's
Minnesota.
our quarterback?
I'm very open with you on this. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's not Mason Rudolph, but it's good. I'm glad they got him though.
Yep.
And, you know, you look at all the backups, you know, falling off the free agency board right now, and you know, Carson Wentz is out there, Jameis Winston, Joe Flacco, Russell Wilson. I think you guys did the Russell Wilson experience, though. I think everyone knows what that is, and
We've all gotten our fill.
Yes, yeah, we had enough.
Yeah,
I think we're all set. Exactly. So I am not sure. I'm hoping that Omar and Mike are coming up with a really good plan, because they've got a fabulous team, and you just need a good quarterback, and we'll see if they can get one.
Diana, I mean this. Not only your reporting, your sense of humor, the way you handle things, we love it. And thanks for popping on with us and keeping us up to speed on everything Aaron Rodgers related.
Of course. I appreciate your support. I'm going to go not eat a
Sushi
hamburger.
Fridays in Lent. Sushi Fridays.
We should get a sponsored segment. Just Sushi Fridays with Diana. We do it during Lent. Let's do it.
Jason just
texted
texted
peel
in.
me off a couple dollars from that sponsor, Diana, and let's make it happen.
Diana, Jason just texted in, if Aaron Rodgers were a Sopranos character, who would he be?
Oh, my God.
Oh, gosh. I don't know. Who is a pain? But
Ollie,
you love
Tony's
the
mom.
character.
He's Tony's mom.
Oh, no. She's terrible.
How about AJ? He got pretty unbearable.
Very
How
unbearable.
about Tony's sister? I couldn't stand her. Oh, my God. Was she the worst?
You should be more open. You should be more excited about this idea. So who is somebody? I mean, it's not Carmella. Carmella was an angel. Yeah. Well, not really an angel. She had some bad parts about her.
Oh,
she had exactly.
Can't we just say Paulie? I mean,
I love Paulie's my number one character in this
Let's
show.
just be optimistic for you guys. Let's just say Paulie. I'll take a Paulie any day.
See you, Diana. Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Goodbye.
tour de force performance
that was awesome.
there. That's
She's
her
really
first
cool.
time on the show.
It was.
Wow.
Well, she said a lot there on the Vikings situation. I mean, really, the bottom line is she said at the end that her instincts tell her he ends up in Minnesota.
The Minnesota thing is as messy as she made it seem to be. Like they seemed gung effing ho about McCarthy when they drafted him, man.
Yep.
So what I didn't ask her, because I think it would be getting into the weeds a little bit, is it would make more sense if McCarthy's recovery from this surgery was not going well and, like, he really needed some time to get his leg back to where it needed to be. But he's a pro athlete, man. Like, it's not like you or I having a meniscus repair.
Maybe they look at it like
it's almost like a Jordan Love situation developing. Yeah. But here's what makes no sense about that to me. It's not like McCarthy wasn't asked to do a lot at Michigan, but Jordan Love was coming from Utah State where there was this huge jump in competition.
Chris, he's still only 22. McCarthy's not one of these Kenny Pickett's or Bo Nix's or guys that stayed in college
But
forever.
don't you draft a kid like that from a national championship blue blood program because you think even if they didn't ask him to do a lot, he played for Jim Harbaugh, he'll be ready to go sooner rather than later?
You'd think. But
that's
then
that's what has me scratching my
balled
head.
out until week 18.
But I think McCarthy's recovery hasn't been going that well, too. That's the other part of this. There was an infection or some sort of weird setback.
An infection?
No, there was a weird setback with his knee a while ago.
Let's get Kabali in here next and have him sound off on what he just heard and his take on what's going on with Aaron Rodgers. He gave a tour de force on the Starkey show. He was getting interrogated.
He's out there in the hallway right now. He's texting away, punching away. I can only imagine
15-minute mark on the fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. Let me tell you guys right now about Mike's Beer Bar. I love Mike's. Mike's has 80 rotating taps of great local craft beer. Great place to be today. Today's one of the underrated sports days of the year with all the college basketball on. Obviously, tomorrow is St. Patrick's Day. They've got all the Irish beers at Mike's. They got your Guinnesses, your Smittix, things of that nature. So get over to Mike's right next to PNC Park. Awesome food options too. Steak on a stone, wings, sandwiches, wraps, nachos, you name it. There's a sales guy here who ate an entire thing of nachos by himself there the last time we went to Mike's. So meet me at Mike's today, Mike's Beer Bar.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, mostly sunny with temperatures in the mid to upper 70s. Decreasing clouds tonight with temperatures in the low 50s. Showers on Saturday with highs in the low 70s. Rain continues Saturday night with lows in the upper 50s. And rain Sunday with highs around 70 degrees, windy with the chance for thunderstorms. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDKA First Alert Weather Center.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
If you're looking for the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, then it's your lucky day. They're right here with big savings at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington.
Katie, every day I still meet people who have no idea all that Mitsubishi vehicles have to offer. Take the 24 Outlander, all-wheel drive, advanced safety equipment, a panoramic roof,
plus room for 7 passengers. It's the perfect choice for a big family like mine. And right now, Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi has them up to $7,000 off. Or grab 0% financing for 60 months.
Eclipse Cross up to $4,500 off. Outlander Sports as low as $23,000.
Plus a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and $500 more for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff.
Shop the Lucky Days event with the industry's #1 value brand, JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Savings include all applicable factory rebates and dealer discounts. Financing with approved credit. See dealer for complete details on all offers.
Law firms come and go, but what law firm has been here in Western PA fighting for injury victims for more than 40 years? Edgar Snyder and Associates. What firm has a staff of over 130 people who live and work here? Edgar Snyder and Associates. Law firms come and go, but Edgar Snyder and Associates is a name you can always trust. So remember, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. If you've been hurt in an accident, call them at 1-800-94-EDGAR or visit EdgarSnyder.com. They're available 24/7.
Let Popeyes do the fishing while you enjoy our signature seafood that you'll love, like our delicious flounder fish sandwich or crispy shrimp taco box. So come give them a try before they're gone, y'all. Limited time at participating U.S. restaurants.
I love this song! I love nachos.
Loving everything? You might be buzzed.
You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzz warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentleman's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentleman's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight and 2-for-1 private dances. Saturday, March 15th, come celebrate St. Patrick's Day and see cheerleaders' very special guest, Tiny Texie.
There's a new way to surround yourself with savings at Giant Eagle and Market District. Shop Giant Eagle's uncompromising quality at a reliable price with everyday savings. Look for signs throughout the store to find bargains on produce, meat, and more. Visit Giant Eagle to see how easy it is to save.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, call us now. $30 billion was set aside for meso victims, and in most cases, your claim is settled out of court without a jury trial. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
This season, a new hot deal has arrived at Metro. $25 a line for 4 lines with all the data you need, and 4 free Samsung Galaxy A15 5G phones. Getting Metro's best deals is easy. No ID required, no activation fees. Get a new number or keep your own. It's up to you. That's 4 lines for $25 a line, plus 4 free phones. Visit a store or go online today. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
When you join Metro Plus Tax, for a limited time and subject to change. Max 1 offer per account.
Suddenly it's spring. Discover everything for your home at the 43rd Annual Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, now through Sunday Convention Center downtown. Shop the region's most trusted marketplace. Stroll through the fully furnished open concept model ranch home by Buckhorn Showcase. This weekend only, see HGTV celebrity and Pittsburgh native Steve Ford from the hit show Restored by the Fords. Visit pghhome.com for details. Don't miss the largest home event in America with acres of products and services in one place at one time. The Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show, now through Sunday Convention Center downtown.
What would you do if you could go back in time with the tap of a button?
Watch the ancient Egyptians build the pyramids?
How'd they do it?
Buy enough Bitcoin to purchase your very own private island.
Or maybe just skip the joke that flopped at the holiday party.
Unfortunately, we haven't figured out how to rewind time. But you can rewind live shows with the free Odyssey app.
Never miss your favorite sports talk again. To get started, download Odyssey and search for your station.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for McVay. Dripping faucets, leaking pipes, no hot water, clogged drain backing up. Whether it's a minor repair or a major emergency, call the honest plumbing experts at McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. McVay's your go-to plumbing professionals for any plumbing issue you may have. McVay offers fast, reliable, and affordable plumbing services. With McVay, you get transparent, upfront pricing, so there are no surprises when you get your bill. And remember, when a plumbing problem happens to you, don't overpay. Call McVay. We're going to call McVay.com to schedule an appointment online.
Attorney advertising. Local counsel, Rodden, investment attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
What's the dog name again? His name is Top Dog. Tell the dog to go bite him. Tell the dog to go sick him. He got me hurt. It was all his fault. I'm in a lot of pain. Tell the dog to go bite him. It's Top Dog. It's Top Dog Law. It's Top Dog. It's Top Dog Law. You ever see a grown man cry? You ever see it in your life? I'm crying right now. Playing with my life. Went to the hospital. Doctor did something wrong. I don't know if he knew what he was doing, but he did something wrong. Need you to go bite him. This a medical malpractice. Any accident, big or small. Top Dog Law.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
There's an accident on 28 northbound by the Millvale exit. All lanes are open and no significant delays at the moment. We are seeing some significant traffic on the southbound side of the Highland Park Bridge. Expect delays if you're headed that way. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough.
This traffic report brought to you by Pool Party Gaming. Free to play, free to win.
Pittsburgh's college basketball tournament takeover.
Pool Party Gaming is Pittsburgh's platform for bracket pools and beyond.
Visit poolpartygaming.com to join or host.
Pool Party Gaming. Free to play,
free to win.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins look to make it 4 in a row tomorrow afternoon, a St. Patrick's Day special against the Devils at home. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Friday edition of the PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to TopDogLaw.com. That's TopDogLaw.com.
Mark Cavalli in studio. Mark would be happy to hear, Steelers insider from the Pat McAfee show, that Malsey and Donnie were breaking down clips from the Karate Kid like it was the Immaculate Reception before today's show.
The body bag guy, very funny. He seems like the dirtiest player over there. Yep, he was always looking for that extra shot, and they'd always have to pull him off.
I do believe that's Tommy, and I believe wasn't he from West Virginia? Didn't he grow up in West
I think
Virginia?
he was from Wheeling.
In the show,
Mark,
or in the
No, he's grew up in West Virginia.
There's some real chumps on Cobra Kai I forgot about in that tournament who get dispatched with relative ease, like some just real jobbers on that team.
If you look, Daniel LaRusso, I think, had to go.
It was kind of a huskier kid on Cobra Kai.
and he just
like me. The rest of them look like they're all like string beans. And this guy looks like he's just an offensive lineman doing off-season cardio.
Yeah, and what's his name?
LaRusso sends him to the shower.
No, it wasn't LaRusso. It was oh man, the guy in the semifinals. I can't believe. Remember, he's now the referee of Cobra Kai in the end there. But it almost reminds me of March Madness. Daniel LaRusso had to go through 6 straight Cobra Kai guys to win the title.
Well, it's a deep program that
6 straight.
Priest created. Not 9 straight, though. Not 9. Just saying.
So, Cobra Kai was really not all it was cracked up to be. They just had one standout
They
player.
had a couple, big guns, but there are some of these guys who look like absolute chumps.
The depth of the conference was not very strong.
I think Bobby Brown faced Johnny Lawrence in the finals the year before. I think Bobby Brown was a runner-up. Yeah.
Bobby Brown.
Who was
Ralph Tresvant going against
Bobby
here.
Brown, who in the Cobra Kai series plays a pastor, priest. Whatever.
Okay.
One more Karate Kid question, then I promise we're done.
Oh, we can do this for the whole
last
hour.
30 minutes of this show have been Lenten Foods, Gabagool.
We just got big news with Diana. We'll get to that with Mark in a second.
No, I know.
Were there other Miyagi disciples that were in the tournament, or did he only have one guy? Was it a one-bid league, if you will?
He's from the NEC.
It was like the Ivy.
You really have never watched
No, it's just been a long time, and I'm pretty sure I was high the last time I watched it.
Maybe instead of watching St. Joseph and Dayton.
Oh, I will be watching that tonight on
Maybe
Peacock.
you should brush up on the Karate Kid if you're asking that question.
So he was a standalone one guy. He did not have.
Yes, because Daniel was getting his butt beat, and Miyagi was sort of a janitor-ish guy of.
If anything, this is just like
the apartment complex he lives in, and he helped the guy out.
If anything, what this really is just like a karate or combat sports version of Good Will Hunting. The janitor's the guy who's the genius at it.
I'm not watching Good Will Hunting. What are you laughing at?
My guy's wicked smart.
All right. Mark with us. He's hanging out. Tone Diggs from the same parish as Mark, the Pat McAfee show, going to join us at 5. We'll see what intel he has on Aaron Rodgers. Does this part of what Diana Rossini told us make sense? That part of the delay in Aaron Rodgers, part of the delay from Rodgers is waiting to see what the Vikings are doing, because he views the Vikings as the best destination of the possible suitors. Because that does make sense.
Anything's possible, but my point of this has always been, if you're Aaron Rodgers, why on earth would you want to follow in Brett Favre's footsteps that much? To go from the Packers to the Jets to the Vikings, then put yourself in a situation where they got the first-round quarterback they want to play, and if you throw 3 interceptions in game 2 against the Lions, you're out.
I don't think they're benching him for the guy if he throws 3 picks. Isn't the appeal there very simple? They play in a dome, so you got 9 games a year or whatever where you're going to have good weather, and you've got easily the best offensive mind of any of the 3 teams,
and the best
weapons. You have Justin Jefferson and Addison.
Well, I would say that the weapons are close. I think where it really gains a where the difference comes is what you said, the play caller.
How about the
head
two
coach.
lines, Mark?
I mean, yeah,
Brian
O'Neill.
O'Neill?
You don't like Brian O'Neill?
He's one of the best
I
right
think-
tackles in the game.
I think the Steelers' offensive line has potential.
Yes, I agree with that.
I mean,
Potential,
right now you're taking Jordan Addison and Justin Jefferson completely over Metcalf and
Yes.
forget the quarterback.
Yes,
Say
I am.
Aaron Rodgers.
I don't
both
think
sides.
Addison's like spectacular, but Jefferson is at worst like a top 3 receiver, probably top 2.
I would, Mark.
Yeah, I'm not saying I wouldn't, but I don't think it's that big of a
Let's
gap.
throw Hawkinson in there too.
Also,
Take
Throw
Hawkinson.
Freiermuth in there, right?
You can't also just judge the skill talent in a vacuum because O'Connell's presence makes all those guys better. How many times did
Yes.
Justin Jefferson catch a deep crosser with no one somehow within 10 yards
Josh
of him?
Dobbs looked like a competent quarterback
Right.
with O'Connell as the coach.
Oh, I'm telling you that would be the difference. But if we're saying that Aaron Rodgers is not open to coaching,
Yep.
why would he listen to Kevin O'Connor?
It's a good point. I mean, he listened to Matt LaFleur those last couple of years in Green Bay, and he won 2 MVPs.
I do think that matters. LaFleur's an offensive guy who didn't even have like an awesome resume, but he clearly knew his stuff. Salah's a defensive head coach.
Well,
Tomlin's a defensive head coach who won't say so.
I guess you look at the running back too. There's some history there, right? Aaron Rodgers,
Aaron Jones.
Aaron Jones, and Aaron Rodgers.
Mark, I'm surprised that you think, because what you said is something that I would expect someone to call in and say.
What's that?
That Aaron Rodgers looks at the legacy of Brett Favre and says, I don't want to copy that.
I think so.
Well, he's already 2/3 of the way there. Why not go for the trifecta?
That's why. I mean, this is a guy he had to sit behind for 3 or 4 years.
Doesn't his ego strike you as such that he would say, "No, I'll go to the Vikings
And be better than
it's
him
funny,
there.
yeah, I'll get them to a Super Bowl. I'm the missing piece in that offense."
I mean, who knows what he's thinking? I mean, nobody knows what he's thinking. But
Seems
if
to be half the
I'm just
game
putting
with
I'm
him.
just putting myself in his shoes. I wouldn't want to do that. I mean, I wouldn't want to follow a guy around to the guy that you followed in Green Bay. I just don't. I mean, if the money's the same, I mean, I don't even know. I mean, I'm sure money's is a concern. I mean, money's always a concern for everybody, but if it's within the
But if
ballpark,
he wants
I
to
think,
win,
yeah.
If he wants to win, to Chris's point, the Vikings give him a better chance to win and play well than the Steelers do.
Well, I mean,
right?
I'm just trying to play devil advocate. I'm not saying one way or the other, but that NFC North is pretty loaded.
What's the AFC North? Chopped liver?
Well, other than Ravens, yeah.
So wait, you say Joe Burrow in a team with Joe Burrow?
Did you see that defense?
Yes,
okay.
they still
They're
won 9
awful.
games.
They were 1 win away, like just
Awful.
a fluke loss
You
from
see
the
that
New
offensive
England
line?
Patriots from being 10-7 and getting in and being the team
Now,
nobody
hold on.
wanted
This
to
is
deal
actually
with.
interesting. You think right now the Steelers are in position to have a better record than the Bengals this year?
I think it could play out very similarly.
Oh.
Well, put it this way: I do think the NFC North has a much greater chance of being overall better than the AFC North.
I don't
That's
think
fair.
I think it's a fair statement, but I also think it's only by matters of degree. I don't think the AFC North is, or either one is some picnic. The AFC North has one awful team, and it looks like the Browns on paper.
Yeah, but another thing is it could be. I'm going against myself here, but you could
Classic Mueller tactic.
Well, you could
let it happen.
I mean, it's hard. I'm just trying to think of walking on the beach with the old blanket on you. What you're thinking? Okay, if I want to make it to the Super Bowl for the first time in whatever 15
How about
years,
forget about the divisions. What conference
that's
is easier?
exactly where I was going. It's exactly where I was
The
going.
NFC is a much easier
What's an
conference.
easier path to get back to the Super Bowl? So who knows what he's thinking right now? And I don't think I've been pretty much assured that the Steelers don't know what he's thinking. So, which I mean, not to go against anybody's reporting because I don't like to do that, but I don't see Aaron Rodgers checking in with many people, telling them what their plans are. This is obviously coming second hand.
Mm-hmm.
Vikings, Giants, or whoever's available, or whoever's talking, but it's not coming from him.
Dinah Rossini had no idea who the Steelers' plan B would be if Aaron Rodgers leaves them high and dry. We'll see what Mark thinks of that, who it would be when we come back. Text us on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. Personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Pat McAfee's Mark Cabali in studio with us. Quick timeout, and we're right back on the Fan.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
A night game for the Buccos, just under 2 hours away from first pitch. 6 p.m. start against the Tigers. You can hear that game on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Donnie. Mitsu by the mall. Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills, place to go if you want to find the most affordable all-wheel drive SUVs on the market, period. point blank. End of story. They've got the best savings on them as well. Now, I drive a 2024 Outlander. You should too. They still have some. I know it's 2025, but they got the best inventory around, so that means these bad boys are priced to move. All-wheel drive, advanced safety features, and panoramic sunroof available on many models. They've also got room for 7 passengers, so that's going to be awesome if you got a bigger family, you're hauling a lot, doing whatever. Right now at Mitsu by the Mall, up to $7,000 off, or grab 0% financing for 60 months on those 2024 Outlanders. You want an Eclipse Cross? How about up to $4,500 off? You want an Outlander Sport? How about as low as only $23,000? You're also getting a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty, 3 years of prepaid maintenance, and up to 125% of Kelley Blue Book value for your trade, regardless of year, make, model, mileage, or payoff. It's time right now. Luck is on your side at Mitsu by the Mall. Check them out. Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills. Online, Jim Shorkey, NorthHillsMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Beyond Lincoln. Join the family. Beyond Lincoln Monroeville. BeyondLincoln.com.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Stephen Curry just made his 4,000th three-point shot. 4,000. It's amazing. It's remarkable. It's historic. But the real takeaway is the reminder that he's one of the great players of all time, the greatest three-point shooter of all time, a top 5 player in the history of the sport, and yes, someone again capable of chasing an NBA championship this year because of the arrival of Jimmy Butler. I'm Bill Ryder.
In the city of Pittsburgh, for all your sewer and drain cleaning needs, contact Metz Plumbing and Sewer Lining at 412-872-4105 or visit us online at metzplumbingandsewerlining.com.
Hey, it's Crowley, and you need beer. It's St. Patrick's Day weekend. The weather is awesome. It's officially outdoor beer drinking season. So let me remind you, you need beer. And to help you celebrate St. Patty's Day now through Sunday, Hampton Beer Outlet has Guinness 24-pack cans, just $39.99 a case. That's $10 off, the best price anywhere, $39.99. Crazy. Also, your other St. Patty's favorites, Smittix, Harp, Magners, Murphy's, they've got it all. Get ready for a terrific weekend. Get to Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line Gold Unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is Larry Richard. Join me and the Black and Gold headed to Ireland, and so can you with AAA. Enjoy a 4-night trip September 25th through the 29th with round-trip airfare, hotel transfers, and your stay at the Camden Court Hotel. Daily breakfast and transportation to and from the game at Croke Park Stadium. Reserved seat, game tickets, and more. Here we go to the Emerald Isle for football with AAA. 800-848-1238. 800-848-1238.
Partly cloudy tonight, the low 42.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
We have multiple lanes closed due to an accident on the westbound Parkway East by North Oakland. Expect some delays if you're headed that way. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough.
Archie's on Carson Street in the South Side is Pittsburgh's premier venue to watch all the black and gold action. Taste for yourself why Archie's was voted Mid-Atlantic's wing champion and the wing of weekenders everywhere. Archie's on the South Side is the official chicken wing of the Fan.
The PF team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
think it's the same situation as Russell Wilson last year. Bring in a proven guy who's won a Super Bowl, who's probably headed to the Hall of Fame, to try to immediately get this thing back on track by winning a playoff game. And the immediacy is still a big point of emphasis for them. Bring in the guy that can immediately get them back on track. Not be a Super Bowl contender necessarily, because I don't think they're that. But how about winning a playoff game? And I think that's where they are. You know, Russell Wilson had a one-year deal. We know all the financial implications with what he was owed from Denver. But I think it's a very similar situation. And I couldn't imagine it being any more than 2 years.
4:15, time to start your weekend off right with Archie's Famous Wings. Dulac on with Rich Eisen saying that the reason why the Steelers want Aaron Rodgers is because they want to end their playoff win drought, not because they think they can win a Super Bowl with him.
Question, how does winning – now these are Jerry's words. How does winning a playoff game, quote, get this thing back on track? There is a churn every year with teams that make the playoffs, then miss it the next year and are back to square one or back to the drawing board. You mean to tell me that internally the belief there, at least among some people that might be talking to Jerry, is all we got to do is win a playoff game, and that'll get us – it's like a Matt Foley sketch from Saturday Night Live. Get us back on the right track. What are we doing here?
Maybe get him back on the track so Malsey doesn't rip on them 24/7, man.
They deserve to be ripped.
Well, what I'm saying is that's all you talk about. They haven't won since eight years. Not you, I'm just saying in
Everybody
general.
says that.
Maybe just get him in there. But to be honest with you, to get to the Super Bowl, you have to at least win one playoff game, right? You have to, that's the first step. Win one, then you can win the second, then you can get there.
From what Jerry said there, he was almost making it seem like internally, at least among some people, if we just win a playoff game,
mission accomplished.
Yeah, that's mission accomplished, and it'll break this whole fever dream where we suddenly are
his
like
words
middle of the road.
Is...
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Whoever's telling him that, which I would suspect is
maybe it could be just him. It could be just him.
Okay, but even if it is just his words, that is an odd analysis of the situation.
I honestly believe that they think they can win now if they put the right pieces around and have that quarterback like they thought last year, but it obviously didn't come through with the wide receivers. I think he loves the veteran quarterback, and regardless if he's 41, will be 42 in December, of who's been there and done that, regardless if it's been 15 years ago. This is the type of guy we need to push us forward here and give us a chance. While everybody else saying there should be tank and go 5-12 and this team's terrible, they're thinking, you know what, if we get this guy, put this guy around, this solidifies it in my mind that they think that they can win now.
Do you think that Rodgers will end up being a Steeler?
I do. I actually do.
Yeah.
I actually do. I mean, just a gut feel. You know, I was really gazing into his eyes in that picture, and it seemed like he was – I'm just totally guessing, but just a feel.
Do you think that if the Steelers don't match the Giants' money, they won't get him? Because
I think Rodgers isn't anticipating the Florio 2 for 90.
Well, Rossini said she doesn't think he'd take less than what Darnold got, which was
she said he's never
taken
a discount and he's not going to start now, essentially.
I think he's under the impression that he knows that they're not going to break the bank. Now, what your definition of breaking the bank is fluid. I know it could go from whatever money you have left or whatever, but I don't think he feels what I've.
So what do you think?
Be able to piece together that he knew that they weren't going to come in and slap him over the head with a.
So what do you think ballpark the number is? If you had to just throw something out there, ballpark.
What they want or what I would think that would be. Well,
what you think the middle ground will be? The compromise on a contract.
I mean. The problem is if it comes out, it's probably going to be multiple years just for the fact that so they could spread it out over two and save it.
Yep.
So if I say 2 for 50, you're probably going crazy, right? But if you can guarantee or at least signing bonus of making that 1 year.
2 for 50 seems low.
I mean, I'm just throwing 2 for 60. I'm thinking $30 million a year would be able to do it. And people are probably screaming right now saying just use Mason and keep that money for something else. But
I mean, I would rather see them do that. How long do you think Aaron Rodgers wants to play? Another year? 2 years?
Yeah, what's McAfee telling you about that?
I don't think they know. I mean, you'd have to ask Tone what AJ. I mean, Hawk is the one that knows all the inside scoop, right?
He knows where the bodies are buried.
Oh, look! I mean, I stare into AJ's eyes when he's on the show and saying, "Is he really knowing something?"
Well, AJ looks like he never blinks. So
AJ's great. He's a legend.
I mean, he looks like I would never play poker with him in a million years. He could have he could have 4 aces all up his sleeve
He
and just
smokes a
stare at me.
cigar the entire time he's on the air.
Yeah.
What do you think that
Well,
room
it's
smells like?
It's another. I think it's in his attic. Did you? I think
He
that
goes to his attic to do the show?
Yeah, and I think that background is just like a fake.
Oh, so it's like one of those.
I think it fell onto him one time. No, I think it's just like
Mark, one of those Hollywood Old West sets.
Yeah, and I think it fell on him one time.
Mark, help me figure this one out. If Fields was their first priority, meaning they liked Fields more than any other quarterback, but they wouldn't do 2 years, $40 million with him, why would they give someone who they ranked below Fields more money?
2 reasons.
Okay.
One reason they just saw what they needed to see out of Fields last year and didn't think that they could push him to that next level.
Mm-hmm.
And number 2 is Justin said, I don't want to be here.
But if they didn't think they could get him to the next level, why
he
would
their
they
top
rank
priority?
Fields ahead of Rodgers?
What was that?
Like, why was he their top priority, or so we were led to believe, if they didn't think they could get him to
their best choice, because that was number one of the choice, because I mean the market was so tiny that you know.
Oh, they thought they were going to steal him, is what you're telling me.
I mean, I would love to see the number that the Steelers offered him. I'm sure it was less than what, probably significantly less than what.
I keep hearing 2 years, 30 is what I've heard, with at least 15 guaranteed, and maybe 20 guaranteed at the.
And he
high
got
end of
2
things.
and 40 and 30 guaranteed.
Yeah, I mean, for a guy, he's made a significant amount of money in his career, but once again, money always matters. I mean, maybe that suggests that he didn't want to be here.
All right, if it's not Rodgers, and we asked Rossini this, and she's like, I have no idea who it's going to be if Rodgers says no. Who do you think it'll be if Rodgers decides to retire and not play football anymore?
Were we throwing Russell out of the equation?
Depending on who you talk to, a lot of people have, and a lot of people still haven't. So where do you come down on that one?
I mean, I think as long as Russell just taking these visits, and it's very, very publicized by the insiders all at the same time, somebody wants that out there, that he's in
Cleveland. Let's rock.
Yeah. So I think he would come back here. I truly believe he would come back here, and he would think.
But would they want him back or take him back?
I mean,
How would they possibly spin that, by the way, if it happened?
Well, we got the ultimate spin guy in Russell Wilson, so I don't worry about him.
I don't care. Like, it would be so evident that he would have been their last possible choice, that nobody really wanted this to happen, but it was a marriage of convenience. I just don't know how either side spins that as a positive. Hey, I didn't like working with the offensive coordinator. We tried our best. I guess I'm back.
Well, you got the head coach who's been doing this for 18 years, and you're not going to get him to say anything he wants, and you got a very media-savvy quarterback, so I don't think we'd ever have to even worry about the spin job. I think that they'll just
How do you sell that?
deal with it.
Okay, how do you sell that to your fans, though? Not that they care
They
necessarily
don't
about that, but like there should be, I guess, some base level of, we want people to be enthusiastic about this team. If we're eventually going to someday try to move and ask for a new stadium, we want to just always be laying the groundwork that we're doing stuff that fans might get excited about. Fans got excited about Metcalf not even knowing who the quarterback would be. I don't know how you possibly spin that to the fans for 2025.
I don't think, regardless what happens, you're going to spin it positively. If it's Rodgers, if it's Russell, if it's Mason. Right now, the best spin job you have is Mason Rudolph, because everybody's loving him.
I'm shocked you
He's
have
the
not
people's champ.
pounded the table for your guy. Why aren't you excited? This should be the number one quarterback. You love Mason.
Or you caught him with
Rodgers. I do got a bone to pick with you about that.
Okay, let's hear it.
You went on the air the other day and said Chris Hoke was by far the number one supporter of Mason Rudolph, and I got kind of offended.
Well, he is
I
now.
got kind of offended,
but he is now, because I
think you've got split loyalties. I think you're kind of a Rodgers guy.
You're not giving him any love at all here.
No, I think he's under. Why do you think he came here?
I think he came here because beggars can't be choosers.
No.
And also, hold on. Also, he knows that if it's Aaron Rodgers, it's a 41-year-old quarterback who got hurt
there you go.
4 plays into his Jets career.
And if it's Russell Wilson, you got a 36, almost 37-year-old.
Hey, Russ,
and he had other options.
To a sled pushing contest?
He had other options. Now, I don't know how much those options were, as in price-wise, but, I mean, like you said, was he 2 for 8?
2 for 8.
That's a pretty good deal as a backup, and he feels that, hey,
I got a chance.
I have a legit chance of playing this year and be a starter for this team over all the other offers I have. That's why.
Are you sure that Mason Rudolph is worse than Russell Wilson and Aaron Rodgers right now?
No.
There you go. You should be emphatically putting that out there.
No. Well, I don't need to do that. I'll just let my resume speak for myself on when it comes to Mason. That I do believe he's you saw what he did last year? 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
But
then you also flipped and you came around to my thinking during training camp in the preseason and started to think that Kenny was going to be a great franchise quarterback.
Who didn't? If there was one person out there that didn't see that preseason of Kenny Pickett and didn't think he was going to be a star, you're lying.
You're talking to one right now.
You're lying.
He pretends to like sushi, and he pretended to still hate Kenny Pickett throughout the preseason.
I know what, I ate salmon the other day for like the first time, and it was like, I did it like long teeth, man. I'm like, this ain't that very good. It was cooked too, though, of course.
Salmon is good.
Yeah, I'm not a big salmon guy, man.
Do you like any fish?
Oh, I love I like cod fish. I love the Chilean sea bass.
He likes a fish sandwich.
I'm like a big white fish
fried fish.
Well, I can eat good fish sandwich. Go to LJS, get some of that fish.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. What Najee Harris just said about his time in Pittsburgh and what makes the Chargers different. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Ricard Raquel with his 30th goal last night. The Penguins beat the Blues 5-3. Pens host the Devils tomorrow. Puck drop set for 3. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Don. Let's talk right now about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. Dog of the Day profit boost token going on right now. North Carolina and Duke play in less than 3 hours. Duke is a big favorite, but Duke is without its best player. So if you think North Carolina can win the game and they need it to make sure they make the big dance, then you should bet on them with the Dog of the Day profit boost token. If your underdog bet wins, you'll land even more winnings with a profit boost on America's #1 sportsbook. But you have to use the promo code when you don't have an account, FanDuel.com/Andrew, to sign up and get that. You'll get paid instantly when you win to get the Dog of the Day profit boost. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First opt-in required. Wager of at least plus 100 odds required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Jared Jones. Just 13 days until Pirates baseball here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Raise the Jolly Roger.
Our Pirates are ready for an exciting season. Catch all the action here. Presented by Hampton Beer Outlet. Drive a little, save a lot. Route 8 Hampton. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It is St. Patrick's Day weekend. The weather's awesome. It's outdoor beer drinking season. Let me remind you, you need beer. And to help you celebrate St. Patty's Day now through Sunday, Hampton Beer Outlet has Guinness 24-pack cans, $39.99 a case. That's $10 off, the best price anywhere, $39.99. That's crazy. Now through Sunday. And they have all your St. Patty's favorites. Harp, Smittix, Magners, Murphy's, they have it all. Get ready for the weekend. Hampton Beer Outlet, Route 8 in Hampton.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, really? That's great.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
I can't have any more? Why not?
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Sometimes it feels like the world is moving at hyperspeed and you can't keep up because it's one thing then another. And don't forget the meeting and the yoga class and the dinner reservation. But then you get into the all-new Nissan Murano and you feel the breeze from the panoramic moonroof while the massaging seats melt away the tension of the day. And you realize that sometimes the greatest rush is not rushing at all. Shop the all-new Murano at nissanusa.com. Panoramic moonroof massaging leather appointed seats are available features.
WetGo, go unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's a great building. First of all, even the facility is all great things, man. This is a lot of things that they provide here, and to take advantage of. And I was just telling them, I was like, man, it's not like this everywhere, man. Like, this is a special thing right here. Remind me of college at Alabama. All the resources that they have. So, just getting the chance to take advantage of all this opportunities is a blessing. And I was telling him that, I'm like, man, y'all have a great thing going on right now, because it's not like this everywhere. It's not. So, man, yeah, I'm just happy to be here.
So great facilities and resources in college. Najee gushing about the Chargers facilities, saying it's not like that everywhere. Well, he's only been one other place in between. I think we know where he went with those NFL PA anonymous surveys that got passed around.
That's a brand new facility in Los Angeles. I mean, like a year in.
I thought land was hard to come by there. I'm surprised they found the space, Mark.
Well, they probably went to my favorite hospital in Inglewood.
Cedars-Sinai? Oh, no, Inglewood Hospital. Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, that is. I mean, I've been very much on record is there's only one way out of this, and it's moving. They got to move, and they got to find. I mean, the problem with moving, it's not so simple because it's not like the Penguins did it. They have to find space. They got to build an indoor facility. They got to build a locker room facility, and they got to build an outside field. So it's a little bit more complex than that. But they have to. They got 5 years. The lease is up. Something has to happen within that 5 years.
I feel like I got to move south because we once did a little deep dive on this, and I tried to look up north in Cranberry, like near the Penguins facility. There's really not like a
lot of room.
There's not a parcel of land that would make sense.
You have to find one of those old abandoned mill sites. There's one in McKeesport.
Do you stand by what you said with Starkey and Pomp the other day?
What,
about this?
After him just trashing me for 10 minutes?
Yeah, what was that all about?
I don't know.
He was opening
I'm
up
not saying anything because next time I come on, he'll start yelling at me. He's kind of sensitive.
He's going to take offense to that.
What are you talking about?
I'm not sensitive.
You said with them.
You question my integrity.
That Najee leaving and Gainwell signing means that they could draft a running back in the first round again.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. Both those guys are under 1 year deals, right?
Yeah, tender for Najee for
1 year
Jalen,
deal.
and Gainwell's 1 year.
And which is funny, I'm going on a tangent here real quick. They paid Jalen Warren the same amount they could have paid Najee last year to be here, so that tells you what they thought of him. Yeah, I mean, it's to me it was no way they're not going to do it. Now you're looking, do they have that guy in their short-term future, long-term future, and if it would have to break a right way for them to do that, but I'm getting a better sense that could be the thing right now than maybe 2 weeks ago.
Ugh. How about defensive line?
I wouldn't agree with it, but they don't ask for my opinion.
How about defensive line?
Yeah, I mean, only thing I can think about that is a lot of times we go into this offseason and say they need this, they're going to address this, and it never happens, and there's a reason why. Maybe they are just thinking we're moving Benton outside, and we can find any plugger in that 3-4 defense as a nose tackle. There's a lot of veterans out there that you can bring in.
They also have dead weight on their roster still. Dean Lowry didn't get cut. Cardero Patterson didn't get cut.
Yeah.
Cam Sutton didn't get cut.
Well, Cam Sutton may or may not have been seen yesterday.
No, Fittipaldo already came on the air and said he saw him there, so you're free to now.
I didn't know if I don't know. It kind of gets a little iffy. He had a Steelers shirt on, too. Steelers jersey. Or, a workout jersey.
Yes, he stunk last year.
He sucked, and he
did not come here with
had a ton of off-field baggage surrounding him.
You bring him back, you can always just whack him in.
What is this,
July,
Goodfellas?
August,
Billy Bats getting offended here?
Same with Patterson. I mean, right now they don't have anybody to fill that spot. As soon as they find somebody, then you get rid of him. You don't get rid of somebody until you have to at that point. But Patterson, Gainwell does everything he does. So why keep him?
Good move to get rid of Larry Ogunjobi. ESPN reporting he failed his drug test in Buffalo, and he's going to be suspended for 6 games.
Doesn't say a whole lot for PEDs, my friend.
There's another guy that got a shocking amount of money. $9 million
If you take PEDs and your performance is not enhanced, do you get a refund?
That's a Walter Payton Man of the Year finalist this past year. Larry did not talk to us very much. He hated the media, which was very weird because I know people in Cincinnati and Cleveland said he was the greatest guy ever to talk to. So he came here and nothing.
Wouldn't you think that he would have been happy to talk here after he got a pretty nice payday?
It was nothing. Nothing. Couldn't barely ever talk to him. He would never talk.
Here's DK Metcalf on why he's going to wear number 4.
Did you try harder for number 14, and why did you?
No, sir. I mean, he's been here. He's made a staple in the number 14. I'm not trying to take away from anybody's legacy. Just trying to help build mine.
Mark, you said you are infatuated with the idea of watching Pickens and DK Metcalf play together, but do you think the Steelers are looking at it the same way?
I still think that would be up to George. I think the Steelers are willing to bring him back, but I think if George decides I want to go and I demand a trade, you have to move him.
If he demands a trade, do you think he's gone?
Yeah. I mean,
wow.
You don't even wait. You just like, I know how this game ends.
If they really want to move him, if they're motivated at all to move him, you got to try to trade him before he asks for one, because the second he asks for one, the leverage goes down at least a little bit.
Yeah.
It seems like, you know what? It seems like they're letting him dictate terms a little bit here.
But I disagree with that, Chris, because Mark is saying if he wants to be here, they want him here. It all comes down to how he actually feels about it.
My point is, if he wants to be here, that might be his feeling on March 14th, but we know the guy is not exactly an emotionally reliable person day to day, week to week. Would you agree with that?
Yes, which is why I would trade him regardless of where he came
Which is why I'm saying if you haven't heard him make a trade request, but you're worried about how things might shake out, you are gaining nothing by hesitating.
You have no say-so in where you're going, hence Deontay to Carolina, and see how that worked out. Here, I present him, George, come in, we need to talk to you. George, you could be T. Higgins. We got you set up here with you're going to face a lot of single covers, 2 high safeties. It's your best opportunity to make that $25 million plus next year. And I know he might come back and say, "Who's throwing me the ball?" But
he would probably like Mason because Mason got him the ball.
Well, yeah, he liked Russell over Justin too, if you recall that.
It's very simple. George Pickens likes quarterbacks that successfully get the ball into his hands.
There's just so many instances out there of going somewhere else and it's not working out. Stay here, and that's why I respect T. Higgins for doing what he did. And now he's getting paid $25 last year. What are you getting this year? 27 plus they're probably going to trade him or sign him. That's the way to go about it.
Listener conspiracy theory. Listener texts in to say Rodgers is holding off on the decision because he's going to announce it April 9th in Pittsburgh at Pat McAfee's big night out.
Isn't it a big night out?
That'd be a strange.
What if he got booed? What if it was like when Hulk Hogan came out to the L.A. Raw audience or whatever it was and got booed?
No, he'd get a massive pop if he
did. Yeah, because the people who are going there are going to
are pro McAfee, therefore they're pro Rodgers.
True.
I mean, we were just talking about when he made that tweet the other day, Pat, and everybody went ape crap all over the place.
Well, you sent me eyeball emojis when that happened.
Love a good.
You haven't learned by now.
And you didn't? Did you yeet when that happened, or did you?
I was watching wrestling. I definitely was watching wrestling at that time.
Have you been booked for the big night out yet?
You have to ask Tone that. I don't know. I haven't heard nothing.
We'll ask him. It'll be on our list.
Are you going to? Do you have access to tickets? Or are you at least going as a fan?
Kenneth Gainwell was talking when tickets were being sold. So since they were sold out in like 20 minutes.
Man, they couldn't even get Mark a ticket.
Well,
he also told me if you put in the Kabali promo code, they charged you double.
Well, what's the story about at the Combine where you wanted to go on and they didn't let you? You were
yes. It wasn't that fault. It was the security system. I had the wrong credential for this area, and they weren't budging. They weren't budging, so I just said the heck with it, and I left.
Mark, are you going on with Jeff after us?
Yeah, I guess I'm going to stay around.
Would you like to hang out and talk to Tone?
Oh, I would love to hear what Tone has to say. He's a legend.
You could participate in the interview if you wanted.
That's what we'll do.
Just to put him at ease.
Quick time.
He did text me that. He goes, only reason why I'm going on because you're there.
There you go.
Well, certainly not because I'm here.
I'm going to make sure we start the interview with that. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. Tone Diggs from the McAfee Show and more coming up. We'll get his take on Aaron Rodgers. Is he signed, sealed, and delivered to Pittsburgh? The Donnie Debrief returns on Monday. It's sponsored by Boyd & Blair Vodka, proud sponsor of the Fan 15th anniversary. And, hey, the Fan and the Pirates want to visit your teams in action for their youth baseball and softball showcase. Parents and coaches like Mark can send an email to us at youthsports@937thefan.com and register your 12 and under team, and 93.7 The Fan may make a stop to your field. Details at 937thefan.com. Right now, a message from Mulsey.
It is. Thanks, Pony. A message from me. I want to talk about my friends over at Choice Cabinet because it can be a nightmare if you're going through with a kitchen remodel, a renovation, if you're a homeowner doing that, or if you're a contractor who's the one doing the work, or maybe you're a DIY person, so it's a little bit of both worlds. Cabinet situation right now, not great at most places. I say most for a reason. The average wait time for cabinets is 8 to 12 weeks. This is a rhetorical question, but my tone will give it away. Who wants to wait that long? What you need to do is check out Choice Cabinet instead. Why? Because Choice Cabinet has over 65,000 cabinets in stock. All wood cabinets with 10 different paints and stains. And this is the part that's going to blow you away here. You heard me say the average wait time for cabinets is 8 to 12 weeks. With Choice Cabinet, delivery is available in as little as 3 days. If you need cabinets, the choice is clear. ChoiceCabinet.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-285-2521. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-285-2521. 800-285-2521. 800-285-2521.
Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 2.99% for 72 months on a new 2025 Tucson SE all-wheel drive, or lease for just $299 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with credit approval and financing through HMFC. Offer ends March 31st. Now that's the power of Bowser. Log on to BowserHyundai.com.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
BowserHyundai.com. Bowser Hyundai, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
I'm Carl. I'm 68 years old, and I lost 40 pounds thanks to Awaken 180 weight loss. And looking at pictures, I realized that my color wasn't good. I looked bloated, constantly tired, out of breath. It got to the point where I decided it was time to pick up the phone and call Awaken 180. The combination of the diet and the coaching really pushed me over the top. My self-confidence soared. I'm walking, I'm working out. Instead of 68, I feel like I'm 28. I just had my annual physical, and my doctor looked at my blood pressure, and he said, "What did you do? What happened?" And I explained that I'm on the Awaken 180 program. I've never felt so good in my life. And as somebody that sometimes likes to take the shortcut, I didn't have to do that with this program. Awaken 180 is my solution for weight loss.
Carl's solution for weight loss? My solution for weight loss. Chris Muller here. Lower blood pressure, increased confidence, feeling years younger? Want the same results? Then do what we did and make your own 180 at awaken180weightloss.com.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This week, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, is bringing you a Dog of the Day Profit Boost token. One of the best parts about the tourney is when an underdog takes down a powerhouse. And right now, those upsets can get even better because if your underdog bet wins, you'll land even more winnings with a profit boost. This is your chance to ride with the long shots, the scrappy teams, the ones that just won't go quietly. If you've been waiting to join FanDuel, there's no better time. The app is easy to use, and when you win, you'll get paid instantly. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to download America's #1 sportsbook today and back your Dog of the Day with a profit boost. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey because, after all, anything can happen in March. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Wager of at least plus 100 odds required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the Power of Bowser. Luck is on your side at Bowser Hyundai and Bowser Hyundai Chippewa. Save a pot of gold at Bowser Hyundai with 3.99% for 60 months on a new 2025 Hyundai Palisade SEL all-wheel drive or lease for just $399 a month. And don't forget, all new Hyundais come with Hyundai Assurance and are backed by America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty. Tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. With credit approval and financing through HMFC, offer ends March 31st.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Subaru, Route 51 South, on top of the hill.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolutely every play in between is amazing. From football to basketball and hockey to baseball, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours. Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
Your life, your goals, your legacy. With a dedicated Fidelity advisor, it's all part of a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE, SIPC.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Saturday, March 15th. Come celebrate St. Patrick's Day and see Cheerleaders' very special guest, Tiny Texie.
Who's cutting down the nets this year? Get in on all the tournament action at ESPN Bet Sportsbook. Go from tracking the latest upsets to placing bets in just a few taps all tournament long. New customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet Sportsbook app and sign up with promo code Radio100 to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Pittsburgh is home to a lot of great people and great local businesses, and we're proud to be one of them.
Hi, John Maggie and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
If you're looking to replace your
old worn-out windows with new energy-efficient ones, then consider buying from a hometown business like us.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 30% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Experience the difference of buying from a locally owned, family-operated company.
Stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at 412-655-8411. PA 1565.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2, plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In stock units only. Offers end 3/31/25.
The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event is going on now with Mike Hamlin Hyundai. Try the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe SE or Tucson SE. Both available with financing as low as 1.99% for 48 months. Or receive up to $3,000 in rebates. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by owner insurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Hamlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
All right, imagine you're just like me, looking at your house, looking at your chimney, looking at your retaining wall, and saying, I need to get that done, I need to get that done, I need to get that done. Well, year after year passes, and then finally, well, it could be too late, and then sometimes more costly. So get on it now. With the weather really starting to warm up, you got to call Precision Pointing. They do it all. Brick, block, mortar replacement, whole house restoration, retaining walls, free estimates, no money down, so you don't have to worry about them running away with your deposit. Precision Pointing. Do what I did. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly. Coming up tonight, late night in the SEC tournament, Alabama and Kentucky. Bama, a 7.5-point favorite. The total is sky high, 179.5. Makes sense with these two offenses. Bama fighting to be a potential 1 seed coming up in the big tournament next week. But no way Bama should be this big of a favorite against Kentucky. Now, Bama, of course, can win the game by double digits, but Bama's defense is terrible. Kentucky's defense is bad too. That's how you get a total this high. Not only do I think Kentucky keeps this game close, I wouldn't be shocked if Kentucky won. Give me Kentucky plus the 7.5 tonight against Bama. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Download the BetMGM app and take your game to the next level with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. 21 plus only. Pennsylvania only. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, it's Crowley. The madness is here. Sullivan Super Service is helping you score big this March with a free furnace when you buy an air conditioner. That's right, it's BOGO time. Save money and stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivansuperservice.com. But hurry, the madness won't stay here forever, and a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, fellow Gen Xers, it's Elizabeth Banks. Big news! The recommended age for pneumococcal pneumonia vaccination has been lowered to 50 and older, even if you're healthy. It's up to us to lead the charge. After all, we gave the world the internet. We're trailblazers. Let's lead the way again, because we are at over 6 times greater risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Gen X, this is our shot. Head to VaxAssist.com and schedule today. That's VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Attorney advertiser. Local counsel, Rodden and Breslin, attorneys at law. Paid after dramatization. Past results do not guarantee future results in each case.
What's the dog name again? His name is Top Dog. Tell the dog to go bite him. Tell the dog to go sick him. He got me hurt. It was all his fault. I'm in a lot of pain. Tell the dog to go bite him. It's Top Dog. It's Top Dog Law. It's Top Dog. It's Top Dog Law. You ever see a grown man cry? You ever see it in your life? I'm crying right now. Playing with my life. Went to the hospital. Doctor did
Archie's on Carson Street, and the South Side is Pittsburgh's premier venue to watch all the black and gold action. Taste for yourself why Archie's was voted Mid-Atlantic's wing champion and the wing of weekenders everywhere. Archie's on the South Side is the official chicken wing of the Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Traffic on the westbound Parkway East is slow from Bates Street back to the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. 2 lanes are currently blocked due to an earlier accident. With AAA Traffic, I'm Ryan McCullough.
DJ's Barbecue Grill and Lounge, the home of legendary ribs, invites you to watch all college hoops games and enjoy Icy Lake drafts for just $3. DJ's also offers party packs to go for all in-home watch parties.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins and Devils tomorrow at the arena. Pittsburgh trying to make it 4 in a row. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. A Friday edition of the PM Team.
The Fan is covered by Top Dog Law.
Top Dog get you top dollar. Go to topdoglaw.com. That's topdoglaw.com.
Yeah.
Yeah! Yeah! Fun. 15-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. In a couple of minutes, Tone Diggs from the Pat McAfee Show is going to join us. Mark Cabali in studio with us right now.
YouTube commenters already jamming out to Cabali's performance during that song. Cabali looks so lost, says Alex. Rebecca Black Fridays are back. Let the weekend begin, says Body by Tacos.
Rebecca Black, better than Joe Esposito.
Definitely.
Says Mike on Twitter.
Brian,
Mike.
Kaboom was more into Hanson back then.
Hanson was very popular during my college years. But 2 things, whatever this song, Lady, whatever was singing, reminds me of 2 things. First, my 10-year-old daughter probably knows every word to it. And number 2 is, I think I hear that on TikTok radio on Sirius.
Sure you do.
Yeah.
She actually became like a real singer. Her parents paid $5,000 for that song to basically be produced, but she became legit.
Doesn't Bieber do that?
Bieber had actual talent.
You know Kim Kardashian's daughter, Northwest, I believe is her name?
Yeah, North. Space, West. Yeah. What about her?
So, do you have Disney Plus?
Yeah.
So they have the live Lion King show.
Okay.
The music, not the musical, but actually like the anniversary of the music from it.
Okay, all right.
So she performs one of the songs in this Disney special.
Is she any good?
It was awful.
Okay.
So Amanda's like, this makes no sense. How did she get into this?
Yeah.
With Jennifer Hudson and all these huge performers.
Who can really belt? Yeah.
Apparently, Kim Kardashian paid $1 million to have her as part of the show.
I believe that.
It's chump change for her.
Did you guys see another singing news? Do you guys remember? This is like 20 years ago, legit, Cabali, but you guys both remember. Do you remember when that woman at the Trailblazers game was a little girl? She was like 13. She flubbed the national anthem really bad, and Maurice
Cheeks got out there and helped her.
How about this? 22 years later, the woman came back and performed it again and did it